Ja, wir machen Full Fokus. Machen keinen Pocken. So, also. Lass ich mal hier den Schabernack hier aufmachen. Das klingt nach Cap. So, noch erstmal den Titel neu.
Yeah, sure, and I think when it's in the hands of a really capable trainer as well, you know, I think a lot of the aspect of that protect the queen, protect the king, that you've got to play with the Terapagos, you've got to have a lot of patience with that, and I think Marco is one of those
chillig.
so, you know, experienced in these sort of tournaments. He's not going to rush
So, also, wir haben dort Leute, die ich anfeuern möchte. Michael the Bestie. Wir haben Florian Temme, Robotz. Wir haben Markus Sponholz, das ist Markus Statter, der hat geheiratet. Wir haben Maurice Utek, Beim, Villa, Alexander Obax, Belex, Selahattin, Frederik ist Loyla, Yannick Koch, Ibrahim, Thais, Kusha. Ich will mir Georg auch mal angucken, will, dass Georg da ist. Hallo Ratschke, was geht? Dann Flo, also Harloff. Patrick ist Jägerwespe, Marius ist Terrakok, Dennis, Benny, also Benjamin Mayaura. Ich habe ganz gut geschlafen. Kann mich absolut nicht beschweren. Kalt drin. So. Ja, das war's. Das sind meine Favorites. Die einzigen, die verloren haben, was weh tut, ist Flo, Patrick, Marius, Dennis und Benny. Ah. Bene Benjamin? Nee, nicht Bene ist nicht da. Bene spielt kein VGC. Bene hasst VGC. Benjamin ist Yonago. Never. Using Sword of Ruin to lower the defense on the field, and she using Beads of Ruin to lower the special defense, just enables it to be such a pivotive member of the team, even without doing anything. It can sit there and protect and help its partner Pokemon on the special or physical side deal a huge amount of damage to their opponents. Yeah, I love Chen Pao in this format as well. I think it offers a lot of utility, not only for having things like Ice Spinner to get rid of terrain that can be a bit of an annoyance, but it also has that sort of rune ability, like you say, with the sash as well. It's got that always little bit of a blanket of security, so it can protect when it needs to, but it can attack when it needs to as well, and not have to worry about getting removed from the field. And if your opponent wants to go into it, it's drawing all the attention away from whatever's next to it, allowing it to function a little bit better. Why it functions so well with something like Zamazenta that we might see, hopefully, at some point later today. But like you say, the Chi-Yu as well, another really great rune Pokemon. Checker. Commonly seen with things like Fluttermane. When that combination is so oppressive, that lead, we've seen it throughout the regulations where those two have been allowed to be used by our players, and just that Beads of Ruin with the Fluttermane giving that boost, and then you've got the fire type and dark type attacks to think about on top of that. Your grass types are in a terrible position most of the time, but that's I think a really good point you make, why we're seeing those Pokemon in particular have such a good time at the moment in this format is because of these key tools that players are relying on to allow the restricteds to work. Raging Bolt's another one that's been kind of a mainstay hanging about the usage stats in that middling kind of
it's pretty consistent, right?
Yeah. but it's such a good Pokemon with that, you know, and the different ways that we're seeing players utilize it with Booster Energy, Life Orb if you want to go a bit more offensive, but then you've always got the Assault Vest variants as well that, and you know, act a little bit like the Rillaboom, can come in, sponge and be disruptive, got priority as well with Thunderclap, and nice ways to disrupt your opponent with things like Snarl and also Electro Web.
Mon Ace, was geht?
Well, I'm glad you mentioned Electro Web because the kind of speed tiers is something else that's been so pivotal with these supportive Pokemon, being able to control whether you're going for a speedier environment. The Whimsicott, for example, there, really well known for clicking Tailwind, and just giving your team an immediate speed boost, as well as the Farigiraf that's on that team as well. We often see that going for that Trick Room, and whether it's there to actually set up Trick Room for your team or go for something to reverse a Trick Room maybe and just kind of stop your opponent from going from that strategy, does just show how well-versed these top 12 Pokemon are. You've got everything there. You've got offensive pressure, you've got defensive capabilities, and speed control options as well. Like, you can see why they're the top 12 league.
You can, and it'll be interesting to see how it changes from day 1 into day 2.
Oh, always.
Will some of them make their way up the top of the leaderboard, or will some of them fall away, you know? I'm interested in probably the most in that land.
Gleich kommt die zweite Runde.
Okay.
Sorry, the Incarnate. The brain.
Wir haben Luca.
Not
Here we go.
today.
We are getting into our round
Den
2. We've got our players
Weltmeister.
getting set up, and what a match for us to go into this next one with our current world champion, Luca Cherubelli, going up against the almighty Gabriel Agati.
I'm pinching myself. I cannot believe that this is our Swiss round 2 pairing. Luca Cherubelli, the reigning world champion, against Gabriel Agati, a formidable competitor from Brazil. And he's a trainer who has been in the grand finals of EUIC previously as well. Wasn't able to get the #1 spot, but has been a regional champion, has always been up there in the top cuts, and coming from the Latin American region as well, is going to be a favorite from them to try and take the European International Trophy, which has not been won by a Latin player so far.
Yeah, exactly. You know, Gabriel, just one of those players. 2 years ago was a finalist here. Can he go one step further this weekend? But we're taking a quick look at the teams here. You might seem very familiar with Lucas' team here. A lot of the same Pokemon that they had success with at the World Championships earlier last year. Well, last World. So we can see there's a few changes, though, coming into this, which is nice to see. The big one, I think, here is that Urshifu. It's dropped close combat from what we saw Luca run at Worlds and has changed over to the U-turn, has that ability to kind of pivot out, doesn't have the fighting type stab that it would have had before. That you've got that on the Iron Hand, so you're not missing that there. But I like the ability of not being able to kind of lower those defensive stats in a situation that keeps the Urshifu in a bit more of a prime position.
And this is obviously a team he's so well versed with. He became a world champion with this team, and a lot of trainers have been picking up, meaning it'll be out there in the field, but also a lot of counter teams will be prepared for it. Does Gabriel Agati maybe have the team that can meet its match?
Guck mal,
He's a
WM,
rider
relativ
player at the World
ähnliches Team.
Championships himself, and is running a similar team with a few adjustments. So he's going to be well versed in how this team functions, but maybe he's made a few medicals with the Chi and Power, for example, and changing the format on that Urshifu from single strike to rapid strike. Maybe it'll be the adjustment he feels is the call for this meta we have now.
Yeah, I love the Chen Power adjustment because I believe it was the Iron Treads in Gabriel's Worlds team. And also Gabriel ran the single strike Urshifu, so he's opted for the change there for the more reliable, probably rapid strike in this sort of build. But the Chen Power, not something that we commonly see run with Miraidon. I love it though because it gives a lot more power to things like Urshifu and Iron Hands, especially if you've got that electric train on the field, the Quark Drive activated on the Iron Hands, and then you can boost that even further with something like the Chen Power. And you've got nice support options as well to alleviate the kind of frailties of Chen Power with the fake out on Incineroar, the fake out on the Iron Hands, and you have that alleviation where you've got the Armor Till on the Farigiraf in situations where you need it to block priority incoming onto your side of the field.
And we're not going to see any terrain rolls here either, not seeing any Rillaboom or Indeedee, for example, bringing their respective terrains to the field. So the fake outs are going to be able to go pretty relatively safely, except for Farigiraf. That's going to be the key that's going to disrupt that strategy you kind of mentioned here. We know that the Incineroar and the Iron Hands, for example, these all want to go for things like fake out, but if that Farigiraf is on the field with its Armor Tail ability, the priority is going to be slowed down, and I think that's going to be a unique and I think critical Pokemon choice for both our trainers to bring here. Yeah,
and the mind games are going to start straight off with Miraidon having terrestrialization of Fairy on both sides of the field. Do you lock into the Draco early to get rid of it, or do you lock in with one of those electric type attacks to kind of eke out what each other are going to do?
Well, the leads are out on the field for Luca Cherubelli.
Ja,
It's going to be the Whimsicott and the Urshifu that has taken an Intimidate from Gabriele Gatti's Incineroar and the Miraidon. The Restricted is out and the Electric Terrain is in play.
Yeah, well, we've got nice options on the Whimsicott. It's got that Tailwind, so you can get the speed advantage very early on in this match if you want, if you're Luca, which is great. It's going to help you later on in this match. You've got the Light Screen as well. It's going to kind of get around the Miraidon. Big attacks there. We've already discussed there's no way to get rid of the terrain, so that hit on engine boost is going to be active whenever this Miraidon's on the field. It is pressuring down on the Urshifu. Of course, the Urshifu not really got ways to damage this Miraidon as long as it stays in its Dragon and Electric typing. It will resist those water type attacks, and the Urshifu is a bit threatened from that Surging Strikes, maybe why we're seeing it switch off the field.
Yeah, so it wants to be able to come back and use its Fake Out and Null a Day. Instead, it's going to be the Iron Hands that joins the field. The Quark Drive is going to be activated by the Electric Terrain in play, boosting the attack on that Iron Hands. Urshifu just going straight up for a Detect here, not wanting to take any unnecessary electric type damage from the opposing Miraidon, as Whimsicott does what it does best, clicks that Tailwind button, doubles up the speed on Luca's side of the field straight away. Miraidon was actually going for the Draco Meteor, and it falls into the Detect here.
Yeah, the Draco Meteor now, I like this play a lot. The Protector allows you to kind of scout out what the Miraidon's doing, but a nice play as well from Gabrielle, where you've got that Iron Hands and you've got active Fake Out now. You have to be careful with the Fake Out, especially in front of the Whimsicott, because it does have On-Call, so it can lock you into that and kind of shut you down for the rest of the turns that you're on the field for 3 to 4. So maybe you don't want to go for that. You've got the Quark Drive activated now, and this Urshifu sitting in a really awkward position. Do you switch it out? Might open the door for Gabrielle to take a little bit of a lead here early on in this match. You see Luca has got that Tailwind up. The Whimsicott
Luca hat schon mal Tailwind raus, das ist schon mal ganz geil. Wir sehen Moonblast.
Ja, no Fake Out, like you said, there's Encore on the field, and there's a Covert Cloak on the Whimsicott, so you don't even want to bother wasting that move down into that slot. Instead, it is going to be a full-out attack here coming down onto the opposing side. Miraidon's going to have to take these Surging Strikes, but they're really not going to do too much damage. You have the critical hits coming through, but Miraidon able to take those reasonably well. A significant chunk of damage from the Moonblast coming through from the Whimsicott, but now it is Gabriele Gatti's turn to turn up the heat. The Draco Meteor comes through, connects, one-hit KO straight away, and Iron Hands has still yet to move and get its damage out on the field.
Hat der Heavy Slam auf seinem
you don't have the focus
Iron
on
Hands.
that Urshifu, the Mystic Water. It is giving a little bit of a boost, but unfortunately not quite enough. Followed up with that Heavy Slam, and it is going to be a 2-hit KO here for Gabrielle, taking a dominant lead in this first game.
Wow, I mean, the two Pokemon were a little bit slower on there thanks to the Tailwind, but it wasn't about speed, it was about damage in that turn. Luca does now have the utility to bring in Pokemon from the back and capitalize on the speed that Whimsicott was able to set up. Ogerpon and Miraidon now are in play to be able to get some significant damage on the field. Remember as well, the Ogerpon has the utility to go for that following me and draw in all of those attacks.
Yeah, the other option that Luca has here is to lock in with the Terastallization, that Fairy typing on the Miraidon. It means it gives you that complete immunity to the Draco Meteor that's coming in from Gabrielle's side of the field. You might see that Miraidon switch out now. It has taken a special attack drop, and maybe you want to get something else in its place, or you could go for the Fairy Terastallization yourself. That is an option, but we're seeing Gabrielle just play it calm and coolly, keeping it around for
Die Reichen werden reicher, Chat.
Like to see this adjustment. Chien-Pao joins the field. Like you said,
Die Reichen werden reicher.
attack drop that the Draco Meteor has given the Miraidon. It's actually going to be a double shake-up here. I was thinking maybe Chien-Pao using Sword of Ruin could help out the Iron Hands, but instead Incineroar's going to join the fray. You don't have to worry about On-Call for Whimsicott. You can throw the Intimidate down. That's only really going to affect the Ogerpon, but critically you now have Fake Out to play around with going into the next turn. The Miraidon is running the Choice Spec, so you know it can't protect. It could be a very easy target for that, and you called this perfectly, Lee. It is going to be that Terastallization into the Fairy type. You now no longer take damage from Dragon type moves, as well as giving your Dazzling Gleam an extra boost too. Yeah, which is going to really help out against this Chien-Pao that's just joined the field, and that's exactly what Luca's locked into. It's going to do some big damage here into this Pokemon, right down to the Sash, and the Incineroar taking a massive amount of damage, around 50% there.
Jetzt sieht's wirklich
and
sehr
you've still
even
got
aus.
the Ogerpon ready to go, and it is going to be the Woodhammer, Lou.
Oh, it's not enough to be able to get the KO. If that had been on the Chien-Pao, for example, though, that would have been a knockout. But I really do think it now puts both these Pokemon in range to get picked up by another Dazzling Gleam. The speed advantage is on Luca's side. The Incineroar and the Chien-Pao are going to have to play very defensively if they want to be able to hang on here, but the Incineroar doesn't even have Protect.
No, it doesn't have Protect, and that's the big problem here. You do have active Fake Out this turn, so you could utilize that, which would be, you know, an option here to give you a little bit of alleviation. But the Chien-Pao in that situation where is it going to be able to get an attack off? Maybe if it can outspeed the Miraidon, but it will go down. The nice thing about this switch from Gabrielle is you know what's going to come out from this Miraidon. We are seeing that Fake Out.
Yeah.
Yes, the Sucker Punch getting that priority to try and bypass the Tailwind does get good damage onto the Ogerpon, but it isn't enough to be able to get the knockout. So the Ivy Cudgel is going to come through, connect onto the Chi Pow and get the knockout here. But Gabrielle has a plethora of Pokemon in the back. You now have the utility to bring in your Iron Hands and apply fake up pressure once again. Tailwind has gone down now as well, so the speeds are going to be neutralized out here. This could be the opportunity for Miraidon on Gabrielle's side as well to try and get some damage here too. Yeah, but we are going to see that Iron Hands come in, and I think this is probably the right play because you've got another fake out where you can stop and slow down that Miraidon for at least one more turn. The Ogopon is going to be left alone though. That's the problem. Where do you go for your fake out? It has to be into that Miraidon.
Muss wahrscheinlich Incineroar killen.
At least Incineroar to stay active because you could almost parting shot into that Ogopon.
Killt Ivy Cudgel den? Stirbt der am Rock hier mit? Wahrscheinlich.
Put it in range for that Dazzling Gleam and then get your own Miraidon onto the field and then in a position
where
you can maybe start to disrupt with those electric drifts. But you've got to be cautious because the electric terrain hasn't got many turns left. It will run out if you get your timings wrong.
Spike-Shield ist auch fein, aber ich glaube, muss Incineroar killen. Sonst macht er zu viel Damage auf Dings. Kill.
It's all about that ball position, slow and steady with these fake outs so that you can get your Miraidon back in with the electric terrain in play. That's going to help out the Iron Hands. Incineroar able to just hang on, go for that U-turn. It's a little bit of chip damage. As you were saying, Lee, it's not about the damage here. It's all about the ball position for Gabrielle Agati. The issue is the only Pokemon in the back is going to be that Miraidon. So it's going to join the field now, and the electric terrain is currently still in play. Yeah, it's still in play for the moment. The Miraidon is nice and healthy from Gabrielle's side of the field, and it all comes down to which Miraidon is going to be faster than the other. We do see that electric terrain disappear now. It's not on the field.
Okay, wer ist schneller?
Ability on the Miraidons on both sides not active, and the Iron Hands does lose his Quark Drive, so not going to be as effective. The Iron Hand's going to be susceptible to that Dazzling Gleam. The Miraidon currently in its base typing going to be susceptible to the Dazzling Gleam. The Ogopon here is in that nice position where it does have Follow Me, but it probably would go down to any sort of attack coming out from the Miraidon. We are seeing a little bit more of a switch up from Gabrielle. Yeah, but Electric Terrain looks like it's not going to be on the field though. The Miraidon is here to stay. Will be going for some damage in this turn as the Incineroar comes back into play. I think again it's just trying to weaken the damage that Ogopon can deal with to follow up from the Miraidon once Luca goes for his attack. And then you possibly have the utility to get a fake out in the next turn. But if Dazzling Gleam is coming through from the Miraidon on Luca's side, this
wird schwierig.
So much damage to that.
Dadurch, dass Gabriel jetzt halt terrat, Luca killt Gabriel ja nicht. Er ist sogar schneller. Oh, wobei, wo Temmer? Nein, er geht einfach auf für Dazzling Gabriel wahrscheinlich. Elektrodrift?
Especially with that support from the Iron Hand, but we're not seeing it, Lou. It is that Electro Drift into the Miraidon. It is going to be a critical hit. Probably didn't matter in that situation, but is enough to take down that big threat in the Miraidon on Luca's side. I like this choice by Gabrielle, going for the guaranteed knockout there. The extra damage, the extra oomph that the Miraidon is able to deal. You are going to get KO'd by the Ogopon in return, but you still have your Iron Hands in the back. You have the capability to go for that fake out and deal some damage. And because of all the Intimidates that have stacked down against this Ogopon, I feel like Iron Hands can breathe a bit of a sigh of relief. Also, critical hits can still play a role in this game. They definitely can, and Ivy Cudgel, one of those.
Wenn Miraidon nicht gelebt hätte, hat er gelebt?
Is it going to be enough to get the Iron Hands? The Iron Hands, one of those Pokemon renowned for its defensive capability.
Spike-Shield, Moment.
The active fake out here.
Moment.
Do much else. You want to go for the fake out though, because if you do, then
Moment.
you take damage from that Spiky Shield, which is inevitably going to come out from Luca's side. I don't see any reason why he wouldn't go for it just to alleviate that.
Braucht den Ivy Cudgel Crit? Ja, ne?
Still going to make contact, still going to get that chip damage. So there's not really too many ways for the Iron Hands to get around that. And I think if you are Luca, you're relying then on that Ivy Cudgel to land a critical hit the turn after that. I think if you're Gabrielle, you need to alleviate as much damage as possible. Can you get around not hitting into the Ogopon to activate that Spiky Shield recall damage this turn? Yes, and of course the Ogopon is going to be faster as well, so you might be trying to think of some kind of mind game here. Could you maybe try and get some damage on the board? But like
you said, noch ein bisschen Chip Damage.
I see no reason for Gabrielle not to go for the fake out there either anyway. Yes, you'll take a little bit of recall damage from the spikes that went up defensively on this Ogopon, but I think you still have plenty of HP to be able to handle an Ivy Cudgel. The critical hit, however, will make it a little bit dicey, but I think Iron Hands can hang on. We're going to find out the Ivy Cudgel.
Oh my God! Willkommen zur Europameisterschaft 2025! Ach du Heilige! Ach du Heilige!
Wow! Oh my goodness, game one goes to Luca.
Damn!
But oh wow, that was close. Gabrielle had him on the ropes.
Damn.
I mean, you've got to feel for Gabriel in that situation because I think the only out for Luca right there
checken nach dem Checker.
Bit of a caster's curse going into
I'm
that
sorry,
one.
my bad.
Das ist verrückt.
It is what happens with these higher ratio critical hit moves like the Avikudgel. That's why players opt to use them. And in that moment, right
also
there,
Leute, die
Luca
es nicht
really
wussten, ein
came
Cut
through.
hat
The Iron Hands, I think, otherwise would have been able to
aber ist natürlich trotzdem verrückt,
ne? Shield damage because that could have been the difference.
Ist natürlich trotzdem crazy.
Mattering or not, it'd be interesting to know the actual damage calculations there to see if it was a factor in that. But I don't think in that end game, Gabriel really had any way to get around that. But really interesting game from both players.
Gabriel saß da, Mann, ist crazy.
The way that Gabriel preserved those fake uses in that game to manage the Miraidon when it came onto the field, I think really set up an end game for him to close out. Locking in with that Electro Drift as well was key there, really, to getting rid of the Miraidon. Unfortunately, went down to a really well-timed Woodhammer from that Pokémon, which was a pivotal player in Luca's success in that game 1.
You always have to ask yourself if maybe that had been like the Dazzling Gleam coming through, maybe getting the KO on the Ogerpon, could you then have dealt a little easier with the Miraidon in that endgame where you don't have the additional critical hit chance coming through from the Ivy Cudgel. But then again, it's still a Miraidon. It would have been in that Dazzling Gleam dealing a huge amount of damage. By that time, single target as well to the Iron Hands. Yes, it has the Assault Vest, but it's still going to be dealing a significant amount of damage. And I feel like Gabriel played that well. He rolled the dice the way he needed to, but Luca had an ace up his sleeve.
Yeah, the ace, and the ace is what turned the tables there. And I think when you look at that match from an overview, you saw such a dominant lead from Gabriel, and then that double switch kind of really lost him a lot of the momentum there, especially when Luca got the Miraidon and the Ogerpon onto the field. It was like, well,
natürlich für Luca Routen
two Pokemon against 4. It's not looking good for you, but the well-timed terrestrialization, the lock into Dazzling Gleam, and then the utility of that Ivy Cudgel to
schon eine
geile Bühne. The Chen Pao, you feel like you want to get it onto the field fresh with that Focus Sash.
Auf allen Regionals, bei denen ich bisher war, und ich war auf 2, war die Zuschauertribüne richtig arg. Also was heißt richtig arg? In Bochum gab es keine. Und in Dortmund haben sich die Stühle irgendwie von überall genommen.
Like you say, not use it for a defensive switch in to take unnecessary damage. Both restrictors are on the field as well. It's going to be both the Miraidons in play, and you can just see hiding behind the Miraidon on Luca's side, the Whimsicott once again to threaten that tailwind and that speed.
Yeah, I love this situation here for Luca because with that tailwind, you can put your Miraidon ahead of the opposing Miraidon on Gabriel's side. You can terrestrialize if you want, and you can lock into something like a Dazzling Gleam that's going to force maybe the hand of Gabriel to terrestrialize their own Miraidon to get rid of that weakness. The Chen Pao in a situation where it's probably not going to get doubled up into this turn, so it's going to have the ability to go for maybe an Icicle Crash, which could be very, very good into that opposing Miraidon. Fortunately, you're not going to have the chance of a flinch if the tailwind goes up from the Whimsicott, but you've also got to be careful around the Whimsicott if you decide to go for the tailwind here. Maybe go for a Moonblast, double up into
also es stehen alle 1-0. Also Michael the Bestie 1-0, Markus 1-0, Trobus 1-0, Maurice 1-0, Rahim 1-0, Billa 1-0, Belex 1-0, Selahatin 1-0, Leula 1-0, Georg Lang 1-0, Yannick Koch 1-0, Ibrahim 1-0, Feis 1-0 und Kusha 1-0. Und 0-1 stehen Flo, Jägerwespe, Terra, Dennis und Benny Yonago.
Close up the set as Miraidon does indeed go for that Dazzling Gleam. There's no terrestrialization on the opposing Miraidon either, so this is going to do so much damage.
Hat Aurelion nicht gewonnen gehabt?
But it is looking very dangerous for Gabriel.
Yeah, taking so much damage from the Miraidon there.
Das Aurelion hätte gewonnen.
Really, with the Icicle Crash coming in, not quite enough to pick up the knockout, but followed up by that Volt Switch by the terrain, and a really nice play from a situation that looked dire, turning into a really positive one for Gabriel.
Even though there was
Junge, eine Sekunde weggeschaut, plötzlich Miraidon von Luca tot.
Capabilities of both these Pokemon, they're able to get that damage out on the board, and I really, really like to see that. The Volt Switch as well, giving Gabriel the opportunity to start pivoting Pokemon once again that we saw him do really well in Game 1. Iron Hand's now in play, can threaten something like a Fake Out into this next turn, obviously not into the Whimsicott because it's got that Cobra Cloak, but then maybe something like the Chen Pao is able to deal with it.
Yeah, and Luca has got that speed control now with the Tailwind for the next couple of turns, but you've got to say that the Chen Pao, next to that Iron Hands, you've got the Fake Out, so you can disrupt whatever you want on Luca's side this turn. You can maybe go for the Urshifu here, or go for that Whimsicott, prevent that Moonblast coming out, which is going to be enough to pick up the Chen Pao. You've got to be careful around the Aqua Jet, though, on the Urshifu, because it's going to be enough to pick up the Chen Pao down to that sash. So there's a little few kind of tweaks here. The Urshifu not in the safest situation, especially in front of the Iron Hands with that electric terrain active. And without the focus sash on Luca's side, it will go down to something like a Wild Charge if we do see that option.
Welche Seite kann man gut den aktuellen Stand sehen?
Yes, it
Pokédata.
has not got the Wild Charge, so that is something that, you know, if you are Luca,
Dominik heißt
you're
doch
not
gar
going to
nicht
have to worry about
Dominik
too
Freund,
much. The
oder?
in a pretty decent commanding position
Ist
here, where
Dominik
he
irgendwie
can
Dominik
pick off
oder so?
the Chen Pao. Has to deal with
Na
maybe
klar,
a drain punch or a low kick from the Iron Hands, but not in a position where it's
Ja, aber
going to
ich
be knocked out
finde
here.
Dominik
Chen Pao once
nicht.
again is in a really difficult spot. It can only really go for the sucker punch. Like you mentioned, there's the Aqua Jet. You can't even protect against that thanks to Unseen Fist that would just bypass it and get the knockout. But instead, I really like this play, the U-turn. Luca now taking a leaf out of Gabriel's playbook and going for these kind of switching turns and these adaptations. The U-turn's really nice because it guarantees you the KO if Chen Pao stays in, and if Gabriel wanted to switch things up, well, you can then pivot and adjust to what the board position is that Gabriel has decided to go with. Whimsicott is able to join the field once again here as Iron Hands will go for the close combat into this very type. It's not very effective, but it still does a significant chunk of damage.
Yeah, the close combat there, and I really, like you say, a nice switch in.
Yeah, and
to just
spectator
keep
thing,
that
yeah, okay,
Urshifu
check it.
really safe, because I think with how low health the Miraidon is on Gabriel's side, you want to preserve that for later on. You want to get it out of the fray of all of these fake outs, disruption that are coming in, especially from things like the Incineroar, the Iron Hands. It's currently out in the field. The Intimidate dropping onto the Ogrepon's not ideal, of course. It's not going to be hitting as hard, but it's still going to be able to support the Whimsicott. The Whimsicott going to be able to get a Moonblast off into the Iron Hands. There's very limited options for Gabriel to switch here, because we know anything going out, the Miraidon's going to come in, and without it terrestrializing, then it's going to be weak to that Moonblast and in the range for it to be picked up. So
that's
are we going
white
to see maybe a little bit of a play here from Luca, where you go for that spiky shield just to alleviate that kind of incoming fake out from potentially the Incineroar to allow you just to get around the threat from the Iron Hands that could come out this turn. But you can't ignore the Whimsicott. You have got the Heavy Slam that could come out into that slot as well.
Well, the Moonblast does go through the close combat. Obviously, we can get the defenses on that Iron Hands as well, but it's not enough to be able to get the knockout against it. Iron Hands still going to be able to play in this turn. Incineroar this time going for the U-turn. Again, no KO, but a nullable position adjustment for Gabriel. Able to now bring in the Miraidon from the back again and start applying some pressure into these next turns. You need to start getting some more damage on the board, particularly as the Tailwind turns are ticking away, and Whimsicott's still in play. It can get that set up again if you leave it on the field.
Yeah, that's it. The close combat now coming out from the Iron Hands, and it will be enough, powerful enough with this electric terrain.
Steht im Titelkason. Aber wir schauen die Pokémon Europameisterschaft.
That's a really good play, because the Miraidon here in a situation where it's on the field, it's still going to be threatened because of the speed control that Luca has access to. The Urshifu now in a position where it can go for the Surgeon Strikes, it can go for the Aqua Jet into either one of these targets and pick up. And now the situation's changed a little bit, where you've got the Incineroar on the back, but that again isn't going to want to switch in on either one of these slots on Gabriel's side, because of the weakness that it's got to the Surgeon Strikes, to the Aqua Jet. And you want to try and mitigate as much damage as possible. And you need, I think, if you're Gabriel, you need to get rid of this Whimsicott as soon as possible.
Yes, the Whimsicott's very disruptive. Like you've mentioned, the Moonblast's going to be able to have a pick of KOs here, as well as just doing some decent damage into Incineroar in the back. But critically, if it hangs on, it's going to be able to get that Tailwind up again and give the Miraidon on Luca's side the edge. Iron Hands is going to be withdrawing on Gabriel's side, that we know the Incineroar's the only Pokemon that can come in here. The Intimidate will be nice.
Dankeschön für den Resub. Guten Morgen. Das geht, was geht. Möchtest du am Rad drehen mit den 3 Minuten für den Sabaton-Timer?
The Moonblast giving it a little bit of extra damage here as the Surging Strikes comes through. It only takes one to fell the restricted Pokemon.
Yeah, taking full advantage of this Tailwind, still in effect.
Absolut nicht, sehr gut.
And yet the smarter player there, I think, not locking into the Aqua Jet. I think that's maybe what Gabriel was fishing for. The Aqua Jet coming out, you get the Intimidate onto it, and with the resistance, have you got enough to then take that attack to get something off, to get rid of the Whimsicott? If it was a Dazzling Gleam, it would have been able to remove both of these. Now the Iron Hands on the field, it does have access to that fake out, of course, but when you're looking at the Iron Hands, so low health, and this Incineroar as well, it's not looking good. Especially, you don't want to lock into fake out when you've got a kind of, if you can't get rid of the Whimsicott, because you've got that Encore that could lock you in for the rest of the game, and then it'd be easy for Luca to close this one out.
I wonder almost if the fake out could get the KO onto that opposing Whimsicott, and then you kind of just neutralize it there and then. But the issue is then you're leaving the Urshifu unchecked. It's going to be able to get some damage out on the board. But Incineroar able to go for the fake out. Oh, it's just a double fake out. Can it get the knockout? Yes, it can. Okay, so both fake outs were in play. This is a really nice way to just stop Luca literally in his tracks in this match. And now it is this 2v1. We know, of course, that the Incineroar is going to be able to imply, you know, some decent damage into the opposing Urshifu, can chip away at it. Obviously, the Iron Hands can do as well. But the issue is Urshifu is so strong. It's going to be fast.
Yeah, it's going to be faster than both of these targets on Gabriel's side of the field. It's going to be able to just pick off this Iron Hands quite easily now, because you don't really worry about the Flare Blitz, the knockoff, or the U-turn too much from the Incineroar. But we are going to see, in response to that, a terrestrialization from Gabriel's side, and it is going to be into the Incineroar, going to take away that water-type weakness that it has into that Ghost typing.
This can be nice, and yes, the move ball isn't the strongest, but even something like a knockoff, you can get rid of the Mystic Water, and then the water type attacks aren't dealing as much damage. Iron Hands, unfortunately, is the first target, will be Feltis, so it really is all eyes on Incineroar, one of the titans of the competitive video game, to see if it can pull through here for Gabriel. The knockoff is going to come through. Decent chunk of damage here, removes the Mystic Water, but obviously we know that now the item's gone, knockoff can't deal that much damage going into the next turn.
Yeah, and talking about items, the key item here with that terrestrialization is the Rocky Helmet on that Incineroar. So if we do see the Surging Strikes, it's probably going to be enough recoil damage with that to pick up the knockout on the Urshifu. And even if it's not, you've got a knockout to follow up on that. Are you going to be able to survive the 3 Surging Strikes?
Okay, the first one comes through. The second one's going to come through. Incineroar's going to be able to hang on. I think it's going to be able to hang on from the third Surging Strike. But can Urshifu hang on from the recoil? Luca's looking a little bit nervous here. Connects through on the third, and it will get the knockout.
All right, game 3.
So well played here from Gabriel.
Verliebt bei dem Matchup, aber also bei den beiden
had an end game in mind with that terrestrialization with the Incineroar. Played it at the
also wir haben gerade den besten brasilianischen Spielerchat gegen den aktuellen Weltmeister.
I love that late game terrestrialization as well. Almost forgot that Gabriel had it in his back pocket, and it was just the perfect play, like you said, neutralizing the damage from these Surging Strikes, making sure as well that that Rocky Helmet was in play while removing the Mystic Water that could have given him an edge, even as a Ghost type. We've got a game 3 on our hands, Pokemon trainers. This is the thrilling action we want to bring you at EUIC, as much Pokemon play from such esteemed trainers as possible.
Yeah, this is so exciting. It's what we all want, and we're getting exactly that going into this. Now, going into game 3, I think it's been fast-paced all the way through and really kind of just getting damage onto the field as soon as possible. The one thing that you could say about Luca is relying heavily on that tailwind, and it came into play quite a lot in that first game, and Gabriel was able to kind of mitigate it quite well. Is it going to be something that Gabriel approaches in the same way? Because I think the one thing is that the Pokemon on Gabriel's side are trained so well. You can see the Miraidon being able to take that Dazzling Gleam from the terrestrialized Miraidon on Luca's side was really key here, allowing it to get that Volt Switch up, pick up the knockout onto the opposing Miraidon, and keep it for later on in this batch. But then the Incineroar and the Iron Hands pivoting out and in so well
es können alle zur Europameisterschaft. Das ist so der Ort
yes,
quasi.
And having that double fake out at the end as well did just give him that kind of one ticket to get rid of the Whimsicott and then start piloting out the end game that Gabriel needed to even out the score here. I think the Chi and Power has come both games. It's been underwhelming in certain ways, but at the same time, the fact that its presence has been on there, that you have to double into it because of that Focus Sash, it means it actually takes up some of Luca's resources in order to deal with it. And we have to admit that the Icicle Crash did a significant chunk into the opposing Miraidon. And if maybe it finds its mark on the Whimsicott, you can remove that pesky Pokemon from play even earlier.
Ibrahim steht 2-0, Feist steht 2-0, Dennis hat auch gewonnen, steht jetzt 1-1. Rahim hat leider verloren, steht auch 1-1. Jörg steht als 1-1, Loila steht 1-1, Jägerwespe steht 0-2 und Mario steht auch 0-2. Rahim aber leider verloren die Round. Gegen wen? Mark Mullender. Weiß nicht, wie gut er ist. Niederlande.
Yes, can the world's winning team hold its nerve in this new meta? Fantastic to be able to see Whimsicott and Miraidon out front and center once again with Chi and Power and Incineroar in play.
Yeah, you can keep the Chien-Pao pretty safe this turn with a fake out, but like we said, you've got to worry about the Farigiraf in the back. If the Farigiraf's there, you've got the option to switch out that Whimsicott, bring it in, get around the fake out that's incoming, and get some big damage onto something like the Chien-Pao. Taking it down to Sash is key, so maybe we see something like that, but it's whether or not Lucas brought that to this battle. Maybe we just see it tried and tested. Dazzling Gleam, Terrestrialization, get that damage onto both these targets. We've seen the damage from that boosted Terrestrialized Dazzling Gleam before. It does a lot to that Incineroar, and it's definitely going to take that Chien-Pao down to its stash. Is the Whimsicott just going to go for the Tailwind again?
I mean, it's got to be tempting when you're down against 2 Dark-type Pokemon. Yes, Incineroar's got the Fire-type to kind of balance it out in the face of the Fairy damage, but we've seen how much it can deal. Whimsicott, once again, clicking the Tailwind button, getting the speed up, and the momentum building on Luca's side. The Dazzling Gleam will come through. We know this will shoot right down to the Focus Sash on this Chien-Pao, and Incineroar's going to have to take 50% here as well. Another one of those is going to put it in a very dangerous spot.
Yeah, really big hits here. The Chien-Pao going to be able to move now. Icicle Crash does land and get some really key damage onto the Miraidon. Unlike the situation before, not going to be able to get the double up into the Miraidon, but the Incineroar playing it safe, turning out, keeping it around for later, and allowing Gabriel to get something back onto the field, maybe a little bit more healthy in the situation. But Luca got that Tailwind.
Ja,
for them now
check ich.
The Chien-Pao down to that Sash. The Whimsicott's going to be able to pick it up with a Moonblast if you want. And I think that the fake out there would have been an option because, you know, with Incineroar being a dog type, you're not susceptible to that Encore. You're immune to it because of the transfer ability onto dog types. So you did have that play, but obviously Gabriel has a game plan in mind, wanting to get that just chip damage onto the Miraidon because it's key to get rid of that as soon as possible. We are seeing the Iron Hands make its way onto the field now.
And it looked like a very similar run back of that game too as well, with the Tailwind and the Dazzling Gleam, the damage coming through from the Icicle Crash, and then a pivot. Last time it was the Miraidon with the Volt Switch, this time it's been the U-turn on the Incineroar. And we've got the Iron Hands joining the field now. Iron Hands will be susceptible to something like an Encore here, but we know that it can deal
1-1 Matchup hat sich sehr hart angefühlt.
That could be a way to try and deal with that pesky Pokemon. It's running the Assault Vest as well, so it can take some of these special attacks, but I don't think it can take a double up.
No, it's definitely not going to take a double up, and the heavy slam into either the Miraidon or the Whimsicott's going to do a significant amount of damage. You can see both these Fairy types. Unfortunately, the Sucker Punch is your option if you're keeping the Chien-Pao in the field just to get some damage off. Not really going to be that effective, but it might be key damage into that Miraidon that you know is going to have to attack if it stays on the field with that Dazzling Gleam. We are actually seeing it leave. Gabriel wanted to preserve it for later on in this match.
Ich weiß actually nicht, was Reim spielt. Ich kann ja mal sagen, was so der Plan ist. Wo erfahren, was geht, also was Reim mir erzählt hatte. Reim hat sich mit Koraidon relativ confident gefühlt. Das Problem ist, alle anderen haben mit Koraidon im letzten Victory Road Cup nicht mehr so gut performt. Also unter anderem ja auch Michi, der ist glaube ich von 5-2 into 5-4 gegangen und hat dann Koraidon gehatet. Und die meisten folgen einfach Michi, so, was ich auch checke. Und das große Problem ist, dass Koraidon das Victory Road Turnier gewonnen hat. Und es war das letzte große Turnier vor der Europameisterschaft. Und deswegen hat er ein bisschen Bammel gehabt, ob die Leute sich jetzt nicht darauf vorbereiten, weißt du? Es ist halt ein anderes Koraidon-Team gewesen, klar. Aber Koraidon bleibt Koraidon. Und das hat ihn so ein bisschen genervt, deswegen war er sich selber noch sehr unsicher, ob er Koraidon zockt oder was anderes. Deswegen, ich kann es gar nicht genau sagen.
And it is going to be significant damage because although you resist that Sucker Punch, it's now going to be in range of that attack.
And
you do have Aquajet, you do have the Tailwind, so you would be able to supersede the Sucker Punch in this situation, get rid of that Chien-Pao, and allow your Miraidon to get that Dazzling Gleam off into the Incineroar, which we know will be enough, especially single target, to pick up that Pokemon.
It is coming right down to the wire here in this game 3 of Swiss round 2. The Urshifu, as you said, able to apply pressure with that Aquajet, and the Incineroar just going to be trying to get the damage out on the board. Chien-Pao not falling for it though, wants to be able to stay in the field a little bit later on, and we're going to see the Iron Hands rejoin once again, a Pokemon that's going to be able to take that Aquajet with so much more resilience.
Yeah, but the problem is switching in on an incoming Dazzling Gleam here is not going to be something that the Iron Hand wants to deal with, but it is going to be one of the better options that Gabriel's got in the back. We are seeing the Incineroar also switch out. This is questionable because the Miraidon coming in, it hasn't terrestrialized, is going to be weak to that Dazzling Gleam. The Aquajet coming out, not doing too much damage, but followed up by this Miraidon and the Dazzling Gleam. Let's see the damage. We've seen the Miraidon take it once before, but how much to this? It's a huge knockout onto the Miraidon, falling a fray for Gabriel, losing his restricted from this game 3.
That is not how Gabriel wanted that turn to play out. Dazzling Gleam got Destructive Gleam instead, able to get the knockout as Chien-Pao can return to the field. Oh my goodness, I mean, Chien-Pao, yes, able to now go for that Sucker Punch again, but you have to contend once again with the Aquajet. It just really feels like Luca's in the driving seat. That gave him so much momentum in the match.
Yeah, so much momentum there, and it's really took a turn for the worse for Gabriel in a situation where their Pokemon now are really hanging by a thread. And Luca's got the option here. They want to just switch out. They got 2 Pokemon in the back. They can switch in, just get themselves into a better position if not feeling like it now. Ooh, big critical hit coming out from that fake out.
There's a lot of damage stack there, though. You've got the
strong
quad drive
for
attack,
Gabriel.
you've got the Sword of Ruin on the field. You're able to deal a significant chunk to that opposing Urshifu, but obviously you can't use Fake Out again once you're on the field. And you do manage to get the Miraidon felled here. That Sucker Punch is able to clean up, but Luca still has 3 Pokemon, 1 yet to be revealed in this match as well. So that's something Gabriel has to contend with, considering he's only got these 3 pivotal Pokemon, you know, that can rotate in, can do some damage. The Whimsicott, when it comes back, you need to find a way to slow it down. Otherwise, Tailwind is going to go up, and it's still got full HP here, Lee.
Yeah, it has. And this is the problem. The Whimsicott coming in
now.
Das
will noch.
Yeah, kenn ich. So can lock that Iron Hands into the Fake Out, really kind of just decommission it for the next few turns. The other thing is, with the Aqua Jet in play, you're kind of forced with your Chen Pao to go for the Sucker Punch, which is not going to be super effective into either the Urshifu or that Whimsicott. Is that what Luca brings onto the field? It might look like Luca opting for the Ogerpon. No, just going to be the Whimsicott. And then if you do want to preserve that Chen Pao, you switch it into the Incineroars. Well, that's not going to want to take an Aqua Jet either, so you're really in a locked situation. A lot to do for Gabriel, looking good for Luca at this stage in the match.
And the thing is, you can threaten the Encore, but you really don't need to go with it as the Whimsicott. You don't worry about a Sucker Punch coming through. It's not going to give you the knockout, so you can go for a Moonblast, pick your target, and get a knockout here from that Whimsicott.
Yeah, really good call there. You don't need to. You've got the pressure to. It might force a switch in this situation, which makes it even worse for Gabriel, but the threat of it probably is enough just to allow you to go for a straight-up attack in this situation. And that's the big thing, because the Chen Pao getting taken down to Sash in a really unfortunate situation earlier in this game has just limited its ability to really utilize its big, powerful player here in the Icicle Crash.
It's had a lot more longevity than games 1 and 2, but the issue you've also got when Sword of Ruin's on the field is you're boosting up the physical damage of that Urshifu too. So the Aqua Jet, yes, it's only 1 HP, able to get the KO, but it could have still then made things a bit more detrimental for that Iron Hands. Whimsicott, however, I think is able to clean that up, get the KO with the Moonblast, and now it is just...
Du gehst dahin, kommst extra aus Brasilien, damit du in der zweiten Runde, also wie gesagt, das hier ist der beste Brasilianer-Spieler, damit du in der zweiten Runde gegen den World Champ spielst, würdest eigentlich 2-0 gegen den gewinnen, wirst aber der ersten Runde von Ivy Kutchel gecrittet und verlierst deswegen und stehst jetzt 1-1. Das hackt schon hart. Das tut schon weh. Das ist wirklich ein Mo-Mo-Mo-Angle. Jo, ich dachte gerade, er steht und zeigt ihm so beide Mittelfinger. Er steht da so. Ich dachte, er steht da so. Junge. Instaband. World Champ Title aberkannt.
Restricted that you aren't running yourself, because they're kind of trying to do the similar sort of things as what you're doing. But I think it comes back to that Tailwind really on Luca's side. It really was so pivotal.
Ja, aber das ist schon rough.
Just giving them the kind of the leg up that they needed in the situations where Gabriel had to almost pivot round to get around that issue, and just taking damage so many turns by doing that just put him at such a deficit. Did really well in game 2 to kind of have that end game situation, and even game 1.
Game 1 also came right down to the wire at the end.
Die Generation der Juwelen.
And then would we say, you know, this is how fine the margins are, and these like micro decisions are so pivotal in these games, and how they can turn the tide from a win to a loss.
And I think as well, Luca was able to really well exploit the weaknesses in Gabriel's team, because there were a lot of fairy weaknesses there when you look at it. You got the Miraidon, the Chien Pao, Iron Hands, Urshifu as well. You know, these Pokemon don't want to take these fairy type attacks. You can see how significant this damage was, and particularly later on when we see it again go into the Miraidon here. This is able to get the one-hit KO and a significant amount of damage into Iron Hands. It really came about Luca making sure that his fairy Pokemon, as it were, from the Dazzling Gleam on the Terra Fairy and the Whimsicott, were in the position to keep steamrolling that damage.
Yeah, I think the importance is as well from game 2 to game 3. Obviously that game 2 Dazzling Gleam in the same sort of situation. It was a roll, so just missed out on the knockout. So surprise KO, because you were feeling in that situation that, oh, the Miraidon. And maybe Gabriel was in that mindset of being able to think, well, I took it game 1, I'm going to be able to take it and get my Miraidon into a better position game 3, and unfortunately it didn't work out. Luca got the roll there, and yeah, well, it was a story all unfolding in front of us.
Yeah, so the story is definitely, as you say, unfolding, and it's still being written here at EUIC. And it sounds like Sierra is already ready with the interview. So let's go hear how the story is continuing.
Thanks, you two. I'm here with the winner of round 2 here at EUIC, none other than our world champion, Luca Cerabelli. That was a crazy set against a crazy accomplished player. How are you feeling after that?
Well, definitely it feels good to beat a player as good as Gabriel. Obviously, there's like the fact that without very lucky crit, I wouldn't have gotten the game 1. So without it, I may not even be here to talk about this in this interview. So luckily, the chances were like favoring me. So you have to be grateful for what you have. So we're here right now, but it could have, like, we couldn't have been like backstage while Gabriel was here. So yeah, the match could have gone very either way, especially like in game 3. It was very, very strange in a sense because I was making play that I would say this plays like really feels like I just started to pick up the game yesterday and I will just attack. But the point is that the Gabriel's team is very good, but it has to rely on player ability. And in fact, like you saw that in game 1, where like he needed to play me really well to be in a position where still like with me getting lucky, I could have still won. And what happened in game 3 was I'm thinking that he will need to get some calls right. So I will probably like play with someone that picked up the game yesterday and just every time the attack as soon as I can, because if Gabriel plays like I think he will, like anticipating me playing a little bit conservatively, I think I can get the little bit of upper hand in those micro situations, and in the end, it's what ended up in game 3.
I mean, yeah, that game 3, we saw that situation where this Miraidon's putting in damage, it's putting in work, and Gabriel goes for the double switch. Instantly, his Miraidon gets KO'd. Is that the moment like, oh, hey, like, I just took this set?
Kinda, yeah. I was thinking that I was in a great position regardless. Like, I expected, to be honest, Miraidon to just leave,
native
but,
Englisch sprechende Person,
judging from like the damage that he did in game 2, I would assume like Aquajet would have 1-hit KO'd the remaining elf of Miraidon. Maybe like with Intimidate he could survive, but he didn't have Intimidate on the field, so he needed to switch at the some time, and I had Miraidon, so he needed to apply fake out pressure there. So yeah.
Now I want to talk about your team, because this is the team, almost the exact same team that we got to see you win the World Championships with. We get to see a little bit of difference on the Urshifu, and I want to know how you prep going into this event, considering that you know that there's going to be people that took inspiration from your team or are running your team, and how you're like, okay, I want to stick with what I'm comfortable with, or is this, I just truly think this is the best team?
I thought that it was the best team, to be honest. I tried different teams throughout my practice. I also tried a lot of Gabriel's team as well, because he has those kind of very innovative ideas that I wanted to see if they work. But in the end, I always had in the back of my mind that if I don't find something that is crazy good, I will just have this safe caution of just running this team, which proved to be the best in the format. I adapted it from seeing other great players, such as the 2023 World Champion Shuei Kimura, playing these exact sets, and I thought that they were pretty cool, especially the U-turner Shifu.
Schaue ist auch dort.
He gave me an edge. Unfortunately, I couldn't be able to convert it to a win, but it really gave me an edge when I used U-turn to reposition myself while also attacking. Which is super weird, because I had to forgo close combat, but so far it's been working. So I'm feeling okay with the team.
No close combat is dangerous, but the U-turn definitely.
Okay, wir haben ein paar neue Ergebnisse. Michael de Besti 2-0 Maurice Utek 2-0. Billa 2-0. Yannick Koch leider 1-1. Benny hat immerhin gewonnen 1-1. Markus hat leider auch verloren 1-1. Trobitz hat leider auch verloren 1-1. Ja, spielt noch Flo. Ne, Flo hat... Ne, Flo spielt noch. Selahati spielt noch. Belex spielt noch. Die 3 zocken noch. Das ist gerade Runde 2. Genau. Reim steht leider 1-1. Reim hat erste Runde gewonnen, aber leider zweite Runde verloren.
I mean, it's a good start for sure. 2-0. Last but not least, because I want to let you get a little bit rest. Anyone you want to thank? Any shout-outs?
Well, there are a lot of shout-outs. First of all, I want to shout out Simone Sanvito, who helped me with World Team before, and he has helped me immensely prepping for this match, for this event. So the first shout-out is him. And after that, also my friends of Il Server and all my parents watching from home.
And best of luck going on for the rest of the competition. 4 more. You got this. Congratulations. As for us, only round 2. Back over to our cashers. Get ready for round 3.
I think he knows how good that team is as well. You know, he is the man who is the reigning world champion at the moment. And time will tell whether he will be a London boy with a champion title as well here at EUIC.
Yeah, it's going to be such a tough opponent for anyone to go up against this weekend. It's so daunting as well. It's not only just Luca Cerabelli, who we know is a quality player, but the fact that he's the current reigning world champion. You know, some players will relish that opportunity, but it's such a tall order, and especially when Luca's coming in and playing so well and being calm, cool, and collected, like we saw him at the World Championships and how he was able to kind of clinch that title. So, yeah, I hope we see more of Luca throughout this tournament. I think the team choice is a smart one. He's comfortable with it. He knows it inside out, and I love some of the little adaptations that he's made coming into this event, because you just feel like you've refined it even more.
Einzeln noch alles drin, ja.
The details and nitty-gritty of the team training, but the move choices are something that we can definitely see some alterations of.
And we've seen trainers pick it up as well. You know, William was able to win the Birmingham Regional Championships with the same 6 Pokemon. I think it was almost an exact copy of the World's teams, other than the Iron Hands Terra type. It changed from Bug to Poison, I believe. And it just does show that so many trainers are inspired by this team, pick it up, and can have great success with it. But ultimately, Luca is the number one pilot of that team.
Belex
you've got to say he's the number one. Yeah, if you want anyone piloting this team to its maximum ability, it's going to be Luca. Yeah. And I think it's testament to the team as well, because we've seen ebbs and flows throughout this format of real changes. You know, we saw Terrapagos come into play. We've seen Groudon kind of have its little time. Koraidon seems to be coming into play a lot more now as well. But the one thing they have said is Miraidon's kind of been that mainstay throughout Regulation G, where it has just been at the forefront of one of those best restricteds. I always say it's when you play Miraidon, it's like playing the game on easy mode.
It's got a very kind of easy flowchart that you can navigate.
If you're a good trainer, which,
yeah, but it's where you pick it up from the first time. And you know, a lot of trainers out there might be going to their first kind of local events and want to pick up a Pokemon. And I think Miraidon is a fantastic choice to be able to pick up and just play with. And then, yes, you refine it and get the expertise, but it does help you learn the mechanics of the game. And another way to learn these mechanics as well is through other games, like the Pokemon trading card game. They have started demo decks to get you started in that realm of the competitive Pokemon play as well. Gotta love that Pikachu EX in the background. He's having a great time.
Yeah, it's a great card. In a great way, like you say, for players that want to get involved in any of the games going on TCG this weekend. The demo deck's a great way to kind of get your first feel of how TCG works. And I think if you pick this up, this is a promo Sylveon card that you can get that's celebrating Pokemon Day, which is a matter of days away now, which is very, very exciting. Illustration contest as well with these cards. We were talking about these backstage.
They're amazing. The Pikachu is just so beautiful. It's obviously one of my favorite Pokemon, but also this animation kind of really reminds me of my cat. So it's kind of an extra cute little harmony between my favorite animal and one of my favorite Pokemon. And honestly, the collaboration with this contest was so amazing. Toxtricity looks like it's having a great time, really, you know, bringing the energy to EUIC, as well as Feraligatr hanging out with those Magikarps.
Yeah, the Feraligatr, one of my favorites.
Die, den Pegato-Karte auch sehr hart.
from Generation 2. But I love that Toxicity card and the way the art kind of merges into the card. And it's kind of like opaque almost. Yeah, I love that. Really great, but some amazing artwork. And I definitely see the Gimli resemblance there on the Pikachu.
Yes, definitely. A very sweet Pokemon card. But of course on video game, as much as we do like opening trading cards, we're all about the video game. And we have got a fantastic giveaway. Marco Silva's 2025 LEIC winning Jumpluff. This is a fantastic Pokemon, not only in a competitive video game, but also across on Pokemon Go as well. It is making some waves. You can redeem it now using EUIC 25 Sunny Day. Make sure you get the #1 there on the eye of EUIC, and you can pick up this Jumpluff.
Yeah, brilliant little gift to celebrate EUIC this weekend, and especially because it is from the champion of our last international champion, Marco Silva, from the Latin America International Championships, where the Jumpluff was so pivotal throughout their run that weekend to take the champion. And yeah, really nice little commemorative mystery gift Pokémon to pick up while it is running, and it looks like
BX hat leider verloren. BX steht leider auch 1-1. Damn. Es ist durchwachsen gerade für unsere deutschen Hobbys.
And some teams are on the rise. You want to be able to pick up a Chlorophyll Jumpluff while you can. Turning up the heat, however, in the venue as well is Pokemon Unite. They always bring the fire to their stage, and we have got some celebrations here by watching and earning some Twitch drops if you want to catch any of that Pokemon Unite action.
Yeah, make sure that you do stick around for their stream, because you'll be able to pick up useful items, useful Pokemon, and everything in between from Pokemon Unite throughout the weekend over their broadcast while we get on the road to crowning their champion here at the European International Championships.
We can't forget TCG as well. We've already talked about some amazing cards you can get, but specifically for EUIC, it's the adorable Eevee EX. Oh, look at it. It's absolutely majestic. It's got that Terra Stella crown on as well. You can redeem it now using EUIC 25 Rainbow DNA. And I have to say, that ability on the Eevee is amazing.
Yeah, it's a really great ability. Definitely a card you want to pick up, and to celebrate the year of Eevee.
Yeah,
what better way
so
with this beautiful card to do it? So the redeem code is EUIC 25 Rainbow DNA.
Yeah, that's one I'm definitely going to be picking up. But of course, there are also some Twitch drops that you can earn by watching. You can get these on Pokemon Trading Card Game Live. You have the Eevee. How about some Evolutions to add to your collection with Glaceon, Leafeon, Sylveon? Who's your favorite Evolution, Lee?
Oh, it's a really tough one. I really like Glaceon.
Yeah?
It's made a little bit of a splash in competitive play in the past. Maybe here or there, maybe a drop.
Okay, like a Twitch drop.
I do, yeah, like a Twitch, just like that. But it's hard because they're all great, right? I love Sylveon, Umbreon, Espeon. Glaceon I'm going to throw up there because it probably isn't as popular as some of the other ones. What about you, though, Liz?
I'm a big Leafeon fan. I just think it's so majestic, and I love the color green, so it just kind of vibes. It's a really, really great Pokemon choice. Last but not least, though, speaking of the color green, we're going to kick over to Pokemon Go and check out what they've got. And look, it's a familiar face. It's that Jumpluff once again causing a lot of action. You can again watch and earn some timed research via some Twitch drops. And who knows, maybe you'll even see a Jumpluff roaming around.
Yeah, that's a really great one to pick up because it's so good and competitive as well. You know, it's definitely something I would like to pick up myself. But yeah, keep an eye on the streams for those drops this weekend. Hopefully you all manage to get yourselves a little Jumpluff while all the other action is going on.
I feel like almost TCG and Pokemon Unite didn't get the memo about Jumpluff. You know, they've got some other cool Pokemon, but it really is about Pokemon video game and Pokemon Go that are bringing the Jumpluff to the action. And I wonder how many of them are out there here at EUIC, because we are seeing a trend of Pokemon trainers bringing Pokemon like Koraidon and Groudon to kind of counter a lot of other teams, but critically bring the sun. That can boost up photosynthesis and a lot of these Pokemon, as well as then using Chlorophyll on Venusaur or on Jumpluff to be able to get that speed advantage.
Yeah, that's such a good point as well. I think we've really not seen the splash that Groudon's kind of could make in this format, and maybe it's never going to. But Koraidon, I think, is a different side to that coin, where it does bring the sun as well. It's got a really nice ability that kind of takes advantage of the sun, and different typing as well, different speed stats. But it's a perfect Pokemon to bring something like the Jumpluff to just give you that little bit of alleviation from those big threats that, you know, if you're a Koraidon player and you're in front of a Flutter, your hand is almost forced to go for that Terastallization, whereas the Jumpluff, even if there's a booster energy on the Flutter main like we do see, or if there's not, the photosynthesis will activate because the sun's up anyway. The Jumpluff will be able to get the jump on it and put it to sleep. It is risky because it's not 100%, but you also have things like Rage Powder as well to protect the Koraidon. And Tailwind, so important to allow that Koraidon to perform a lot better in those awkward situations. And Groudon works a lot of the same, but it's kind of a little bit slower, a little bit, you know, it's got some more accuracy issues if it's all. We'll not go down that route just yet. But yeah, these Pokemon that really take advantage of the sun. It's not just those photosynthesis Pokemon. You have to remember that there are things like Jumpluff, things like Venusaur. It'll be interesting to see if there's players in the field, I'm sure there is, relying on those sorts of Pokemon this weekend.
It is funny with the accuracy though. You can always see lots of trainers out there kind of like looking up to Arceus and being like, please, please, please let me hit my sleep powders. Turns out to be a bit of a false god, not always there to be able to come through for the Pokemon and allow to get the connections that it wants. But I feel like Sierra Dawn is out there getting some of the EUIC action, soaking up some of the energy, so let's go check in with her.
Real, real.
Hey, I'm here out on the floor as the competition gearing up to get ready with round 3, but want to talk about a couple of the other notable players that we have here sitting at a 2-0 record. Starting off, we have none other than Simone Sanvito with Miraidon. We've seen a lot of Miraidon today.
Michael,
We're see a lot more of it. Nice 2-0 record. Coming over from NA, James Evans with Calyrex. Regional champion, 2-0, strong start for the day. Frederick Nielsen is also someone that we got to talk about earlier on in the day at 2-0. Also Miraidon. I was not kidding. I know that the Calyrexes have the highest usage out here, but Miraidon's definitely been making a splash throughout this competition. Yotam Cohen is someone that we've gotten to see and it's been praised a lot in terms of this team building with other people who have managed to take down regionals, get these top cuts, and has also had some strong performances himself. 2-0, great start to the day. And this is the thing. You got to get those 6-round wins to make your way into day 2
Der hat seinen Rucksack offen. Der soll mal seinen Rucksack zumachen.
Awesome. Alex Soto as well. We're looking at Kyogre over here. Those weather modes, the Kyogre, the Groudon. 2 Pokemon that are definitely expected to really be able to show up. Even if it's the not top in usage, well, they still have a lot of potential here for the competition. That is it for our update on our current 2-0 players.
Okay,
for a break and after,
die halten wieder Michi klein.
People win their third
Da geht's
round.
los, geht. Am Anfang Dankeschön für deinen Resub. Möchtest du am Rad drehen? Sehr, sehr, sehr appreciated. Dankeschön.
This was the biggest world championships we have ever had. I'm on the edge of my seat. I'm not even in my seat.
All right.
My name is Luca Ceribelli and I'm from Bergamo in Italy.
This is a player that has worked so hard.
Wir machen aus 3 Minuten.
My starter among any generation will probably be...
Trotzdem sehr appreciated. Dankeschön.
I have been a lifelong Pokemon fan, but I never entertained the idea of playing competitive Pokemon. Just seeing all the action, all the intricacies of the play really made me fall in love with the game. I started playing VGCs in 2017 after watching an Italian stream of the 2016 World Championships. The reason I keep coming back to tournaments is the fact that I'm always able to play against different players and I can both learn from them and improve myself out of the plays I make. There's always something that you are able to learn from another player. My favorite players are Wolfiglick, Eduardo Cunha, Alex Gomez, because they just make it seem so easy, just so well thought out. You can really grasp how they feel, how they think, how they plan. My friend Marco Silva is also one of the best players in the world. He always knows what to do and what he's gonna achieve.
So crazy.
I've never been to a World Finals before. I've been to 2 finals in regional events. Obviously, I think the difference is pretty high, but just from the number of people watching you, the tension is sky high. My number 1 goal was to top cut Worlds. I guess I exceeded the expectations.
And he's done it.
After winning the World Championships, I've been really kicked in how much this means for me. I don't think anybody else would really wish for something different.
Gesehen, aber trotzdem sweet.
This game, it's really about the friendship you make and the improvement you can all achieve together. The advice I give to newer Pokemon players is talk to as many people as you can because you're gonna be able to find yourself friends that can help you and let you help them.
Nicht da.
Luca Ceribelli
Wait, let me look.
is your 2024 World
Doch, Wolfi ist da,
Champion.
steht 2-0. Never mind.
Well, hello, trainers. Fancy seeing you here. We are in London for the European International Championships, and so I've gathered two of the least British people that I know to test them on their Britishisms. These turns of phrase that might not mean anything else around the world. Let's see. Spriggles, Doop Snacks, Pokemon Unite. How good is your knowledge? We're going to start with cracking. Cracking.
Could you use it in a sentence, please?
That was beautiful. That was such a good lean in. Slightly intimidated. That was a cracking film.
Could you use it in one more sentence, please?
That's unnecessary, Michael. That is very unnecessary. We're trying to get through this quickly. Production told us that. Cracking, I'm going to say that means great, terrific.
I'm going to say I actually know what cracking means. So good that it hurts.
Wow, okay, very specific. You know what, you're both right. It just means very good. Excellent. That was a cracking film. Yeah, cracking joke you just told there. Nice. Good job, guys.
Wolfie ist wirklich krass. Ja, ja, Wolfie ist der beste Spieler der Welt.
Faffing around?
Faffing around.
Could you please use that in a sentence?
Der ist einfach so.
I was late for my train because I was faffing around.
Faffing around is like fiddle farting around, which is something we say in Kentucky, so I'm going to say fiddle farting around. So it's a
what does that mean?
it means like dragging your heels, procrastinating, farting around.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, no, you're right, yeah.
Knows what fiddle farting around is.
You heard it here, they don't, I don't. But anyway, yeah, you're right. Just sort of wasting time, doing unnecessary things, not really having a decisive plan. Very good.
You didn't even get a chance to answer.
Yeah, okay. Well, we're going to go on to Sprails. What, for that one or the next one?
Wouldn't I be famping or whatever if I did that?
Hey.
Now, you need to define what fiddle farting around is.
We are defining faffing around right now, trainer, so perfect. Thank you for helping us with that. Okay, moving on. Bagsy.
Bagsy?
Bagsy.
A very popular artist. You'll see some of his works selling for millions of dollars. Bagsy's incredible.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Could you use it in a sentence?
A cartoon bunny often hunted by Elmerfoot.
Okay, right, okay. Bagsy. Oh, I love that T-shirt. I Bagsy it.
Great. Moving to the next one.
What do you think?
I love that T-shirt.
Okay, another example.
Criminal behavior. Stealing a shirt is what you just described. You are stealing a shirt.
Interesting. Yeah, you're right. You do have the bagging in a shop. But no, Bagsy actually means I reserve it for myself. You know? That's mine. Everyone else hands off. Bagsy.
I would like to, for those at home, that was a terrible sentence use for that word. We would have never been able to guess it based on that.
Come up with a better sentence.
I will
Stop fiddle farting here, dude.
Well, it's your word. It's not like we're supposed to guess based on it's whatever.
All right, moving on. Next word. Whinging.
Schreib's sagen können, ja.
Whinging.
Aber auf unterhaltsame Art und Weise.
Okay. To create incredible art.
Aber wir haben Runde 3 Matchups, Chat.
Selling for millions of dollars.
You mean like a
Mehr oder weniger.
Like a classic Bagsy.
Yeah, classic Bagsy. Okay, what about you?
Whinging to me
Rein
feels
muss
like
gegen
it's
Matthew
also
Harris.
similar to
Keine
wincing,
Ahnung.
like wincing.
Aber UK ist erstmal gut.
You're close, you're close.
Flip the script here. It was jokes, but now it's
Weil die meisten aus UK da sind und das so zugänglich für viele. Da können auch so Loser da sein. Wer spielt gegen Andy Profi? Klo spielt gegen Alex Gascon Bononat aus Spanien. Cool. Dennis spielt gegen Courtney Rogers. Falls euch irgendwer von den Namen was sagt, dann müsst ihr einstreiten. Kusha spielt gegen Tomoyuki Yoshimura. Das hat mir was. Das Schlechteste mir was sagt. Michael the Bestie spielt gegen Johannes Dose. Aus Deutschland, scheiße. Nicht gegen Johannes Dose.
Yeah.
So is it to rest? Like to have almost like a bit of a nap?
A nap, exactly. Let's have a nap. And we're going to need a bit of a kip after all that, trainers. How many of those did you know? Let us know in the comments. Doob, Jake, Spraggles, thank you so much for being here with me and
goodbye.
Continue your cultural education. All right, bye then. Just gonna say, fine.
Ist Victor nicht da? Doch. Steht auch 2-0. Johannes Dose. Interesting. Schauen wir mal, was wird.
laughed so hard as watching that segment, being able to see the comedy of that iconic trio going through these amazing British isms. I mean, I've forgotten some of those myself, man.
Yeah, we were talking about at the desk here, it's like, oh, Bagsy that. I haven't heard that for a long time either. Yeah, but my highlight from that, Lou, fiddle farting. That's
a new one.
That's a new one for me too.
Yeah, but also what's new throughout Paper Rings, hang 'em up. I'm behind the desk with Ben Kiriaki for the first time at EUIC. I'm still Lou just Chromie, same old me. But now I have the fantastic Ben next to me. How are you finding EUIC?
It's absolutely fantastic. What a lovely intro, Lou. Thank you so much.
You're
wonderful as well. This is great.
It's been a long time coming where we're behind the desk together, and I'm so excited to be able to do it. It's just amazing. And what a tournament we're having so far as well. Like, I have to say, the matches have blown me away.
Yes, starting off with Marco Silva, probably one of the top trainers here. Definitely, if you're thinking, like, who's going to win EUIC, there's definitely a smart call, and Marco is up there as one of the smartest calls that you could make for this weekend. But then reigning world champion Luca Ceribelli versus Gabriel Agacci, who is a runner-up in 2023 EUIC, but not just that, he's one of LATAM's best players. And seeing them go to a 3-game set, Lou, like...
It was a proper treat.
Yeah.
Such a treat. I was literally basking in the afterglow after that match, kind of just being like, what a privilege to be able to watch, to see Gabriel Agacci do so well. And like we said, he's been a runner-up previously at EUIC, but then he comes down against the reigning world champion, using the team with maybe a tweak here or there that he was able to be victorious with. I think is absolutely incredible. And it's a team that, everyone will have prepared for coming into this tournament, because yes, Luca might have changed up his team, but because it was such a standout, one world, trainers will pick it up and make their own variation of it.
And we saw that in the Birmingham Regional Championships, William Basilino being able to take the win with a variant of Luca Ceribelli's team. And Charlie and I were talking about this on the opening the show just a little while ago.
Mann, aufgucken, da sind die Matchups noch nicht aktuell.
We were talking to Luca beforehand.
Yeah.
He was saying, like, yeah, I'm preparing for the tournament, like, I'm trying out some different stuff from my Worlds team, like, it's going pretty well.
Ich habe Justin Tank spielt gleich on Stream.
To my Worlds team.
Oh no, practicing on the ladder, he just kept running into it.
Keep running into, like, variants of his Worlds team and keep losing. And after that, I'm not actually surprised whatsoever to see him bringing that for this event and just like sticking to what he knows works well. And of course, as well, this is coming back into an international sort of metagame here, where all the different metagames for all the different places are colliding. Well, that's what the World Championships is, of course. So it's a strong call to be able to make to bring back to this first international event in Europe.
And I think as well, when you pick up a very popular core or an archetype of team, at the beginning, it's always a little bit of trial and error, but soon you'll get better once you make an adaptation of your own and maybe tweak it to your own playstyle, because there are trainers out there, for example, I always think of Wolfie Glick with Perish, for example. Perish Trap is not something that everybody can just pick up and play. Some trainers really like hyper offensive matches. Some trainers like Eric Rios really love a balance, for example, and they play those kind of slow calculated games, really using moves and counter moves, for example. And you as the trainer, whether you're new or a veteran, have to figure out what works best for you and then bring it to the tournament.
Yeah, that's the thing. And I think this regulation set is very good for the ability to run just what you want.
Eric Rios spielt
We've
auch
seen
schon
across
1-1.
the usage stats, yes, the Calyrex Shadow Rider and Calyrex Ice Rider are high up there. Yes, Miraidon's up there. But they're not the only options. And I think like something that really does stand out is
Die Nielsen-Brüder stehen auch beide 2-0 übrigens.
Especially when you see that regulation set come to fruition at the World Championships. When you're having another go at it, when you've got a little bit longer to do it, those extra 5 Pokemon really make up the difference. Where you've got that restricted Pokemon, it's got good and bad matchups, but it's about how the other 5 Pokemon interact with those matchups that really swing it in your favor and allow you to play whatever you want.
And more time has passed, so you've kind of let time do its thing, where you can figure out different matchups and what kind of might sing and rise to the top. And like you say, trainers can use a little bit of what they want. And there are only 8 trainers out there running what I want, which is Gastrodon out there on the field. There are 8 in the Masters division.
Are they? Is it the right Gastrodon?
That I don't know. I'm just going to assume. I'm going to assume the ones at 2-0 are indeed the right Gastrodon, my little blue boy. So hopefully, they're going to do well, as well as all the trainers out there using maybe their favorite Pokemon or a quirky choice. We always love to see it, and sometimes it can go the distance. It can do really well, and I will always forever remember the Latin America International Championships Ashton Cox won with that Lilligant Torkoal combination that everybody said was kind of just a thing, and it can be counted, and it's never going to win.
Pachirisu!
And it did.
Any team in the right hands can really make a splash. And that reminds me, just recently, Charlie, I'm repping for you. I'm repping for you this weekend.
I did see him. Very cute little gentleman at the desk.
Kingdra is my pocket square for this weekend. So, but Wolf was able to win with a Kingdra using his Perish Trap team that you mentioned just a minute ago. And in the hands of a trainer like Wolfie, yeah, it can win. Maybe that's a little bit more out there than some of the other spicy picks. I mean, like Marco Silva is running a Heatran this weekend. That's not a Pokemon that we've seen since what? Regulation like D or E? Back last season or the season before.
Yeah.
You know, it's not been popular for quite a while, but it's still here because it does certain things very, very well. And he thinks it's the complement to his Terrapagos team. And I think those spicy picks really do make a difference. It's that other 5 that are really defining what the restricted Pokemon are capable of.
Well, we have seen some spice, looking at the San Juan regionals as well. In 3rd place, getting top 4, we saw a Sylveon, we saw a Tinkaton, and we saw that Galarian Zapdos as well, getting to top 4 at a regional championship.
I couldn't believe to see a Galarian Zapdos there.
Yeah, that was so cool, right?
Yeah, like when was the last time you saw a Galarian Zapdos doing like...
I saw a Galarian Articuno do some good stuff recently, but not the Zapdos. You're quite right. Moltres does good on Pokemon Go. We'll let that game have that Galarian variant, I think.
Yeah, I think so. It's like, and seeing that like variation, but then again, I'm just going to come back to it, Luke, because it just bears repeating. Like coming back into an international event where you put all of that in the mixer. I'm going to take a different spin on it, Luke. It's like, how do you prepare for a tournament like this?
It's the time old question, right? Do you go for the meta call, looking at maybe regional results, maybe the online grassroots circuits as well, and kind of see what people are picking up? And do you try and build a team that counters that is like the meta call? Or do you do something like Luca has done and gone, this is a team that I'm so well versed with, I know it inside and out, I'm not going to have to hesitate or second guess any calculations or ball positions. I know this team and I can then pilot it to the best of my ability. Whereas if you pick up a new meta team, just depending on maybe time or just the fact that there are so many different scenarios you have to calculate for and start from scratch from, I guess, you might then be in a position where you're like, I don't know what to do here, or I don't know how this is going to play out. So you got to flip a coin and figure out which side you want it to land on and which one you go for.
Absolutely. And one of the other Pokemon that I think like really leans into that we've been seeing a little bit more
Auch etwas Geiles sehen. Ein geiles Match.
Ditto.
I'm really glad you mentioned Ditto. Because Ditto can be anything it wants to be. And I feel like in a single restricted format, having a Ditto in your back pocket and aligning it perfectly, it can just be amazing.
I was talking to Joe Yagate the other day, and he's running a Ditto.
Wir haben erst 2 Runden durch.
Yeah.
But he was telling me about the way that his team was operating, where he would
Okay, jetzt habe ich hier die aktuellen Matchups. Also, Ibrahim spielt gegen Ryan Loseto. Feist spielt gegen Patrick Lottery. Michi spielt gegen Johannes Dose. Maurice Utek spielt gegen... Oh mein Gott! Maurice Utek spielt gegen Shohei Kimura. Das ist wild. Vielleicht spielt gegen Colin Haya. Kusha spielt gegen Tomoyuki Yoshimura. Yannick spielt gegen Dan Dempsey. Ryan spielt gegen Matthew Harris. Marco spielt gegen Sebastian Lioli. Flo spielt gegen Alex Gascon Bononat. Benny spielt gegen Luke Edwards. Berg spielt gegen Andy Brophy. Robert spielt gegen Jan Alti Sam Bresco. Lola spielt gegen Brian Ho. Georg spielt gegen Viktor Ratchik. Dennis spielt gegen Courtney Rogers. Delahati spielt gegen Calvin Atkinson. Oh, ich sag mir auch was. Patrick spielt gegen Ben Simon. Und Karakok spielt gegen August Cybertruck.
What looks like a slightly suboptimal
What's
game
auch
plan
Regional Champ.
that actually just stops you from losing the game on the spot, right?
Yeah, and it was San Antonio and Merida, I believe, it top cut at as well. So it's picking up in the rankings. And we saw in
Luke
the
Edwards.
caster predictions as well. I think all, like 3 of you, I was not a Ditto supporter, I'm afraid. I'm a Ditto believer, but I had
nach 48 Stunden erst. Also heute nicht.
Put onto my roster, but I feel like it is definitely a popular choice that trainers and generally competitors are talking about.
Absolutely. Well, our competitors are still getting themselves ready for our round 3. So we're going to kick it to a quick break, but don't go anywhere, trainers, because we'll be right back with you with all of the action here at the Europe International Championships.
Hey
Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase
Mann, da stand
important
eben
matches
7
throughout
Minuten,
the
das ist so
history
eine
of
Lüge.
competitive Pokemon. In every trainer's journey, luck plays a valuable role.
Vor so 20 Minuten stand da ja noch 7 Minuten. Doggy, Dankeschön für den Raid. Was geht, Leute? Danke für den Raid. Ich hoffe, ihr hattet einen schönen Stream. Was geht? Bist du nicht in London, Doggy?
Knowing every turn there's a chance the game doesn't go your way. Commentator Adam Doricott had
Oder hast du aus London gestreamt?
Perfectly encapsulated luck in Pokemon. You've got to buy a ticket to win the raffle. Adam believed that luck leads.
Nee, leider nicht. Hätte Bock auf London. Ich checke. Ich dachte, du wärst maybe dort gewesen. Wir schauen jetzt noch ein bisschen VGC. Einige unserer Freunde sind dort.
Flashback to top 4 of the Salt Lake City Regional Championships in 2022.
Ja.
This was the first live event for Pokemon in over 2 years. With a new competitive format for the season,
ihr habt auch Watch Party gemacht, ne?
Pokemon Sword and Shield was finally ready to take the spotlight. This was the first official event for the VGC Series 12 format, which allowed 2 restricted Pokemon per team. Two of North America's best were vying for a spot in the finals.
Das hat Lou auch.
Joe Ugarte was a regional
es ging schon los, ja. Wir sind, 2 Runden haben wir schon.
Groudon and Zacian were the restricted duo, but G-Max Charizard was the powerhouse of the team. Aaron Traylor, the Dallas regional champion, with over a decade of experience in VGC, was always willing to go for the unconventional play, like Dynamaxing his Whimsicott, doing anything necessary to win.
Both of these trainers here in Game 3, only one unfortunately can move on to the finals, and one of these guys is not going to be able to realize that dream.
In Game 3, with 3 Pokemon apiece, in a tale as old as time, Groudon versus Kyogre, the combination of Sun and Gastrodon hindered Aaron's Kyogre game plan.
Behemoth Blade, though, now
Recht Dankeschön für deinen Resub, vielen Dank. Möchtest du am Rad drehen? Kein Geld und hab's noch nicht geschafft, ein Ticket zu bekommen, weil alle schneller waren als ich. Also hätte so oder so nicht geklappt, aber Party CG Reactions wollte ich zumindest machen. Check ich. Das verstehe ich. Das verstehe ich.
Kartana with the max airstream takes out Groudon, so now Joe has lost his Dynamax Pokemon. It is 2-2 right now.
With Groudon knocked out, Aaron would need to KO Gastrodon if Kyogre had any chance of coming back in this game.
Aaron has to deal with the Gastrodon this turn.
Gastrodon is finally taken care of. He is down to his final Pokemon, the Pokemon that this team is really built around. Single target water spout, but it is in the sun, so it does not do a lot of damage. It's up to the Sacred Sword. Into Kartana, does take it out, and there it is. And it's down with this Kyogre, unfortunately, against Zacian.
Aaron's chances of winning were incredibly low, but not zero. And as luck
would
would have
be.
it, Kyogre bought in for a chance to win the raffle.
The Kyogre has to
gotta go for double protect. He gets it! He gets the double protect! Aaron with a 30% chance protects his Kyogre, and the sun is gone. And if you want to keep using Play Rough, there's a 10% chance you won't even hit.
And the single target Origin Pulse does connect.
Finally, something going right for the Kyogre. Does bring Zacian down to under half. You know another one will knock it out. Oh my goodness! The 10% chance comes true. Kyogre nimbly dodging the Play Rough from the Zacian.
Aaron played to his outs, no matter
Das ist so
how
wild,
lucky.
weil
The odds of getting a double protect
das Ding ist,
and a Play Rough miss were less than 3%.
die sagen das so, yo, Kyogre Spotlight. Bro, was hat Kyogre denn gemacht? Der hat einfach nur Glück gehabt. was für Kyogre Spotlight. Aber Radrin bin nur hier, um zu sehen, ob der gute Press schon spielt. Na gut. Trotzdem sehr appreciated. Press spielt schon, ja. Alles gut, dann packe ich hier die 3 Minuten auf den Sound und Timer. Alles easy. Ich habe von 14 bis 16 Uhr ein Meeting, wie mache ich das jetzt? Scheiße, Phil.
Yeah, well, it's the pink one. It's okay.
Check,
it's
go we check
The
it.
pink one can go down. Only winners have the 2-0, except for Porreus. Porreus is the only trainer who, you know, he won.
Press steht aktuell
I
1-1.
feel like he's the only one that we can give the credit to.
He's allowed.
He's allowed.
Gets a pass.
Yes, yes.
Welcome back, of course, trainers. We're here at the European International Championships, and if you've just joined us, we're here, of course, in round 3. We're getting our players seated, ready
Endlich,
to
ja.
go. And Lou, we have a fabulous match lined up here.
I'm very excited to see these trainers battle it out on our international stage. I mean, we've got trainers from all around the globe here that are able to battle it out almost at a world level event. And trainers like Paul Chua and Juan Salerno are two trainers that a lot of us have our eyes on, and we're going to be able to see them duke it out on the stage.
This is just an absolutely fantastic match to be shown. Paul, of course, a multiple regional champion. He's been playing the game a long time. He's got so much experience.
Yeah.
He was, of course, our EUIC winner.
He's won it before.
From 2023. So, you know, he's got the potential to go all the way. He's running it back 2-0 is a good start. It's arguably the start you want to be taking the run back. And of course, Juan Salerno, a player from LATAM.
Okay.
So
Paul Chua gegen Juan Salerno.
Yes. But then also he's coming off the back of winning the Rio de Janeiro Special Championships as well.
That's the thing. He is a regional champion in the seniors division as well. He was an international champion at the Oceania International Championships as well. And Portua, like you said, has won this event before. And one of my little favorite facts is he is the only trainer outside of the European region to have ever won EUIC in the Masters division here.
And that's, that's a big statement, especially we've got so many players from all across the globe that could be winning it. But we got to have some regional bias.
Some rivalry
we got to have some rivalry going on. There's always that question, like, you know,
das sieht gegen Spanger, ne?
Playing up in the finals, like which one's going to be able to take it home?
Yeah.
And are we going to have the upset? You know, an EU player winning in North American International Championships later down the line. Are the NA players or the LATAM players going to win EUIC this time and take it away from our reigning champion Nils Dunlop? Like, it's all to play for.
That's the nature of the competitive sphere, though, and I think it's a lovely thing amongst the communities that we have out there as well, because you have team building groups, and sometimes I always notice sometimes Team Spain or Team Italy will kind of collaborate together, and they will have a main core. Everyone then gets their own variation of it for their own natural play styles. But for example, I think it was at Worlds, they all kind of brought a very similar mechanic from Team Spain, for example, and it was great to be able to see that come through. But other regions might have other ideas, and it's always nice to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have got confirmation, Lou. Our players are on stage and
finally
go. Here they are, Paul Chua on the left, Juan Salerno on the right, and it is a battle of the Calyrex Ice Rider and Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Love to see this. Juan actually changing up which horse the Calyrex is riding compared to his Rio de Janeiro winning team, where he had Calyrex Ice Rider. He now has the Calyrex Shadow Rider and taking some cool selfies and some commemorative pieces as well. You got to do it on the stage, Ben.
100%. Yeah, you've got to enjoy your time up there. And let's not forget that stage looks absolutely awesome this weekend. Absolutely brilliant. But let's get back to our players, because you mentioned that Juan is
Es gibt richtig viele Competitor, die Bilder dort auf der Bühne machen. Will ich, glaube ich, auch machen.
Look at it. It's absolutely beautiful. But Paul looks like he's running. And you pointed this out, Lou.
Ein Kumpel hat mir gerade gezeigt, was mir aus dem Pokémon Center mitbringen kann. Ganz viel Anton-Merch, I love it. Ich glaube, es gibt, ich glaube, der Anton Sweater war das, glaube ich. Ist, glaube ich, schon ausverkauft gewesen, I guess. Aber es ist trotzdem sehr, sehr sweet. Genau, Kassai, das ist Dungi gesagt, ja.
Taking a little bit of a deeper dive. I like a lot of the utility on here. You've got a lot of offensive pressure with that Landorus. You also get the speed advantage with that choice scarf.
Konnte mir den gelben Pullover sichern. Okay, sehr nice, sehr nice, sehr, 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 sehr cool. Ich hoffe, dass dass so viele Europäer wie möglich in die Top 4 kommen und sich qualifizieren, weil dann einfach mehr Leute aus Europa sich qualifizieren können.
Also having the
Check here.
and being able to shut down opposing Amoongus. And we saw in the usage charts for day one, there is a lot of Amoongus that trainers have opted to bring this weekend. So hopefully that will work out in Paul's favor, and that'll be a good choice coming into this event.
Yes, and then if we take a look at his opponent, the formidable Juan Salerno, bringing a very different team to what he had in Rio de Janeiro. We've already talked about the Calyrex, and I believe this is actually the first time he's not running Calyrex Ice in this regulation, so really shaking things up.
Perfekt.
Here and running the classic. I love this. The classic Firewater Grass.
Also nicht aus Europa, ja, übel viele. Naja, nee, es ist, Europameisterschaft ist nur so ein Begriff, den wir sagen, damit er zugänglicher ist, aber es ist nicht die Europameisterschaft. Es gibt kein Turnier, was Leute, jeder kann in jedem Turnier teilnehmen, egal ob NA, also es ist ja Europe International Championship, weißt du? Ja, genau. Es gibt noch, also es gibt EUIC, es gibt NAIC und es gibt LAIC, also North American, Latin American und Europe. Und in Asien haben die nochmal andere Cups quasi. Genau, es findet einfach in Europa statt, richtig. Let's go, Solo, let's go.
An issue here. I do have to ask the question though, across both teams, where really is the speed control? I don't see a lot of moves like Icy Winds or Electro Webs, for example, or Tailwinds. So from one side, it looks like he's really kind of doubling down on the damage. You've got the nasty plot there on the Calyrex to really set it up into prime position. Parting shot on the Incineroar to neutralize your opponent, for example. That's where those kind of stat changes are coming in. But speed and how they have been trained by the trainer are going to be pivotal.
They are, but look, we are getting into our first game here.
Okay, let's
Round
go.
3 at the Europe International Championships. We've got an Incineroar and Restricted on the board. We're going to be seeing that a lot this weekend.
Incineroar, yippee!
With an Incineroar and Urshifu on Juan's side.
Yeah, the Calyrex Ice Rider running that clear amulet item as well, meaning it's not going to have to take anything from this Intimidate. It's been really the item that I think has brought Calyrex Ice Rider to the forefront here.
And it's going to be able to set up a trick room if it wants to. Of course, there's this obligatory
Also ich finde den selber cool. Ich würde, glaube ich, selber auch spielen. Aber ich hasse den.
Their partners from going for big damaging attacks. Yeah, Juan doesn't want the trick room to really go up, but of course the Urshifu there is also a threat. But looks like Paul is not falling for that fake out gambit this turn.
I like this adaptation here. You've got your Intimidate down onto 2 physical attackers on Juan's side.
Okay, Paul wusste direkt, was er drücken will. Ich glaube, der kennt das Matchup auf jeden Fall.
The is going to be banked onto the Calyrex, so it's going to become that water type as well. This is a really nice defensive play. Gives it a lot of utility against Pokemon like the Incineroar as well. Isn't going to take so much damage from a fake out or a knockoff. Instead, it's just going to be the fake out straight down into it. Surging Strike is going to connect now into the Raging Bolt. That's a really nice adaptation for that Incineroar. I think it was wise for him to get out of there, Ben.
Yeah, definitely. Especially, it's a really positive switch there as well for Paul. Not just being a great defensive switch in, but Raging Bolt is actively putting pressure onto Juan's Urshifu. So again, we need to go back to the drawing board here. That Urshifu on Juan's side of the field, it doesn't have a focus sash, so a Thunderclap going into it may be enough to pick up the KO. Not that likely because it's the Raging Bolt's carrying an Assault Vest, but definitely more damage than Juan probably wants to take. But I like this Terra Water on the Calyrex from Paul, because there's not too many Pokemon. Only the Rillaboom on Juan's side are going to be able to hit it for super effective damage. There's no other Raging Bolt. There's no like Miraidon going on here.
True.
And so it's a really nice little defensive pivot for Paul going into this match.
Well, no Thunderclap coming through. Instead, the Urshifu's going to go for these Surging Strikes into the opposing Calyrex. Yes, it's not a huge amount of damage, but it might be setting it up to be able to be KO'd later on.
I'm not doing okay.
Yeah, it's decent. It just keeps it in the bag. Looks like the Raging Bolt, however, says, I don't need the priority. I'm just going to go for the full out offense. Thunderbolt, one hit KO. Urshifu is out of there.
And that's a big KO there for Paul. It really does stop Juan from being able to switch around a lot. Now knocking off the clear amulet, so Intimidate will be working. Parting Shot will now be working, but a Glacial Lance from Paul coming out and doing a good chunk of damage. Single target, so doing a little bit more damage to the Incineroar, but also covering that switch in. And I think that's really important. A good reason why Juan
Calyrex gegen Calyrex
out in that position.
I was about to say as well, it's nice to see this Calyrex. So we often see now running this kind of hybrid variant where it can work well in Trick Room or in faster paced matches. You know, not going for the Trick Room, but now that you've got the Calyrex on the opposing side that loves to be in that fast environment, it might make you question, does Paul want to try and switch things up, go for a Trick Room, and just try and get the speed on his side? But then you could give that Calyrex a utility to go for a nasty plot, and you definitely don't want that.
Or just an attack at this point. You know, looking at the Calyrex going for the Terra Water, it does seem like an odd choice to go for the Surging Strikes into it, but it does open the door for Calyrex Shadow Rider to be able to maybe knock out this Calyrex Ice Rider, even without a
Geht wahrscheinlich für Parting Shot, aber Trick Room wird trotzdem
defensively
huge.
Here, Juan wanting to keep the Restricted nice and cozy on the field.
Geht actually
for
für
now.
Knock-Off.
Just running rampant with these knockoffs, is able to remove that Assault Vest, leaving it more vulnerable to the Astral Barrage special attacks that can come through from the Calyrex in the following turns.
Das sieht gar nicht so schlecht aus für Juan.
Just another Glacial Lance, no damage on that Calyrex, of course, thanks to the Protect, but another little bit of significant chip into that Incineroar.
This is really tit for tat at the moment. I think, like, we saw this in round 1 as well, where Calyrex delaying its Trick Room and trying to get the most advantage, chip away at your opponent, make sure that when you get into Trick Room,
Das wird halt richtig scheppern.
where you're going to be going faster are really pivotal. Here it is.
Ach du
The
Heilige.
Astral Barrage, the Assault Vest got knocked off the Raging Bolt.
Und Incineroar wird Calyrex wahrscheinlich jetzt killen, oder?
Yes, that damage and removing the Assault Vest was detrimental for the Raging Bolt. The Calyrex still able to hang on though. The
but not after the knockoff.
Not after that. I was about to say the Surging Strikes weren't quite enough, but the
Impressive
knockoff is able
stand
to
eben
get
gerade
the
1:1.
KO.
Wird wahrscheinlich immer noch 1:1 stehen, glaube
That's
ich.
a big double KO there for Juan. And didn't even get the opportunity to get the Glacial Lance off.
Yes, that's really true, actually. It looked like Incineroar was just able to edge over its opponent. The Incineroar now on Paul's side is going to make a lovely return to the field, this time paired up with that Landorus. But the issue you have to contend with is the ferocity of those Astral Barrages. They're going to be able to, I think, get some significant damage onto the Landorus, for example, could be easily a 2-hit KO. The Incineroar is going to be a little bit more difficult to deal with, though.
I think the important thing to
Scarf
remember is
Landorus
this Landorus is Choice Scarf, so it will be able to land an attack onto the Calyrex before it's able to go for a damaging move. But equally, that Calyrex is at +1 right now. It's probably going to take a Sandsear Storm or an Earth Power or a Sludge Bomb, or certainly a Sludge Bomb, and going to be able to reply.
Und der
no
Mist
coming out from this Calyrex.
auf
The
Amoonguss.
Calyrex is going to be able to take that pretty well.
Ja, das ist ein bisschen Arsch, weil ich glaube, der stirbt so oder so.
Is it enough to pick up the one-hit knockout?
Oh, it is. Landorus goes down.
Ja,
Yes,
nee,
it was
das
able to be
kann-
speedier, but it
das
wasn't
kann
able to take
Incineroar
that
nicht
damage from
gewinnen.
the Astral Barrage at +1, and now Grimnay is going to enable
Also
it to
selbst
get at +2.
so
And even though you're
wäre
mixing
schwer
Incineroar,
geworden,
even though it's a
wenn er
dark
den
type, the
gehittet hätte.
combination of
Wahrscheinlich
this
kein
Amoonguss
großer Unterschied.
being able to apply a lot of support, redirecting
Aber das
in,
ist
then you've got
Jover.
something like the Incineroar. If you put the Incineroar into a position where you're
Ja, er
drawing
wollte
all of the
wahrscheinlich die
attacks,
Trick
you
Room
can't
nicht
put
gegen
it
Landorus
too thanks to
rausholen,
safety
I
goggles.
guess.
You're then going to be in a position where
But
you
I
can
don't
start
know.
whittling away.
Now, Incineroar and Amoonguss versus Incineroar. This is not the end game that we see all the time. But of course, all of these Incineroars are a little bit
Ja,
damaged.
da
And
kann Paul nichts machen.
because you've got that extra Pollen Puff ability from Amoonguss and no Flare Blitz on either Incineroar here, the Amoonguss is pretty safe. It can just Pollen Puff up recovery. So Juan putting himself into a really nice position here. Sorry, correction there. Thank you, Lou. The Flare Blitz is on Juan's side as well.
But I think where the Flare Blitz
Solid.
needed to be was on Paul's side, like you were saying, because
Yeah,
that's where
exactly,
you're going to
exactly.
deal the
Yeah,
damage out,
yeah,
right? Will-O-Wisp isn't going to cut it. The timer, you don't have the time to be able to go for that. And Juan, I think, really showing the capabilities of this Calyrex Shadow Rider and being able to take down a version of his own team in style to win game one. But hey, Pokemon trainers, we play a best-of-3 set. Paul Chua still played incredibly well, being able to utilize the offensive pressure of his own Calyrex. My issue was he wasn't able to get KOs with it, so that Trilling Nade didn't start stacking up.
I think that's the thing here in terms of overall strategy. Paul had a really good start to the game, getting the knockout on that Urshifu, getting a bit of damage onto the Incineroar with Glacial Lance, all really good parts of Paul's game plan. I think where it was started to struggle is that there was that opportunity for
Kann eigentlich
Paul
irgendwo
to
die
get a
Keys
trick
kann
room
man sehen? Noch
and
nicht,
try
nee.
to take advantage of it, and he just didn't press the button on that one opportunity.
Noch nicht. Wie lange geht die
And
Europameisterschaft?
you saw the
Bis
effect of
Sonntag.
that. The Calyrex Shadow Rider was in a good
Ich glaube bis
situation.
19:30
The Assault
jeden
Vest was knocked
Tag.
off the Raging Bolt.
Außer
You had a
Sonntag.
Calyrex, yeah, it had teared away from its resistance, or sorry, weakness to that attack, but it was still enough to put a lot of pressure on. Here we go.
Okay.
Game 2.
The little superstar for me on Juan's
Das
side was
ist
that
ein
Incineroar with knockoff, and
wildes
it's back
Matchup.
again, this time paired up with its Calyrex version of the Shadow Rider against the opposing Calyrex Ice Rider and the intimidating Incineroar on Paul's side. So almost a mirror if you squint hard enough.
There's a Calyrex on both sides.
Yeah, that's true. In team sheet name alone, it kind of works out. But the Intimidate's coming down, not really going to be of any effect other than to the Incineroars here.
And the Calyrex Shadow Rider is, of course, putting on a lot more pressure to the Calyrex Ice Rider than the Ice Rider is to the Shadow Rider.
True.
But the Ice Rider can just go for the Terra again and just start trying to get that Trick Room up. It may not be effective this turn because there's an Incineroar fake out on the field, but we haven't seen these Incineroar interact properly because Paul switched his out turn 1 of last game.
Turn
So we don't
normal.
know. It could be that if Paul's
Könnte aber mit
Incineroar is able to
Knock-Off
fake out
Glacial
the
Lance
Incineroar on
trotzdem
one side of the
echt
field,
ziemlich
then Trick
reinscheppern.
Room could go up this turn.
Yeah, it's a nice way as well going for that Terra normal to avoid taking super effective damage from the knockoff on Incineroar on Paul's side, maybe taking a leaf out of the playbook on Juan's side. I think as well, you know, it does give the Calyrex a little bit more utility on the field. It was able to hang on, go for these Astral Barrages, or even be in a position to try and set up a nasty plot, because as a Ghost type previously, you couldn't hit it with the Fake Out, unlike the Calyrex Ice
Fake
Rider.
outed.
Instead, straight on the offensive, Astral Barrage is going to come
Dann
through.
scheppert's natürlich
Significant
trotzdem
damage onto both
doch
of
nicht
them,
so.
but no risk of a KO yet.
Life
Not
Up
just
Chip
yet,
into
but we're getting
Knock-Off.
closer to those KOs coming
nix,
off.
ne?
A knockoff going into Juan's Calyrex Shadow Rider, and that's big because the Astral Barrage didn't quite do 50%. Now the Life Orb has gotten knocked off. Terra Normal stops it getting KO'd, so that's tick number 1 for Juan. But the downside is that once you don't have the Life Orb anymore,
Es gibt in Fuxania City einen NPC, der dir sagt, auf welcher Route du eine höhere Chance hast, den zu treffen.
Make up the slack a little bit. And if this Ice Rider from Paul is able to hold out the turn, gets into Trick Room, or even just goes for a Glacial Lance with a Calyrex at the range it is, might be enough to pick up a KO here. It could be getting dicey.
Well, the speediest thing on the field is that Calyrex. Shadow is going to be able to get more Astral Barrages on the field, but no Grim Nade boosters. There are no
der lebt in, wichtig.
Incineroar can't even get the job done onto the Calyrex here. It does remove the clear amulet, so maybe you can go for some parting shots or some intimidates later on, as demonstrated here by
ja, was geht, was geht? Sind beide dort, ja. Domji nur zu Besuch, Dennis den Pile. Dennis steht gerade 1-1.
Yeah, okay. Paul switching in the Amoonguss here.
Stark, lass uns stark.
Amoonguss is never
humble. Was geht, was geht?
Never humble. Switching in the Amoonguss. Here's the Trick Room coming out. And now Paul is a little
bit gerade 1-1. Hat die erste Runde leider verloren, zweite Runde aber gewonnen.
A lot of damage to get into this position, but the advantage of the position is now that Calyrex hasn't got an item anymore. Knockoff is not going to be doing that much damage.
Ich habe schon neue Standings gibt. Nö, ich bin ja noch in der dritten Runde.
To recover that Calyrex up, so it's like, well, yeah, I took a lot of damage to get into Trick Room, but now
ich hoffe.
Snowball with the Calyrex and make sure it's healthy.
Da ist noch alles offen.
It can go for a sport into only the Calyrex here. The safety goggles are on that opposing Incineroar. High horsepower does a huge amount of
das ist wirklich wild. Wie läuft's hier? Interessant. Stark, aber auch interessant.
Is able to connect, is able to weaken that Calyrex a little bit more. Even if Amoonguss could give it a little bit more HP, it cannot boost its attack stat up by itself.
It's going to get a lot more HP, and I think this is the disadvantage of playing Flare Blitz over Will-O-Wisp. I think like Will-O-Wisp would have been a really nice move to have for Juan in this particular board state, but because he's running the Flare Blitz, not quite having the same opportunities as he would otherwise. But what that does open the door for, if you don't have a burnt Calyrex opposite you, maybe you can go for a Spore instead.
That's the thing, you can't run multiple status conditions, and Amoonguss being one of the perfect Pokemon we see on teams when they need a Trick Room counter, a Trick Room answer, and that's exactly what Juan has got here. The little Amoonguss with the Rocky Helmet, very traditional form here in play, and it can now start applying pressure with the Spores into the Calyrex as well. Obviously, you can't Spore the Incineroar with the safety goggles or the opposing Amoonguss, but that pressure and that Pollen Puff support as well is now something that Juan can utilize.
I think you're going to have a good time with this turn, Lou. It's like, there's one cat coming in. I've got a sneaking suspicion there's going to be another safety goggles cat coming in for Juan this turn.
That would be pretty adorable, but not
yet.
Okay.
Not yet. All right.
Maybe it's waiting in the wings. But the Spore comes through to no avail because there's the safety goggles on there. However, the Spore on the Amoonguss is able to connect onto the opposing side. And actually, just a correction, the Amoonguss on Juan's side isn't running that Pollen Puff, so there isn't that health regenerating support. Instead, it's got a little offensive ticket up its sleeve with something like the Sludge Bomb, but I don't think that's going to come into utility here.
No, and now Paul has got the opportunity to sort of recover all the HP that he's lost by getting into Trick Room. It does kind of call into question, like, how many Trick Rooms is Paul going to need to go for in this match to be able to do the requisite damage?
As you say, the Sludge Bomb coming out there is going to give Calyrex,
Shadow Rider a little bit less help to work with.
I think as well the Calyrex has to watch itself here. It doesn't, you know, it is asleep. It's just going to have to go through all these turns, and you're going to be hit by the parting shots. It's going to keep lowering your special attack time and time again. Also, now that it's the normal type, when Incineroar joins the field again, you can still hit it with something like a Fake Out and slow it down. Obviously, on Juan's side, you want to try and bypass as many of these Trick Room turns as possible, and Paul needs to actually kind of get a move on here and get some damage, get some KOs before those Trick Room turns expire.
And especially when you bring your Calyrex in, you've kind of always got to be thinking in Trick Room, well, do I have to get it straight back out? But here it is, one turn wake there on the Calyrex.
Das ist natürlich unangenehm.
Mandatory turn of sleep by going after the Amoonguss, going for the Spore. That's one of the advantages of fast Pokemon in Trick Room in front of an Amoonguss. You always have to play that gambit a little bit. But now the Nasty Plot goes up, takes it up to +1 special attack.
Das ist natürlich jetzt unangenehm.
That's probably going to put this Calyrex in KO range unless the Amoonguss can help it out a little bit.
I mean, we saw how devastating a +1 Astral Barrage was in the previous game here. The Amoonguss is just going to actually leave the field on Juan's side. I feel like it's not able to provide the support because you can't redirect away the opposing Amoonguss, for example, and it's a double target attack with the Glacial Lancers coming through. So nice to be able to bring in the Intimidate. You don't have that Clear Amulet on there anymore. You can maybe weaken some of these Glacial Lancers that will come its way, but it really will now come down to whether the Calyrex is able to protect, stall out some of these Trick Room turns, and then able to unleash these Astral Barrages.
Yeah, that is really the name of the game. It's all about stalling out the Trick Room until the end. That's why Calyrex is protecting itself. It's just one turn away, I think. I've lost a little bit of count here, Lou, but it's either this turn or the end of the next turn that the Trick Room is going to expire. We'll have to keep an eye out. There we go. Yeah.
Ich checke. Das tut mir sehr leid, Mann. Ich hoffe, es geht jetzt mittlerweile ein bisschen besser, Niki.
I'm bad at maths. I cannot be relied on. But there we go. We got our confirmation. It was almost like the answer to your question was ready. And now that we're in this environment, this is exactly what the Calyrex wants to do. You've got the fake out. You can stop the Incineroar from going for any damage here, as the +1 Astral Barrage will connect on both the Paul Chewer's Pokemon here. The Amoonguss, having been given a little bit of damage from that Sludge Bomb, is not enough to be able to get the knock. It's going to go straight back to Sleep End.
That's a big miss on the KO there on the Amoonguss, and this is why Life Orb is so important on the Calyrex. This is why trainers have been opting for it. It just takes those big moves over the edge. Stacking up the multipliers. I'm not going to get too far into the math here, but it is stacking up the multipliers, and that really does add a lot to the damage that it can do. Yeah, really unfortunate there for Juan. I think he played it really well. The one thing I was going to call out there is that it could have been a Psyshock, though.
That's true, and that would have been absolutely devastating into the opposing Amoonguss. But no, instead trying to go for that double split damage at +1. You've got to be feeling confident, but you needed that Life Orb, or maybe the +2 if you hadn't taken the Parting Shot. Speaking of Parting Shot, that's exactly what Incineroar on Juan's side is going to do. I feel like it's not really utilized into Amoonguss necessarily, but critically it's just about getting off the field, bringing your Intimidate and Fake Out later on, and bringing your own regenerated Amoonguss to the field instead.
Parting Shot going into the Calyrex. It's now down to neutral.
Yes.
Special attack, and I don't know how far down its attack is right now, but that's not going to be so relevant. Incineroar is going to get on out of there and bring in the Calyrex for Paul and try to set up this position where the Trick Room can go up yet again. Calyrex, of course, now has burnt its mandatory turn of sleep, so Juan has the opportunity to go for a move next turn and be able to wake up, but it's absolutely not guaranteed. What is guaranteed, though, is this Calyrex is going to be sitting quite healthy going into this turn.
Yeah, Amoonguss able to go for that Pollen Puff, putting it right back up to full HP. The Archer on the field with those Lances of Ice, wanting to throw them down across to Juan's Pokemon. Particularly that Amoonguss isn't going to appreciate taking any of that Ice-type damage, and the detrimental HP remaining on that Calyrex is going to put it into a vulnerable spot too.
And the knockoff on the Clear Amulet earlier in the game, both of these restricted having items knocked off, and we can see the effect of that because Amoonguss is getting on out of there. It definitely doesn't want to be on the pointy end of those glacial lances. And
Ach du Scheiße.
Coming in from Incineroar and making sure that the Calyrex is just kept a little bit under wraps while Juan's Calyrex is waiting to wake up.
Yeah, I think that Intimidate is really, really important. But the Clear Smog coming through. This is fantastic. It means that you're going to reset that Intimidate drop. A little bit of chip damage, but who cares? You got Pollen Puff to get it back later. The Glacial Lance will KO.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness, Ben.
Ach du Scheiße.
Pokemon, like, Juan's training their Pokemon so perfectly here. But Paul is taking such good advantage of it. And even if the Calyrex wakes up this turn, it's not going to be able to get the KO on the Calyrex with Astral Barrage. It's certainly not going to get it on Amoonguss because Amoonguss is getting on out of there, getting some Regenerator, and allowing it to come in later down the line with a little bit more health. Incineroar coming in for that Intimidate, as it likes to do here, and slowing the pace of game down. Calyrex playing it safe, going for the Protect. Paul setting up that fake-out Trick Room potential.
Will it wake up, though? Is the Calyrex going to be able to wake up and get some damage out on the board here?
Damn! Okay, ja, Juan, da kannst du jetzt nicht echt aufregen. Du hast eben eine Runde Siegstand gehabt, jetzt hast du 3. Das ist das Leben. Ich weiß, es ist Arsch. Ich wäre genau wie du, aber da kannst du nicht aufregen.
And I think I really like the way that both of these players are playing their Calyrexes.
Oh, das check ich, Niki, das check ich.
Not quite getting KOs. It's like, typically you're like, well,
sehr stark,
I want my Calyrex to pick up a KO, so it gets a boost so I can get steamrolled. But I think what both of these players are doing, and what Paul is doing particularly well, is just stopping his Pokemon being just in KO range. Yeah. And this is what the story of this match is. They're both getting quite close to it, but not quite managing to convert.
Going straight for a defensive play here, the Protect on that Calyrex, allowing Juan to reassess. You've switched in that Urshifu now that can apply a lot of good pressure. Yes, you're hit with the Parting Shots, but we know that those Surging Strikes can come through with the critical hits and still get the damage done onto the opposing Incineroar later on. And the Calyrex, you know, you need to find a way to work through it a little bit. That Water Terra type is going to give the Urshifu a hard time.
Parting Shot, a reactionary move. It allows your opponent to switch in before you get an opportunity to decide on what you're going to do. Just a Glacial Lance coming out from this Calyrex, and it is going to put that little bit of extra damage onto Urshifu.
Ja, ich glaube 1500 ist auch unter Odds für Latias. Ich weiß gar nicht, ich glaube, haben die nicht sogar Shiny Odds oder so? Ich weiß nicht genau.
If Paul wants to go for that, that can be blocked by a nasty plot or another defensive play. But also that Urshifu going for an attack isn't free by any stretch of the imagination.
Also 1:8000.
I feel like as well the Urshifu, you'd almost be tempted to go for close combat into the Calyrex, but you have taken that Intimidate, and close combat will not be a guaranteed critical hit, so it may not be able to get the KO onto that opposing Calyrex. The double protect comes through. This is kind of what you need when you're facing down against a Thunderclap on this Pokemon, but instead it went into the Urshifu. Absolutely fantastic play. Paul calling that the protect or a switch was going to happen in the Thunderclap would be better served going into the water type next to it.
This is one of my favorite things about watching Paul play. He's always able to make those calls at the right time, and he's not afraid to do it whatsoever. It's an absolute call whether you target down the restricted there or target down the Urshifu. Now, in front of a Raging Bolt and a Calyrex, the Urshifu's not really that much of a threat. Yes, you got the close combat, but as you rightly said, it's like, it's been intimidated, so it's not so threatening, so it can be really, I think, tempting in Paul's
macht's und es funktioniert.
And Paul took advantage.
Es wird wahrscheinlich
To be
funktionieren.
honest, I really want to see the Calyrex Shady Rider starting to go here. I really want to see these Astral Barrages come through. You've switched it out here. I mean, it has gone. It has gone. Okay, okay, fair play. But Incineroar now.
Oh, der
Mist! Coming through from the Draco Media here as Calyrex can follow up with the Glacial Lance. This is going to be able to get the KO onto the Incineroar. Significant chunk of damage into the Amoonguss. This will give the chilling Nade boost to that Calyrex, and now the Calyrex on one side is going to be forced to come back in. But this I quite like this. The Amoonguss can redirect in Thunderclaps. That makes it a little bit safer. But then can it get the damage off? That's the question.
Well, I think this is a really good setup for Juan to be able to get the Calyrex back in and get it going. Yeah, it's on low health. And now I think Juan's going to be pretty happy that he doesn't have the Life Orb anymore because it can go for multiple attacks in a row. The thing that's a little bit difficult when you're playing against this Assault-based Raging Bolt is that it has Snarl, it has spread damage. It can't be redirected by the Amoonguss. And so while the Calyrex has to play defensively on Juan's side a little bit, it does give Calyrex on Paul's side a little bit more of an opportunity to wake up.
That's the thing, it can't be redirected, but it can be put to sleep. So possibly if you want to go for a Protect and Spore here, you can try and neutralize the threat of that Raging Bolt. As you mentioned, the knockoff there isn't a knockoff on that Raging Bolt, so it is going to have that Assault Vest in play. But actually a defensive play coming through from the Amoonguss here on Juan's side. As the Nasty Plot comes through.
Okay.
What a call.
Wow, banking everything onto this Calyrex.
And let's see if Paul has been
musste, glaube ich, tryen.
Is the Snarl coming out? Not 100% accurate.
Oh, the seconds are ticking by and missing!
Hat gemisst!
Oh my goodness, that is a sign.
Nein.
Now you get to redirect from the Thunderclap, but Paul has been ahead of the game here, bringing in
Das ist verrückt.
Snarl. Gives well, if it doesn't quite go right this time, I've got next time to be able to try to take advantage of. The Amoonguss has just protected itself, so you can use that fake out to suppress the Calyrex while you go for a second Draco Meteor onto the Amoonguss slot. There's no Pokemon in the back. The Amoonguss is here to stay on the field, and so Juan has to get another set.
Und für die Double Protect! Schon wieder!
Protect on the Calyrex is hanging on by
Really like the way both these
trainers are trying zwei Double Protects. Draco bis unten ins Snarlen ist.
Playing nice and defensively and critically as well. This Amoonguss is not taking a Draco Meteor. There's now been 2, I believe, thrown in his direction, and just to no avail.
But a 2+ Astral Barrage, I'm not sure it's going to be enough to pick up the Raging Bolt here. And so the Rage Powder and Astral Barrage, I think, is kind of the only play that Juan has in this situation. Like maybe if you get a critical hit.
No Rage Powder, no Thunderclap. Maybe it's going to try and double up with the Sludge Bomb, get the extra bit.
Okay, sollte passen.
Okay, Sludge Bomb's got a little bit more work to do.
Oh mein Gott, Junge.
He's able to get the KO onto the Calyrex, but I have to say, even
das ist verrückt.
More than that.
Yeah, I think this is
das
is the Life Orb going away. Juan definitely needed the Life Orb to be gone to be able to have an end game in that scenario. Knockoff here from the Incineroar going into the Amoonguss, and it is Paul that is taking us to a game 3.
I love a Game 3. It's the Pokémon European International
Stormy.
Championships. We want to bring you as much Pokémon
Storm,
action
die
as we
halten schon
can.
wieder Michael de
Paul
Besti
and Juan.
zurück.
Game 2 took a while there. It was a little bit, I think Game 1 was more of a sprint. Game 2 was more of a marathon. I wonder what we're going to be in store with for Game 3. But both these players constantly calculating where they need their Pokémon to be. Love to see the Trick Room adaptation coming in from Paul, and I think it gave him a little bit of advantage.
Die meinten eben so, ja, reden wir mal über bedeutende Spieler, die 2-0 stehen.
Yeah, I mean, that's the...
Ah, das tut mir leid, Stormy.
So tough, this matchup here. And I think
Egal was es ist, ganz viel Liebe. Ich glaube, heute ist irgendwie was in der Luft. Eben haben auch schon gerade ein paar geschrieben, dass sie heute ein bisschen Struggles haben, lang geschlafen haben etc. Deswegen ganz viel Liebe nur an alle.
One switch up that Juan had in that match is that they
Halt.
brought
Oh ja,
that
stimmt, du bist
Calyrex
ja auch noch
rider in the
krank,
early
true.
game rather than kind of in the mid game. And so that
True,
allowed the
weiter wurde
knockoff
besser,
to go
Mann.
off. It forced the terrestrialization early. It forced these astral barrages to be in a position where they're just not quite getting there. Or at least the astral barrage and a
Auf jeden
combination
Fall,
of
die sagen
other
so, ja, wir
attacks
reden
from
über
its
bedeutende
partner.
Spieler, die
So I
2-0
think
stehen.
that's
Und
me,
reden
that's
nicht
the
über Michael de
adaptation
Besti.
for Juan,
Es ist
is
zum
getting
Mäusemake.
Calyrex in with the life orb intact in a little bit of a better spot.
I feel like knockoff kind of was the story here, particularly in Game 1 as well. The knockoff into the Assault Vest on the Raging Bolt meant that it went down. The knockoff onto the Life Orb in Game 2 on the Calyrex meant that it couldn't deal the damage. This, however, was a beautiful moment when both the Incineroar and the Calyrex were able to hang on, and Juan really did take this game right to the edge, being able to keep his Pokemon in play, making sure he could try and readjust his ball position to try and get a win condition in play.
Ich stehe gerade 2-0 und sein Gegner ist Johannes Dose aus Deutschland.
I think we might do. I think both of these players aren't afraid to try something different. We've had two, as you said, different types of games. We had a sprint and a marathon.
Yeah.
Maybe this is going to be like
Hill
a healthy
climb.
job. Hill climb, I like
Hill
that.
climb, you
Hill
know.
climb, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
like
game
the jog
3 is
more.
always a climb.
I like a jog more though. I'm gonna hope for that a little bit. If I climb a hill, I won't make it back for the end of the day. But if we take a look, it's the same leads as game 2, just a little shake up in the order. But both the Incineroars are in play. Both of the Calyrexes are in play too.
Worth noting for all our trainers at home, the same leads does not mean this game is going to go the same way whatsoever. This is a game 3. They've already had the opportunity to sort of feel out whether or not which Incineroar is going to be faster. They've had a little bit of a look at those damage calculations.
Das Einzige, was mich glücklich machen kann, jetzt ein On-Stream-Win
and
von
the
Michi
Astral
Real.
They know that maybe like
Noch
the
nie
Astral
gesehen,
Barrage
die
wasn't
vier Mann.
necessarily the play where
Sorry,
Assault
meinte
could have
2.
knocked out
Ja,
the
sind
Lugas.
2,5.
Changed up the game. There's a lot of information that isn't shown on our open team lists that these players will be thinking about right now.
And that's what makes a champion at the end of the day. The
Aus
information
Milch
you can
gerade
learn
da?
from the
Milch
game
hat
and
eine
then what
Frage
you
wegen
decide
Funkklinger
to do
gestellt.
with it,
Bin zu faul
whether
zu
there are certain
antworten. Ist
speed
Milch gerade
interactions
da?
in play that need to be had. I would really like to see Paul try and get the Trick Room up again. I think it gave him an advantage over the opposing Calyrex. As long as it doesn't get that nasty plot up and start steamrolling through your team, you do get some momentum. Not surprised to see the Terrestrialization come into play. This is so important on this Calyrex that it needs to drop its weakness to the Astral Barrage.
But no terrestrialization from the
Diese
Calyrex.
Not right now,
Strohhalmbeine.
indeed. It's going to keep its
Die
kind of
Konosma sieht so blöd aus,
current
Loki.
form.
Checkt man
As the
checkt
Astral
komplett.
Barrage will come through, though.
Du
It's going
feiert
straight onto
den.
the offensive.
Ich sag
It's going to be
du,
able to get a
jedes Mal
significant
das
chunk of
Herz,
damage, but again,
Turbo-Quatsch.
no risk of a KO now thanks to that Terrestrialization on Calyrex Ice Rider.
I like that adaptation for Juan as well, going for the fake out into the
Yeah,
Incineroar
kein
instead
Knockoff,
and
dann
not
muss er,
having to
aber
burn your
starker
Terra
Damage.
first turn
Da muss er
and
nicht
not go for the Terra normal, 'cause it's like,
Terrestrializen
it's not
auf
really
Konosma.
that effective in this particular matchup for Juan. And so it's like, well, the Incineroar is actually the threat. I can take a Glacial Lance from Calyrex. If a Trick Room goes up, maybe you have to adjust and think about how the way that you're playing that. But certainly on turn 1, you can just go for a little bit of damage, and that's what these trainers have done.
Mach das, Stormy. Ey, was auch immer dich während du krank bist glücklich macht, sag ich ehrlich.
It does give the opportunity for that Astral Barrage knockoff play that didn't quite make it in game 2.
But Calyrex in game 3.
Rider
The
finde ich schon ganz cool.
is coming through. It is going to be a protect, however, onto that Calyrex. So no Trick Room, no damage coming through. But Incineroar is going to have to bear the brunt of this Astral Barrage. Not very effective, but I think another one with a little bit of chip from the opposing Incineroar is going to be able to put it into that knockout range. Once again, the double going down into a protect, not going to be doing any damage. But you had a really good call there with the play that was coming through. The knockoff will be able to get the victory, though, against the opposing Calyrex. So Juan loses very early on in this game 3 his restricted Pokemon.
I think this is the story of, look, it's not all about the restricted Pokemon all the time. Yes, that is a big detriment to Juan, but there's got to be
bisher war Calyrex irgendwie der einzige in beiden Teams, ja, wobei das Raging Bolt von Paul war auch noch crazy.
Yeah, you can say that maybe there's a parting shot prediction in front of an Incineroar. That's a pretty common thing to be able to do. But after that more slow-paced game 2. I think like it's pretty telegraphed that both of these trainers are thinking about how they go a little bit more on the offensive, so they don't have to play that sort of tit-for-tat mind game. Have lots of different turns where some things can swing in your favor and some things can swing away.
Spielen die alle Game 3 oder was geht da ab?
At that point, every little bit of damage starts stacking up, and it can sometimes be out of your control how that mathematics is going to play out. You can see Paul here trying to make an adaptation. Earlier here, you don't even have to worry about taking Astral Barrages with your Assault Vest anymore because that Pokemon has gone down. But you have to watch out for these knockoffs coming your way because you still don't want to have to take that damage. You don't want to necessarily lose your item.
Calyrex and Incineroar retreating for Paul, so a double switch. We don't see that too often. There's little enough offensive pressure on your opposing side of the field to be able to allow that, but it's going to be the Amoonguss taking a massive close combat here. Urshifu's going to have its defense and special defense dropped because of that move.
It is a very bulky Pokemon, and the fact that it has that regenerator ability and can able to switch out and then regain that HP that it just lost later on does mean that this turn was a very nice one here for Paul. You were able to preserve your Calyrex that it seems to be Juan is really lasering down on at the moment, wants to make sure that that restricted gets out of here before it can get those chilling Nay boosts. Amoonguss now on the field, maybe going to try and throw something like a bit of sleep onto the opposing Urshifu. It can easily take another close combat, for example.
My question is what's Juan's game plan for being able to knock out this Raging Bolt? Because at the moment there's a Raging Bolt and a Calyrex that the Urshifu really does want to go for a close combat into, but it's hard when you've got Incineroar and Amoonguss switching around to be able to find the space to be able to close combat that without either going to sleep or having it redirected.
I mean, we don't see double switches all the time, but we do see a rotation between Amoonguss and Incineroar pretty regularly here in the competitive Pokemon game.
Never?
Oh, where have you been, Benjamin? But it's true, there's such a good utility to have that Fake Out and Regenerator combination. You can see the close combats coming through from this Urshifu, but it's just not dealing enough damage. The Raging Ball able to take this so well, and this time finds his mark with the Draco Meteor, not going for a Thunderbolt, instead just getting the damage down onto this Urshifu and remove it from play.
Don't need a Thunderbolt, just a Draco Meteor is enough to pick up the KO there and cover the Amoonguss switch in. Flare Blitz, the adaptation from Juan's team, not the usual set that we see. It's usually a Will-O-Wisp instead, but the Flare Blitz does not find its mark onto Amoonguss. Instead, sort of rebounding off the Incineroar that's coming in, but also making sure that the Raging Bolt
jetzt macht doch kein Auge auf meinen Joghurt-Rucksack.
is not going to take as much damage.
Nice to see the Flare Blitz come out though, and Incineroar trying to showcase its offensive capabilities too. The Amoonguss on the opposing side though, this is going to be the Pokemon that's hard to get from. You know, Paul here didn't necessarily win his round, but Paul is able to still close out the game and get the victory.
Ein Spin am Rad und deine 3 Minuten für den Sabaton-Timer erhöhen oder die Hälfte verlieren?
Latin America
Oder sagst du, nee, wir nehmen die 3 Minuten und weiter geht's.
He's top of the CP leaderboards in Latin America, but Paul was able to take a pretty convincing Game 3 there. And
dann spin ich. Alright, wir machen aus 3 Minuten 1 Minute 30. Scheiße. Trotzdem vielen Dank. Also du kannst so häufig mal 2 hitten, wie du mal 2 hittest, aber sobald du geteilt 2 hittest, ist es automatisch die Hälfte von deinem Einsatz, was jetzt in dem Fall 3 Minuten waren. Trotzdem danke für den Support, sehr viel Dankeschön.
Yeah, and seeing like both of these trainers do slightly different game plans in each set and still execute their strategy really, really well. But game 1, we go back to there. It was a pretty quick game, but it came down to the damage that was coming off turn after turn after turn. Game 2 slows things down a little bit. In game 3, let's have a little bit of a recap here, Lou.
Yes, I mean, again, it started off very similarly. We had our Calyrex here go for its Terra Water, but the difference on Juan's side is that Calyrex did not go for its Terrestrialization. So instead, it really did fall victim to the onslaught of attacks that Paul was able to throw its way. It was nice for the Raging Bolt to get its redemption and hit its Draco Meteor here and find its mark down onto the opposing Urshifu. And after all of that damage, the offensive button clicked into game mode for Paul. He was able to get that victory.
Yeah, I really want to call out, I think the one turn that I think, especially in that game 2, that really took us to a game 3 and allowed
Okay, aber Arcane9 ist aktuell. Schauen wir mal, was wir hier haben. Lass mal schauen. Haben wir was von Rahim? Ibrahim zockt noch. Rahim steht 1, 2. Oh, das ist unangenehm. Okay. Rahim muss jetzt 5-0 gehen mit den restlichen Matches. Das stinkt ein bisschen. Flo steht 2-1. Nicht schlecht. Dennis steht auch 2-1. Benny steht leider auch 1-2. Wie schaut's aus mit Michael the Bestie? Michael the Bestie steht 3-0. Hat gegen Johannes Dose gewonnen. Feis steht auch 3-0. Kusha steht auch 3-0. Damn. Michi war der Dosenöffner. Kusha auch 3-0. Richtig geil. Probe steht 2-1. Terra steht 1-2 immerhin. Paddy steht leider 0-3. Die gute Jager Wasp. Lola steht 1-2. Ja. Haben wir noch bei Belex. Belex steht auch 2-1 immerhin. Okay. Paar gute Standings, paar nicht so gute Standings. Reim 1-2 tut weh. Michi dürfte auch meine Dose öffnen. Reim 1-2 tut leider ein bisschen weh. Aber gut. Schauen wir mal, was wird.
You know what else is shining this weekend, Lou?
The stage?
Everyone at home.
Ja, mein Mich-Chat.
We're going to have a quick look at some of the tweets that we've got coming
Michi steht 3-0.
If you're watching along, hashtag Pokémon EUIC. Sophie Terrastar with that Eevee as well.
Ja, checke. Das Game hat nicht gegönnt. Am Team lag es nicht, war ein unglaublich trauriges Set. 1-2. Ich werde erstmal nichts mehr tweeten und versuche meinen Fokus zu bekommen. Hat er geschrieben.
Definitely winning at life there. Full-sized Eevee. Really one of the cutest Pokemon that we've got. Maybe you've got some other shout-outs there, Lou, but yeah, I'm sure as you go around the venue, I mean, for me, especially at the international events and the World Championships, it's the Pikachu hanging from the ceiling.
Yeah, that's always
you walk into the venue and you're like,
I've made it. I'm in the right location. At these event halls,
IC time.
You could be walking into anything at these amazing, exhibition centers, but when you see the big Pikachu, you know you're in the right place.
Yeah, 100%. That's the landmark. Walk in, it's like, oh, yeah, maybe there's no Pikachu there. I'm not meant to be here.
Well, Sophie, I'm glad you got to meet Eevee, and there are other trainers here who are having a great time. Live Giving here says, welcome to the Play Lab. I still need to check that out this weekend. It was so much fun at the previous event I was at. TCG, VGC, Go Unite are featured here. Pokemon EUIC, Pokemon EUC 2025. This is where you can come and learn how to play these games. Maybe you're here as a spectator, a friend of the family, or something like that. Your first championship event, you can come and pick up all the different games and learn how to play them and maybe find a new favorite.
I love all of this for our spectators as well, because while the competition is all about our trainers this weekend, it's not just the trainers that are here. We've got so many spectators here to support players. As you said, friends and family as well, and they've got to have a good time too. There's a show going on. There's a lot to learn, and there's so much to the competitive game. Even if you're not going to take it like really seriously, like some of our trainers that are really at the top of their games, there's still a lot of fun to compete and go to local events, go to regional championships, come to our
Let's go, Jakobs, let's go. Welches Land sind die? England, in London. Ich sag, wenn so Mamas mit ihren Kindern da hinkommen und mit den Leuten da selber spielen, ist ja Giga Wholesome. Safe, 100%ig. 100%ig. Over 5,000 players, ist verrückt.
that's it. You just don't know looking out over that sea of players.
Yeah.
Do you know what? I want to know how many cards there are going on there. I mean, seriously, there's a lot of card game action.
Brain hurts thinking about that. There's so many.
We said earlier, like, we should stay away from the maps. I'm sorry to bring it back for you, Luke, but yeah, like, over 5,000 players playing in the Pokemon trading card game. And it's just incredible. More and more every single time. And for all of our games, Pokémon Go is getting bigger.
Wann machen wir Michi versus Michi im BBC World Finale? Ich glaube, Michi ist sogar mit seiner Familie dort. Ich glaube, einige aus seiner Familie wollten mitkommen. Aber da bin ich mir nicht ganz sicher.
And you got to remember as well, it's not just the Masters division that we have in
hat da irgendwas getweetet gehabt, glaube ich.
The juniors and seniors divisions as well, and they will also be able to crown international championships on Championship Sunday. And I always
So, also Feist steht 3-0, Michi steht 3-0, Kusha steht 3-0. Jaikoch 2-1, Flo steht 2-1, Probos steht 2-1, Selahattin 2-1, Georg Lang 2-1, Dennis 2-1, Belex 2-1, Rahim 1-2, Benny 1-2, Markus leider auch 1-2, Marius 1-2 und Leute 1-2, also Terra 1-2. Nee, Break ist noch nicht, glaube ich.
They were absolutely just going so hard.
Stark, stark.
You can't count the seniors and juniors out just because they're a little bit younger, maybe they're a little bit less experienced. No, they have some seriously difficult competitions. I've seen some of the match slips from seniors going on
so
here.
Intense.
And you're looking at it, it's like, I know who they are and I know who they are. It's like, if I was playing this weekend, I wouldn't want to be able to play them.
I always think of Nicholas Khan as well. You know, juniors division was fantastic. I think world champion, international champion, so many accomplishments. And then in seniors was also being able to keep that level so high. And in masters division, gets top cuts left, right, and center.
Because it's worth noting as well. A lot of our juniors and seniors, they do play with the masters as well.
Yeah,
especially
they do.
At local events where maybe there's a few less juniors and seniors than the masters, they all get wrapped up into the same competition. So our juniors and seniors have a lot of experience playing our more experienced players. And that really does give them the opportunity to get acquainted with what it's like.
Abschaltstream nochmal nicht am Wochenende? Habe ich ja gar keine Zeit für während den Europameisterschaften. Die Europameisterschaften laufen jeden Tag von 10 bis 19:30 Uhr. Da haben wir ja gar keine Zeit für. Da gehe ich lieber am Montag so frisch rein, weißt du? Gewonnen.
A mirror of that Dondozo Weezing team that's been rocking around. And it was just amazing to see these, you know, juniors picking up such a complicated team to pilot. You know, Dondozo itself has so many different mechanics, but then you've also got the Galarian Weezing that you need to position in the right place. You know, you don't want it counteracting your abilities and things like that. The fact that they both were in the final, playing so incredibly well, awesome to see.
I'm glad you mentioned Dondozo as well, because we have Sierra out on the floor with one of our resident Dondozo experts, Shopper Cross.
Awesome.
So, Sierra, take it away.
Hello, I'm here out on the floor with none other than Shopper Cross, competing here at EUIC. How are you doing? How's your day going so far?
I've got a 2-1 record so far.
Not bad, not bad. You know, there's a lot of stack competition out there. So what restrict did you end up bringing to the event and why?
I'm using a Kyogre team this time. I want to go with it just because I think it's a really good fit for an offensive play style and something that I hope to catch people off guard with.
I mean, we've gotten to see a little bit more of Kyogre and Groudon, like, kind of popping up, so you still think it has a little bit of surprise factor? I won't ask about other quirks of the team, but you think, like, overall you still have enough of a surprise factor?
I think so. It's funny you should mention, I actually used Groudon at my last regional. I felt like, you know what, I think this Pokemon actually struggles a little bit against any compositions that are using Rain really well. Maybe I want to just become the Rain user this time.
Da ist ein Zylord auf seinem Kopf.
I mean, you got 2 wins under your belt, so hopefully that keeps on going. So we have the largest.
Nee. Also die Leute, ich habe die Leute im Team, die dort sind.
I mean, you've been competing for so long now.
Yeah, it's really exciting to be able to play in an event that's so big. I've played in, you know, really all the European events I've been doing. It's massive now that I've thought about it. Only ever come out for the internationals. And even, like, the first one that I went to about 8 years ago now, wow, that's a crazy number to say. Even that one was really big for its time period. EUIC is always a really exciting event.
Checker.
I mean, are you at the point now still? I mean, you've been a top trainer for so long, too. Do you ever get nervous for these types of events still, or are you just chill all the way?
Oh, without a doubt. I never know exactly how I'm going to do going in, but that's part of the fun. Just seeing, like, you know, what can I put together with the team that I'm using.
I mean, we're at a point, too, with the metagame where this is a meta that we've seen before.
Damn! Maurice Utek, deutscher Spieler, damals Bremen Regional gewonnen, hat in der 3. Runde gegen Schaue Kimura gewonnen. Deutschland! Weg mit Schaue. Spaß, falsche Kimura. Aber trotzdem stark. Trotzdem stark. Ja, der hat einen Fleck von der Handpuppe. Ibrahim steht auch 3-0. Sehr geil. Schaue mit Mura. Wolfi 3-0.
Maybe there's going to be like benefits for that.
Hopefully that call is Kyogre. All right. Last but not least, so you can get ready for your next round. Besides yourself, who's winning the UIC?
Sorry, besides me? Simone Sanvito, going for the run back.
Love that, Choma. Thank you so much for your time.
Markus
Best
Silber,
of luck. As for us,
3-0.
quick break, then back to the competition.
Hallo, was soll? Lass Pokémon wissen, dass du per Drop-In vorbeischauen willst, um zusammenzuarbeiten. Sagte ich, frage mal Pokémon, ob die zusammen streamen wollen.
For the first stop of the 2025 ICs, we went to Sao Paulo, Brazil for the Latin America International Championships. Over 550 trainers competed in the video game across the juniors, seniors, and masters division.
Frederik und Nikolai haben beide verloren die Runde.
For the regulation age rule
Also die Nielsen-Brüder.
No Paradox Pokémon, no Legendaries,
aber die kleinen
no
Streamer supporten, wirklich
just back to
handgebrochen.
the basics of the Scarlet and Violet Pokédexes. With so many possibilities, trainers needed to be prepared for all sorts of team archetypes and unique Pokémon choices. It was going to be the most experienced trainers finding the wins. The Masters Division Top Cut was one of the most stacked fields we've ever seen. 5 international champions, 2 of which were the only 2 players to ever have 2 IC wins, 1 Players' Cup champion, and a ton of regional champions. It was almost fate for the 2 double IC champs to face each other in the finals, or for LAIC to finally be won by a Latin American player. But in the end, it was Marco Hamanta Caladura Silva versus Victor Medina in the grand finals. A classic sun versus rain, with either Marco making history as the first 3 times IC champ in Masters, or Victor finally getting a win after coming so close so many times before. Championship Sunday was Marco's day. In a decisive 2-0, Marco Silva made history as not just the first 3 times IC champ, but becoming the first to defend an IC title.
Heavy is the crown as Marco Silva makes history as the first 3-time international champion in the Masters Division.
Das ist schon wild.
In the Seniors Division, Marco's little brother Pietro Silva also won LAIC, adding another IC champion trophy to his cabinet.
Pietro Nihal Caladura Silva will be your international
Das ist so cool.
In the Juniors Division, Ismail Hoki finally won his first IC.
We've got Ursaluna in trick room, fully ready to pick up the KO, and we have it, Ismail Hoki.
Now we look forward to the Europe International Championships in February, so make sure to follow along and catch all the action at Pokemon.com/broadcasts.
Ja, ist wirklich so, WM, ja. Ist ehrlich so.
Eu acho que pra mim as principais ferramentas pra você melhorar como treinador.
Das Ding ist, in Juniors ist halt, sieht es immer so aus, als würden die alle einfach hyper-offensive spielen. Weißt du, jede Runde stirbt irgendein Pokémon. Nicht, dass die schlecht sind. Die sind schon gut, aber die spielen alle irgendwie immer hyper-offensive. Das ist ultra witzig. Der sieht sehr cool aus.
Anota bastante porque você vai anotando e vai gravando mais fácil, então é persistir e paciência.
Eu acho que a gente tem ferramenta até de sobra, porque é uma comunidade muito grande, a gente consegue compartilhar a experiência um com o outro e ver onde cada consegue melhorar se ajudando.
Bueno, mira, lo más importante en este juego es caminar, caminar y atrapar. Todo el tiempo estar atrapando y siempre revisando en las mismas páginas de Play Pokémon cuáles son los Pokémon que están destacados y buscar de esos Pokémon los mejores IVs para poder dar el mayor rendimiento en las batallas.
Primero que nada es ver el meta, qué Pokémon son los mejores, un poco más avanzado, aprender a contar los básicos.
I think the players need to always look at meta, check the meta. I think this is really important because on Pokémon the game is always changed.
The first thing I always gravitate towards too is recording.
Ja, bin ich auch 100%ig auf dem Drive.
Looking at it myself, but also like
sind halt wie wir als Kinder, alle Moves, die keinen Schaden machen, werden nicht gepickt.
What am I thinking through this turn? Like, did I make the correct play? Am I thinking about the high-level game plan correctly? Am I accounting for potential risks depending on what my opponent is doing? I think it's really hard to get stuck in the moment when you're actually playing, so looking at afterwards has been like really helpful for me.
In the game, you don't have a lot of time to think. You just do the best you can in the moment, but afterwards, when you can actually pause and slow down, you can analyze what is actually
Was,
going
in Swiss
on.
Round dürfen die Schweizer nicht mit den anderen spielen? Nee. Dürfen die nicht. Die gatekeepen, die Schweizer. Swiss Round ist das zum Beispiel, wenn zwei Leute 1-0 stehen, beide die erste 0-0, kann jeder gegen jeden antreten. Nach der ersten Runde spielen nur 1-0 Leute gegen 1-0 Leute, nur 0-1 Leute gegen 0-1 Leute und dann immer so weiter, weißt du? Wenn jemand 3-4 steht, spielt er eigentlich immer gegen eine Person, die auch 3-4 steht. Außer es ist ungleiche Zahl, dann eine Person nicht, aber du checkst.
Pokémon trainers, Gabby Snyder here. When preparing to compete at a Pokémon tournament, it's important to ensure
Genau, das was Stormy sagt, ja.
items and stats that best suit a Pokémon on your team. But what are these stats, and how do you ensure that you're training them in a way that unlocks their maximum potential? Let's break it down.
Ja, sag doch mal,
Pokémon have 6 individual stats that determine its performance in battle. HP, attack, defense, special attack, special defense, and speed. Each species of Pokémon has different stat potential. Fully evolved Pokémon typically have higher stats when compared to the Pokémon from which they evolve. To determine a Pokémon's primary role on your team, take a look at its stats. An attacker will have an attack stat that's naturally higher than its other stats. An example of a physical attacker is Rapid Striker Shifu, and an example of a special attacker is Fluttermane. Support Pokémon typically will have higher HP, defense, or special defense when compared with their attacking stats. But that's not always the case. Examples of support Pokémon popular in VGC include Amoonguss, Tornadus Incarnate, and Cresselia. So how can you optimize a Pokémon's stats to best fit its role on your team? Start by picking a nature that aligns with that role. Most natures will boost one stat while lowering another, so attacking Pokémon should pick a nature that raises its favorite attack stat while lowering the other. For supporting Pokémon, raise your chosen defensive stat while lowering its lowest attack stat. And for speedy Pokémon, a boost in speed is best offset by dropping its lowest attack stat. Next, maximize a Pokémon's potential by training their individual strengths, which are the innate affinity each individual Pokémon has for each stat, ranging from no good to best. A Pokémon with a higher individual strength and attack will be able to reach a higher maximum attack stat than a Pokemon of the same species with a lower individual strength and attack. To examine a Pokemon's individual strengths, complete the main story of Pokemon Scarlet or Pokemon Violet and talk to the nurse at any Pokemon Center. This will unlock the judge function, which allows you to check a Pokemon's individual strengths in your boxes. You can maximize a Pokemon's individual strengths by talking to the hyper-training trainer in Montenegro in exchange for a bottle cap, which can be purchased from Delibird Presents. Now it's time to train a Pokemon's base points, which help determine the growth of its stats. Each Pokemon begins with 0 base points in each stat. There are limits to how many base points each stat can earn, as well as the combined total of all 6 stats. So you won't be able to train your Pokemon to have the best possible stats in every category. These limits allow you to either hit the maximum in 2 stats, with a tiny bit left over for a third, or spread your Pokemon's training more evenly amongst a greater number of stats. The simplest way to start base point training is to refer to your Pokemon's role. Attacking or speedy Pokemon should maximize their chosen attack stat alongside of their HP or speed. Supporting Pokemon should maximize their defenses alongside of their HP. You can earn base points by defeating Pokemon in battle or by using vitamins, feathers, or mochi. To maximize base points for an individual stat, you'll need 26 vitamins or mochi or 252 feathers. For more information on base point training, make sure to check out Pokemon.com. A Pokemon's stats are only one aspect of its effectiveness in battle. Champion Pokemon trainers pay close attention to a Pokemon's abilities, moves, and overall team composition to come up with their winning strategies.
Nee, war nur in der ersten Gen so, Stormy, oder? Oder gab es da keine Gen da? War das echt Gen 2? Kann auch echt sein, dass Gen 2 war.
Make sure to practice online via Battle Stadium or in person via your local Play Pokemon League. Looking for inspiration?
Ich habe gesagt,
Pokémon.com for more
das Geilste
information on
wäre,
past
irgendwann
events,
schreibe ich die
upcoming
Pokémon
tournaments,
Company
or
an und
ways
frage
to
die,
train
yo,
your Pokémon.
ich will ein Buch
Until
rausbringen,
next time, trainers.
was
See ya.
quasi, guck mal, so Paluten und so, wenn Paluten so ein Minecraft-Buch rausbringen kann, dann schreibe ich die Pokémon Company an und sage, ich will ein Buch rausbringen, ich setze mich mit einem Verlag zusammen, die können es gerne überprüfen und dann, dieses Buch ist quasi was erklärt. Nein. Stell dir vor, du bist so plötzlich auf einmal am Thalia und auf einmal liegt da dann so das Buch. Nein. Auf einmal liegt da so ein Buch. Bücher sind actually aktuell voll beliebt, glaube ich. Und dann liegt da so ein Buch, wie du so deine Pokémon hochtrainierst. So wirst du zu Pokémon-Meister. Ehrlich so. Ich sag, das ist eine Marktlücke. Spiegel-Bestseller, ich sehe schon vor mir.
No, it's been an incredible start to the weekend. I mean, we couldn't have really asked for a better lineup.
Ja, aber Butter schauen die ganzen Minecraft-YouTuber mit ihren Büchern. Die sind komplett insane.
It's been phenomenal. Like you say, we're only at the start of the event. We've got a lot more action to come. So, yeah, it's been a treat.
Ich kaufe, ja.
To be treated even more.
We've had
Ehrlich,
3 rounds
schau
down,
noch
and
nicht
we've
und rein.
checked off the list. Reigning LAIC champion Marco Silva.
Tick.
2024 world champion Luca Ceribelli.
Tick.
And we've had previous EUIC champion
Ja,
Paul
so
Chua.
geil war ja.
Yeah, tick.
We've had Rio de Janeiro special event champion.
Die haben aber auch Kinder, die alles kaufen in der Community. Ja, aber es gibt ja echt viele Leute, die da rein starten wollen, weißt du? Du hast ja keine Kinder, die alles kaufen hier. Das stimmt. Ich habe nur Erwachsene, die spielsüchtig sind.
It makes you so excited to get into that part of the tournament, into day 2 in those latter stages, because the quality is this high now at the start of the tournament. What's it going to be like when we get there tomorrow? But of course, we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves because we've got so much to concentrate on here and now. And, you know, it's a testament to our players. We've got, I think, you know, over 1,200 masters here this weekend, which is just
amazing.
Mind-blowing. It's just so many players and just the amount of talent out there, the amount of
ja, es gibt schon, Michi macht ja nur englischen Content. Und es gab auch schon damals in der Vergangenheit Leute, die solche Videos gemacht haben. Schönes Dankeschön für deinen Prime Breeze Sub. Möchtest du am Rad drehen? Es gab schon Leute, die damals diese Videos gemacht haben und hatten nicht so viel Erfolg. Ich meine, auf Englisch gibt es auch Videos auf Englisch, die das schon machen. Oh, Markus!
And they come in and they take our events by storm. You don't have to have been playing for 10 years
gesehen. Hast du jemals nach einem guten gesucht?
At the highest level.
Geh lieber am Teller. Also kein Spin, okay. Okay, zeig mir, was das Rad spricht. Alright. Wir gehen rein. Aus 3 Minuten machen wir 6 Minuten. Wie fahren wir weiter fort? Noch 6 Minuten, 12 Minuten machen? Oder wieder auf 1,30 droppen? Was machen wir? Das sah echt aus, ja. Das stimmt wohl, ja. Ja, 6 Minuten machen wir. Diesmal war es leider nicht close. Wo ist Michael the Bestie?
I think it was 2022 at EUIC.
Wir halten Michi wieder klein. Michi bestimmt so 17. oder so. Warte, ich schau kurz. Ibrahim ist 24. Michi ist 49.
No surprise there to see our reigning LAIC champion
Michael the Bestie, 49. ist der.
Yeah, continuing after that really great result in game 1 here this weekend, round 1 I should say. Aurelian also having a flying start, a very familiar face, as well as a lot of the players on this board. You've got Hippolyte as well, a very renowned player from France.
Oh, Dings. Nick Schrott ist, also Ducky ist auf der 10.
Go down further on, some older heads. We've got Jamie Keen having a great start coming in this weekend.
On sort of home turf.
Gönn den Tee, kuschel dich ein, mach den Burrito, Mann.
Really special when you go into an event.
Mike, danke schön für deinen Prime Resub. Ich küsse dein Herz. Möchtest du am Rad drehen?
Jamie is one of the real fantastic.
Willst du auch einen geilen Spinnerinski?
And most notably,
Scheiße, nach die
last year was working with Jamie Keen on their team. They were sort of testing things
together. Was für Burrito? Naja, die Burrito-Strategie. Weltberühmt ist die.
So definitely some team building chops there.
Yeah, and one to definitely keep an eye on going into this tournament, whether the skills will come into play for the rest of the weekend.
Das Rad gönnt heute nicht. Was denn hier? Gute Besserung, Nachti. Das ist schon Scam hier. Riecht meine Eier. Heute Morgen aber auch mit guten Kopfschmerzen aufgewacht. Bei mir war gestern unangenehm, aber es hat sich direkt wieder gelegt zum Glück. Ich bin im Hintergrund gerade die ganze Zeit so crazy am so Gube, ne? Ich habe mich nur versprochen, ich habe das noch jemand gesagt. Ich bin im Hintergrund so am Grinden, ihr checkt gar nicht, Chat. Ihr checkt gar nicht. Ich farm gerade nebenbei die ganze Zeit Gems. Ich bin so im Grind, ihr versteht nicht. Mach nebenbei meine Eier, bin so am Gems grinden.
Yeah, and you know, it's a same tale with these players that perform well at such a consistent level. With Victor, Aurelian's another player that falls into that kind of bracket where they are phenomenal players, so much talent. They're just not being able to get across the line those big hurdles. And you know, is this going to be the one where Aurelian is able to
jetzt kommt er noch nebenbei YouTube. Boah, ehrlich smart. Ich sollte ehrlich eigentlich, ich habe auch schon überlegt, es geht ja heute nur bis 19:30 ich habe schon überlegt, abends vielleicht zu arbeiten. Und vielleicht mache ich gleich echt nebenbei noch ein bisschen YouTube-Stuff. Vielleicht gar nicht so dumm, Stormy. Ehrlich gar nicht so dumm. Ich arbeite, glaube ich, gleich nebenbei. Aber erstmal gehe ich pissen.
Really is.
Erstmal gehe ich pissen.
I was saying this earlier,
okay.
When Charlie and I were kicking things off on the desk. He's got 1900 and something championship points. It's like
share some about Marco.
He doesn't need any more. He probably could give half of his championship points away to somebody that had none, and still probably make it into the top 75. Obviously, he's got his automatic invitation from his placings this season already.
Yeah.
You know, if that wasn't enough, like, gonna be top of the top 75 or at least close up there, top 3 certainly by the end of the season.
Yeah, you know, other players in that situation, I think it's real testament to Marco in particular for that, because a lot of players maybe would think, I've got that Worlds invite locked up, I can take it easy now, I can just take a bit of time away. But I think Marco, it just shows the love and the passion that they've got for this game and wanting to come in and keep at the forefront of being the best player in Europe, you know, and I think that dominant stance that they've been able to achieve so far this season isn't something that they want to give up lightly. And coming into this weekend, I'm sure they'll be hungry to take that 4th international championship. A lot of players to get through though, to get there, but you know, if there's one player to do it, Marco definitely at the one up there with the top players on that list.
I just love the thinking about their run in regulation set H with that Charizard, Ursaluna, Porygon team. And playing, what, 3 events and losing, what, 1 or 2 matches overall in 3 events? And it's
phenomenal.
Like,
it is phenomenal, isn't it?
Crazy consistency. Not just that, pioneering a new build, which many players did take up after that. But when you play a build like that, and you play it successfully, you know, players clock on, they're having an eye and keeping an eye on what's doing well. Then you're able to take it to another event and do well. And it's like, well, hang on a second, we've got to be really ready for this, right? What's our game plan?
Yeah.
When you're preparing for that. But then the 3rd time over, like...
Yeah, because by then there's no excuses. Everyone's prepared for that team, right?
No excuses at all.
They've got their little techs in place. They've got the game plans in place. But to do it again,
if I do this, then that happens. And okay, right, I can win from here. And Marco's just being like, nah.
Ich sollte mir noch Wasser holen.
The best, but it's not good enough. And it's interesting to see the choice of Terrapagos coming into this weekend as well. You know, I think, yeah, and I love that combination that both of those. And when you look at it from Team Preview, you think, well, the Heatran, is that going to be one of those where you could maybe rely on a little bit more of a recovery element to it with the leftovers? Because in past formats, even in this format, when we've seen the introduction of Heatran, it has been placed with the leftovers, with that substitute, so it can position itself well. And you think, oh, are you going to run it like that alongside Terrapagos, or are you running a different Terrapagos? But opting for the Terrapagos that we've seen tried and tested throughout the season with that leftovers Calm Mind. And I really love the Heatran because it just offers a different element to the team, especially with that Magma Storm.
Magma Storm,
just trap in,
and then of course there's the Scream Tail going for Encore Disable stuff. It's something definitely that we're gonna have to watch out for.
Viel Glück auf zu, beziehungsweise Date mit deiner Freundin, oder nicht?
But we're not quite there yet, trainers. So bear with us. We're going to go to a quick break right now, but we'll be back in just a moment. So
Ja.
here's an opportunity. Get a drink,
Dann viel
get a
Spaß.
snack, come back to the stream, and we'll be ready for round 4 here at EUIC.
Yes. Nö, aber nichts gegen gesagt.
Come on in, trainers. Come on in, gather around the prize wall. No pushing at the back. Yeah, that's it. Nice and orderly, trainers. The prize wall. I'm here
Imagine
with Mishka,
Dates
who
haben
works at
Kunden
our
wie
beautiful
mich.
prize wall here. Mishka,
Was machen
I'm
Beeren,
Charlie.
Timo?
Tell us, what's going on here?
Lecker schmecken.
So, when you want to go to the prize wall, first what you do is playing the side events. For the side events, you're getting the tickets, and then you can
Oder meinst du meine
exchange
Beeren?
them here for the prizing.
Ich habe
We
gerade
have
Watermelon Berries
many
drin.
special stuff. We have plushies. We have a huge plushies. For example, this Slowpoke. It's amazing.
Umowani.
Then we have beautiful pins. We have boosters, of course, playmats, portals.
Stimmt,
We have so
stimmt.
many stuff you can exchange for the tickets. So yeah, and then it's us. You can talk to us.
Friendly help as well, trainers. So, in terms of how our trainers build up the points they need to exchange them for prizes here, how does that work?
Well, as I said, you do
noch
the side
zwei.
events. For example, pick a pack.
Setz
It's,
mich wahrscheinlich gleich
very
dran.
nice, very fast. How you can
Kam gerade
get the
nebenbei aber noch
points.
die Gems.
And actually, they're so much fun. You have side events for VG, for TCG, for Pokemon Go. So anything you like, you can, play, have fun. And then I don't know. We have mostly anything for the points you get. So.
Come and exchange, yeah. Can you tell us more about the VG side events?
Not quite sure, to be honest, but I think you have your team, Pokemon team, and you are battling each other, and of course you win the points.
Yeah, absolutely. I think in previous years I've experienced things like a Chaos Cup where you have predetermined teams that have a certain theme or maybe they're all one particular type and you have to go up against another.
So, die arbeitet jetzt nebenbei im Chat. Passiert
team,
gerade nichts.
And you can gather with friends.
Kann
There
ich nicht mehr
are
arbeiten.
command events as well. All sorts of ways for trainers to test their battling prowess and
Raikox,
slightly
es
more
geht.
relaxed side events too. So, Mishka, I've got to ask you,
So.
if you were exchanging prizes here, let's say you had all the points in the world, what would you want?
That one. The Slowpoke or the Psyduck. Look at them. They're amazing. Huge and amazing. I mean,
will ich sagen.
the only problem with them, we don't know how to get them through the airport, you know? When you're gonna get them home, they're just like big plushies, so yeah.
But if the big plushies aren't so much your thing, you know, you've got the mini ones here as well, and you've got trading cards, socks down there too. There's so much going on here. You look, got some clothing there as well. You've got some
Okay, Mann, ich wünsche dir ganz viel
backpacks
Erfolg.
I love those with the Eevee and Pikachu with their backs turned.
Raikox,
And Ginger one, they're plushy, you know, like they're very soft, so they're very nice.
Well, thanks so much for talking to us, Mishka. Just some of the action available live here at the European International Championships. Now, trainers, we'll be back with the action very shortly.
Ist die Firma abgesprungen? Okay, checke. Grüß
so
mich halt
much,
zweimal.
Charlie.
Ja,
Great
weiß
to
nicht, ich
have
habe
a look
vergessen, ob
at
ich dich schon
the
begrüßt hatte.
prize wall that's going on
Und wie
here
ist aber
at
immer
the
so schön?
European International
Lieber zweimal als keiner, oder? Haha, ja,
I have the pleasure to be joined by the ever so wonderful Ben Kiriakou.
The pleasure is all mine, and the wonder is all
definitely.
yours.
Well, okay, we'll take that.
We'll take that.
I like
Also
that.
traurig, dass Pokémon Center nicht nach
It's great to
EU
be here
schippt.
with you, Ben.
Ich will auch
Gone
cooles
into
Pokémon-Merch.
round 4.
Die sollen mal so
Heat up.
Pop-Up-Store
Players
in
against
Berlin
setup.
oder so machen.
Be into it in a
Komm,
minute,
arbeite
but,
einfach, mach
what have
Chat
you seen
zu,
so
mach
far
Kopf
today?
zu.
Lots of notable
Victor Medina, Victor!
Round 4 pairings
Victor!
set up, ready to go. We have featured here this round
Victor.
4 of EUIC, Davide Miraglia and Victor Medina. But we've got
Victor.
some fabulous matches.
Mach
looking down the
Shisha
list there.
auf.
Yeah, incredible. One notable name, I'm sure a lot.
Victor.
It's drawing everyone's eyes is Wolf Glick down there, 3-0.
Victor.
Going up against Lois Markle, and you know, that one in particular interests me a lot. I would love, and I'm hoping we will get to see Wolf on stream at some point today, because we're running a very interesting team this weekend. But we can't concentrate on just one player, of course. There is a field of players out here. Another
Du sagst
really
das die ganze
notable,
Zeit, der ist so ein
well-known
League-Meme.
player who's had a really good season so far this year is Francesco Pierpero.
Du musst überlegen.
Playing and having a great start to this tournament.
Also, pass auf, ich erkläre es dir, damit du es ungefähr checkst. Die Leute haben sich darüber abgefuckt, dass Arcane nicht lore-accurate ist. Und deswegen hat Riot Games einfach gesagt, yo, gar kein Ding. Wir schreiben einfach die komplette Lore um und die Arcane-Lore ist jetzt richtig. Und dadurch, dass die Arcane-Lore jetzt richtig ist und die davorige Lore einfach gestrichen wurde, wurde Blitzcrank nie erschaffen, weil Blitzcrank wurde laut der alten Lore von Victor erschaffen, aber das existiert nicht mehr. Deswegen ist Blitzcrank einfach da, aber hat keinen Ursprung mehr. Und deswegen gab es so richtig viele Memes wie Blitzcrank ist ja ein Roboter, wie Blitzcrank die ganze Zeit so vor Victors Haus steht oder so und die ganze Zeit ruft, Victor! Victor! Ja. Das ist halt so ein Meme. Blitzcrank einfach nicht mehr existent. Guter alter Rito, wirklich so. Victor. Blitzcrank hat wirklich Besseres verdient, das ist real. Victor Medina. Das ist tatsächlich Victor Medina. Victor Medina hat Blitzcrank erschaffen, laut Lore. Das sind tatsächlich die wenigsten.
It was new, but kind of settling at the same time. Yeah. The Clefable in that team, the Annihilate in that
Choice
team.
Specs Hydreigon.
Yeah.
That was so cool.
Ich habe das Video gefunden. Das ist ultra witzig. Ja, das ist wirklich turbowitzig. Victor. Witzig. Witzig.
Victor Medina, we talked about Victor a little bit.
Sie spielt ja auch wie eine Maschine, ehrlich so. Victor.
Victor's accomplishments. Finalists, LAIC, coming into a different format now. Has been featured on streams in Regulation G.
Kannst du in den Medien posten oder so?
You know, it's a completely different ballpark. Got some interesting picks on their team as well.
Exactly, and I think that's something that we'll get into in just a little bit. And it's just like, really, what stands out to me in this match is, like, Victor's the kind of runner-up guy a little bit. He's made it to the finals so many times.
Ja, was jetzt?
I don't want that to sound like that's a negative thing. As we get our trainers here, they're on the stage, they're ready to go, they're getting set up for their match here.
Und Victor sieht aus wie Harry Potter. Er sieht wirklich so crazy aus wie Harry Potter. Es ist so verrückt. Wie stehen die Boys? Durchwachsen. Reim leider 1-2. Ja, kann schon. Stormy. Das ist wirklich Daniel Radcliffe, ne? Kann schon, aber Arcane wird quasi ein bisschen anders, weißt du? Also es war quasi die letzte Arcane-Staffel und die bringen halt irgendwann, man weiß nicht, ob sie es Arcane nennen oder so, aber wahrscheinlich so mit anderen Regionen, you know? Deswegen weiß ich, wie viel Rolle Victor noch spielen wird. Besonders... Warte, ich schreibe dir mal kurz was auf Discord.
Cannot be underestimated, especially with this team that they're playing.
Will jetzt nichts spoilern?
The build here, you know, the cornerstone Ogopon on this construction with the Zamazenta is not something that you'd see
Habt ihr geschrieben?
common. But a lot of the other Pokemon, obviously really good friends of Zamazenta here.
Definitely, this Fluttermane Chi-Yu with Zamazenta has definitely been picking up a lot of popularity. I think Zamazenta
is crazy, yeah.
The composition that we would have seen more regularly.
Yeah.
But as Regulation Set G has developed, it's definitely that
das ist ein wildes Team. Aber wir sehen Zamazenta.
Victor on the other side. Really
ich bin komplett bei Reim, der holt es noch. Ja, normale Ogapon wurde schon gezockt.
Yeah, and I do like that. It makes you kind of wonder about the Calyrex Ice Rider and the how it's been trained to take advantage of maybe the Trick Room that we're seeing on the Fergaraf here, as well as an Electroweb in certain situations against opposing Pokemon where you can Electroweb, get a little bit of a speed drop, and that will be enough for the Calyrex to get that Glacial Lance off before anything else. So that double up there makes it very difficult for opponents to deal with that. The one thing that you would say on Davide's side of the field is they've got Wide Guard, so not going to be as easy to get that combination off in this match. But you've got other tools that really are going to be able to excel the Calyrex in this game. The Landorus Incarnate in particular.
War nie Main, oder? Gefühlt ist jemand anderes. Na, eben wurde schon Ogapon Halflame gezockt. Ist immer so durchgemischt. In diesem Buch sind wahrscheinlich 1 Milliarde Kalks. Du darfst keine Kalks vorschreiben. Wenn du darfst nicht wenn du einen Block mitnimmst und du hast schon etwas darauf geschrieben, dann wirst du dafür ermahnt. Das muss ein leeres Blatt sein. Du musst mit einem leeren Blatt starten. Ich hatte mal bei einem VGC-Match mein gesperrtes Handy auf dem Tisch liegen und wurde dann von einem Judge ermahnt.
Cornerstone and Chen Pao.
Yeah, you've already called it out, the Chiyu, the Fluttermane, the big players to support that Zamazenta, and it offers another mode to the Zamazenta team where you'd normally see that being leaned into quite heavily to lead matches to kind of clear pave a way almost for the Zamazenta to come in late.
Was ist Mathe-Klausur wirklich so, ne?
You do look at Victor's side of the field and think, what have you got to contain that Fluttermane and the Chiyu? Is your
genau, auch Flasche wirst du ermahnt. Der darf nichts auf den Tisch haben.
Probably not. The booster energy going to put it ahead, and then
hatte mal den Room-Code vom Match vorher auf meinem Zettel und musste dann ein neues Blatt nehmen. Das ist so verrückt, wirklich. Scheiße, Manni.
I'm glad you mentioned that, Lee, because that's exactly where I was going, especially with the Terra Ghost as well. Chiyu and Fluttermane are going to be able to attack pretty quickly. If an Icy Wind does connect onto a Regieleki, then it sort of takes away the fast mode. But then it's
damals bei Mittelschulprüfungen komplett hops genommen, weil ich bei Matheabschlussprüfungen so kleine Notizen auf einer Seite in Formelsammlung hatte. Da durfte ich die nicht benutzen. Aber ich habe auch, oh Gott, wieso auch immer in dem Tag meinen Taschenrechner nicht gehabt, habe diese chillige 5 Minus geschrieben. Ja. Manchmal muss man. Haben wir neue Matchups allgemein? Ja, ne, wahrscheinlich. Ja, okay, wir gehen mal durch. Die labern ja noch. Ibrahim spielt gegen Giuseppe Musicio. Michi spielt gegen Zachary Carlson. Ich glaube, der ist gut, oder? OBM muss uns im Fall der Fälle retten. Feist spielt gegen Kyle Livinghouse. Maurice spielt gegen Hippolyte Bernhard. Wie der Name? Kusha spielt gegen Danilo Modugno. Jank spielt gegen Michael Kwiatowski. Flo spielt gegen David McKinnon. Selahattin spielt gegen David Fernandes. Robert spielt gegen Michael Chira. Bella spielt gegen Leonard Christ. Georg Lang spielt gegen Bai Jong-yun. Dennis spielt gegen Agnello Pio Pietra. Bedek spielt gegen Judy Manrique. Raim spielt gegen Riley Dunn. Benny spielt gegen George Foley. Terra spielt gegen Mason Cagle. Markus spielt gegen Alex Saltmarsh. Der Name. Und Leute spielt gegen Alicia Almira Canovas. Die ersten 4 waren gut. Ja, okay, es waren aber auch die 3-0er, ne?
Ogabon definitely not going bonk mode at the start of this game.
Ich immer schon mal nach einer Stunde reinschwitzen Wasser über meine Abiturklausur gekippt. Ach du Scheiße. Ja, 07 Calyrex. Schade. Achso, das ist, Dings, Timo Schimtex hatte Falco und Bunter hatte Fox und das ist ein GIF und wenn du Discord Nitro hast, dann reden die. Das ist so wie in Star Fox, als ob die sich so unterhalten würden, weißt du, im Voice. Dann bewegen die so ihren Mund. Weil es halt nicht, also kannst du dort so eine GIF reinpacken und die GIF bewegt sich immer, wenn du redest. Und das ist halt die GIF quasi, wie die halt die ganze Zeit reden in den Star Fox Games. Naja.
If you're Victor into the single target attack or the spread attack, and if you're Davide, well, do you just waste a wide guard into an Earth Power, or do you go for a wide guard to try and catch a Sanseer Storm?
Well, that's a big question. We're going to kick off this
turn. Und du bist Villain? Ja, ich feier Wolf. Wolf ist schon mein Favorite aus der Star Fox Series. Okay, gut.
And in response, coming back at it, another translation from Victor. Feeling at a loss after taking that Calyrex loss that turn 1. It is that poison terror typing from the Landorus. It is going to be able to put on a lot of pressure. The mind games are coming into play. Do you go for the Sanseer Storm or the single target attack?
Double spiky shield not going through this turn. Ogapon is going to be susceptible to this icy wind, as is the Landorus. That's going to put Ogapon and Landorus going to be slower than the Zamazenta on Davide's side.
Yeah, we are going to see that body press doubling up into that slot.
Seid ehrlich, stellt Crystal schon heiß. Nicht Furry, aber Crystal ist hot. Wer würdest du? Ja, schon eine knackige 10 aus 10.
Not into the Flutterman, unfortunately, but does connect with the Zamazenta, doing some considerable damage, taking it below 50%.
That Dragon Terror was absolutely crucial there, and really good information for both of our trainers, whether they knew or not. The Sandsear Storm with the Life Orb boost and the Sheer Force boost on the Landorus is enough to knock out the Zamazenta if it doesn't go for its Dragon-type Thrustalization. So that's a really key bit of strategy for these two players. But Davide seems to have the real advantage here.
Aber ja, safe. As you mentioned Star Fox mal, also SF mal, Real Talk wäre auch Banger.
Energy speed on Fluttermane. It's going to have to maybe take an attack from the Zamazenta afterwards, but maybe the Regieleki would be able to outspeed the Zamazenta and get its own Electro Wave off before the Zamazenta's able to act. It's a really difficult call to make.
Yeah, big difficult call, but because of that Protect coming out from Davide's Zamazenta, not one to contend with a potential Electro Web this turn. Icy Wind in response from that Flutterman, going to lower the speed on that Regieleki and the Landorus even further. In response, we are seeing that Electro Web.
So konzentrieren wir uns wieder auf die wichtigen Dinge, oder?
Not one to contend with that. Flutterman is going to take a bit of chip damage for that, drop its speed, and followed up by an Earth Power.
Alter, knackiger Crit.
On the critical hit as well, Victor carving their way a little bit closer into getting back on track. 3 Pokemon to 2. Let's not forget that there are 2 Pokemon in the back there for Davide, and now it is the time to bring out the Chen Pao. After the Icy Wind has gone off on the Fluttermane, Chen Pao is likely going to be able to outspeed that Regieleki, and of course the Landorus as well, because it's carrying the Focus Sash. If it manages to connect on either one of those slots, it's going to be able to take an attack, go down to its Focus Sash, and then go for another attack afterwards.
Yeah, in response, we're going to see a crunch, and it is into that Regieleki after that pivotal Icy Wind. Able to outspeed, pick up a knockout, leaving the Landorus a bit of a sitting target here. Behemoth Bash is the choice of attack. Is it going to be enough to pick up the knockout? And it certainly is. Davide picking up knockout, game 1, taking a commanding lead.
Can we just spend a moment talking about that turn 1? Because that's absolutely an insane read for Davide to go for. It's like, well, if you double target into the Calyrex there, the Ogerpon can just follow me. The Calyrex gets to do something, whether it's going for a Trick Room, whether it's going for a Glacial Lance. But the fact that Victor went for the Protect onto, or the Spiky Shield, should I say, onto the Ogerpon, just gave Davide that opening. And when you lose your restricted Pokemon turn 1 for free, you can have as many game plans as you like, but you're definitely on the back foot.
Yeah, I mean...
Darum ja, achso, ja, okay, nee, respect.
I mean, we outlined it during the game. I mean, it's very risky from Victor to go for this play, kind of thinking that maybe the double up's coming into the Cornerstone because of that sturdy ability. But you're so far behind after that it's such a high risk, high reward kind of play, you know? You're hoping for the Shadow Body Price to go into that Ogerpon, but Davide just not falling for it and getting the call completely right and capitalizing on it and not letting up that pressure from that point on. And I think that's what really just didn't give Victor much movement in this match to kind of get the momentum swing back into it, especially when the Ogerpon was kind of in that situation where you went for that Protect and it was almost a double down. It made it worse going into that turn 2 where you were in that position where now, okay, well, we're just back to the same choice for Davide where I'm not going to double into that slot because you protected the I'm going to double this one, and it's just a clean 1-2. Buckle my shoe. Here we are going into game 2, and I'm 1 up.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like the mind game's going into this game too, because I've got no doubt. Well, maybe there is going to be an adaptation here. There's that. Well, does there have to be? There's that mind game. It's like, well, sometimes you do the same thing twice, even though it looked really bad, and you make the call that your opponent's like, well, they're never going to do that again, are they?
And
because that didn't go exactly. And then, I mean, yeah, you've got a knowing smile there, Lee.
Yeah,
that's definitely something that's happened to both of us in competition over the years. But it is those hard mind games that these top trainers have to be playing against, and I think it's the call that you have to make. They've got to give some credit to go for that sort of more risky play.
It's very brave.
Sometimes
meine Eltern, als ich damals lange Haare hatte.
Kann
ich sagen,
here we are in turn 1 of game 2, and we've got a completely different lead coming out from Victor, Calyrex and Urshifu, but the same lead from Davide in Zamazenta and Fluttermane.
Yeah, Davide is sticking with the tried and tested pairing from that game 1. The booster energy activating on that Fluttermane, giving the speed boost. And, you know, I don't mind this. Why would you change it up if you were Davide? I think it worked game 1. The problem is now that you don't have that redirection. I was going to talk about it, but the Ogopon had the ability to just redirect both those single target attacks away and allow you to get that trick room up.
Check, Stormy, check. Wobei Mittwoch sogar relativ chillig war,
really sitting duck now from that Fluttermane, which pressures with the Moonblast into that slot. It doesn't have a focus sash, so it really has to be careful here. And yeah, if you can get a surging strike off, then you are going to be able to do some impactful damage. Maybe pick up a knockout into the Fluttermane. But again, if you leave Calyrex and just vulnerable, it is going to be susceptible to getting knocked out. This
could be happening again here. Detect there coming out from the Urshifu. A taunt coming out from this Fluttermane, stopping any sort of Trick Room shenanigans happening this turn. Body press, the follow-up into the Calyrex. So Davide setting up the Calyrex to be able to be double targeted next turn, as a Glacial Lance is not enough to pick up the KO on this Fluttermane, and something I think Davide's probably prepared for, the Fluttermane that doesn't want to go down to one hit.
No, and I think this is a much better setup from Victor. Again, if the double up had come out, it's still risky. You could have lost the Calyrex like you did game 1, but not playing out like that. Maybe the Urshifu put on enough pressure there to detract from that. The taunt is a nice option from Davide, because going into that, preventing the Trick Room from being an element on Victor's side of the field. But the Glacial Lance is so important because it's now put that Fluttermane into Aqua Jet range. So it does put a lot of pressure on Davide to maybe switch that Pokemon out, bring something in and utilize the Zamazenta. If you ignore that and think Davide is going to switch that Fluttermane out, then you can double down hard into that Zamazenta and start putting some work there.
Oh no, Aqua Jet coming out, just a straight Moonblast into this
Urshifu,
and it's enough to pick up the one-hit knockout.
Das war stark von Davide.
No Urshifu, you're not going for any attacks this game. Body press to follow up onto Calyrex and a high horsepower, super effective into the Zamazenta, but of course, with its defense boost, it's able to shrug that off.
Yeah, really unfortunate that there was no Aqua Jet there, because now you've got the Fluttermane on the field for Davide, and it's got that active Icy Wind that was so detrimental to Victor in game 1, and the Calyrex, of course, cannot protect it, cannot Trick Room. It is going to be susceptible to going down to another body press now. And you've got the Terrestrialization is still an option. Do we see the Dragon Terra type come out? More than likely. And I think Victor's hands almost forced this situation. The Poison Terra type on the Landorus to get away from that Icy Wind weakness.
And I think this is Davide playing this sort of low-risk, high-reward strategy where they just say, well, yeah, knock out my Fluttermane, no problem. I've got 2 Pokemon in the back. They're going to put on just as much offensive pressure as my Fluttermane would. I've still got a relatively healthy Zamazenta, and I can take those attacks from Calyrex pretty nicely. The next one's not going to come off because I can just body press into that slot, and so Davide gets the better end of that, where it's like, well, I'm just going to take a knockout for free.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, we've got Terra Orbs charging up, the Terra coming out from that Landorus into the Poison Terra typing, Protect coming out from that Zamazenta on Davide's side, and just an Icy Wind before this Fluttermane. If it does take an attack here, it's likely to go down, but it isn't going to go down without any value. It's getting that speed drop on both these Pokemon and Victor's side of the field. We do see the Sandsteer Storm. It is going to be into the Protect on the Zamazenta, and enough to take down that Fluttermane. And key here, the Glacial Lance, if it does come out, it isn't going to get a boost.
Not at all, and that's a big deal, actually. Glacial Lance there, hitting into and pinging off of that Zamazenta's Protect there. Calyrex shaking off the taunt now, so it can go for a Trick Room again. It can play a little bit on the defensive, but Calyrex playing on the defensive here sort of allows that Landorus to get targeted down, and especially this combination of Ogopon. Now that the Landorus has gone for its Terra Poison,
also, ich meine das
it
Match
is
hier.
susceptible to an Rock-type
Nee, das auch. Das kann auch noch
a little
holen.
bit more, and
Da ist noch alles drin.
Crit's not enough to pick up the KO.
Ich sag sowas, surrendert man nicht.
Maybe that's
Bei
enough.
Pokémon kann
And
alles
then you've
passieren.
got 2 Pokemon and Zamazenta to be able to deal with that sort of Trick Room environment. You've got the Wide Guard to stop those Glacial Lances, and so maybe Davide's not as worried about the Calyrex in this position.
Yeah, and with the health as well on that Calyrex being so low, you think any attack coming into that slot, which you're going to be able to do because of that icy wind, is going to be enough to pick it up, knock it out, and take away that option of the trick.
Achso, nee, der hat auch noch einen Mon hier.
Terrestrialization in response from David,
Hier hat auch noch einen Mon.
is going to be into the
Was wir gleich gesehen haben. Das Match hier
Ogre
geht schon noch.
Cornerstone, getting the embody aspect ability boost, and that's a boost to its defense stats.
And it's going to be able to get a big Ivy Cudgel off, but not looking like that Ivy Cudgel is necessarily going to protect. Zamazenta going for the body press is going to be able to finish off the Calyrex here and take it back to Victor. So we're left seeing if this Ivy Cudgel is going to be effective.
Achso, ja, okay.
Well, it's not. It's going into
it's actually 3 gegen 3.
But next turn, it has the ability to put in some work. Now, Victor gets their chance to bring in their own Ogre-Pon. I think this is a really good play here. Either you get some value out of the Calyrex, it's the Fluttermane conversation that we had last time. If you get some value from the Calyrex, or you get the Ogre-Pon to switch in, and it's in a much better position to put some pressure onto this Zamazenta, redirect those body presses away from the
I think that's a big thing. Like, do you go after the Ogre-Pon if you're Davide? We are seeing the Spike and Shield, maybe predicting that you are going to double into that slot, but the Wide Guard coming out, suspecting maybe a Sandsteer Storm from that Landorus. Protect, get around that Ivy Cudgel, now going into what is that Landorus. Is it going to be enough to pick up the knockout? It's already taken damage, and it is enough.
Nee, ich glaube, das ist
Getting rid of that big threat on Victor's side of the field. And now the Ogre-Pon got everything to do.
Reim steht leider 1-2. Flo steht 2-1. Dennis steht 2-1. Felix steht 2-1. Yonago steht leider auch 1-2. Michi steht 3-0. Schade, Victor. Kusha steht 3-0. Ibrahim steht 3-0.
Absolutely incredible performance from Davide, and you know, it was just so one-sided. The pin there at every moment just made it difficult for Victor to get any sort of just any momentum swing in that match, and it was really difficult. You can see what Victor was trying to do because of how
ich muss ja hier streamen. Ich muss ja hier die Leute abholen, die noch zu Hause sind. Wir müssen hier Live-Dings Berichterstattung machen.
You think, well, I don't need to play fancy here. Like you said, I can just take my time. I can just go for the tried and tested.
Streamt auch von vor Ort, aber mit welchem Equipment?
Like, you can see there from the look on Victor's face, there's like, well, it's a bit disappointing to take a loss, of course, but he didn't feel like he did anything particularly wrong in that situation. Like he says, like he's got to make some calls to get things done in this matchup where things are just that little bit more uphill, and Davide just had a few more tools at their disposal. And yeah, Zamazenta is one of those Pokemon. If it gets a defense boost and you don't have too many special attackers to be able to deal with it, it's really hard to take down.
It really is, and it's not one of these flashy restricteds that can get these boosts every time it picks up a knockout. It's consistent damage, and maybe that shies away a lot of players from using it, but it's the consistency that it offers you, and the support as well with that Wide Guard that make it such a threat. And I think the big call out in game 2 there was that taunt, because it was so easy to go for the Shadow Ball there and just get rid of the Calyrex, but I think the taunt was really key, and allowing the to stick around a little bit longer than it maybe did. It went down at the right time, but it got the icy wind off crucially, and where you weren't really having to contend with the Trick Room until the point where your board position was so strong that you could have just sneezed on the Calyrex and it would have faded.
I mean, it's cold out there with Calyrex on the field. Maybe there was some sneezing going on, but
Ich liebe das E3 gegen Pink Flashy. Das ist so süß.
In fact. No, but I think that's a really good call. The taunt there, I think, has another layer to it that's important to call out. It's like it covers the Terra options for the Calyrex. If the Calyrex had gone for a Terra Water, gone for the Trick Room, the double up of Shadow Ball or Moonblast, whichever, and the body press probably wouldn't be enough to pick up the KO. And if that was the adaptation that Victor wanted to go for,
hast du meinen von Landing zum Pokémon gesehen? Ich wurde deswegen jetzt schon richtig häufig angeschrieben. Und ich sage gar kein Hate an Lenny, aber ich finde, das ist so ein wackes Video. Ich habe es ja noch nicht angesehen. Ich werde es ja auch nicht ansehen. Aber ich finde, ich habe die Nase voll davon, mit Negativität Klicks zu farmen. Weil Negativität kommt auf YouTube immer besser an. Negativität und mit Negativität und Pessimismus und so weiter generierst du halt, das klingt halt viel mitreißender, wenn du halt so einen Titel hast, ne? Und es gibt manche Kanäle, die sind nur auf Negativität aufgebaut und ich bin einfach selber ein zu positiver Typ. Da nervt mich sowas nur. Deswegen will ich ihm gar nicht so viel Beachtung schenken. Aber gar kein Hater, Lenny ist ansonsten süß. Aber was er gerade so auf YouTube macht, das fühle ich alles nicht so. Bin ich nicht so Fan von. Nicht so der Fan von.
It makes a lot of pressure on the opponent. If you are able to put yourself in advantage in the first 2 turns, you are really in a good situation, I think.
Es ist halt, ihr müsst euch halt vorstellen, ihr habt halt alle da drauf geklickt, weil es halt so, verändern meine Eier. Ja, ihr habt halt da so drauf geklickt, weil es so reißerisch halt ist. So. Und das ist ja genau das, was er damit hier erreichen will. Und das ist auch valid so. Aber
fairly exploring stuff, and there are more situations that are tricky, in my opinion.
Ich bin da rausgedippt.
If you play well, it's still solid and strong.
I mean, we definitely got to see a showcase of that. That was a pretty quick match. So this is definitely one of those matchups. A little better for the Zamazenta.
Yeah. It's I was saying yes. I think I had a good matchup. Victor is a really great, nice opponent, but I had a good matchup, and I also flowcharted this situations, these matchups, so I knew what to do.
You had it on lock.
Ich bin da einfach nicht so der Fan von. Aber natürlich kann auch funktionieren. Victor. Aber wenn der Titel heißen würde, deswegen wird die Pokémon Direct super. Zieht da nicht so viel, ne? Und seine Aussage kommt nicht zu Gen 10 und kaum was zum DA und nur Filler-Stuff. Kann maybe sein, aber das ist ja auch nur Spekulation, ne? Ist ja auch nur Spekulatius am Ende des Tages.
Any shoutouts? Anyone you want to thank?
I want to shout out my girlfriend here in front. Is waving at me, and all the friends at home, and they are here to support me.
Leute wollen auch gerade Pokémon hassen und keinen Diskurs führen. Ich bleibe bei dem Statement. Es ist so. Aber ich muss sagen, also gar nichts gegen Lenny, aber Lennys Kanalkonzept war schon immer einfach nur Negativität und alles haten, was mit Pokémon zu tun hat. Das ist ja legit sein Kanalkonzept. Schon seit seinen ersten Videos war alles ja einfach nur Scheiße. Alles war nur unlogisch und kacke. Und ja. Da bin ich halt raus. Da bin ich halt raus. Ja, das stimmt schon. Das stimmt schon.
Runs that you've been working at year after year after year, you've been competing and getting further and improving as a player, and then just having that sort of almost.
Ja, ich sag auch, wir wissen noch gar nichts, wir sollten halt einfach chillen. Aber es zieht natürlich die Aufmerksamkeit auf sich. Und wie gesagt, komplett valid, das ist sein Job. Das ist voll okay. Wir ihn dafür gar nicht anbelangen. Aber es ist einfach nicht so der Drive, den ich fahren möchte. Alles, was nicht Gen 1 war damals schon.
Like Davide mentioned, a hard matchup going into that one, and with going up against a team that's pretty tough to go up with in the first place, and one that's been so well prepared going against your team, can be an impossible task at some points.
It certainly can, and you know, Victor showing us like how to try to play into those difficult matchups, and sometimes it doesn't work out. Sometimes you've got to make the call and it doesn't go right, but of course. There's a lot of other players here.
Meinst du Velicify?
All across the globe, and we've
Welcome back, Wolfpack. It's Verlis hier. Hallo, warum ist ein Scheu da? Wo ist denn hier Dings? Okay, ist Apex Region. Okay. Kein Auge. Nee, Deutsch.
And coming into this tournament doing very well, having a good start, obviously piloting that infamous Miraidon team with the Iron Hand, Shifu,
Da will ich mich noch immer jedes Jahr aufs neue Video auf diese alten Videos klicke, weil ich die noch immer funny finde. Die jedoch hassig ist, weil, naja, die Videos sind doch schon älter. Man fühlt sich doch älter, als man ist, das check ich. Das check ich. Okay. Fängt ja mit S an.
Actually was the 2019 world champion in the
Reden wir von Sam? Nee, Christian mag ich. Christian mag ich. Ich habe actually letztens, ich war ja letztens auf der Halloween Party von Christian, wurde ich eingeladen und ich habe viel mit ihm darüber gesprochen. Und das ist genauso, zum Beispiel, der nimmt jedes Mal, Christian ist einer der größten Sonic-Fans, die ich kenne, aber der nimmt jedes Mal Sonic auch aufs Übelste auseinander, und dasselbe ist so ein bisschen sein Grind auch bei Pokémon. Er will ja eigentlich, dass die Games gut sind, aber er ist natürlich, also er entwickelt auch Spiele und er hat dann natürlich nochmal eine andere Einsicht in diese Dinge, ne, aus einer anderen Perspektive, muss man ja sagen. Und der hat mir da viel zu erzählt, was da so zustande kommt und was so sein Grind. Er will ja, dass die ganzen Sachen cool sind. Ja, ist ja valid. Das ist ja valid, man muss ja nicht jeden mögen. Das ist ja komplett valid. Na, das Traum, was geht? Das ist ja valid.
In the hands of top players, it's still such a threat. But Tomoyuki is definitely a player that I would like to keep an eye on. I'm not saying I don't want to keep an eye on Kosh.
All of them,
you know, all of them.
Yeah.
But Tomoyuki in particular, a real player I admire. And just want to see how far this Samazenta can get into this tournament.
Am I right in saying that they
were Samazenta, Bro, es sind so viele Samazenta in dem Tournament. Scheißegal, welches wie weit kommt. Jacke wie Hose, sag ich da. Beides Klamotte.
World Championships. I'm gonna have to fact check on that. That goes back a little bit too far for me at the moment. But hey, we've got some other players that we're watching as well from APAC back into EU.
Victor.
And well, unless you haven't been following the video game for too long, Luca Cherubelli, our current world champion, Marco Silva,
ist echt so, wo ist der Michael the Bestie?
LAIC champion from 2025.
Ja, Sekunde,
We just had him on stream. He wasn't able to.
Ich wollte eigentlich deinen Chat nicht aufmachen, damit ich Dings nicht vergesse, aber ich schaue nach Sekunde.
Doing very, very well for himself still, and our LAIC runner-up.
Yeah, all three trainers opting for different teams, different restricteds here, which is nice to see the variety. Of course, we've had the luck of being able to feature all three of these trainers on our broadcast so far this weekend. Hopefully it's not the last we see them, but like you say, I mean, what more can we say? The praise couldn't be higher, you know. Luca Cherubelli and Marco and Victor going into that round 4 were all 3 and we know Victor is 3 and 1 now.
3 and 1 now.
The results are still coming in for the others, but I love the scream tail with that Terrapagos. It's something, especially with the Heatran combination, the Cornerstone Organ as well. There's just a lot of elements that are not so commonly seen on that Terrapagos, and it's really nice to see kind of Marco's take on that Pokemon, how far it can have a run into this tournament. And again, the questions there with Luca bringing the same 6, some adaptations from the Worlds build where they were crowned champions. Are those adaptations going to be the next kind
Man muss ja auch nicht mit jeder Meinung übereinstimmen.
Place of this team to take it to just another level.
Und dadurch dann Leute unsympathisch zu finden, ist ja in Ordnung, weißt du? Muss ja nicht jeden mögen. Ist ja komplett valid.
Wild you never really see happen, but just the dedication of Luca to be able to still innovate, even though that he knows his team is very, very successful in regulation set G. Of course, there are more
da musst du später noch öfter rein, Bunny. Spoiler.
Players from our region that we are featuring this weekend as well. Just checking in on some of our results here. We had going
Michael the Bestie! Yeah!
Michelle Kelch was at 3.
Michelle Kelch.
Frederick was at 2 and 1. Oliver was at 1 and 2. But 1 and 2 is still okay. Sometimes, you know, you've got to play these events on the bubble. Sometimes you maybe run into your bad matchups, or maybe you just have one of those games that really doesn't go in your favor, but you just got to play the bubble all the way up to the asymmetrical top cut. And Oliver is
ich kann's doch nicht bannen, das ist ja genau das, was er will.
Easily do that.
Ja, das Michi Samazenta Zock war schon relativ obvious, sage ich. Was hat der für ein Plushie? Ist das ein Flipkin?
So far in the tournament, but maybe saying that if it is bad luck or bad matchups, that's out the way now, and like you say, can pave the way for Oliver. So well experienced with this particular build as well, doing so well as we saw in Birmingham as the runner-up finalist at that event. But Michelle Kelsch again coming in with a tried
Ist doch Flipkin. Hier ist doch ein Schnabel, da sind die Augen. Safe Flipkin, oder?
This Pokemon, because I think that the temptation's there to try another restricted, but I love the fact that maybe going back to it and just saying, I know what this Pokemon does, I'm comfortable with it, and I know it can do well in this tournament, and it's proving so well so far. And then we've got Frederick not having a clean start, 2-1. But with a really interesting team that had so much success in those grassroots tournaments leading up to this event.
And they're so influential.
Ich glaube, du hast geswalkt, Maya.
Not only at our live events, but also, you know,
Plant Rotation zu wörtlich genommen.
In person before we come to our first international.
Leider
so you've got to look, if you're
muss
preparing
gleich
for an event
arbeiten.
like EUIC,
Ich sehe den Gen 8 Starter null. Zero.
And Frederick getting the runner-up in one of the grassroots events that he played in.
Ich sehe das Memion gar nicht. Woher, was ist hier so Flügel? Was soll denn das hier von Memion sein?
Also popularizing that particular team archetype with the Sneasler, proving that it wasn't just a bit of a fluke in Reg H. It actually does have some legs in Reg G.
Was für Memion?
It really does pave the way for a lot of success. I think he really does hold on to the thing that he really likes to play, especially that Ursaluna Blood Moon, which is something that
signature Pokemon of his.
Hä? Ich check's gar nicht, das ist doch Safe Fliprin. Wie kann man denn nicht Fliprin drin sehen? Hä? Was ist denn das für ein Bild?
We've got Justin Tang, Wolf Glick, and Marcus Dion. 3 phenomenal talents in our format.
Yeah, to say the least. Justin Tang has got his 3rd regional win recently in San Antonio.
What a performance, right?
Yeah, piloting this.
Wolfie mit Koraidon, true. Parish Trap Koraidon is interesting.
But then having to play the mirror match against Shiliang Tang.
Das Tinder-Bilder oder was?
That's something that you never really want to have to face down when you're
preparing
for an event with somebody. But from 3-time regional champion to 10-time regional champion in Wolf Glick, and like
not even a little jump, is
it?
It's like, yeah, 3 times to 10 time. Here we go.
Justin's such a phenomenal player. He's like Wolfie's been playing for
Der ist so drin mit seinem Parish-Trap.
I remember first meeting him in 2012 at the World Championships there. He's been playing a long time. He's had more regional opportunities to get those wins. I'm sure Justin.
Ich feiere das Hemd hier übelst von Justin. Dieses Gyarados-Hemd, das geht überhart.
Newer player, of course, winning the first regional championships that he attended. But yeah,
Junge, ich fühle mich irgendwie richtig sexuell belästigt, wenn ich in Wolfies Augen schaue.
Wolf Glick Perish that he's so well known for.
Ich fühle mich richtig sexuell belästigt.
It wouldn't surprise me at all if that's what he is running, but we can't forget about Marcus Dion, another phenomenal talent in the video.
Schau nicht hin, nö, habe nicht gesagt, dass es mir nicht gefällt.
I love the Zamazenta here, and there's a little bit of a mix-up, a lot of familiar faces, but not GU on this build.
No, going for an Entei instead, which really does
Gut, weil was
change
es
things
geht.
up. And Marcus, of course, coming off, I think it was the Meridia Special Championships that he was able to get a runner-up position for. So, yeah, it's a really difficult thing to be able to
kann sich daher weniger
have that
wirklich so.
consistency in this regulation.
Mach nebenbei, by the way, hier
especially in a
Thumbnails, Chat, nicht
different
wundern, ne?
region.
Yeah, and these players as well, going into round 4, Justin and
keine
Wolf
neuen
3-0. Marcus was
9.
2-1. As I say, the results from the last round are still coming in, so we'll be able to update as and when we get those. But
Nee, aber
like
die
you
kaum
say,
noch was.
I mean,
Aber
just
die waren auch
3
echt schnell durch
phenomenal
eben mit dem
talents,
Match.
of course, from NA, and it'll be great to get any one of these featured later on, but we can't forget about our LATAM region as well. We have had the pleasure of having Gabriel Gassi on the stream as well as Han Solano. We haven't had Sebastian, so that's something hopefully to look forward to later on, especially with this very spicy 6 that they brought to this tournament.
Right.
Genau, Markus, ja.
That's all I'm saying. Right.
Yeah, es ist.
Okay, Smeagol, like. Okay,
Terrapagos mit Raichu und Smeagol ist cool. Viel Spaß, Maya. Bis heute Abend.
Typically, we've seen some with Calyrex Shadow Rider a little bit, but it sort of pops up here and there.
Checke, Markus, checke. Oh nee, ich bin voll drin. Kriegen wir aber trotzdem den nächsten noch hin.
Years ago. So I can tell you, for me it was in a locals, and it unfortunately it didn't do so well, but it was cool to see.
Yeah, I very rarely see them, to be honest, but I think coming into this tournament in particular with the resurgence of the Miraidon, I think a really great shout from Sebastian, because
maybe Bunny, aber nicht jetzt auf jeden Fall. Maybe vielleicht irgendwie so Day 2 oder so. Geht es bis Sonntag? Time steht leider gerade 1-2.
All of these trainers, of course, 2-1 going into round 4. So could also at the end of round 4 be 3-1 and well on their way at the midpoint in day 1 to be going all the way into day 2. Here's our OC region with
Diego mit Dings.
Australia representing
Manson,
Diego Ferreira, and Joji Kaida.
Yeah, incredible players. Again, you know, I can't speak higher of our players that we're able to feature here, and they're being featured for a reason because they're so talented. Nicholas Khan, we've seen level up and come in and doing so well in Masters.
Ich glaube, das ist ein Memeon, ja, ich sehe es tatsächlich. Schon wieder die Sobeluk.
Ice Rider Calyrex that I do love, and that is kind of a running theme for this region as well. We're seeing the Ice Rider across the board here, some different builds and iterations of it as well. We are seeing Joji coming into round 4 at 3-0, whereas Diego and Nicholas are at 2-1. The Grimsnarl on Georgie's team is interesting because it's something that we have seen previously provide that support with the light screens, whatever the 2 remaining slots on the Grimsnarl could be, or, well, yet to be seen, of course. Hopefully we can feature that. And
that's all safe, man.
I see this stuff. The supporting role that the Grimsnarl's providing. But a nice build all the same because it's got the redirection.
Ja, hab ich gesehen, Juri, hab ich gesehen.
You've got the offensive prowess with that Raging Bolt and the Landorus, and then you've got that really hard physical backbone of the Calyrex and that Urshifu.
You know,
Calyrex ist stark, ja. War schon immer sehr stark.
That's just whisked away off our screen that really did stand out with the alchemy and the Ogerpon Wellspring, which I never thought I'd say is something that we wouldn't see.
I like it though, with the water absorb and
it makes sense. Like it's still a really good
a really hard matchup, doesn't it? As well.
Yeah, it's just like drinking up those water spells.
Drink it in.
Absolutely. Well, traders, we're still getting ready for our round 5. So while we're getting our players
Michi hat leider verloren, Chat.
ready to go, let's have
War noch kein Deutschland-Stream, nee. Michi steht leider 3-1. Wir werden erst am Michi nicht on Stream sehen. Michael the Bestie. Leider 3-1. Kann das sein? Er wird noch sein Win-in haben.
My name is Pietro Silva and I'm from Italy.
Pietro looking to try to nab up a new title, a new IC in a new division.
My brother made me start playing. In 2017, I started in the regional of Torino. My first tournament, I was 6 years old. I still remember everything because I never even played Pokémon, so it was really just a game changer.
Und der ist so 4 Jahre alt und der spricht
2018
Englisch.
At my first World Championship, I felt confident on bringing a Snorlax team to a simple, and they could play very, very well. This is my 3rd time on being a stream. I was here at my first LAC in 2019, and on my AOC that I won in your division. I was facing another Italian player.
Trainer lernt Englisch in der Schule, Deutsch nicht. Jetzt du. Sag schnell, die sollen die Monster probieren von dem, der gegen Michi gewonnen hat. Ich glaube, nee, wobei war nicht on stream.
It went smoothly just
checke.
because of the prep. It's not all skill, it's also sometimes luck based. But skill plays the biggest role. And also preparation. I wasn't so confident of playing this LAC because my prep wasn't so good. And I had to lock my team the day before. So I was really desperate about having a good result here. I played this archetype multiple times in this world season, so I just changed it up on a way that will fit me perfectly. Well, of course, my very offensive style could really be a problem for more defensive players because it's really difficult to stop me. After that poison on the Rillaboom, I just knew that if I did a certain play, it was always a win, no matter what he did.
Oh my lordy!
So I was so satisfied with myself.
Pietro Nihal Caludora Silva will be your international champion here in Latin America.
Sweet. But this really shocked me. It's a senior tournament this time, and not juniors. And there's a big jump. I really enjoy how much you have to train to win or place in a good position, because with all this preparation, you really just get satisfied after you win. If you're new to playing Pokemon, you should try just looking at more tournaments and how other people play. Having someone to look up to is really good. I look up, of course, to my brother, because he's really good at the game, and I want to learn from him how he plays so well. Now I'll be having the same numbers as my brother on international wins, and I believe we will keep this up on this competition between ourselves, because we can just keep on winning and maybe even try the World
Das ist schon
once.
sehr, sehr sweet.
For being my second year in seniors, winning Worlds will be incredible.
Sweet.
So I think what makes the difference between a great trainer and other trainers is consistency and persistence. I think the amount of time you put into the game makes a lot of difference. And actually today that's reflecting on my score. So I didn't put as much time as needed. So now I'm
Yes,
out
ist
of
der kleine
the
Bruder
two.
von Markus Silva.
So persistence throughout the years, and sometimes there are some setbacks that will happen, and we will feel pretty down. But to keep at it and to not give up, I think that's the way, and that's what makes a difference.
I would say that making a great Pokemon trainer would be someone who practice with friends, help build and everything. Just practice, practice, practice.
I think the good Pokemon trainer is someone who really knows their Pokemon, really gets around with them. He's also in VGC. Just by practicing a lot with my Pokemon, I know them through and through, and that's how I win the games.
Para ser un buen entrenador tienes que estudiar mucho, mantenerte constante en el meta y divertirte con tus amigos, que es lo principal.
I think the most important thing is practice, because without practice you cannot go anywhere. And of course, I think second comes passion.
Real.
Because even though you're the best player, if you don't have passion for the game, if you don't train every day, you will not win. So that's
Du
what it
bist
takes
ein
for winning.
Loser, wenn du nicht
Yo
jeden
pienso que
Tag
para ser un
spielst.
buen entrenador, la habilidad de adaptarse a cualquier situación es muy importante.
Para ser un buen entrenador Pokémon, considero que es importante la resiliencia y ser constante. Aunque hayan días malos, días buenos, seguir
Glaubt ihr,
intentándolo,
Wolfie
nunca
spielt
rendirse.
jeden
Solamente
Tag
así se consigue el
VGC?
éxito.
I think if you just like play with the things that you like, play with the friends that you like, use like strategies that work for you, and you think
Ibrahim
it's the
steht
best, no matter what
4-0.
anyone tells you, I think that's what makes you
Damn.
the Pokemon trainer.
Para ser bom treinador,
Feist leider 3-1, Kusha 3-1.
muitos Pokémons muito raros, até os míticos, e cuidar de
So, der
Pokémon
Hassan hat
muito
gewonnen
bem.
3-1. Janiko hat leider verloren 2-2. Dennis leider verloren 2-2. Belex leider verloren 2-2.
I would say a great trainer is someone who's like
Ja, und Shiny ist
willing to work with
sowas.
other
Geil.
people and willing to like let other people help them be better, and also just someone who's nice to everyone, because I think it's really hard to be good at Pokemon if you're not willing to talk to other people and help them out.
I would say being able to be humble in your defeats. You can't win them all, and how you handle
kann
your
alles
interactions
gewinnen.
with your opponent, even during the match and after, are
Einfach
very, very
Shiny
important.
Memeon.
I think what makes a great trainer is someone who's passionate about it and motivated enough to learn. You gotta enjoy learning movesets, learning matchups,
Mir gar nichts zu sagen,
move counts
Kollege.
and whatnot. And then the more you play and the more you do, the better you'll be.
I think a good trainer is someone who is kind and open-minded and willing to share their experience with newer trainers so that the game can be more inclusive for others.
I think what makes a great trainer is a combination of a lot of different qualities. I think it's about being honest with yourself when you maybe make mistakes, right? When you get unlucky, looking for parts of the game that are within your control. And also you just have to have this like certain eye for the game, right? Like you can look at a board state and you can kind of analyze a lot of possibilities. I think what really it takes is like kind of looking at a bunch of different successful approaches, finding what works for you, but synthesizing the things that are really good to carry over into your own prep and your own skill as a player.
I train hard, go hard. I'm a real rock star. Got the fire in my veins, yeah. I'm a go far. I'm a maverick, havoc in my way, high stakes, and I'm dishing out moves.
Ich glaube, der... Ne, er war noch nicht ausgeschieden. Der war nur in der Rückblende. Wir labern alle so scheiße, jeder weiß, dass man nur der beste Trainer wird, wenn man seine Pokémon hasst und mit voller Herz trainiert. Das habe ich von Silber gelernt. Aber Silber ist so ein Loser, den hast du auch gehopst. Oder hat Silber dich immer gehopst? Bibidomi. Ist ja for real so.
We're about halfway through our EUIC action and the matches have been amazing. The energy here, it is so much fun. Been having a great time being able to go around, meet everyone, see all of the extra stuff that we have going on. And with me here, I have two spectators who are their very first EUIC. Super exciting stuff. But first thing,
Sieht nicht so excited aus.
Hi, I'm Leah. This is the first time that we've ever been able to go to one of these, and it's kind of been an extension of Valentine's Day.
Sieht nicht so excited aus.
So it's been really fun. It's so much bigger than I thought it was going to be. There's so many more people here. It's been really cool.
biggest event yet. Introduce yourself as well. How have you been finding the event?
My name is Samuel. This is my first international event as well. I mean, it's just been really fun learning more about different sports, different opportunities.
Ich glaub ihm das
yeah,
nicht.
I mean, I've loved Pokemon for about 7, 8, 9, 10. I cannot remember the number, but that many years. And it's been an on and off hobby of myself.
Ich
but
glaube
the
auch, es war
opportunity to see more layers, more, I mean, different levels.
Ich glaube auch einfach, dass
how
er
much people
nervös ist.
enjoy. And I mean, being around people that love it as much as we do is lovely.
Yeah, it's a wonderful community here, and I'm really glad that you two get to be
It's
here
been
to
really
experience
fun.
that. So we're about halfway through the first day. What have you two been up to so far?
Well, we came to watch the video game mostly, but it's been really cool seeing the other events as well. Like, we didn't even know there was a Pokemon Go thing here, so it was really cool to
Jeder immer.
see what professional versions of that look like. It has just been really cool, like, seeing other stuff as well.
And like, has there been a favorite match for VG that isn't stuck out to either of you two so far?
There's an echo.
I know I got earplugs in, so I get to ignore that part. But yeah, favorite match so far.
The one that just played a moment ago was really fun. Yeah, the one with Zamazenta. I mean, I like Zamazenta a lot. I was one of the few people that bought Pokemon Shield out of my friends group. And yeah, I mean, seeing variety in the different teams is really fun, so yeah.
I mean, you're an OG Zamazenta then believer, because I also bought Pokemon Shield out of the two. So you're here the whole weekend. Are you going to be able to like see the other games? Like, we also have like a back alley where they're doing
Pokémon
cosplay
Schwert ist
contests.
ja
Any other
so
exciting
viel
plans for the weekend?
cooler.
I think I want to go to the Play Lab and kind of learn more about the TCG because it's been really cool seeing it. And I've only used the mobile app before, so obviously it plays a lot different.
And what about you? What are you excited for?
I mean, I'm not as well varied. I mean, I love all the different games that are on offer, but the main Pokemon game is kind of my personal interest. So honestly, just having a chance to sit here and watch Pokemon for 5 hours is fun in itself. But hopefully we can look around at the other things on offer here. We can hopefully play. But yeah.
I mean, I'm excited to hear that, especially the Play
Immer schön
Lab.
die
Like, the
Side-Events
Play Lab
mitnehmen.
is
Ich sag's,
awesome.
es
If
ist.
you have been to an event and haven't been to the Play Lab, you 100% need to go. So, last but not least, and I think the most important of all, what is each of y'all's favorite Pokemon?
Mimikyu. Perfect. If you couldn't tell.
All creamy, and there's an all-team player competing, so I'm just rooting for them until they get eliminated. hopefully which never happens, but yeah.
Fokus hatte sein
Hopefully just go and win on through, but thank you both so much. I hope you enjoy. It has been so much fun, and our competition has been as well.
Ja, ich zock noch.
Let's head back to that.
Schauen wir mal. Ja, Reim steht 2-2, Chat. Alles gut, Reim hat gewonnen. Same. Aber ich fühle auch, was er sagt. Same. Nein, er spricht mir aus der Seele. Die machen, glaube ich, gerade Tabu. Ah, ja, okay, chillig. Banger. Nee, finde ich gut. Auch ein sehr schöner Screen. Ich spiele gerade Pokéclicker neben am zweiten Bildschirm. Eigentlich mache ich hauptsächlich nebenbei Thumbnails. Ich arbeite eigentlich nebenbei gerade zwischen den Pausen. Aber Pokéclicker zwischendurch muss auch sein. Ist eine Indie-Company, okay? Muss man ein bisschen im Auge behalten. Ist noch eine Indie-Company. Ja, und ihr so? Meme Potential, okay, was hast du denn sonst für scheiß Memes gesehen? Ich checke, ja. Ja, und ihr so, Chat? Wie geht's euch? Alles gut? Alles gut bei euch? Alles entspannt? Ja. Hat schon Meme Potential. Checke. Garados broken? Ja, doch. Ich denke doch. Ja, besser ist Michi. Nicht, dass es ein anderer... Ne, warte, dein altes hat ja angefangen zu brennen. Ist einfach Ist wahrscheinlich einfach Dadge. So, ich habe bald Kristall durch. Also die Thumbnails erstmal fürs Erste. Oha!
Lee, I know that Deoxys is a special Pokemon to you. I warned Lee that I'd be opening with a joke, and he's already losing it. I know Deoxys is a special Pokemon to you, Lee, but did you hear about the restaurant Deoxys opened in space? No. It's great food, really good food apparently, but absolutely no atmosphere.
Nein, Deoxys ist ja so
It's Charlie Merriman on the desk with
Deoxys ist so overhated, das ist so ein geiles Mon.
Let's keep things merry, Lee. I've got a surname to live up to. You enjoying the day so far?
I am, my friend. It's great to be behind the desk with you.
Certainly is.
You always live up to the Merriman name. Definitely. It is not just a name, it is the nature.
It's the nature. I feel like we talked about this before, but a provost is actually, it's a position in a university. Maybe it's like a senior position of authority, maybe.
It is, yeah.
I think you live up to that reputation too. Yeah, you've got the gravitas behind you.
Ja, check ich. Aber das hat auf jeden Fall
You're welcome, mate. Speaking of restaurants, Lee and I have been discussing British desserts, unique
Als wir letztens über die schlechtesten Mythical in der Soul League geredet haben, haben so viele Leute Deoxys gesagt.
It's a good idea as well to mention this now for those coming
in. Wir haben gesagt, es hat ein neues Deoxys-Restaurant im Weltall aufgemacht, super Essen, aber leider absolut keine Atmosphäre.
Yeah, I feel like they'd have to go back in times like the 70s though to have most of the desserts that we're talking about here, like Baked Alaska.
Oh, Baked Alaska.
Tell us about Baked Alaska.
Baked Alaska is a treat. It is a treat. It's like a basic
Dankeschön für dein Research.
Dankeschön.
Vielen Dank. Möchtest du einen Spin am Rad?
That's right, isn't it?
Yeah. No, I think so. Yeah,
got this right. Yeah, so it's like a roll of meringue with cream and fruit in.
Ja, ist schon geil.
Yeah. Well, speaking of fruit, what about
Ich liebe Deoxys sehr.
Summer pudding. It's like this. I'm not such a fan of it myself, but it's this spongy, wet thing, this dessert infused with
es gibt schon viele Deoxys
forest. So, you know, I'll have raspberries, blackberries, strawberries on there, and yeah, I don't know, it's just the texture.
Halt's Maul.
Speaking of fruits of the forest.
Oh, yeah.
Black forest gatto.
Black forest gatto. Don't be fooled by that French in there, traders. Could not be more British, really. I mean, it's chocolate cake, but with like fruits of the forest jam sort of filling.
Yeah, like cherry, isn't it?
Yeah, cherry, that's it. Yeah.
Very not my favorite. I don't.
Not your favorite, yeah.
I'm not a huge fan of the old Black Forest guy.
Yeah.
Nee, war ja Arschmeinung.
What about a pineapple upside down cake?
Pineapple upside down cake. It literally does what it says on the tin, especially if it's tinned pineapple.
Yeah.
But it's it's syrup soaked into the sponge with the pineapple sort of on the bottom of it, so it's all infused. It might have a glacé cherry on top.
Oh yeah,
those
cherries.
But it's what we love a bit of sponge over here, don't we? Like a treacle sponge.
Yeah.
As a bit of stodge. I guess that's what we
Ja,
like.
Manni, das ist absolut korrekt.
But sticky toffees put in a tin.
I love oh, not in a tin.
Out of a tin. No, I like it, just not the tin variant.
Sticky toffee pudding is amazing. That's probably my favourite British
The canned variant.
Yeah, straight out of a tin? I don't know. Just add water sort of vibe, no. But let us know your favourite British dessert trainers. We'd love to read them in the chat. Trifle, oh, that's a classic.
Aber Rita, was geht? Was geht gut?
I mentioned to you before a film I was in where I just had to eat trifle for days because they had to, for continuity, had to keep getting this scene over and over again. I tell you what, another hashtag I'm trying to get trending this weekend, Lee. Hashtag goo vibes. Goo vibes only.
Oh, I love it.
Bring them to you.
I feel like we need a little pair of shades for the Goomy.
Yeah,
good
maybe.
Vibes, good vibes Goomy.
Goo vibes, yeah. Now, I'm not sure if Sierra's
Mehmeta ist schon geil.
Dreepy that she's picked
Das
up
Wax
this
ist
weekend.
Fione und danach kommt Celebi, wenn Fione nicht zählt.
Debbie, and I've got a little bit of a Dragon Powerhouse Pokemon rivalry going on this weekend, so show your support for.
Und warum laggt es bei denen immer in deren Dings-Cam?
Have we got a hashtag for Alan?
Yeah, I was thinking about that. What can we do? I was gonna say like third time, like Dree rhymes with 3, but I can't really. We can come up with some kind of British dessert.
Yeah, we need to. If you've got ideas, let us know for the
hashtag involving 3P. Well, it's a good sign for old Debs here already.
Den Celebi hat halt viel Support bekommen, aber ist jetzt nicht so das geile
She
Mon.
was talking up a big game about far before I was yesterday about Debbie yesterday. Yeah.
I like it though. It's a great name as well, Debbie.
Vibes. Yeah.
Debbie.
Lee.
Nee, der ist einfach eine Ziebe.
That we're not likely to see this weekend. What would you most like to see that you think could have?
Ooh, that is a great question.
A relatively good showing.
Gastrodon.
Yeah,
I do, and this isn't it's typical. You're all going to be sitting there thinking.
Like, danke schön für deinen Resub. Richard, danke schön, vielen Dank. Möchtest du am Rad drehen?
Yeah, or if we want to make an alternative, if you want me to stay up the Gastrodon train, we'll let Lou deal with that. I would say maybe a
Verlierer, wenn man den
really
Film
like
gesehen hat.
I played a little bit with it in the recent Global Challenge, and the utility that it has under Trick Room. Of course, it does really rely on that kind of element to perform to its best abilities, but with Wide Guard, the liquidation, and that bug typing as well can be quite a detriment to the Ogerpon forms, not the Cornerstone so much, but the other ones it can deal with quite well, especially with that water bubble ability, and then Leech Life or Lunge, which is quite good. It's got a lot of different things that it can do, but I do like it in this format. So, what about yourself, though, Charlie?
Well, what I'll tell you beforehand, Lee, is that I was out
soll doch der
some
Schüler
trainers
sein.
earlier.
Ja, aber ist irgendwie wack.
Up against Miraidon, Latios,
Ich dachte früher mal so, der ist so der
on the
Boss.
same team, all on one team. That person beat a Ho-Oh team.
Ja, ich würde auch Celebi sagen.
And then I was speaking to Marcus Dion actually out there. Round 1 went up against a Reshiram team. Really cool.
Wow.
But I think my shout out here is going to be Alchemy, and I know that I think it's Diego Ferreira who's brought Alchemy to the tournament this weekend. Decorate under Trick Room, that can go very hard indeed. So,
Ich dachte immer so, das ist so der Anführer, weißt du? Nein, Deoxys ist übercool.
Well. But Lee, let's get a little bit of a flavor of other
Alle
things going on
verschiedenen
in
Deoxys-Formen
this
sind so
weekend. We'll
banger.
see you in just a moment, trainers.
Was ist denn das für ein langweiliger Werbescreen? Pause-Screen. Jena würde ich auch nicht als Wack sagen. Das ist mir gerne auch cool. Okay, alle Runden sind durch, Chat. Also, kann man ganz kurz hier einen Blick drauf werfen. Wir haben Ibrahim steht 4-0, Maurice Utek steht 3-1, leider verloren. Feis hat leider auch verloren. Michael the Bestie hat leider auch verloren. Selahattin Sturm hat gewonnen, steht 3-1. Trobitz hat gewonnen, steht 3-1. Kusha hat leider verloren, steht 3-1. Flo hat gewonnen, also Flowbird, Steht auch 3-1. Big. Sehr, 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 sehr big. Es wäre so verrückt. Ich glaube, Flo ist noch nie Day 2 gekommen. Es wäre so verrückt, wenn Flo's erstes... Der spielt dieses Jahr das erste Mal VGC und wenn er damit Day 2 kommen würde. Und gegen den Gegner, gegen den er verloren hat, der steht jetzt schon 4-0. Das ist verrückt. Nee, Koch hat leider verloren. Felix hat leider verloren. Reim hat gewonnen, steht 2-2. Markus hat gewonnen, steht 2-2. Dennis hat verloren, steht 2-2. Jörg hat verloren. Billa zockt noch. Längste Mensch der Welt. Benny hat gewonnen, 2-2. Leula hat gewonnen, 2-2. Und Terracroc ist leider raus. Nachdem der die letzten beiden Tournaments, nee, das letzte nicht, aber davor die beiden Tournaments, das eine getoppt, nee, ich glaube, er ist sogar beide top-cutted. Also eins ist ja top-cutted, ein anderes Day 2, glaube ich. Aber er ist leider schon raus. Und Patrick leider auch raus. Ich habe keine Ahnung, ich glaube, jeder kann da seinen Gamertag reinschreiben, aber ich glaube, es macht keiner. Früher waren die Deutschen gar nicht so gut, tatsächlich. Bis tatsächlich Michael Kelch, ein guter Freund von uns, angefangen hat mit der Season und in seiner ersten Season Zweiter bei der Weltmeisterschaft wurde. In seiner allerersten Season. Und das hat irgendwie alle Deutschen, das war das beste deutsche Ergebnis, was wir je hatten. Und es hat irgendwie plötzlich auf einmal richtig viele Deutsche inspiriert, mit dem VGC richtig durchzustarten. Natürlich nebenbei auch was Present auf YouTube macht. Und auf einmal sind die Deutschen echt sehr gut und Michi ist darauf das Jahr schon wieder Dritter geworden bei der Weltmeisterschaft. Und aktuell muss ich sagen, sind die Deutschen echt gut am Kochen. Also die haben da richtig, ich weiß noch, vor der Weltmeisterschaft haben die sich alle in Hessen getroffen. Alle Deutschen, die sich für die Weltmeisterschaft qualifiziert haben, also nicht alle, aber echt viele, sind dort zu einem Wochenend-Bootcamp hingefahren und haben ein ganzes Wochenende lang nur VGC gezockt. Also so übertrieben geil eigentlich. Ist natürlich alles so sehr in geschlossenem Raum passiert, weil die halt sehr viel gekocht haben für die Weltmeisterschaft, ne? Da dürfen natürlich keine Infos nach draußen geraten. Aber das ist schon geil. Und sowas gab es halt vorher noch nie, ne? Safe, Kaminari, ja. Mhm. Ja. Ich meine, alleine letztes Jahr Dortmund Regional hatten wir 2 deutsche Teilnehmer im Finale. Also wir hatten ein only deutsches Finale in Dortmund. Das war schon sehr geil. Das hätte man sich früher gar nicht ausdenken können. Und allgemein haben wir jetzt eigentlich immer so mindestens 1, 2 Leute, die im deutschen Raum schon Top-Cut sind. Fabian Kuhl auch immer sehr stark. Let's go, Niki. Ich weiß gar nicht, wie der gerade steht. Also wir haben gerade 4 Deutsche, die 4-0 stehen. Okay, Stream ist wieder hängen geblieben. Schade. Ich aktualisiere mal. They took away our music. Okay, es ist nicht meine Schuld. Also, wir haben auf jeden Fall Ibrahim 4-0. Nick Schrott, damals auch in Dortmund im Finale gewesen, auch 4-0. Sebastian Ernst 4-0 und Heinz Heckmann 4-0. Ja. Und Lennart Jung steht auch noch 3-0 und zockt gerade noch. Fabian Kuhl ist gerade 3-1. Auch sehr gut. Also, wir haben echt viele 3-1er. Auch. Von 114 Leuten haben wir echt viele Leute, die Minimum 3-1 stehen. Sira auch 3-1. Big. Sehr, 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 sehr cool. Ja, mal schauen, was da so geht. Mal schauen, was da so geht. Ah, lol, nee, Markus tritt actually noch mit seinem alten Nachnamen an. Lol, steht actually 3-1. Ich habe den falschen Markus. Na gut, nichts gesagt. Weitermachen. Mann, warum läuft der Kack-Stream nicht? Okay, Wolfie ist scheinbar 4-0. It's quiet. Okay, es ist nicht meine Schuld, dass da nichts läuft, Chat, ne? Kann ja nichts für. Bin auch unschuldig. Gar nichts gemacht. Es waren also OUU etc. noch ein Ding. Vereinzelt schon. Aber mittlerweile sind sehr viele Leute auf VGC geswitcht. 8. April 15 Uhr. Singles ist Nische, ja, das stimmt. Ja, checke. Die haben irgendwie gerade Probleme. Ich hoffe, die haben keinen Stromausfall oder so. Das würde da gerade alles ein bisschen sprengen wieder. Sowas gab es schon öfter mal. Oder Internetausfall oder so. Night läuft noch. Ja, manchmal haben die es ja nur in bestimmten Bereichen, glaube ich sogar. Nicht, dass da gleich die Teilnehmer wieder drunter leiden. Oha, hä, wie will's da? Wie übersüß. Das heißt, die gehen die ja sogar actually durch. Ja, ich habe auch tatsächlich persönlich aktuell gar nichts mit Single am Hut. Und dir so? Bist ja auch vergeben. Moin Möppel, was geht? Es ist vieles passiert. Wir haben einige 4-0er, aber Reim steht leider 2-2 gerade. Der stand eben 1-2. Der muss sich jetzt auf jeden Fall gut fangen. Wir wünschen ihm auf jeden Fall nur das Beste. Aber der rockt das. Der rockt das noch. Ja, checke nach die Checke. Ich fühle Singles halt nur in Bezug auf schwere Nuzlocke-Hacks. Das Most Hype für mich war das Finale vom Pokémon Run and Bun von Peachel. Wenn Leute einfach für schwere Fights und Dutzende Stunden kochen, das holt mich so giga ab. Das checke ich. Ich fühle das Minus. Ich finde das so turbo langweilig. Ich bin da viel zu ungeduldig für. Aber ich check die Faszination dahinter. Ich check den Hype. Aber für mich ist das gar nichts. Für mich ist das gar nichts. Du wirst PSH so hassen. Perfekt. Spaß kommt eh nie raus. Easy. Alles auch klärt. Können wir hier einen Stream gefixt bekommen? Okay, ich habe alle Kristall-Thumbnails fürs erste fertig. Yippie! Yippie! Kennt ihr eigentlich Baki? Das ist im aktuellen Chapter was Witziges passiert. Achso, den Box-Anime, ne? Nö. Ich will halt voll gern auf Klo. Aber es läuft halt nix. Gehe ich einfach trotzdem? Gehe auf Klo. Zeig Pokeklicker. Kann ich echt machen. Ich pack das hier kurz so hin. Ich farm gerade nebenbei Gems. Okay, ich gehe kurz auf Klo. Wie geht Chat? Junge, geht ja immer noch nix. Was war denn hier los? Was war denn hier los? Haben die den Stream? Ist verloren. Stream verloren gegangen. Haben die gerade Pause? Ich weiß gar nicht. Kann sein, dass sie nach Runde 5 Pause machen. Aber die würden nicht einfach nur so einen Standscreen dort anzeigen. Es wird mal wieder Zeit für Pachirisu. Kann am besten Fighting-Pokémon fangen. Actually kein Plan. In Kanto, ne? Actually gar kein Plan. Okay. Das geht. Haben die schon neue Runde? Ja, neue Runde ist schon draußen. Die zocken noch. Ibrahim spielt gegen Icaro Rodrigo. Murid spielt gegen Dario Cozzo. Michi spielt gegen Ryan Doseto. Fall spielt gegen Alessandro Giuliano. Serhati spielt gegen Raul. Das Runden kannst du? Was meinst du? Achso. Du musst aufhören mit den Witz, wenn du andere Leute beantwortest. Ich check gar nicht, dass es da nicht um mich geht. Kusha spielt gegen Chris Gilles. Flo spielt gegen Iris Deval. Flo spielt gegen Aaron Trailer. Bill hat gewonnen, spielt gegen Tom Winter. Gegen wen spielt Rahim? Gegen Eve und Graham. Bill spielt gegen Francesco Javier Maros Palau. Ja, das ist ja ein falscher Markus, der kann nicht raus. Kann vielleicht auf den Move werden. Er spielt gegen Nick Homer. Benny spielt gegen Eric Rios. Ach du Scheiße! Ach du Kacke! Junge, entweder fliegen Benny oder Eric Rios. Das ist verrückt. Schäfer schießt 2-2 und muss gegen Eric Rios. Das ist crazy. Das ist ein sehr guter spanischer Spieler. Kennen vielleicht einige von euch aus dem Present-Video. Das ist verrückt. WJD, was geht? Ja, Aura-Smash. Oh nein. Das ist verrückt. Aaron Trader ist krass. Wer musst du nochmal gegen den? Flo, ne? Nee. Doch. Scheiße. Egal, Flo hat es. Flo hat es. Flo macht heute alle nass. Na, die Celtic gegen Bayern, wirklich so. Xenoblade geht immer hart. Nicht wahr, Stormy? Nicht wahr, Nosse? Cheerio. Ah, das ist die Resistance. Wie gut die Gegner sind. Also wie gut die Opponent Winning Percentage sind, weil manchmal so dein 3-0 ist ja nicht genauso gut wie die anderen 3-0, weißt du? Es kommt immer so ein bisschen drauf an. Hier, Zachary zum Beispiel ist gerade der Beste, weil schau dir seine Gegner an. Alle seine Gegner haben nur gegen Zachary verloren. Ansonsten stehen die halt alle 3-1. Das ist schon crazy. Das ist schon eine crazy Statistik. Ja, ich weiß, sorry. Michael the Bessie 3-1, ja. Leider. Reim leider 2-2. Aber das ist schon eine crazy Statistik. Besser geht's nicht, ja. Ja, Ibrahim, ehrlich geil. Ich feiere Ibrahim auch. Ah, stimmt! Das ist der gegen Flo und Michi gewonnen hat. Hä? What the fuck? Hä? Ja, wie süß hier, wo du das Bild auf dem Discord posten. Wer ist er denn? Zachary! Holy shit. Ibrahim auf der 2, sehr geil. Guck mal, Ibrahim auch alle 3-1, ne? Ibrahim so geil. Oh, Ibrahim, oh, Stream-Match wäre so geil. Ist ja so geil. Hast du die beiden mit der perfekten Dings. Ibrahim und Zachary. Aber, und jetzt seht ihr hier, Ibrahim ist aber Zweiter trotzdem, weil die Winning Percentage von seinen Gegnern ist schlechter als die von seinen Gegnern. Checkt ihr? So funktioniert es quasi. Ist drin, alright, wird direkt abgecheckt. Oh, so ein Feini. Das ist ja so ein Feini. Ein Feini. Richtiger Feini. Karte durch, let's go, Bonnie. Verstehe nicht erklärbar. Selber. Ja, was ist denn jetzt in den Kack-Stream hier los? What is happening, BGC? Ist ja so eine Person. BGC, are you okay? Dennis, Dankeschön für dein Resub. Möchtest du am Rad drehen? Sehr, sehr, sehr appreciated. Dankeschön, wirklich. Vielen, vielen lieben Dank, Mann. Eigentlich bin ich nebenbei gerade am Thumbnails machen. Ich bin eigentlich gerade nebenbei am Worken. Nein, nur work. Und nebenbei ein bisschen Pokémon, Freunde. Ihr wisst doch, wie es läuft. Du bist auch krank, Stormy. Was für Prokrastinieren? Du bist krank. Das hat nichts mit Prokrastinieren zu tun. Du kannst nicht sagen, ja, ich liege gerade mit 40 Grad Fieber am Bett, bin gerade mies am Prokrastinieren. So funktioniert Prokrastinieren nicht. Krank ambitioniert! Real. Real. Ich kann auch keinen Urlaub machen. Ja, du machst ja auch keinen Urlaub. Ich fühle mich die ganze Zeit miserable dabei. Achso, so allgemein meinst du? Naja, das check ich. Scheiße, Timo. Ich hoffe, da hast du wenigstens was Cooles vor. Check Storm, ich bin da legit, aber leider auf deinem Grind. Ich kann da nichts gegen sagen. Ich bin bei Chili in Regionalmeisterschaft von meiner Halbschwester und 6 in der Früh losfahren. Banger. Klingt aber actually geil. Oh mein Gott, wir haben einen Stream! Oh! Ist das denn zu glauben? Wir haben einen Stream! Yippie! Ich glaube, ich mache die Pokémon Thumbnails jetzt sogar schon. Der ist wirklich Banger. Ich weiß auch gar nicht, was mit deren Musik abgeht, aber ich respekte das.
I enjoyed that music just as much as we did, trainers. It's Charlie Merriman on the desk with Lee Provost. Apologize for that little break
die
there.
Musik
Love how you
weiter.
kept that going there, Lee. But,
Michael the
we are
Bestie
ready.
ist
We're
3-1
basically
und
ready to go
Presence ist
straight
leider
to our stage
2-2
with our
gerade.
trainers there. So thank you for your patience, trainers. The action resumes now.
Yeah, getting right into the action. Round 5 here at the European International Championships, and yeah, the names don't stop coming. We've got an absolute
Da ist auch sogar Joseph.
amazing match for us to go into for round 5. Two very well-known players. Judy Azzarelli against Joseph Ugarte.
And two absolutely incredible teams here. Team compositions that we don't tend to see
Ditto.
so often. We got Grimsnarl there being run by Joe, setting up the screens, increasing the longevity of Joe's team. Ditto.
Ich glaube, die ist so quick, I guess.
It's a Pokemon that can copy any Pokemon.
Genau,
that
mit
is
X3
facing.
scheidet man
Then
aus dem
over
Turnier
on
aus, ja.
Jody's side of the field, that also threatening Landorus. Got some Indeedee there for redirection. Jody's game plan here, playing things a little bit slower. Joe wants to catch Jody on the back foot.
Ja, Swami. Außer die Finals. Also die Grand Finals.
Favorable position. You do have to worry about the Iron Hands on Joe's side of the field, because that is predominantly going to be a very slow Pokemon, but I think the Trick Room element allows you to kind of play Calyrex to its best potential. You do have redirection, of course, with that Indeedee. You have the Psychic as well to threaten down that Iron Hands if you do get that Trick Room set up. But like you say, outside of Trick Room, you still have some big hitters there. You've got that Landorus that's going to play a big part in this match, in particular going up against the Miraidon. It's going to really love being in front of that Pokemon in particular and that Iron Hands. Even the Volcarona to a certain extent. The bug typing kind of evens out the ground weakness there, but it's still not going to be one of those Pokemon that wants to enjoy taking a Sandsear Storm or an Earth Power.
Yeah, exactly. Landorus threatens the Miraidon for super effective damage before and after Terra. Of course, ground type moves super effective into Electric, and Poison super effective into Fairy. Calyrex holding the Never Melt Ice for Jody, not the item that we see the most commonly on Calyrex, not like a clear amulet to prevent those stat drops, but Never Melt Ice boosting the power of Ice-type moves, and in this Calyrex's case, that Glacial Lance.
Yeah, we'll move over to the opposite side of the field. Joseph Ugarte running that Miraidon that we've seen so effective here at the European Championships this weekend, but some unfamiliar Pokemon that we've not seen with it, but Joe's having a lot of success with. Like we said, that Grimsnarl going to provide great support with that Light Clear item, extending the screens of the light screen and the reflector.
Ey, es ist heute allgemein übelstes Frühlingwetter, oder?
With that Light Clear item, got nice support in the Thunder Wave as well for a little bit of
Heute ist
speed control
crazy.
disruption there. The Ditto I do love. Focus Sash. If the Calyrex on Jody's side of the field does get those chilling Nair boosts under its belt, it's going to be an option of Joe to say, well, I'm going to bring my Ditto and copy those and really take advantage of that for myself. Then you've got the Volcarona as well with that Quiver Dance. Can set up on its own and become a big threat, Charlie.
Yeah, and Fiery Dance as
Ja,
well.
ja, ja.
Not a move we see so commonly, but it has a chance to
Hier
boost
ist einfach 16 Grad und
Volcarona's
pralle
special
Sonne. Ja, ist
attack.
komplett verrückt.
Now let's boost
Juckt
all
nicht,
the
du
way
gehst eh nicht
into
raus.
our
So
Swiss
real.
round 5. Here are the Pokemon European
Real.
International Championships trainers.
Kevin,
Let's
mindset.
get going. Jody Azzarelli versus Joseph Ugarte. Grimsnarl and Miraidon for Joe. Calyrex and Indeedee for Jody.
Yeah, I love this lead for Jody in particular, because we are seeing the Miraidon lead out.
Fire
You
Musik.
get that electric terrain set up, but instantly that is going to be superseded by the Psychic Surge from the Indeedee, setting that Psychic terrain up. And it takes away any option from the Prankster Thunderwave, in particular from that Grimsnarl that can't fire it out. Now that Psychic terrain's on the field. The Miraidon in a safe position where it
Ist
can
so
hold
sauer.
switch out, but the nice support that the Indeedee offers with that follow me to pull in those
Okay.
attacks.
Psychic terrain preventing priority moves
Ja,
here. There it is,
checke.
the
Wir
Volt
sehen
Switch.
wahrscheinlich einen
Huge
Hard Trick
damage into
Room.
the Indeedee, not quite as much as if the electric terrain had been still on the field. Joseph has the luxury now of choosing a Pokemon to send in from the back, but it might be on the receiving end of a big Glacial Lance here. Volcarona going to resist it, being part fire type.
Yeah, and especially if you can get something like a Reflect setup from that Grimmsnarl. Not going to see it.
Nein, sie wechseln
does come out. Going to do some big damage to that Grimmsnarl, but not enough to pick up the knockout and the foul play in return into that Indeedee.
But Indeedee doesn't have the highest attack stat. Foul play is a move that uses its target's attack stat to its disadvantage there. Indeedee, though, hanging on. And now, potentially, you want to set up a screen with that Grimmsnarl before it's off the field totally.
Yeah, and that's the key thing for Joe here. I think you've got to go for it, and that's exactly what we see locked in. It gives you that bit of security against those Glacial Lances.
Fiery Dance
Und wahrscheinlich kein Trick Room, oder? Nee.
Aber
nochmal eine Glacial Lance.
And there it is. There's that special attack boost.
Der Special Attack
out of your resources, trainers. The KO and the boost.
Yeah, it's a really nice play. And the
Unangenehm, vor allem mit dem Reflect jetzt, das war halt gegen Volcarona.
The big thing here is you're going to get that chilling Nair boost from picking up that knockout. Not doing a massive amount to the Volcarona, but a significant amount of damage to put it in range for something else to come in and help clear it up.
The Calyrex left to go for that KO there to get a chilling Nair boost. This is how Ice Rider Calyrex starts to snowball. Miraidon rejoining the fray here. Terra very much pressured on that slot.
Yeah, and now the Miraidon comes onto the field. It can get its electric terrain. That Hadron Engine ability now active. It's going to be a real threat, but the Ogerpon offers more redirection for Judy. It is going to be able to pull in all of those single target attacks onto that side of the field, especially with that sturdy ability. Going to be able to at least take one and then protect that Calyrex, maybe allowing it to get another Glacial Lance off. It threatens the Miraidon. Volcarona, after that boost, is surely in range for it going down, or do you lock in with a Trick Room to maybe set up an endgame? There are a few options here for Judy, but you can't deny the ability of the Glacial Lance here, and it is posing a huge threat
natürlich
for
crazy
Joe.
gegen Volcarona, deswegen sehen wir wahrscheinlich Volcarona Terra.
Those rock-type Ivy Cudgels into a bug and fire, but no, Joseph
Nö,
decided
Action
that
nicht.
Terra Fairy is the play onto Miraidon, keeping that restricted, that oh-so-powerful hero from Area Zero as safe as possible. Big Terra Fairy
Bababubu Dazzling.
boosted, electric terrain boosted
Aua.
with the Hadron Engine, Dazzling Gleam
Ivy Cudgel.
and there it is,
Bam.
Volcarona, goodbye.
Yeah, 4 times super effective into the Volcarona, and
Moin,
definitely
Waschi,
not
was
standing a
geht?
chance against that Ivy Cudgel. It does leave the Calyrex open, and it goes for that Trick Room. Really key here because it puts
Und
itself
hier
in
kommt der
forefront.
Trick
It's going to be
Room.
the fastest thing on the field now, and especially
Bonk.
because it's got that Ogerpon support. I like the play where you didn't go for me there. You went for the Volcarona to make sure you get rid of that Pokemon so it's not a threat. And now the Urshifu entering the fray, and not in its probably most preferable situation.
No, exactly. The Volcarona over on Joe's side of the field doesn't have access to Rage Powders. There's no redirection that could happen there, but it's still a key piece of
Gebraucht
Joe's
markieren,
puzzle.
wie die
2
wäre.
Pokemon down. Joseph cannot switch it. It's locked
Ich vermisse die
into Dazzling
Ultra-Bestien,
Gleam
muss
for the
ich
rest of the
sagen.
game with Miraidon.
Yeah, and the one thing that you would
Yeah,
say, the
ich
Urshifu
weiß.
coming in here will be able to take a Glacial Lance, and it probably can pick up the
Glacial
Ogerpon
Lance,
early, but with
bam.
Glacial Lance coming in now, we're going to see the damage.
Alter.
Not enough to pick up a knockout.
War das
What a way
mit
to wake
Reflect?
us up, trainers at Swiss round 5. This fast and furious game between Jody Azzarelli and Joseph Ugarte. Jody going for that first
Favorite
big
Ultra
win
Bestia?
here at the championships this weekend. Dazzling Gleam once again. All of those boosts. It's going to be
wicked.
enough to secure the knockout onto the
Hey,
Calyrex. What is going to be Jody's final Pokemon?
Yeah, the big difference there was going to be that single target Dazzling Gleam. We saw the damage
Überleg
in the
gerade,
previous turn,
Komplosio?
but single target enough to take it down. It's just really unfortunate how the Trick Room turns played
Wahrscheinlich
out. Joe
Komplosio,
bringing in
actually.
the Urshifu in that situation, able to capitalize in this situation because it resists the Glacial Lance. It can take down
Lohnt
the
es sich hier zu
Ogerpon.
Terra? Naja,
And
muss ja
because of
den
that,
Urshifu.
the Miraidon was actually allowed to kind of function a lot better in that situation. Now the Landorus has got everything to do.
Könnte
It's
eigentlich
gonna
Terra
be
Senses
faster
Storm gehen,
than
oder?
The Urshifu faster than it in Trick Room, which
Oh.
we're now in, but not opting for an attack.
Not opting
Oh.
for the Terra either on the Landorus. It's pretty weak from the Urshifu, but yes,
Das heißt, dann
that's
Komplosio,
a
der
sword
ist so,
stance coming out from
der
Joseph.
sieht, der hat so ein
Really
witziges
nice
Design, der ist so am
that Pokemon
Rumhüpfen,
has
der hat
it,
so wie so ein,
boosting
der
itself
hat einfach so
up to
Charakter, weißt du?
realizing that Jody still has that Terra option in the back, still has the ability to make itself resist
Naja,
the
stimmt schon,
surging
Kaminal,
strike,
stimmt schon.
but
Okay, der ist
it
jetzt
would
halt
take
plus
neutral
2,
from
ne?
a close combat.
Yeah, and now we see that the Surging Strikes is going to be boosted by that Swords Dance. A really good play here from Joe because going to be able to capitalize, no doubt, on these 2 remaining Trick Room turns. Even if we see the Terrorization here, you've got to think the Surging Strikes would be enough.
There it is.
Also ich glaube, selbst wenn geterrert hätte, wäre gestorben, ne?
Jody thinking, well, if I go for the Terrestrialization, Joe probably goes for the close combat and deals massive damage, maybe secures the knockout. If I don't, then yeah, could go for the Surging Strikes, would be super effective and get the knockout there. All eyes on Jody there as to whether he's going to lock in that Terror or not. But not needed. It's going to be Joe coming out on
Wegen
top.
Close Combat. Also der Close Combat hätte er auf jeden Fall gekillt, wenn er mit Dings wäre. Aber ist nicht immer eher Surging Strike, also Surging Strikes oder Play, weil Surging Strikes kann, glaube ich, auch Water Landers auf das 2 killen. Freut sich ja gar nicht, war ja auch erst das erste Match. Wenn er immer da ist egal, ja.
To get those boosts when necessary, taking down the big threats like the Volcarona, the disruption in
the immer gedeiht. Also ich habe mich auch nach dem ersten Win nie gefreut.
Probably made that end game a little bit more tricky to deal with than if we hadn't seen it, because I think it would have been more favorable then to go for the Terrestrialization, but you have that question over your head. Now it's +2. Do you go for the Terrestrialization and get hit by
Was war das für ein Replay?
or do you not Terrestrialize and then maybe get hit by a Surgeon Strikes?
Yeah, props to Jody for keeping that Terror up their sleeve until the very, very end. Going for it too soon means that Joe has that knowledge available heading into the next turn, knowing that close combat is the safer move to go for here. But Trick Room, you know, is crucial for Jody in this game plan, but Joe's still coming out on top, knowing when to make those calls. Would love to see Ditto coming into this game too, but I don't know if it's the ideal situation for it.
No, maybe not the most ideal situation for it, and I think Jody needs to take better advantage of the Trick Room when it's set up. It was a bit of a double-edged sword in that last game, and that's testament to Joe, of course. But we are into Game 2, Charlie, with a similar lead from Joe.
Yeah, very similar lead indeed. The Grimmsnarl and the Miraidon there once more. Now we've got Calyrex and Ogerpon too. You can redirect with Ogerpon, keeping your Calyrex a little bit safer, hoping to get those chilling nade boosts going. Super effective Ice-type damage into Dragon, but no, Calyrex just keeping itself safe.
Yeah, and the Reflect coming out from the Grimmsnarl. Just want to get that set up as soon as
Miraidon geht
possible
für
to
Volt
mitigate
Switch,
the damage
damn.
from Glacial Land. Volt Switch coming in,
Die Katsche wird nicht ultra viel machen, außer Crit-Hit.
Fortunately, this turn with that Protect
Oder
coming
trotzdem
out,
gut
the
Schaden machen, I guess.
going to be a big hit into the Miraidon and getting some valuable damage.
Trotzdem
Just
fast
above
50%
that
ist
50%
crazy.
mark.
No critical hit though. That Miraidon could have taken that so much worse. The Ivy Cudgel does, of course, have a boosted chance to provide a critical
Checker.
Now, Calyrex, much more vulnerable than it was in the previous turn. Protect, of
Wobei,
course,
ja, da kommt halt wohl Corona in den Miraidon-Slot, ist auch nervig.
Oh!
Das finde ich verrückt. Das finde ich verrückt.
Right onto the field right now.
Yeah, especially if this Volt Switch from the Miraidon is into this slot, it will not be effective.
Aber warum ist er für Power Whip gegangen?
Going anywhere this turn, leaving it pretty vulnerable now to a Power Whip.
Warum nicht für Ivy Cudgel?
Just getting it into position for a big knockout.
Yeah, exactly. Potentially Jody thinking,
Aber
maybe I
stark.
don't want to claim the knockout here, so that my Calyrex can then do so and get snowballing, or perhaps covering for a switch that Joe could have brought in from the back. But Landorus is threatening both Grimmsnarl and Miraidon here with super effective damage.
Yeah, and because you've got this kind of pin in
Yeah,
this
I guess.
situation where you can go
I
for
guess,
the
ja,
Spiky Shield,
true.
block the Volt Switch there, and then
Wäre,
really
glaube ich, der
lock that
einzige
Miraidon
Call.
onto the field. You can definitely guarantee an attack off with your Landorus. And
Junge, das ist so ein schnelles Match, die entscheiden sich die ganze Zeit so schnell, das ist verrückt. Oh, ich glaube, Landorus gegen Draco reingedrückt, oder? Never mind! Okay, stark!
Too little to leave, sorry. Little too little, too late.
Stark.
Is just gonna go right down to the Earth Power.
Junge, dieses Miraidon durfte nicht mitspielen.
Combination stacking so well, boosting the power of Landorus without the expense of reducing its HP.
Yeah, and it was a really smart switch from Jody when they went for that to lock the Miraidon onto the field and still have that spiky shield active. Now you've got a much more preferable situation for Jody where you've got this Landorus out and the trick is not up, so this turn you can
Schwindelig
that
gespielt.
Of course, you can go for the Terrestrialization here.
Switch mit Specs bringen, ja stimmt, Miraidon ist ja gespext. Vergessen, welches Item der trägt.
Pokemon, which is a huge difference, huge contrast from that game 1.
Yeah, the electric terrain cannot now overwrite this psychic terrain on the field since the Miraidon is down. Landorus is so much safer to go for its Terra Water because, of course, Miraidon would otherwise have threatened it with super effective electric type damage. There it is. Landorus going to be the Terra option of choice in this game for Jody. It's taken a little dip.
Ja, check ich. Miraidon ist eh tot.
It does indeed. The Thunder Wave coming out.
P-Wave im Psychic Terrain. Oha. Na gut. Das ist natürlich Banger. Oh, aber auch in die Leads. Hat aber Rocky Helmet.
Yeah, and with the Rocky Helmet doing a decent amount of chip damage. Of course, causing some recoil damage to any incoming attack. Is this Urshifu going to go down here? It's going to be quite close. Indeed, he down pretty low too. Yeah, no, Urshifu hanging on just by a thread as all of the attention comes now to how Jody's going to be approaching this next turn. The Grimmsnarl's still on full HP, but it can't really do much in this situation.
Not really, and that's probably why we're seeing Joe switch it out
rein
here
in
to opt for another option
Corona.
to try and get a little bit more momentum back in this game.
Oh.
Favorite Pokemon of yours, Charlie. The Ditto coming in, the Imposter activating, and Landorus.
Oh.
Landorus.
Landorus taking a long look in the mirror, yes. That Landorus on Joe's side of the field, don't be fooled, trainers. That is a Ditto with its Imposter. It has been transformed. Indeed, he redirecting attention. Sludge Bomb into the Ditto, not very
Aber das Landorus gerade in einer strong position, glaube ich.
Broken on that Ditto. Yeah, great defensive switch there from Joe, and it does open the door a little bit more for them to take advantage of maybe the Sandsteer Storm. Anything coming out from the opposing Landorus now is not really going to be effective because you've got that flying type, you're immune to the ground attacks, and like we've just seen the great switch in there to the Sludge Bomb, it's not really going to be anything that threatens you too much.
Okay.
Sludge Bomb, though, easily enough to secure the knockout onto the Urshifu at least.
Ich meine, was soll Landorus? Also Landorus setzt die Sludge Bomb ein. Ist Handsy Storm actually. True.
It's gonna double connect with the Sandsteer Storm, not 100% accurate outside of the rain. Landorus just about hangs on there, but that is the Pokemon that Jody needs to target down
Speed
here.
Yeah,
and when you look at it, you'd think, oh, maybe the Ditto would have been better transforming into something like the Calyrex. But really, in this situation, it's fine because the Calyrex can't crystallize out of its weakness to foul play from the Grimmsnarl. You still have that Reflect Up. You do need to be careful around that Glacial Lance, of course. But maybe a double up of that Sandsteer Storm and the foul play into the Calyrex would be enough to maybe pick up the knockout. It's going to be very close.
Here.
Landorus is certainly feeling the chills right now. I do not envy Landorus in that situation. Or should I say the Ditto over on Joe's side of the field. It can go for its Terra Normal. It's no longer going to be taking double super effective damage from the incoming Glacial Lance, but is it gonna be enough? I would think so, but let's find out, trainer. Sludge Bomb super effective into that Grimmsnarl there. Here comes another very accurate Sandsteer Storm. Now all eyes on this Calyrex. What's it going to be able to achieve with those chilly, freezing lines?
Wir sehen jetzt erstmal einen Banger Foulplay in sein Gesicht.
It is going to be not even a contention because the Glacial Lance coming out before.
Never mind.
Onto this Grimmsnarl, tying up this match. Really going to make it near impossible for this Landorus.
Das sollte 1-1 sein. Relativ sicher. Also ja, der hat noch 630 und so. Das ist 1-1.
With all of this offense coming out from Jody's side of the field, seems like it's going to be around for Jody and taking us into a game 3. But such fast-paced games they've both been.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been a trend of
schnelle Matches.
all the games that we've had really today. They've all been
very
fast-paced, back and forward. Games really decided quite early on. And again, I think the way that Jody set that game 2 up was so commanding, really caught Joe off with that switch into the Landorus, catching that Volt Switch, and then creating that pin situation where the Ogerpon spike your shield, let's get rid of your Miraidon, and once that Restricted's gone down, well, we know the story after that, it's always going to be an uphill battle, so a great adjustment from Jody. Everything to play for going into this game 3. I really like the Ditto adjustment as well, and it nearly paid off for Joe, but all credit to Jody for being able to kind of cool, calm, and collectively tie this match up.
We're essentially now all coming down to another best of 1 between these trainers. It's best of 3 total, 1 game apiece, and I mean, with the Landorus threatening so much damage over on Joe's side of the field, you've certainly got to feel the threat of that. Ditto in the back for Joe. I mean, it can provide such a nice out in so many different situations. You can even switch it out and back in to copy another Pokemon if you don't like the position it's in, but it's kind of a high-risk, high-reward Pokemon League.
Yeah, and I feel like it's the one thing that Joe could really lean into going into this game 3, where you can maybe Imposter transform into the Calyrex Ice Rider, and then you could pressure that Landorus a lot better. And then if it does Terrasilize, you've got Miraidon in the back to come in and then pressure from that angle. So I think from both sides of it, you could really use the Ditto to high effect going into this match. Whether or not that's Joe's game plan, we'll have to see. And of course, Jody isn't going to be easily conned by any of these little tricks and ways to get around his team.
Game 3, trainers, let's go. Look at those leads right now. Indeedee and Calyrex is going to be exactly the same lead here for Joe and Grimstyle and Miraidon.
Yeah, and that's the once again, the Calyrex not in a great position, but a nice play from Jody. It's a callback to game 1 where we are going to see the electric terrain overwritten by that psychic terrain. Does Jody prioritize the trick room here? Because that's the option that you've got. You can go for the redirect, you can go for the trick room and get yourself set up in a position where you can start getting a bit more damage onto the field early on. We're just going to see that reflect though.
Both these trainers looking their moves so quickly. Calyrex taking the Volt Switch really well, thanks to the electric terrain being overwritten there by Indeedee's own Psychic. Now Joe can pivot something in that could well be taking that Glacial Lance.
Ich kann nochmal kurz meine Favorites an, damit ich ein bisschen Überblick habe.
Going for the Landorus copy. It's now going to become an Ice Rider Calyrex, resisting, of course, these Glacial Lances. Is Joe going to be giving Jody a taste of their own medicine in this 3-game thriller?
Yeah, we're going to see the Psychic, and it's not going to be effective into this Pokemon, so really great switch of the Ditto there, and just that Glacial Lance, which again is going to be resisted because of the pod ice.
Jetzt mit 2 Restricted Real Cheetah.
Such a cool move to have on your Indeedee here, able to give your Calyrex a little bit more longevity on the field. Let's Terra Trainers in this game 3 of Swiss Round 5 at EUIC. Time for Calyrex over on Jody's side of the field to go for its Terra Water. It's still going to be resisting the Glacial Lances coming out from the Ditto that is now a Calyrex over on Joe's side of the field, but it leaves Grimstyle the room to go for the light screen. Both screens set up now.
Heal
Pulse, there it is. Thank you so much for your service. I'll take that HP and back up to full. Glacial Lance connecting down.
Yeah, the Glacial Lance, and you know, not enough to take down the Grimmsnarl, so we don't have to worry about that Chilling Neigh boost just yet, but undoing all of the damage done by that Miraidon with that heal pulse from turn 1, so the Calyrex on Jody's side has committed to that Terrasization, so needs to be a little bit more careful about the Miraidon when it enters the field, especially if that trick room is set up. Another heal pulse coming out just to keep it as healthy as possible.
Indeed, you're putting in so much work here, and this isn't a strategy that we saw in either of our previous
gewinnt gerade jeden Speedteil.
High horsepower onto the Calyrex, another Glacial Lance.
Dann kommt jetzt halt noch ein Powerplay. Oh, es war ein Crit gegen Calyrex. Unangenehm.
See what Jody's aiming for here. Bring both of Joe's Pokemon low so that with just the one Glacial Lance, you can claim the knockout onto both and get a double attack boost. Now, Foul Play using Calyrex's attack stat against it is a good thing. It didn't get a Chilling Neigh boost on that turn. As long as Grimmsnarl is on the field, it's going to threaten Jody's
Ich kann beide den Kill securen. Sowohl Landorus als auch
now the Trick Room is not the most optimal play for Jody because you're looking at the Ogerpon, the Landorus in the back. They don't want that Trick Room set up now. Your Calyrex does, but really the big hitters, the ones that are going to come in, be able to kind of close this match up, are going to prefer to have that no Trick Room environment. So do you preserve your Calyrex? Maybe utilize the Ogerpon here to get rid of the Ditto on Joe's side. Get an
okay, sie den Stall gegen die Screens.
Just going to be Spiky Shield coming out from Ogerpon, and indeed
ja, okay, stark.
Too, that protect there. I feel like it's going to be some protects all round here, Lee, as Calyrex on Jody's side does indeed go for the protect. Grimmsnarl once more kind of shut
Aber verliert halt auch das Psychic Terrain auf lange Sicht. Ne? Ich glaube, die Runde hält es auf jeden Fall noch, oder? Ansonsten wäre die T-Wave, ja, okay. Sonst wäre die T-Wave worden, das wäre ein bisschen unangenehm.
Yeah, and the problem is, I think if you've got the Ditto out on the field for Joe, you think, oh, I could switch it out, but you don't really want to bring anything in on that Glacial Lance, which is the issue. And both Pokemon's so low at the minute,
okay,
anything is going to be able to knock out, as we see the power into that Ditto, which was the Calyrex Ice Rider going down now.
Jody is able to secure the knockout power with not the most accurate move, and in fact, maybe a part of Jody was kind of hoping for the miss so that his own Calyrex could get a double attack boost. As it is, Chilling Neigh is going to go off just the once. Glacial Lance securing the knockout into the Grimmsnarl. Joe locked into the final Pokemon in the back. Miraidon and something unrevealed.
Ibrahim steht 4-0, Michi steht 3-1, Flo steht 3-1, Dennis 2-2, Ryan 2-2, Belex 2-2 und Benny 2-2. Singamba, ja.
I think it will be enough to get the Calyrex on Judy's side of the field and do enough damage for a follow-up from the Urshifu to pick up the knockout. Is it going to be enough with an Aquajet into that slot? That's the question, though, because otherwise, if you don't, you're susceptible to getting a Power Whip. Your Urshifu doesn't have the Focus Sash that we've seen.
Kann ich immer Follow Me...
It kind of lean on a lot for that, like, little bit of a
Follow Me Glacial.
So you are going to be susceptible to losing the Urshifu, and then it all comes down to the Miraidon. Is it going to be enough to deal with the Landorus that has those threatening attacks, like the Sludge Bomb, like the Earth Power and the Sand?
Ich hätte jetzt auch gesagt Follow Me Glacial.
And Miraidon with its Hadron engine boosted this time. You cannot overwrite that terrain with Indeedee. It's down and out for Jody. There it is. Joseph deciding to Terra in the last moment of this game. Terra Fairy once more on this Miraidon. Is that going to be the call that plays off for Joe? He's going to win in this decisive third game. Now, of course, the Urshifu can hit right through that Spiky Shield if it so wanted to. And indeed the Protect. Jody head in hand, wondering if this was the right call. Dazzling Gleam, you protect from that damage. Urshifu, though, can only target down one of these Pokemon.
Yeah, but with that Unseen Fist ability, it is going to be able to break through either of these Protects. It'll be interesting to see which direction it goes, and it is into the Ogerpon. Surgeon Strikes is going to be able to break that Spiky Shield and get some significant damage, putting it in range of a Dazzling Gleam.
Hält sich die Hand vors Gesicht. Hat er jetzt wirklich Urshifu vergessen? Nein, oder?
Made the wrong play. Those health bars are looking real good over on Joe's side of the field. The same can be said for Jody's Ogerpon.
Ich check's gar nicht.
No, not at all, and I think both Pokemon now just going to go down to this Dazzling.
Ich check's gar nicht.
For the Landorus to come in, but I think if you're Jody, you needed to deal with that Urshifu.
Da, er kann doch jetzt nicht Urshifu hier vergessen, wie das
Storm will not be enough to pick
nicht.
up the knockout onto the Urshifu. You cannot terrestrialize anymore, and that Surging Strikes will be probably enough to pick up a knockout onto it.
Wow, just when it looked like it was going Jody's way, Joe has
Hey, hat er noch ein Pokémon?
to secure the turnaround here, looking like game
wie bitter.
Lee, what do you think was going through Jody's mind?
Bitter.
Going to the double tech, which is a play that didn't actually end up working so well for him.
Yeah, you never really know there, but it might be scouting out what the Miraidon was going to lock into. But we have our winner of round 5 here. Joseph Ugarte comes out victorious after a heated 3-game set against Judy Azzarelli.
Ich kann mit Detect auf Urshifu rechnen, weil Joe Urshifu nicht verlieren darf.
Congratulations to Joseph stamping their ticket into the next round. Still undefeated. Joe was telling us trainers how Joe wasn't putting much pressure on himself coming into this tournament. Just here to enjoy the ride. That's exactly how Joe approached NAIC 2022 as well, which really worked out pretty well for Joe. So commiseration to Jody, and still very well played. Of course, took it to that third game, but ultimately, yeah, Joe coming out on top.
Yeah, coming out on top in such tight margins throughout that game, you know, and I think it is, we talk about it a lot, the micro decisions that you make in games can really have a big turn in the tide in which direction the win the loss goes. But coming back to your question, Charlie, with the double protect there, were you scouting out to see what Miraidon locked into, or I don't know, were you maybe trying to see if there was going to be another Sword Stance from that Urshifu there just to protect for another turn? It was a really difficult situation, whichever way you look at it, because the
bitte nicht spoilern, Pokémon, deswegen haben wir auch einen Filter drin. Wir reden nicht über die Soling. Du musst überlegen, es gibt Leute, die haben die Folge nicht gesehen. Und hätte ich jetzt den Filter nicht drin, dass es geshadowbanned wird, hättest du jetzt potenziell Leute gespoilert. Weißt du? Wir reden eigentlich gar nicht über die Soling. Es gibt ja immer noch Leute, die die Folge nicht gesehen haben, und wir wollen nicht, dass Leute gespoilert werden.
I wish I'd had that Trick Room set up so I could deal with both of Joe's Pokemon that little bit better, but we can't ask too much of this Calyrex.
Das wäre ja doof für alle Beteiligten.
Joe absolutely beaming on the field, and we are beaming for Joe as well.
Yeah, and I think the one thing that you would say really didn't help Jody out that much was the water terrestrialization on the line. The Calyrex, because like we mentioned in the game, it was a real double-edged sword where if you go for it on one Pokemon, yes, it alleviates the issues from the Urshifu in a lot of respects, but then it opens the door for the Miraidon. It really makes it difficult, where the Landorus, I think, was the key to closing the game out for Jody.
Nee, das passt schon, dass das Xenoblade ist.
Before that was able to fully function, you had to really deal.
Noch nicht hundertprozentig, Phil. Reim steht leider 2-2 gerade. Michi steht 3-1. Also ich habe jetzt hier mal so ein paar Leute markiert, die interessant sind. Das ist aktuell so ein bisschen eine interessante Kiste.
to see such a high-octane match. And we're going to keep the momentum going right now. Time to go over to Sierra on the stage. Let's hear from your winner of that Swiss Round 5. It's none other than Joseph Ugarte.
I am here with now 5-0 at EUIC. Last round winner, Joseph Ugarte. That was a close match. I know that you and Jody have gotten to play before in the past.
Das stimmt,
all
ja.
the way to 3 games. How are you feeling after that?
I feel pretty good. I mean, obviously, you know, getting to play versus some of the best players in the world is always a good experience, but, you know, it's really nice when you're able to play well and continue to do well. So I'm just happy with the result, right? I felt like I played pretty reasonably well, and I'm content with it, you know?
Yeah, coming into this event, too, looking at this different iterations, now, of course, a lot of people with this Miraidon are very reminiscent of...
Nee, Ishihara wird nicht da sein. Ishihara es gibt, also bei den Closing-Zeremonie ist nur wegen den während den Worlds.
Yeah, so like to
Es wird
be
keine
honest, for UIC,
Closing-Zeremonie
my prep was kind of
geben
bad, so like basically
wie bei den Worlds, glaube ich.
I thought I was gonna
Ich glaube, bei
bring
UIC
Groudon,
war
and
das
then
nicht
I
so.
played a local and I played against Paul Chu.
By the
and
way,
I just kinda
zusammen,
lost 'cause,
lol,
like,
das ist
I just
sweet.
like lost turn 1 because I just missed sleep powder a bunch of times. So I was like, okay, so that's like not great. Like, what am I gonna do? And then I had another local. I was hanging out with my buddy Brady, who was like visiting me, you know, for the weekend or whatever. And we're like, okay, let's go to local. So I'm like, okay, I don't have anything to play, so I'm just gonna bring my old world team and like see if it feels good. And I brought it. I was like, yo, this thing's still actually really good. So after that, I was like, okay, like I'm just gonna bring this. And honestly, I made like very small changes, but this is actually probably the laziest prep I think I've had for an IC so far, but it's been kind of good because I feel like the pressure's a little bit off. Right now I'm like ranked #1, and I feel like I just am focusing on like, I know the team's good because I spent so much time building it like before Worlds, so it's like just about playing my best, right?
I mean, it's definitely working out 5-0, and not bringing a team that relies on sleep powder, probably a better call considering track records, you know?
Well, we get Thunderwave, right? So, you know, it's still, you still get to maybe stop them from moving, so it's not too bad.
A couple missable moves, but okay, looking back at this set, of course, you have a team that can go for a little bit more of these faster modes. You're going up against Trick Room. Starting off the first game, of course, Jody can go for this Trick Room and does still able to find a way through. So I want to know throughout the series how to navigate that, how to kind of like put that pressure on.
Yeah, honestly, like I wasn't too worried about the matchup. Like obviously there were some things I had to be aware of, like the Kali Ice getting out of control. Though.
Ja, das kann sein, ja, guck. Aber diesmal haben wir ja Worlds schon für die nächsten 3 Jahre oder so angekündigt.
A lot more damage over time, right? Like I'm not running Intimidate, and I think what I kind of realized, I had brought Ditto in game 2, and it hadn't really worked to like as good effect, and partially that was due to the fact that like the what was it? I think it was the Grimsnarl went down to like the double up of Sludge Bomb and Lance. Like maybe I could have played around that if it was able to live, but once it was like going down, there was like nothing to do. But I felt like in game 2, I was able to navigate myself in a bit of a better spot. I think a small nuanced part of it there was the Miraidon catching the Calyrex at lead, being in front of it, means that you have a safe route to Volt Switch into the Ditto, right? So in game 2, it was like a little more awkward where I couldn't really do that because of the lead switch up. So like in game 3, being in front of it, like it completely changed the dynamic of the turn 1.
I mean, then I want to talk about that Volt Switch, because in game 2, we got to see that you went for the Volt Switch. All of a sudden, Jody brings in the Landorus. You're stuck and trapped into that. So then in game 3, is that a consideration in your mind? Like he could go for a similar thing?
So if you think about it from like the point of view of like my perspective, right? Like if I don't Volt Switch in the Calyrex, it's always going to be like really bad for me if I get the call wrong. So the reason why is because if I try to Volt Switch into Indeedee and I think like Calyrex is going to switch into Landorus, right? Like worst case, like Lando comes in, but Indeedee's not applying pressure, right? If I throw Volt Switch into Indeedee and Indeedee switches Landorus and Glacial Lance comes out, I just instantly lose the game. So it's never worth like trying to like call that out. It's always better to throw the Volt into the Calyrex.
100%. So now you're talking about this being, you know, maybe not the most prep into an event, but you're 5-0. How are you feeling now with this team, seeing what everyone else is bringing?
Oh, I feel great. Yeah, I mean, like, it was my laziest prep by far, but the team is great. So, like, the team is great. I'm playing well so far, and, like, honestly, I have no complaints. Like, I'm having a good time. And I think, like, that's an aspect of the game that I think is really important is, like...
But I said it's 5-0.
Honestly, I don't know if it's burnout or, like, I wasn't really... But, like, the prep phase of this was, like, really hard for me to kind of, like, get into the, like,
das heißt jetzt, was er winnet innen,
all that stuff. So I think, like, this approach has really helped me so that way I didn't, like, force myself...
Für die 9 Runden oder 8
force a
Runden?
team that I didn't want to use, and then it was a worse result. So I feel like right now, like, this is the best possible, like, outcome.
Ja, ist gerade spannend,
Keep that winning record going on for the rest of the day. Make sure you can go catch up with everyone. But last but not least, any shout-outs?
Well, shout-outs for sure to my family for watching, you of course. And then also to all my friends, you know, Momo Nation specifically, you guys are awesome. I also want to give a big shout out to Brady. I mean, I got to spend the last 2 weeks with him before UIC, and like he's like a brother to me, and I really love that guy, man. And like Brady, if you're watching this, bro, like I love you, man. You're really an inspiration to me, and like your work ethic with Pokemon and everything, man. Like I really appreciate you, and I'm glad I got to spend time with you, man. So hopefully, you know, you see that. But yeah, just thank you to all my friends and everyone. It's honestly like Pokemon's a really cool game, and like. Going a bit more into the Brady thing, like having a really good friend like Brady from this game is like, it's really meaningful. I'm like tearing up, but it's like really meaningful, you know, and I'm really appreciative of that.
Auch mal Mikey Kane Shoutout geben, wirklich
what
so.
make this game special. So, yeah, that's absolutely awesome. But congratulations
gerade
on
2-2.
the 5-0. Best of luck throughout the rest of the day. As for us, great matches, a couple more great ones on the horizon. But
Also,
for now,
ihr
let's
könnt
head
mit
back to our
jedem Match
casters.
rausfliegen, leider.
Such touching words there from Joseph Ugarte, and fascinating to see that Joe is running back that team from Worlds last year that he used. That's one of our headlines.
Michi steht gerade 3-1.
Reg G2, Electric Pikachu, are players mixing up the meta game from Worlds last year, or are they going to stick with what worked for them before? Joe deciding that the latter is for him.
Yeah, and it's working out great, isn't it? I think a lot of players are kind of having the same sort of thought process coming into this tournament, because when you look at this tournament and Worlds, huge tournaments for players coming from all different regions.
Selbst als ich mit ihm geredet habe, wusste er selber noch nicht, was er zockt, deswegen weiß ich es auch nicht.
What worked at Worlds, and it almost feels very same in the way in the run-up to this event, where players have looked at Calyrex Shadow Rider once again and said, well, this is the Pokemon, this is a time for it to perform well. It's had its moments, but it's not really had the impact like we kind of pictured.
Aber Ari, bitte nicht spoilern. Wir haben eine Regel während die ganzen Dings, bitte nicht spoilern. Weil ansonsten will jeder da immer so der Erste sein, weißt du? Und dann gibt es ein Chaos im Chat. Ich gebe die Sache schon allen nach und nach durch. Aber okay, damit ist Reim leider raus. Alles gut, alles gut, alles gut. Damit ist Reim leider scheinbar raus. Sad. Sad, sad, sad. 07 an Rahimovic. Michi steht 4-1, Ibrahim steht 5-0. Das ist crazy. Ibrahim steht 5-0, habe ich gerade gesehen. Das ist ehrlich crazy.
Yeah, very exciting. Make sure you don't miss it. Get it in your calendar. Get the alarm set ready for that to drop on Thursday. Of course, it is going to be
Belex steht 3-2, Belex ist noch drin. Dennis ist leider auch raus. Wer ist Ibrahim? Ibrahim ist ein guter Freund von den anderen, der auch mit in deren Gruppe zockt. Kusha steht leider auch 3-2. Flo steht 4-1. Er hat gegen Aaron Trailer gewonnen. Damn, Flo mit dem 4-1-Angle. Holy shit. Das ist verrückt. Das ist verrückt. Vielleicht ist Pokemon gleich auch aktuell. Dann kann ich. Nespro Flo, ja. Es steht gerade 4-1. Wir schauen gleich mal. Wir warten erst mal, bis Pokédata aktualisiert ist. Stell so Frage hinein.
From Ice Rider in that game, but an even more so from Miraidon, which we have in second position.
Yeah, the Miraidon just keeps.
Wir warten mal, bis Pokédata aktuell ist, dann können wir uns besser angucken.
Birmingham Regional by Storm won there.
Aber wann kommt man weiter? Wenn du 6-2, also sobald du 6 Siege hast, bist du Day 2. Es gibt 8 Matches und du brauchst 6 Siege. Das heißt, Flo muss noch 2 Runden gewinnen, dann ist er weiter. Und er spielt noch 3 und 2 muss er noch gewinnen. Aber ja, Set mit Reim, das ist leider... Aber Reim hat selber gesagt, er ist 0 confident. Es ist so ein bisschen schwierig. Aber auch, dass Dennis raus ist, tut leider echt weh.
We've still got Koraidon, Terrapagos, Kyogre, and Groudon all sneaking in that bottom row there, and I think they've all got potential.
Hat Benny gespielt gegen Eric.
In this tournament.
Oh! Benny hat Eric Rios rausgehauen. Eric Rios ist raus und Benny ist noch drin. 3-2.
Miraidon certainly applies the most offensive pressure immediately. You know, there's not much
Gen 3 saugt. Ist jetzt Gen 9 die beste und direkt dahinter Gen 8, Swami?
Yeah.
I've gone for the Kyogre, and my Kyogre is really quite scared of your Miraidon there.
Oder wie schaut's hier aus?
I mean, Kyogre is in its own right really great because it
Gott,
does normally go for that grass terrestrialization, so it gets rid of that electric weakness. It's one of those Pokemon that's great defensively as well. Going to be able to kind of soak up those attacks from Miraidon. Probably not as much as it would like to, but it would be able to do well against it. Just probably not on the offensive spectrum unless it does terrestrialize. Of course, that Dragon Type.
Ja, aber die sind ja da auch, Stormy. Was sollen wir da machen? Am besten performen ja die scheinbar die Gen 9 Box-Cover-Digis. Was machen wir jetzt?
The hit on engine boost. You don't need to worry about things like Intimidate dropping to lower that attack boost. You do need to worry about terrain being taken away, of course, but I think one of the benefits with that terrain as well, it gives you alleviation from those disruptive moves like Sleep Powder, like Spore, that can be so detrimental to game plans, and that's kind of like a freebie on top, as well as being able to activate all those Quark Drive ability Pokemon that we haven't seen until the appearance of Miraidon really coming into the format.
What are you talking about, Lee? Pincurchin was everywhere. Pre-Miraidon.
Ja, okay, ist ja in Ordnung.
What am I talking about? Of course it was, yeah.
Pincurchin, we want to see it, trainers, we want to see it. But you were talking about Intimidate there. What Pokemon throws down Intimidate? Incineroar. What about our non-restricted Pokemon? How are they shaping up on day one? Well, Incineroar's in second position. Not much of a surprise.
Gen 6 nicht in dem Game, das stimmt tatsächlich. Und Gen 1 hat keine Cover-Legis.
What is slightly surprising, though, to me, Lee, more so, is that often on these graphics of late we'll have seen the single strike style of Urshifu as well somewhere in that top 12, but it's nowhere to be seen here.
Yeah, that is strange because I felt like it was one of those options where players were opting for it a lot more than what we'd seen the Rapid Strike, but it almost feels like that table's flipped once again and players are reverting back to the more stable, I guess, consistent version of Urshifu, which is that Rapid Strike variant with the water in the fighting rather than the dark in the fighting type. I mean, even looking back to round 1 today, Gabriel Gatti, was it round 1 or round 2? But Gabriel originally,
round 2, I think.
Yeah, using their Worlds team, a few iterations. One of them was changing the Urshifu from Worlds, that was a single strike into the Rapid Strike.
Dreimal geschrieben. Ich habe die Runde danach gewonnen und danach Koraidon gegen Koraidon gespielt. Okay, hat Koraidon mitgenommen. Ging bis ins Game 3, totale Randomness, voller Speed-Ties. Letzte Runde entscheidet, er gewinnt den Speed-Tie mit seinem Ograpon in der letzten Runde, bin nun 2-3 und ich verliere meine Chance auf den. Schade. Schade.
Benefit of having that surging strikes against that Pokemon, it is better against the Landorus as well. It can pressure from that end. So there are a few caveats to why the surging strikes probably the better option.
Reim ist leider raus.
Maybe the current format.
Bei den anderen warte ich gerade, ob das Pokédata aktualisiert hat. Okay, wir haben Pokédata aktualisiert. Das heißt, wir können einmal reingehen. Wir haben Wolfie steht 5-0. Ibrahim steht 5-0. Ibrahim, so ein Maker, das ist der Wahnsinn. Holy shit. Ibrahim on Stream wäre crazy. Justin Tank 5-0. Luca 5-0. Also aktueller World Champ. Victor Medina. Victor 4-1. Markus Silva hat actually verloren. Michael De Bessi mit dem Easy Win. Maurice 4-1. Nick leider verloren 4-1. Feis gewonnen 4-1, Selahati gewonnen 4-1, Flowbird 4-1, das ist so geil, wirklich. Flo 4-1 ist verrückt.
Le Feu, parce que c'est mon type préféré.
Joy 4-1.
Mon Pokémon préféré, c'est le Garpon Fire.
Markus 4-1. Villa 4-1. Robitz leider verloren, saugt bisschen. Kusha leider verloren, saugt bisschen. Fabian Kuh leider verloren, saugt bisschen. Aurel Sola auch verloren. Yes, Luca ist aktueller World Champ, der war schon im Stream. Bedex gewonnen, Yannick gewonnen, die Nielsen-Brüder beide gewonnen, Georg gewonnen, Junge, ich feier Georg, ich habe gegen den in Dortmund gespielt, das war so ein witziges Match. Der hat Kokowai und Gehornjor mitgenommen. Das weiß ich nicht, das weiß ich nicht. Benny gewonnen gegen Eric Rivers, so geil. Und Dennis, Rahim leider raus, genauso wie Eric Rivers und Loyla auch raus. Nur Alex Gomez wird interesting. Der zockt noch. Aber ja, Paar geile Gamer. Sind hier 4-1. Und Ibrahim 5-0 ist halt übergeil, ne? Ja, Heinz Heckmann kann auch noch 5-0 gehen. Ich weiß nicht, wer Heinz Heckmann ist, aber er ist scheinbar ein GOAT. Aber Ibrahim komplett am Rasieren. De la joie.
Bah, je pense que c'était celui-ci. Mais je visais un peu plus haut, je visais...
Ah, c'est er, Junge!
Si je m'entraîne dur...
Den haben wir bei EYC gesehen.
Si je m'entraîne vraiment tous les jours, longtemps... Sinon, je pense que j'y arriverai pas si je m'entraîne pas beaucoup. Cette année, ça sera pas possible, mais l'année prochaine, oui, ça serait Kevin Hahn.
Oh, Michi 4-1.
J'ai perdu contre lui à l'UIC, j'ai toujours pas pris ma revanche.
Es ist wirklich saurer. Dennis sagt, dass du IC einen Sub schenkst. Appreciated. Vielen, vielen, vielen lieben Dank. Das ist dein Herz.
De ne pas rager quand l'adversaire a un coup de chance.
Danke, danke,
J'ai pas
danke
assez encore de bon niveau pour me donner des vrais conseils.
Was für 4-1, Michi.
Ne pas perdre espoir qu'on perd.
My gameplay and watch it afterwards to see what I'm doing in the game and become more aware.
Really?
I don't really think about it in the moment, I just perform. So I record it and then watch it afterwards to actually, you know, have the
Ich sag alleine, Flo hat noch nie sein Day 2 geschafft. Und wenn er das jetzt hier packen würde, wäre das verrückt, weil er auch dieses Jahr noch nicht einmal VGC gespielt hat. Das wäre komplett verrückt.
Para melhorar, eu sempre tento observar o estado do jogo, do oponente, sempre tento pensar à frente o que ele vai fazer. Eu acho que um treinador, para melhorar, ele pode ver os resultados de outros campeonatos, né, e sempre tentar progredir.
Eu gosto de rever os meus erros, ver onde eu poderia ter melhorado durante a partida, e a partir disso ver o que eu poderia ter feito melhor naquele momento.
Bueno, para poder jugar mejor Pokémon GO es importante salir siempre a capturar muchos Pokémon, aprovechar los eventos al máximo para sacar los Pokés con mejores IVs y siempre estar entrenando constantemente en las batallas del juego para poder seguir mejorando.
Mann, warum scheißt das Spiel nur rein zwischen den Interviews?
That's the forfeit, and Kevin Hahn throughout the season has proved he's the best junior in the Juniors Division for the Pokémon video game.
Ja, war Flo bei der DPL dabei, als er sie gewonnen hatte. Ich glaube, es war eigentlich seine erste Season, aber nicht 100% sicher.
I first got into competitive Pokemon when my brother won NASC 2022. It was really cool, so I was like, I want to do that too. I just love competing in Pokemon, and I love how fun it is. I love how successful I am, and I love that it's a strategy game, and you really have to think a lot, or else you won't do well. Overall, Pokemon is just a really fun game.
Warte kurz, Chat, ich brauche es kurz. Muss kurz beeren sich, gib mir eine Sekunde. Lass mich mal hier kurz gucken. Wie lange braucht die Wiki wäre? 6 Minuten, okay, die Agua braucht auch 6 Minuten und die Piggy braucht auch circa 6 Minuten, ja, das passt. Hier machen wir hier die Wiki. Dann haben wir hier die Piggy. Dann haben wir hier die Piggy. Und hier die Piggy. Und dann haben wir die Agua-Fähre. Hier, hier und hier. So, passt, weitermachen. Wir holen uns jetzt die Honyu-Berry. Oh!
And you should always never give up because it might be the only chance you ever get. I want to give a shout out to all my friends.
Damn, that's crazy, Nati. Holy shit.
I want to give a biggest shout out to my family and especially my brother. I wouldn't even be into Pokemon without him. He helped me be way more successful and I always want to be more like him.
Was die
Hey
die
traders,
Dings
it's the European
Difference.
International Championships
Lane
in London.
Difference.
And what better opportunity to test some
Junge,
of our
was ein
trading
Banger-Hemd.
card game
Stellt euch Downy in dem Hemd vor. Damn, würde das
These
hart
weird
gehen.
things that we say here, every region's going to have them. They kind of
Ach,
only
du
make sense
Heilige.
here. Let's see how much they know. All right, starting off, Adam, Pablo.
Die Lumberry habe ich mir von CDB
telling
geholt, die
pork
habe ich schon.
Pies.
Telling pork pies?
Yeah.
Is that like telling a lie?
It is. Yeah, it is. Had you heard that?
I had never heard that.
You never heard that? Okay, nice. Now, before I tell you more about that one, let's do the second one because they kind of make sense together.
Immer diese Briten.
Having a bubble. Having a bubble. What do you think, Pablo?
Like you're having a laugh at someone?
Good, very good, very good. Now, these are two examples of Cockney
Junge, Alex
gaming
Gomez
slang.
ist auch raus.
Telling pork pies, you substituted pork pies for lies. So some people could
Nee, das
say
sind
telling
keine anderen, das sind
porkies, for example.
Citrobeeren.
With having a bubble, that's having a bubble bath, having a laugh.
Oder
sort of
Peanut
thing.
Berries.
And like you could say going up the apples and
Wahrscheinlich
pears,
sind es Peanut
which means
Berries.
going up the stairs. And so some people will just say going up the apples to mean the stairs. So it really, it only makes sense if you know. It only makes sense if you know. Okay, moving on from that, a cuppa.
That's a coffee, right? Specific
Tea. More British, Adam. More British, not coffee. Let's make it more British there. Cup of tea. Exactly. Okay, Pablo, keep your
Kannst du
hair
auch vom
on.
Mew bekommen.
Like don't exaggerate or think more straightforward?
Close. Yeah, yes. More swiftly. Oh.
I like that guess. Is it more like hold your horses? Does it mean like be patient?
You're both kind of there. It's don't panic. Keep your hair on. Don't worry about it, you know? Yeah. Okay.
And hold your horses, right?
Same,
would be
the same.
an Americanism.
Hold your... Ooh, I don't know where that one's from, actually, because we definitely say it here. We definitely say it here. Yeah, no, I'm familiar with that one. All right. Wind your neck in.
Like calm down? Like calm down.
Calm down. What do you think?
I think it means to kind of keep
check
your
enough,
eyes to
check it.
yourself, mind your business.
Yes. Yeah, exactly that. Exactly that. This one I'm actually not so familiar with, but yeah, stop being annoying, stop being nosy. Yeah, exactly. Wind your neck.
Yeah, I don't know if they say it over here, but where I'm from, we call it rubbernecking.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. Think of
That's
that.
fine.
You learn something new every day, don't you? Think of Raging Bolt Frigoroth. That could be told. Wind your neck in. All right, final one here. Knackered.
Completely tired.
Yes, very good. Very good. Are you knackered from those Britishisms?
I wish I would have got the coffee one.
Yeah, well, you need it now. Because you're a little bit knackered, aren't you? Good, this is how we use these. We learn from our Britishisms. Fantastic, traders. Very shortly, time to get back to the action at London. Maybe we'll hear some of these Britishisms in the next bit.
Flori pisst den jetzt auf die Schuhe.
Love to hear the Britishisms coming out and definitely need one to talk about how great this event is.
So als Drop halt, ne? Du kriegst ja auch so Kingstein von Fleckmon und sowas.
Amazing. At this point, one round away for trainers starting to lock up those spots for day 2. But still, a lot of competition to be had here, and I cannot wait for even more. And standing by for interview, we have none other, very familiar, Nadia Zarelli. Did I just see you on stage there?
Yeah, didn't I just see you on stage there?
Yeah, I was right over there, you know, but no, I unfortunately couldn't talk to you just a little bit ago, but I get to talk to you now, talk about the day. How has everything been besides, that last match?
Yeah, it's been lovely. I love international challenges. I love being able to play against so many people from around the world. And it's off to a great start. You know, we're 5 rounds in. I'm 4 wins, 1 loss. Honestly, it could only be better if I was 5 wins, no losses. But I'm happy with where I'm at right now, truthfully. And just enjoying the vibes.
Real.
No, that's good to hear about the vibes. And I definitely believe in you to win just a couple
It's all
of
about
more
the
matches.
vibes.
So, biggest international, I want to know your
It's all
prep going
about
into
the money,
the event,
money.
what you're kind of thinking.
Yeah, so I actually got into EUIC about 3 weeks ago. And I was intending on I was so inspired by Justin Tang versus Chili Yang. And I was like, I want to be there. And so when EUIC was able to registration opened up again, I registered. And I was like, oh my God, wait, I have not been playing at all. but I paired up with some friends from the Portland local scene. And they're both using the same
Es
team
gibt
as
immer noch
me.
zwei Leute, die gegeneinander spielen. Zwei Niederländer, was machen die? Sandberg und Riekerk.
And I so much love to them, truly.
I like that BGC math there. Like it's essentially a triple the prep, but I like that inspiration too. So there was like no ifs, ands, or buts, like Ice Rider to be called going into the weekend.
Yeah.
Ich glaube auch, dass die Gentleman's Agreement machen.
I mean, you're talking about the inspiration coming out for the tanks going into this event. So there's not a question. You get inspired. That's the restricted you're bringing in.
Yeah, I'm like very competitive, and I was very fine with like skipping, but I love Justin. I love Shilling. They're some of my closest friends. And seeing them do so well just like drove me to like that competitive spark. And I'm like, all right, where's the next event? And this was the next event, so.
And now I do unfortunately have to ask you about that last match because we did see it. You know, it'd be wrong of me not to. But I wanted to call out specifically that Game 2 play, bringing in that Landorus, reminiscent of NAIC, Flutter main fake out. Like, it was good at that moment, right?
Yeah, you know, I played Joe 2
Brasilien
years
ist
ago
ja
at
komplett
NAIC,
am Reinscheißen. Ach du
and
Scheiße.
That Game 2, I was really feeling myself. I was
Brasilien
like
ist ja
looking at the crowd
komplett
like
am
I'm in Joe's
Reinscheißen.
mind, at least for this game. And for at least those 3 turns, I was. Unfortunately,
Da
just like
läuft ja gar
NAIC,
nichts.
Joe still
Ist
won
wirklich
this set.
7-1. Ah, nee, war es schon 9 rausgeflogen.
It's always fun playing it. I'm just truly grateful to play against strong players.
I mean, you're definitely one of those strong players yourself, and you put up a super great match. So now I want to know how you're feeling about the rest of the day of the competition, kind of the metas that you've
verhältnismäßig
seen
so
out
hart
there.
reingeschissen hat. Belgien auch noch echt gut reingeschissen.
There's 3 more rounds, so just taking them just like the last 5, you know, one by one.
Schweiz auch nicht so stark dabei.
The thing that's like, it's so many strong names. I saw that like Tang and Wolf are both like, I don't know if they're 5-0 for 1 right now, but they're right there. And I think that it's only going to get harder as we go. But if I want to win, I have to play against strong players.
Malta steht 3-2.
Excited for where
Luxemburg
the day
steht
takes
auch
me.
3-2.
The cliche to be the best, you got to beat the best, etc. So
Und
last but not least, before I let you get rested up for the next one, any final words, shoutouts?
I feel bad because I'm going to say, can you repeat again?
Das ist kein Philippin, oder bin ich dumm?
If you have final words, yeah. If you don't, you're good. Yeah.
Yes, of course. Shout out to my mom. It's like 9 or 10 right now, but I sent her the stream link, and then she sent me a wave of text watching. She doesn't know anything about Pokemon, but the commentators carried her through it, and she was like, I'm so stressed, and I'm like, Ma, if you're stressed, I'm
Indonesien
stressed.
steht 4-1.
And obviously shout out to the Portland crew and everyone here. It's been an amazing experience in London.
I'm glad that Mama Azarelli got to watch the match and really got to experience that. Best of luck for the rest of the day. Thank you for chatting. As for us, quick break before we're back with the EUIC action.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important moments throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. I'm Jake Muller, and I'd love to take you back to the World Championships in 2015, the year Mega Kangaskhan claimed her biggest victory. But first, we need to go back one more year to 2014. Pokemon X and Pokemon Y introduced Mega Evolutions to competitive Pokemon, and Mega Kangaskhan dominated the metagame throughout the entire season. However, when the 2014 World Championships rolled around, Mega Kangaskhan fell to the wayside, failing to make a single appearance in top 8. Although Mega Kangaskhan surged back into the metagame as we moved into the 2015 season, its place at the top became crowded thanks to the introduction of even more Mega Evolutions from Pokemon Omega Ruby and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. As the World Championships loomed, the community wondered whether Mega Kangaskhan would once again be pushed out of the metagame by a high presence of Pokemon that could counter it. Anticipating this, many players from Europe and North America opted not to include Mega Kangaskhan on their teams, fearing history would repeat itself. Japan, however, had something else in mind. Just 2 months prior at the Japan National Championships, Shoma Honami claimed first place with an early version of a team structure that would come to be known as Chalk, which featured Cresselia, Heatran, Amoonguss, Landorus Therian, and Mega Kangaskhan. This team composition boasted an unmatched combination of power and flexibility, leading Shoma and many other Japanese players to ride the Mega Kangaskhan wave all the way to Boston. As the 2015 World Championships progressed, it became clear that Chalk was the team to beat. Even though the competition was full of teams with outside Mega Evolution picks, like Mega Mawile,
does connect with the Garchomp and does pick up the knockout.
Mega Charizard X,
We go for the Flare Blitz here on the Thundurus.
Mega Salamence,
The Hyper Voice.
and Mega Charizard Y.
Go for the Flamethrower here.
6 of the top 8 players used teams that followed the Chalk guidelines, including Shoma Honami himself. While the extraordinary success of this team composition at the biggest event of the season was astounding, even more interesting was the variation seen within Chalk, just inside this top 8. While all 6 teams had both Mega Kangaskhan and Landorus Therian, many players opted for some alternate options for the remaining Pokemon. Heatran was substituted for a different Fire-type Pokemon on 2 occasions, with one player using Entei and one choosing Volcarona. The 6th Pokemon on the team ranged from Thundurus to Aegislash to Tyranitar to Scrafty. Sylveon made an appearance in place of Cresselia in one instance, and one player even gave up Amoonguss to run both Aegislash and Thundurus. The 2 teams in top 8 at the World Championships that did not make use of Mega Kangaskhan were both defeated in the quarterfinals, meaning that Mega Kangaskhan was guaranteed to have her day in the sun.
Players shake hands, knowing that the game is over. Rotom Wash falls, and the crowd reacts, ladies and gentlemen. Yosuke advancing, we've seen him. This is the 2nd time on stream, playing incredibly well.
After taking down Naoto Mizobushi in top 4, Shoma Honami would be met in the finals by fellow Japanese player Hideyuki Taida, whose Volcarona set him apart from the rest of the field.
Oh my god. He's done.
Wie damals die Kühen noch aussahen. Richtig süß.
The championship match was a back-and-forth affair. Shoma
Ist es
won
das, wo er die
game
Hose
1
offen
thanks to
hat?
consistent
Ich
damage
glaub schon,
output
oder?
from his Landorus Therian and
Damals durfte der auch
clever
noch ein
use of
Monster
disruptive
Energy Shirt
attacks like
tragen.
Thunderwave and Swagger.
And here we go. Will it be able to hit through Confusion is the question. No, it hits itself. Huge. Shoma very excited.
But Hideyuki turned the tides and even the score at
Rein
one
ist
game
leider raus.
all after his Pokemon broke through Confusion on crucial turns.
A lot on the line for these 2 trainers. Almost $20,000 in prizing here as it hits through with a big Shadow Sneak, and I think that will pick up the feint here on the Thundurus. It is definitely at this point looking like Hideyuki's taking it to a game 3.
In the deciding game, Shoma made expert use of Heatran's defensive
Runde,
utility
wir schauen
and
sofort
offensive
rein.
power, proving that the original Chalk Fire-type Pokemon was still number 1.
Should do a ton here. Oh my gosh, picking up the feint on Hideyuki's Pokemon as well as catching the burn.
Okay, also wir haben Wolfie gegen Josh Bullivant. Wir haben Ibrahim gegen Gavin Michaels. Justin Tang gegen Francesco Piupedo. Luca spielt gegen Jonathan Lin. Victor spielt gegen Masayoshi Kuro. Markus Silva spielt gegen Zachary Michi spielt gegen Johan Garcia. Da hat seine Hose offen. Ich kenne ihm das voll, aber ich finde es so wild. Muri spielt gegen Francesco Javier de la Geneste. Kai spielt gegen Benny Vaquez. Nick spielt gegen Yin Fung Choi. Flo spielt gegen Patrick Donegan. Wo guckst du hin? Ja, in seinen Schritt, scheinbar. Silahati spielt gegen Daniel Jana. Choi spielt gegen Fabian Braun. Ach du Scheiße. Mario spielt gegen Edward Solate. Vielleicht spielt gegen Ruben Gianzini. Robert spielt gegen Federico Masu. Kusha spielt gegen Luke O'Leary. Aurien Soller spielt gegen Riley. Fabian Kuhl spielt gegen... Haben wir irgendwo Friendly Fire oder so? Ich hoffe nicht. Ne, sieht alles ganz gut aus. Rai muss jetzt irgendwie noch ein 5-3 rausholen. 4-3. Ne, wobei ich glaube, da kriegt man keine Punkte. Irgendwas hat Reim da erzählt.
Providing that merriment for you. I'm glad you found it funny, Lou, because I feel like you're probably in a minority there, but it's with Lou Axel Scrummy.
Yeah, I'm just glad that, you know, I did get it, because
Das weiß ich nicht, Vani, gar kein Plan.
So I'm very, very happy. Honestly, Charlie, it's an absolute pleasure to be behind the
Das weiß ich nicht.
Yeah, absolutely, Lou. Our first game of the day. We cannot wait to bring that hype. And it's so hype here. We've been waiting for EUIC. It feels like simultaneously it's been a long time coming, but also just around the corner for so long.
Exactly. Like, we've done a few regional events together. We've been able to look towards EUIC and see the journeys of these trainers as well. And I think that's been the critical thing. So many of these trainers have been battling out in regionals to great success across different regulations, and now they're here at the European International Championships.
Well, speaking of those trainers, let's take a look at how they're doing right now as we head into Swiss round 6 of EUIC. Take a look at some of those names, trainers. Fantastic Carl Livinghouse having such a dominant performance here. UK player Josh Bullivan, of course, here in the UK, in London. Zachary Carlson, I mean, there are some names we're less familiar with, but as always, those names we're more familiar with, Lou.
Yes, exactly. Names like Eden Batchelor, regional champion from this season so far, Wolf Glick, Jamie Keane as well is doing tremendously well out in their field, using a really interesting team that, you know, maybe we'll be able to see cooking up later. A few other names that really jump out at me as well is Mao Harada, a trainer from Japan, we've been able to see over the previous seasons as well, doing phenomenally well at 5-0, as well as, again, very recent regional champ for the 3rd time, Justin Tang.
Yeah, Justin Tang actually told me before the event, Lou, that his prep had been okay. No
Ja,
more,
genau,
no
das
less.
war
It
das.
had been okay.
Das war das,
Just
genau,
really
genau,
here to
genau,
have a
genau.
good time this weekend. And, you know, the pressure that must be on Justin's shoulders coming off that very recent regional
Habe ich
win
nicht wohl
in
vorgelesen,
San
was ich
Antonio.
die erste
Thinking,
nicht
well,
vorgelesen
how
habe?
much do I second guess this? Do I bring that team that I'm so comfortable with? Have trainers adapted to it? Well, whatever team is bringing is doing well for him so far.
Exactly, and that's that consistency that I know Justin was really looking for when he got that 3rd regional win, because, you know, the
Kevin
regional win 1 and 2 were
Liebenhaus.
pretty close together, almost back and back, and then actually being able to have a lot of time pass within that, maybe kind of thinking, hey, we're
Aber
not going to get to
Internationals
that
gibt
number
noch
3,
mehr.
'cause I don't know, it's just
Ja.
always nice when it's that kind of
Aber ich
round
glaube, er muss
number,
trotzdem
like, you know,
besser
3 or 5 or
performen.
10 in Wolf Glick's case when it comes to regional championships.
Also ich glaube,
And I
er
think, you know,
müsste
being
Day
able to
2
get that really
allgemein
meant so much to
kommen.
him and gave him the momentum and confidence he
Ich glaube,
needed
Top
coming into
108.
an international championship.
20 bis der kommen,
so
Punkte
true,
zu
Lou.
bekommen.
You could see Justin on the stage.
Irgendwie sowas hat er mir
just really
erzählt.
feeling himself, just feeling like, yeah, things are going my way. I'm
Also
in
das wird er
the
wahrscheinlich nicht mehr
zone.
erreichen.
Well, let's take
Leider,
a look
leider.
at some of our notable matches going on in the venue right now. Trainers.
Nein, Iwi! Iwi! Victor!
Stuttgart regional champion Eden Batchelor, but that's just one of them, Lou.
So many incredible matches here. Francesco Pio Pero
Man.
versus Justin Tang would be
yeah.
another
Die
one I
hassen
would
die
love to be able
Deutschen,
to
ist so.
catch on the side, as well as Luca Cherubelli, our reigning world champion, versus down against Jonathan Lin. A few other fantastic clashes here. We've got a US showdown there with Zachary Carlson and James Evans, as well as
Die
Ibrahim
hassen die
Marou
Deutschen.
versus Gavin Michaels. Gavin Michaels, a previous international champion as well.
Yeah, exactly. Davide Moralia, our regional champion.
Auf
right
Pokédata
back
ist.
from Dortmund, the very
Pokédata.OVH.
beginning of this season, back in regulation set H as well. This, of course, now is regulation set G. We're in a restricted format, but fantastic to see
Victor.
that Davide has that flexibility, able to
Ich geh mal ganz
adapt
schnell
to
Pick
a
and
very different style of play.
Yes, and of course these trainers are really battling out to not only become the international champion, but also to get that amazing championship points to add to their collection to try and get a world's qualification place as well. A lot of these trainers want to make it all the way there to Anaheim.
Yeah, James Evans there as well, previous NAIC champion, locking in these championship points. Worlds in Anaheim, California, just down the road, trainers. It's about 6 months away. Can you believe that, Lou? We're now like just as far from the coming Worlds as we are from the previous one.
It's going to be a cruel summer for those trainers that aren't able to make it all the way to Anaheim for the World Championships. But for those who are able to, they have a chance to be the world champion, just like Luca Cherubelli is, and already on such a tear as well, using the same team that they used to that great success. Absolutely brilliant to see.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. And comfort, how far do you go with that when you're playing this game? Again, is Justin Tang, for example, going to be sticking with that team that did so well for them, or going to be mixing things up a little bit? You know, you've got to second guess the meta game, but you've also got to play to your strengths. And I think comfort just feeling like, okay, whatever team comes across my roster, I know I have the tools to be able to deal with it is such an important thing. Confidence goes a long way in this game.
This was something Lee and I were talking about earlier. It's kind of coming into the international sphere. Do you maybe try and go for the meta call and pick something that, you know, you've seen maybe from the grassroots streams or something from the regional streams and kind of try and make a counter, take some inspiration? Or do you pick that tried and tested combination and really try and bank on your knowledge and wisdom with the team to carry you through the tournament?
Yeah, well, we certainly know that Eden is leaning into some of those popular Regulation Set H picks, even though we're now in Regulation Set G. I'll leave that there for a little teaser for you trainers. But listen, we just want to bring all weekend those hashtag goo vibes. Bring them out, trainers. Let's see it online. Let's get that training. Pokemon EUIC and goo vibes.
Just, you know, speaking of, you know, Pokémon that maybe are slug-like.
Oh yeah?
Das Ding ist, sobald ich halt immer wieder die Seite verlinkt habe, wollte immer jeder als erstes sagen, ja, das ist der Stand, ja, das ist der Stand, ja, das ist der Stand. Und das hat ein bisschen genervt. Deswegen
I'm trying to picture a Gastrodon overcoming a hurdle, it like goes up.
It would be kind of slow, I think, you know.
Speaking of water types, Lou, Kingdra, don't know if we've got any of them out there. I know that Ben Kiriakou has stolen my Kingdra Plus just chilling in his pocket. He was like, Charlie, you know you're not going to get this back. And I'm like, mate, that's fine. It's like we get more Kingdra propaganda on stream. I love to see it.
There's one physically in the venue with Ben, you know, carried around. But I feel like we need duplicates. We just need to cover the whole venue. It is a regional champion at the end of the day.
Exactly. Lou, perfect. That's exactly what I was going to say. Toronto, regional champion run by Wolf Glade. In fact, I remember that day. You were messaging me at the time saying, Charlie, Kingdra on stream, Wolf is running Kingdra. And then it goes ahead and wins. Oh, that day, such a good one. Such a good one. But I hope there's Kingdra out there, but I feel like maybe not. I mean, with Kyogre, you can get some Swiss Swim stuff going, but yeah, oh well. Gastrodon, I feel like probably more likely.
But I'm glad you mentioned Kyogre as well, because it's having a hard time in the meta
at
the
ist schon
moment.
raus, leider.
Look at the most recent top cuts. I think it's only really been Birmingham that had 2 in their top cut, and San Juan had 1 that, you know, obviously
Terra war schon am Anfang 1-3 und da war ich schon raus.
All the recent top cuts we've had, there's only those 3
Leider.
that have really stood out. And I think a lot of trainers are starting to shift towards using Groudon and Koraidon. And I think at the beginning, everyone was like, Kyogre's the pick. Kyogre's the one you want to go with as well. And it was really difficult for Pokemon like Groudon to get the momentum going. But it looks like coming into this tournament, the sun is shining. It's February, but they're trying.
Yeah, spring is on its way, trainers. In terms of other Pokemon we don't tend to see too much, Dragapult apparently at 3-2 in the venue. We've got 2 Dragapult at a 3-2 record. We could see Dragapult heading into day 2. But, well then, Lou, where do I go from here?
Well, this is the thing. I want to dive straight to the stage and see what is going down. We've got Eden Bachelor versus Yosuke Takayagi here. And honestly, these teams are so interesting. We've got some familiar faces like the Kyogre we were just talking about and the classic Calyrex Ice Rider that's been taking names left, right, and center at these regionals. Then, however, some of the other Pokemon start to get a little bit spicy, a little bit interesting. Amoonguss obviously tried to test a staple, but on Eden's side, Charlie, there are some Pokemon I was not expecting to see.
Basculegion and Archaludon, those Regulation Set H staples, and staples could not be more appropriate here with that Archaludon on the screen. But otherwise, Eden is kind of mixing up their own playstyle with what has done well on Kyogre teams up to now in San Juan and Birmingham, as you are calling out, Lou, or with Rory Moon and the Kyogre, Rillaboom and Amoonguss there too.
It's nice to see the Rillaboom in play as well. You know, it's one of those staples that we have around at the moment. But the key thing when I look at Eden's team there is I'm not seeing the classic fire, water, grass core. I'm seeing a lot of water with the Basculegion and the Kyogre. And obviously, depending on what ability that Basculegion has, if it's got Swift Swim, it's going to really feel the speed
advantage. Ich glaube, es ist aber auch ein weit verbreiteter japanischer Name, aber könnte maybe sein. Oh, wir sind Rain. Aber vielleicht will ich auch das Team zocken.
You're not going to have to deal the offensive damage.
Kyogre with the leftovers here. Carmine to get itself boosted up. Leftovers and the grassy terrain provided by Rillaboom thanks to its grassy surge ability. Just stacking and stacking so that Kyogre can recover all the better. And fun fact, actually, Yosuke was able to use Kyogre in the global challenge. Of course, Eden's restricted here and finished top 32 and advanced to the next stage of the Japan Nationals with it. So Yosuke very familiar with how Kyogre works.
And the one thing I really like about Eden's Kyogre here is the Calm Mind on it. Because you have some positional support, obviously Rillaboom with the Fake Out, Amoonguss with Redirection, with Rage Powder. If you can get a Calm Mind up on that Kyogre, it becomes a specially defensive wall. It is so hard for trainers to be able to go through into it, and particularly with the Grass Terrestrialization as well. It's a really nice defensive typing. When you've got the Rain up as well, then you're not going to be as susceptible to any fire type attacks, and you've got the leftovers for a bit of additional recovery. I feel like Kyogre's really going to be the kingpin of this team.
Nee, jetzt musst du alles selber bezahlen. Stell dir vor, die würden das für alle Leute zahlen, die werden ja turboarm.
Antonio, acrobatics,
Die werden ja unendlich arm.
Then you can go for that Terra
Da das Pokémon bald nicht mehr das größte Franchise.
What about Yosuke's team? Let's take a look. Nice to see Yosuke chuckling on the stage there. Here for a good time.
Yes, and looking at the team as well, it's going to be interesting. Chiyu and Fluttermane, an absolute dynamic duo together. Chiyu using that Beast of Ruin ability to really lower the special defense,
mittlerweile wird,
allowing not only itself, but
also es wird fast niemand mehr was gezahlt. Es ist nur so eine Handvoll. Irgendwie die besten 4 aus jeder Region oder so kriegen Dings gezahlt. Ja. Aber es sind ganz wenig Leute. Sowohl für Internationals als auch für die Worlds. Nee. Deutlich weniger.
Kind of out of water, but also in water with the rain being brought by Koga. Classic moveset here, Snarl. That's going to be huge, reducing the special attack stat of the Koga. Nice spread damage too, and coming off a Chiyu that's reducing the special defense of everything around it. Snarl actually does respectable damage.
And I really like seeing the taunt on the Urshifu. This is a trend that we're noticing our trainers starting to move towards. In order to shut down Pokemon like Amoonguss, there is an Amoonguss on Eden's side, so that's something that they have to be cognizant of. As well, taking a little look, there are obviously the Carmines on the Kyogres that you can shut down, potentially the Tailwinds as well on Roaring Moon, so I think that taunt is going to come in pivotal.
Ich glaube, Top 4 aus den jeweiligen Regionen bekommen auch die ICs bezahlt.
Amoonguss has clear smog too, so that Koga's got to be really careful about getting too many calm mines set up because bloop, it could just disappear like that. So Amoonguss could be a pivotal piece here. Love to see Yosuke running that London 2022 hoodie on the stage. Couldn't be a better time to wear it, really. Let's get that world type going here in EUIC. Let's get our trainers ready and to get into this battle. Trainers, we're Swiss round 6 with the European International Championships. Let's go!
Jumping onto the field, it's going to be the leads of the Kyogre and the Amoonguss out there for Eden versus the Calyrex Ice Rider and the Cornerstone Ogerpon there for Yosuke as well. So both the restricteds out on the field and both the grass types with redirectional support are there as well. This could be the opportunity for Eden to try and get a Carmine up onto that Kyogre.
But of course, the Amoonguss cannot redirect the Ogerpon being a part grass type, whereas Ogerpon can redirect any incoming attacks. Follow me, not prohibited by type.
This is a good thing as well because the Kyogre on Eden's side doesn't necessarily have the safety to go into a grass Terra type when you've got the Calyrex on Eden's side that can fire off those Glacial Lances in its direction. So the Basque Legion joining the field. Love to see this Pokemon. It is the Choice Band Swift variant, so it is going to be fast. It is going to be ferocious if it is able to have got in safely. A defensive play on Eden's side though for the Kyogre.
It's going to be the Thunderstruck as well. Not that there's a Miraidon on the opposing side of the field.
Hab ich schon mal 2 Jahre.
We're just going to scout out.
Kannst du noch mehr haben?
Big Ivy Cudgel connecting down into the Basque Legion. No critical hit there. Basque Legion down to about a third of its HP.
Doesn't get in unscathed, but is still in a position of play. And something coming through from this Basque Legion, like the Wave Crash, is going to deal significant chunk of damage. Critically though as well, you could go for that flip turn, using the rain to also deal extra damage to your water type.
Aber ich glaube, ich würde ihn schon fast. Ich würde Calyrex Shadow Rider überlegen zu zocken.
Something like the Amoonguss in from the back, or even that fourth and final.
Ja, wobei auch Ice Rider finde ich auch noch ein bisschen cool.
Is get some damage on the field now.
Yeah, and it's going to be dealing massive damage with the Choice Band, and acting so speedily, just as you called out, Lou, with the
Perfekt. Aber die Vorhersage oben läuft noch chillig.
Swift Swim. It's a real big threat for Yosuke to take care of. Really thanking himself, I'm sure, for getting that little bit of chip damage because you want to remove it as swiftly as you can. Koga, time for you to rest back in the bottom of the sea basin.
Yep, Kyogre getting out of there, doesn't want to take any potential grass-type attacks, like a Power Whip coming through from the Ogerpon. Instead, the Archaludon's going to join the field.
Aber vielen Dank für den Resub. Flo steht actually 4-1 gerade. Also Michi steht auch 4-1. Also wir haben noch einige starke Soldier. Sehr appreciate, Dankeschön.
On these Calyrex to give it a more defensive play against Pokemon like the Shadow Rider and Kyogres as well.
You say more defensive, but of course the Archaludon does have Electro Shot, so that Terra could come back to bite this Calyrex. But as it is, Ogerpon going to be the center of attention. Flip turn,
real Stormy,
real too sturdy, but crucially allowing Eden to pivot around.
Yes, this is really nice for that Basque Legion. It wants to be able to
come
into a position where it can deal significant damage. You want to weaken
wirklich, das ist so ein unendlicher Downgrade im Vergleich zu Dings, zu den Stadien. Die Damage, das war Crits. Unangenehm.
Really laughing in the face of those Glacial Lances.
The critical hit though still really big because of course if Calyrex claims a knockout it gets that chilling Nay boost. The lower the Archaludon is, the more likely that is to happen, the more likely Yosuke can start to snowball.
That's very true, and I like the ice reference there as well, bringing it in. But of course, the Glacial Lancers can come through. This could be a significant amount to our challenge, particularly if followed up from that cornerstone. But really, at the moment, the pressure comes down onto this Kyogre to start dealing out a little bit of damage. There's a lot of threats on the opposing side.
Ja, ich bin bei dir, Stormy.
So you want to get rid of it from play. Maybe even go for a defensive option here for the protect.
Warum steht da überhaupt so dreimal dieselbe? Guck mal, da stehen so 20 NPCs und 4-mal dieselbe Oma. Und warum steht die da überhaupt? Ja, Real Talk, was macht die da überhaupt? Warum steht die da auf dem Pausenhof?
To the Calyrex's ice-type moves. Eden really hoping that Kyogre is feeling accurate today, because if there are some misses, we could be seeing it go down.
Nein, die Scheiß auf die Oma.
So good call here from Eden. Ivy Cudgel into the Kyogre. Are we going to have a critical hit on our hands? No, we're not, but the Kyogre brought down so low.
Kyogre hanging on here, able to go for the Origin Pulse. Obviously not going to land into the opposing Calyrex, but
nee, ich lasse sie da nicht chillen.
And just remove it from play.
Weißt du, dass sie in Schwert und Schild in diesem vollgefüllten Stadion NPCs reusen, okay. Aber Bro, da stehen nicht mal 20 NPCs.
You may as well go for an Electro Shot here. You still get a boost to your special attack, even though it's not going to be doing any damage to this protected.
Und die reusen die trotzdem. Guck mal, selbst hier in diesem Frame, dieser NPC und dieser NPC ist legit genau derselbe. In dem kleinen Frame stehen 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 NPCs und davon sind zweimal dieselbe.
Yes, and I think Yusuke needs to find a way to get the speed up onto their side of the field here, because you have Pokemon like the Basculegion in the back that can benefit from the rain, and we've seen that Kyogre can deal relatively well with its speed too.
Schon mal von Zwillingen gehört, du Arsch.
With something like a Surging Strikes and benefit from getting the rain boost that the Kyogre gives it onto that opposing Archaladon, but then you're going to have to worry about the stamina boosts.
Yeah, Archaladon threatening down both of the Pokemon.
Die genießen den Regen dort gerade.
Both of them being a water type, but it's gonna
Nein, Gen 8 kannst du deswegen nicht haten, Stormy, what the fuck? Hey, Gen 8 ist ja real. Gen 8 hat die geilsten Battle-Backgrounds. Nee, da mache ich Auge.
Into the Amoonguss is going to deal a decent amount of damage right back with the Rocky Helmet item. And crucial,
Gen 8 hat ja den besten Wi-Fi-Background, den wir je hatten. Nein, da muss ich eine Lanze für brechen. Gen 8 hat nicht so kranke Performance-Probleme, außer in der Turzone. Aber ansonsten geht voll fit. Aber du hast die Performance-Probleme innerhalb von Wi-Fi-Battles gehabt. Ja, okay, ist was anderes. Die Blizzard-Lanze, ja, die Eislanze brechen.
I mean, this is the thing. You see how well Calyrex Ice Rider can be once it starts to get these chilling nade boosts rolling up, and it was just able to get that on the double. The Urshifu as well, now in a prime position once again to go for those surging strikes and get a KO onto something like the Basculegion. Even though it is a water type itself, it's going to be in a vulnerable spot with that low HP bar, and the 3 critical hits guaranteed are going to be able to try and get the knockout.
Hab legit gar nicht mitbekommen. Ich hab Turbo Hunger, ich muss mir gleich was zu essen machen.
Easily enough here to secure the knockout onto the Urshifu. It's a move that boosts in power the more of your teammates have been knocked out. I mean, another lovely boost for this Archaladon, but let's not forget it lost the stamina boost that it had before when it switched out.
Ja, so coming back in,
it's now just going to be taking a +2 Glacial Lance from this Calyrex. But crucially for Eden, heading into this game too, you have the reveal of the final Pokemon in the back for you.
Okay, wir haben +2.
That rain stopping as well is detrimental for the Basculegion. It's no longer going to have its speed doubled by Swift Swim in the rain. I was going to say as well, it's nice that it's there on the field, that last respect stealing good damage, and nice targeting by Eden to go into the Urshifu here, as well as getting the cheeky Electroshock boost up. But now the Flood Rain's on the field. It's the speed variant with that boosted energy, so it's now going to be the fastest thing, and it looks to be in a very threatening position with something like a Dazzling Gleam.
Dazzling Gleam, Glacial
Dazzling Gleam killt doch nicht, oder?
For Yosuke. Not the focus sash, of course, but hopefully Yosuke able to claim this game before that would even come into contention. Very well played to both trainers. Just taking their time here, I think. Knowing that potentially this game isn't going to go their way, but before you get into game 2, just want to do all the reflection you can. It's just going to be the Moonblast. Basculegion down.
Yeah, Fluttermane and Calyrex Ice Rider really looking primed to clean up this game. The Flash Cannon is
okay.
KO, but the Calyrex
Wie viel macht Calyrex jetzt?
At +2, but it's also going to be single target. So it looks like this Glacial Lance with the Moonblast combination that came through from the Fluttermane is kind of making them look like Miss Americana and the Heartbreak Prince here for Eden Bachelor.
Eden Bachelor, commiserations to them. Yosuke, congratulations on that game on 1 win. the first of potentially 3 in this best of 3 set. Now, if we're approaching game 2 here, Lou, I want to call out the Terra Grass on the Kyogre because it ultimately didn't seem to suit Eden that well in the face of the Calyrex Ice Rider.
I agree, and I think it was definitely a risk that unfortunately didn't pay off for Eden here, and particularly when you get towards that endgame situation with the Glacial Lancers coming through, the fact that even though Kyogre can take one of them, it puts you in such a dangerous position to a follow-up from any of the partner Pokemon here. I would like to see Eden still bring the Kyogre, obviously. You've got so much beautiful synergy on your team with the Basculegion and the Archaladon, but I really want to be able to see it shine in a position where it can get that damage off. The Origin Pulses were connecting. They were doing significant damage, but unfortunately the KOs were coming from Yukase's side.
Apparently, Eden recently defeated Paul Chur just by clicking Wave Crash after Wave Crash in a particular tournament. So, Basculegion, let's see if it's able to shine just as much in this next game about Yosuke. Also, we remind ourselves of how we got to this game too. That critical hit on the Archaladon really did matter, I think, there. Bringing it low enough for the game to be able to be secured by Yosuke in the end game.
I feel like as well the grass terrestrialization was nice in the face of something like the Urshifu, for example. It gave you a little bit more flexibility around the Cornerstone Ogerpon, but really the Calyrex is the Pokemon that you had to not count out. And Kyogre, unfortunately, just fell victim to these Glacial Lancers. This was a nice play, though, as well, you know, calling the Protect and getting that damage down onto the opposing Urshifu. But as soon as you saw that Fluttermane join the field, you knew it was curtains for Eden.
If Eden can get into a position
okay, jetzt komm mal hier, zeig mal, was du kannst.
Yosuke's Calyrex with the Archaladon on the field, threatening with super effective flash cannons pre-Terra and then super effective electro shots afterwards. That'd be great to see. And there it is. That's the Archaladon on the field right now. And Kyogre setting up the range so electro shot can go off in one turn. But no Calyrex over on Yosuke's side. Heading into this game too, it's Urshifu and the Fluttermane.
I love this. I think it's a very commanding start here for Eden. You've got the electro shot prime to be able to do a significant amount of damage into that opposing Urshifu. And if you go for something like the Origin Pulse, then you know you're going to be able to get the double into Urshifu and get the knockout. The Fluttermane as well, not going to appreciate taking the Origin Pulse in the rain. It does have very strong special defense, but any, again, combination coming through from Archaladon and that Kyogre will get the knockout here. So Eden really has their pick of which Pokemon they want to target down.
If the Origin Pulse connects, and that is always a big if. Fluttermane, though, going for its terrestrialization in this game. We're seeing it so much earlier in this game from Yosuke too. Terra Fairy just doubling down on the damage that this speed booster Fluttermane can do. Moonblast, which target is it going for? It's going to be reducing the health bar of the Archaladon. It takes it really, really well and gets a stamina boost to boot, but realizing that it's so threatening to the Calyrex in the back. Really fascinating. See, the Urshifu going for a Surging Strikes here. This is going to give 3 free defense boosts to this Archaladon thanks to its stamina ability.
Yeah, the Assault Vest not only a fashionable item choice, but actually a really good defensive one here in the face of that Moonblast from a Terra Fairy Fluttermane. Really, really nice to see as well. Getting these 3 stamina boosts to boot. And this now really does put Archaladon into a great position going forward because you either have to target it down to get rid of it, or it's going to be able to get some big damage off the field. The Kyogre tries its best to get some big damage here. It doesn't manage to get the KO, but I think Charlie the Electro Shot will get the knockout.
Maybe.
Ja, hab ich beide, Stormy.
Absolutely will with that special attack boost connecting down into that Urshifu.
So frisches Holz riecht allgemein so geil. Ich bin auch in Ikea oder so. Riecht immer richtig geil, so Möbelhäuser.
Certainly not liking the Assault Vest. It's down in the face of that Archaladon.
I mean, there's not too many fashionable items to choose from. The Choice Scarf, I think, definitely takes #1 spot. But in Pokemon, you can't be too fussy, and the Assault Vest definitely making a statement out here on the field. It does, however, have to contend with the follow-up Moonblast coming up from Fluttermane in this next turn. I don't think it's going to be able to hang on from one of those thanks to the onslaught that also came through from the Surging Strikes. But Yosuke has the utility to switch it up now, and that Cornerstone Ogerpon is back on. This was the thing that had the Kyogre quaking with fear.
Yeah, it certainly was, and that's the thing. You can go for those Surging Strikes, and you do give Archaladon those stamina boosts, but that means nothing for its special defense, and another Moonblast would be easy enough to secure the knockout. Potentially even a Dazzling Gleam, so you get a bit of spread damage too.
Weiß nicht, ob Ridura hier noch irgendwas reißt.
Masterclass here as to how to pilot this team. Feeling like Yosuke is just in control, not giving Eden that much wiggle room.
Yes, and again, a defensive play here on the Kyogre. I think Eden obviously not wanting to commit to any terrestrialization at this point, just making sure to scout out what Yosuke is going to do. Fluttermane looks like they've changed it up, gone for the double target attack here off the Dazzling Gleam. This may even be enough to get the KO. Now Archaladon, yes, it will be able to, thanks to it being in the red. And now Eden has the utility to switch things up. It doesn't really matter what the Cornerstone Ogerpon was going to do. We have got the Protect in play. But good to be able to see that the offensive button was switched on from Yosuke in this turn.
this is one of the reasons I love Ogerpon Cornerstone Mask so much, because you can be offensive, you have the threat of those critical hits,
checke.
but also, of course, can support with follow me.
Kann nicht gedingst werden.
Feisty, running a Fiesta on the field here. Grassy Surge once
Wobei
again,
doch, der kann
stacking
Follow Me
so
werden,
well
ne? Der
with
kann
the
doch nicht
leftovers on
Rage-Powdered werden,
Kyogre
man
once
soll ja
it's low
Follow Me.
on its health. It's looking pretty healthy right now. We can assume that Yusuke has the Calyrex Ice Rider in the back as the restricted, but not necessarily.
I think this is what you need, though, as a feisty Rillaboom on the field right now. You've got the grassy terrain, so you have the priority with your grassy glide, and that's something that the opposing Flutter Mane really doesn't want to take. Its special defense may be good, but its defense is on the pitiful scale. So I think being able to try and get that pressure on the field without any risk of Intimidate could get you the knockout. Ogerpon playing very defensively, going for the spiky shield here in case something like the Fake Out was going down into that slot, and that was what the Rillaboom was going for here, so it is going to have to take a little bit of damage from those spikes.
Yeah, good call there by Yusuke to protect the Ogerpon. Now, Icy Wind reducing the speed of the Rillaboom and the Kyogre, so that successive moves will hopefully be going off before the Pokemon on Eden's side of the field can move.
I like this, trying to buy that Ogerpon a little bit of an edge onto that Kyogre, of course,
hoffe, dass
pressuring with
misst.
the Power Whip, but the Rillaboom will be able to boost by having given it the grassy terrain as well.
Wirklich
So
gemisst.
this is where things get a little bit dicey for this Kyogre.
Oder wollte er, dass
absolutely.
hittet?
And the dodge there to boot as well. Really, really unfortunate. But now heading into this next turn, I mean, Yusuke, we sometimes see terrestrializing too early.
Eigentlich sein, dass wollte, dass hittet, weil hat sich ein bisschen
has been
aufgeregt.
putting in work. It's so far the most valuable Pokemon for Yusuke. And time for Eden to say, hey, I want to have my piece of the pie. I want to have a go at that. Time for my own terrestrialization. It's going to be the Kyogre once more.
I feel like this is the time to do it, though. The Calyrex Ice Rider, we can assume is in the back, but it's not currently on the field. So this is a nice time to go into that grass Terra type. It means you don't have to fear the Cornerstone Ogerpon as much. Rillaboom cleans up that Flutter Mane with an easy grassy glide, and now you have to deal this significant damage onto the Cornerstone Ogerpon. You know you're not going to be able to get the KO thanks to the sturdy ability, but at least you can put it in range for a knockout in the following turn.
Well, let's hope so if we have a connect from Origin Pulse, if that's the move locked into Agriculture once more, bring that Kyogre now.
Und der connected.
Just above half its HP. Origin Pulse single target, doing so much damage than it did before. Even a grassy glide, of course, Ogerpon taking neutral damage from that for being part rock type would be enough to secure it, but maybe then you go for a
Leftovers Grassy Terrain auf Calm Mind, Kyogre ist halt übercool.
Down to the final two Pokemon here.
Yes, and we'll finally get to see what that fourth and final Pokemon is in the back. It is, of course, going to be that Calyrex Ice Rider. And some trainers do opt to sometimes leave their restricted on the bench, but not in this particular match. It's going to be able to now apply pressure to two grass types on the field. That Icy Wind as well that the Flutter Mane was able to get off earlier, I think could pay off really strongly here, lowering the speed of these Pokemon. That Calyrex, depending on how it's been trained, we have seen them be that kind of hybrid variant, trained to be better in speed control, could give it the edge. So a nice adjustment by Ida here, bringing in the Basculegion.
Whatever move this Basculegion locks into, it could still reset it because you have 3 Pokemon for Eden. You could switch it out and back in. Grassglide was going into that Ogerpon, trying to secure the knockout. Eden deciding, well, a little bit of chip damage, I don't mind too much, but certainly will do in the face of this Calyrex's Glacial Lance coming out now. Is that just going to be a free boost onto the Calyrex? Of course it is. That Chilling Nade going off. Basculegion.
Aber wenn Dings jetzt weggeht,
so you also cannot reset this raid now.
Dann war es okay.
Calm down, Calyrex. You're getting too many Chilling Nades here in this Swiss round 6.
Hab ich Stormy, ja.
Yeah, I have to say as well, this has been an
In
unfortunate
letzter Zeit sogar sehr viel. Aber würde ich wahrscheinlich, wenn, erst nach dem Umzug machen. Ich würde gucken, dass ich mir so einen PC zusammenstelle, der gar nicht so viel Leistung hat, weißt du? Einfach nur, damit ich genug so VOD streamen kann und so weiter. Und der halt so wenig Strom wie möglich verbraucht, you know? Der muss ja ansonsten nichts können, ich will ja auf dem nichts zocken.
Some Origin Pulses connect here, because the Kyogre is Terra Grass, is now weak to the Calyrex, and Glacial Lance, of course, securing the knockout on the Rillaboom, is already at +1. This game is going to be close, Lou.
I'd almost really like to see a last respects going down into that Calyrex, and then obviously just click Origin Pulse. The Spiky Shield comes up again. You fooled the Rillaboom twice, but are you going to fool any of the other remaining Pokemon? Oh, Basculegion did go down into that slot. Unfortunately, not able to pay this last respects here. He's going to have to wait a turn or two to do that as the Origin Pulse comes through. Now, even if this does connect onto the Calyrex, it's going to be able to hang on significantly.
It does connect, and the Calyrex down to about a fifth of its HP, or a Trick Room being set up here as well. And with the Basculegion and the Swift Swim, it's locked into its last respects, not the Aqua Jet. Seems like Yusuke has found the play that they needed in order to try and secure this game.
Hosting-Provider gibt, wie Stormy sagt, da würde ich schon überlegen, vielleicht mal reinzudippen.
Particularly considering the fact we've got the Grass Terra Kyogre on the field, that is going to be something that the
Calyrex
is so happy to throw some Glacial Lances down across that. The Ogerpon as well can just deal some damage to the Basculegion with that Power Whip, because there is no Terrestrialization available for Eden on that Pokemon. It is just going to be a prime target for a Power Whip, as long as it's able to connect. I feel like even the Basculegion at this range, thanks to the +1, could even be KO'd to the Glacial Ant.
Yeah, exactly. When the fact that you have the fastest thing on the field becomes a thorn in your side, this Basculegion going to be moving last in these Twisted Dimensions. This could be it, trainers. Glacial Lance connecting, super effective into Koga, already boosted. Basculegion brought down very low indeed. Should be the Ogerpon moving next tier as Eden loses their terrestrialization option. It's a team that, you know, minus the Kyogre, minus the restricted option, did so well for them in Stuttgart, but one that has been able to secure the game for them here. Ivy Cudgel into the Basculegion. It's a 2-0 victory for Yosuke Takiyanagi.
Fantastic to see. Look at that smile on the stage from Yosuke. Congratulations, our winner of our Swiss round 6 match. And in what style as well.
Ja, check ich.
Coming to the forefront.
Ich würde einfach mal reindippen und gucken.
Eden, I love the choices that they
brought. Schon geil eigentlich.
Wasn't quite Eden's match in this particular occasion, but it was nice to see Kyogre on that stage.
They're both having a laugh together, trainers, and that's what it's all about. We're here to have fun. We're playing Pokemon. We're playing a game.
Von den Boys haben wir noch niemanden gesehen, nee.
Yes, the stakes are high, but the fun is even greiter than that.
Yes, and of course, one of these amazing things
mach mir mal nebenbei kurz Kartoffelpuffer. Einfach nur, damit ich schnell was zu tun habe und ich bin sofort wieder da.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's something that's so crucial going through the competition to have as good a record as you possibly can have in order to give yourself the highest possible chance of getting your place into our top cut that will be happening tomorrow. I mean, feels like we only just started the day, Lou, but we are heading into the latter stages, our final 2 Swiss rounds of the day, and so these trainers now, you know, it's pretty brutal, they're feeling pretty tired, but if anything, these matches mean so much more than the ones earlier on in the day.
But the energy is so alive, and you can see that from our trainers at the end. This match really was such a thriller. The Archaladon that did so well in Game 2, unfortunately, was felled early doors in this Game 3, and the Calyrex was just able to shine with these Glacial Lances, KO after KO.
Yeah, and Yosuke, even when it seemed like maybe their back was against the wall, actually was able to turn it in a favorable position there, just knowing their game plans so well. So congratulations to Yosuke, but really well played to Eden, of course. You know, some of the timing of when the rain had expired and then setting it back up on the field and the pressure that was coming out. But once again, we saw the Terra Grass and the Koga, which didn't end up working for Eden.
I think, honestly, the Cornerstone Ogerpon gave Eden so many problems in that match and just applied the pressure, kind of forcing the terrestrialization to come through. But I think I have to credit Yosuke for is they never fell for it. They never once went for that Power Whip into a Terra Grass Kyogre. I think the Ivy Cudgels were just dealing so much decent neutral damage across the field. It was the consistent and reliable choice, because Power Whip can also miss.
Yeah, exactly. And you'd often see the Power Whip rather than a Wood Hammer on the Ogerpon Cornerstone, of course, because yes, it can miss, but if you go for Wood Hammer, you're breaking your own sturdy ability thanks to the recall damage from that move. So Ogerpon, you know, ordinarily able to take at least one attack and stick around on the field would not be the case with that Wood Hammer. So, you know, these are the trade-offs that these trainers have to consider. But again, huge congratulations to Yosuke.
And I want to credit the Fluttermane as well and Yusuke's team, because Fluttermane was one of those Pokemon that when it first got unleashed into our Pokemon matches, it just really took the world by storm. It was everywhere. It was top of the usage stats forever. At the minute, it's kind of been brought down a little bit. It's more kind of middling when it comes to those supportive Pokemon outside of the restricted, because in a restricted format, because its defenses are not so strong, it can sometimes leave itself a little bit vulnerable. But it's really nice being able to see it with that fairy typing apply so much pressure with the terrestrialization as well, being able to allow it to use its phenomenal special attack stat to really wreak havoc on the field.
Hey, even though that was a speed booster energy Fluttermane there, you can see how much damage it was causing, bolstered, of course, by the Fairy Terror. So then, Swiss round 6 done and dusted. 2 more to go on this day. And, you know, all of the matches we've featured so far have been absolutely thrilling. I cannot wait to see what we've got in store, trainers, reaching the business end of day 1 at the European International Championships. So make sure you're sticking around.
That's the thing. We're really running through the tournament at this point, and it's really nice to be able to see the trainers that are making it closer and closer to going into day 2 with that undefeated record as well. I feel like it's time, though, to hear from maybe someone who knows what it's like to be undefeated, and let's kick it to the interview.
Thank you so much. I am here with Yosuke Takiyanagi after a great on-stream victory, now getting a spot in day 2. Great match, great victory. How are you feeling about that match?
試合勝っておめでとうございます。で、今はどういう感じでしょうか。
とりあえずこの EUIC という場所に来て Day2 に出ることは、最低限の自分の目標ではあったので一旦落ち着いてよかったっていう気持ちです。
So, he said since coming to EUIC, he has gotten Day2, which makes him feel a bit more rested right now. Yeah.
That's great to hear, and congratulations on Day2. You also had a recent really good record at the Global Challenge, top 32, with Kyogre. Why did you decide a different Pokemon into this event?
で今回の、グローバルチャレンジでは海洋画を使ってトップ32になりましたが、なぜ今回は別の、伝説ポケモンを使ったのでしょうか。
私が使ってた海洋画はクローズチームシート用の構築で本当に相手に見えてしまうと勝ちきれない部分があるなと思っていたので、それはより対応力の広い白馬、バトレックスの構築にしました。
So, the Kyogre that he used during the global challenge has been modified for a closed team sheet environment. So he chose a more rounded Calyrex Ice this time for his legendary Pokemon.
I mean, the choice has definitely been a good one so far. Now, Day2 of the competition, you say you feel rested. How are you feeling then going into tomorrow, looking to try and get top 4 in an invite?
明日の D2 に関しては、今の状態はどう思いますでしょうか。
今は、自分のまず目標が、ベスト4に入ることなんですけれども、そのために、トップカットに残るためにおそらく2敗で頑張らなければいけないということで、それに向けていいスタートが切れているんではないかなと思います。
So he thinks that he has a good start right now because he wanted to get into top 4 for tomorrow, and right now he's in a good position for it.
A great first step for sure. And then last but not least, do you have any shout outs, anyone you want to thank?
で最後に感謝したい人たちはありますでしょうか。
今日本で自分がツイートしたりとか連絡してすぐに試合見るよって言ってくれた皆さんのおかげで、ブリザードランスが9勝に当たったと思っているのでありがとう。
I would like to thank all his friends in Japan for helping him for this way, and thank you all.
Then thank you, congratulations, best of luck for the next matches and tomorrow. As for us, 2 more great matches on the horizon as we're starting to send people into Day2. As for now, back to our casters.
I love seeing that enthusiasm and confidence coming through as well after that victory. They have their eyes set on top 4, and the daylight may be fading here in day 1 of the competition, but there's still a couple more Swiss rounds of action to come.
Yeah, certainly 6-0 heading into day 2 of EIC. That's got to feel good, especially when you made such a long journey across the world to be here. Thank you so much to you again. Thank you so much to all our competitors this weekend for committing to EIC in such fashion. You know, go hard or go home. They've come all the way over to London. Let's give it our best shot.
And it's been record-breaking with the numbers as well.
Yeah.
You know, over 1,200 competitors here for video game, really trying to battle it out on one of those. You know, that is a 5-figure number.
Yeah.
Being able to whittle it down to 1 at the end of Championship Sunday and crown a champion, I think is always mind-blowing.
It's going to be, the excitement is going to be absolutely electric, Lou. But how are our caster predictions shaping up? I feel like
let's
not
take a
too
look.
well.
Let's take a look.
I mean, we just saw Kyogre lose in that previous game. But, I mean, you know, Ben going for ground, and I had to represent Kyogre. I had to represent my Pokemon Sapphire restricted. We talked about Kingdra before. We have seen a few Ditto, a bit of Deja Vu. We have seen a few Ditto, a bit of Deja Vu. Dozo there, of course. I'm going more with that Ting Lu Dondozo call. We haven't actually seen too much, but Dawei had such a fantastic showing with it at the recent San Antonio Regional Championship.
I did love that top 4 finish. The synergy with the Ting Lu going for the Sand Tomb and trapping Pokemon in as well was just so beautifully piloted. Diving into my predictions a little bit here, I mean, I've gone for the Terapagos, and I was talking about this earlier because it's one of these restricted that hasn't had the big win yet. And it's good, it's consistent, it's been out there on a couple of the top cuts. It was there in Birmingham, for example, San Juan as well, and also Rio de Janeiro. However, it's not got the number 1 because I think it's so hard to pilot. You really often want to run Calm Mind or Substitute, and that requires a lot of setup and quite a hyper-offensive meta. It can be very difficult, but I feel like if there is a stage for a player to pilot it to perfection, it is the international stage. So I'm kind of rooting for it. Don't necessarily know whether it's going to win, but I would love it to see that number 1 spot. Incineroar, it's a cat.
True.
It's good at Pokemon, but it's a cat.
I cannot deny that, Lou. It certainly is a cat. I was going to say about Terrapicos, we did see it claim the Japan National Championships in the previous season, but certainly over here
That's true,
in EU and in the NA region as well. As you say, it hasn't got that big win. It nearly did at NAIC, of course, the Choice Specs variant run by Aurelian Sula, but I do think that if Terrapicos does go far in this competition, potentially it's going to be a more offensive one with the Choice Specs or with a Power Herb, for example, so it can get a Meteor Beam off in one go.
Yeah, I've seen it running around seniors and juniors divisions, for example. Maybe that's where it's going to be able to get its victory. But of course, it's one that I'm rooting for. Gastrodon, I'm still rooting for you, but Incineroar, it's on a lot of teams, and I think people will expect that I picked it because it's like a safe choice. I picked it because it's a cat.
Absolutely. We know how you operate, Lou.
Yeah.
Sierra, I got to talk to Sarah about this later. Finally, there's no Slitherwing on this graph, but you do have the present-day form in Volcarona, which is a really good call.
I like to imagine that this is just some kind of graphical glitch, and throughout the day it's going to keep rotating between Iron Moth and Slitherwing, and that's the strat and the play that she's going for.
Yeah, exactly, and that kind of represents, you know, Trick Room versus the Tailwind, future versus the past. And Lee, I've got to have a word with Lee later as well, because, I mean, take away that Blood Nurse Luna, you've just chosen 3 Pokemon from the World Championship winning team last summer, Lee.
Hey, he's playing it safe, and sometimes that's what you need to do to get the victory. And this caster prediction competition is a hot side event here
it
at
is.
EUIC.
Yeah. You don't want to know what's on the line for us casters here, trainers, but it may or may not involve some forfeits. I'm joking. We all love each other here, but maybe Lou and I will have to brainstorm what we'll have to make the person who has made the worst caster prediction by the end of the weekend do. So something fairly limited, you know, like I don't know, maybe order a meal they don't want at dinner time or something.
Who knows? I mean, the video game things definitely are looking exciting, but trading card game as well have some exciting surprises that are going here at the European International Championships. To celebrate Pokemon Day in 2025, we have got these amazing demo decks. These are fantastic for trainers who are maybe just wanting to get into the competitive sphere and start battling for the very first time.
Let's celebrate Pokemon Day, trainers. That is coming up on Thursday, this coming Thursday, the 27th of February. Love that Sylveon art there, just relaxing amidst the flowers. As someone myself who doesn't know a great deal about the trading card game, I've definitely got my eye on how to get into it. We've got Trading Card Game Pocket, of course, too, to help us newbies get into the game. Make sure you are well aware of what's going down on Pokemon Day for the trading card game.
Also, I love on the demo decks, you've got the Pikachu and the Charizard, probably 2 of the most iconic OG Pokemon are out there. So, you know, there's a favorite for everyone, and Charizard and Pikachu look ready for battle, even if Pikachu really does look like he's just having a fun time, and Charizard's like, I want to battle Pikachu, like, come on.
Yeah. Pikachu just wants to play, but let's move on to our illustration contest for the trading card game. Lou said earlier with Ben, that Feraligatr art is so iconic. I absolutely love it. I love Totodile, that entire line, love to see that. And Pikachu, that's supposed that we don't often see Pikachu in, but I'll let you take us through that, Lou, the Pikachu.
Honestly, I love it, because not only is it a Pikachu, and it's so cute yawning, and it's just a sleepy little baby, but it also really reminds me of a cat. In that pose when they're scratching their ear, and, you know, it is kind of Meowth and Pikachu play this cat and mouse game, and maybe Pikachu's picking up a few tricks.
Yeah, absolutely. Scratching his ear with
Luca steht 6-0. Ibrahim leider 5-1. Schade.
Something back to cats. I think we're going to
Ibrahim leider 5-1.
Oh, I can do it. If that's a challenge, Charlie,
I
generously accept.
Flo steht 5-1. Oh mein Gott. Flo ist vor seinem Win and In. Ist das crazy.
Clean themselves and things like that, and that's what they can do. And Toxtricity.
Flo ist vor seinem Win and In.
I'll take that.
Geil.
Yeah, fair enough, Lou. I'll give that a solid.
Ja, wir chillen einfach noch kurz. Wir warten, bis Pokédata aktualisiert ist.
5 out of 10. That's a solid 50%.
I start the baseline
Flo
here,
ist
so I
vor
can
seinem Win and In. Ist das geil.
Yeah, well, thanks so much, Lou.
Aber wir
I think
chillen
it's
noch.
time that we have a little bit of breather from all the action going on stage.
Und wenn Flo sein World so weit holen will, ist er so verrückt.
So make sure you're staying tuned.
Ich weiß nicht, was Flo zockt.
EUIC, Lou. Always a pleasure. Trainers, see you soon.
Ja, kein Plan. Kartoffelpuffer. Mike the Bessie 5-1. Mike the Bessie, Ibrahim und Flo haben alle ihren Win and In. Hier ist immer so Kartoffelpuffer mit so Sour Cream. Weil dieses ganze Ding hier hat nur 270 Kalorien, aber 7,3 Gramm Eiweiß pro 100 Gramm. Ich habe damals Kartoffelpuffer das erste Mal gesehen. Und ich wusste nicht, womit man die isst. Als ich mir die das erste Mal geholt habe, ich wusste nicht, womit man die isst. Und dann ist mir aufgefallen, dass eins meiner Lieblingsessen, die mir meine Mama als Kind gemacht hat, war Kartoffeln mit Quark. Und dann habe ich damals mir das erste Mal so einen Frühlingsquark geholt zu den Kartoffelpuffern. Und Real Talk, Lu hat beide Varianten probiert, hatte vorher auch nur die Süße und sagt auch, mit Quark schmecken die geiler. Das finde ich echt lecker. Ich check auch die süße Variante, safe. Ich habe das auch mal mit einem Teller oder Apfelmus gegessen. Check ich auch. Aber ich feiere so dieses Herzhafte.
The journey to the top is long and tough, and it takes all your heart and soul to keep on going.
Ja, das ist wirklich echt lecker.
夢にたどり着くまで諦められない While your passion is the fire always lighting up a path.
Süß oder herzhaft. Legendary. Legendary. Das ist echt so. Ich glaube, das haben die schon vor 2 Jahren genutzt, das da. Habe ich Respekt, sieht ja nicht cool aus. Mann. Und dann haben die teilweise noch so ganz verrückte Sachen wie Psychic Terrain und Prankster und so. Da wird sowieso komplett verrückt. Sadie, hast du schon mal Dark Souls gespielt? Das Prinzip von einem Wolf mit Schwert im Mund gibt es actually sehr häufig in Videospielen. Also ist actually ein common Ding. Wir warten noch bis Pokédata aktuell ist. Aber mich hier Pro steht 5-1.
Silva, and I'm from Italy.
Pietro looking to try to nab up a new title, a new IC in a new division.
My brother made me start playing in 2017. I started in the regional of Torino. My first tournament, I was 6 years old. I still remember everything because I never even played Pokemon, so it was really just a game changer for me.
Luca 6-0.
In 2018, at my first World Championship, I felt confident on bringing
Ibrahim 5-1, Marco Silva 5-1,
and they could play very, very well. This is my 3rd time on being a stream.
Dann kurz auf Mute. Feis 5-1 mit einem Win. Justin Tang spielt auch noch. Michael the Bestie 5-1. Flo 5-1, das ist so cool, ne? Ja. Ja, ich sag, der ist nicht umsonst Weltmeister, der ist wirklich gut. Schaue 5-1. Victor! 4-2. Oh. Ducky von 4-0 auf 4-2 gedroppt. Das saugt ein bisschen. Ich hoffe, das wird noch was. Kusha 4-2, okay. Kusha hat sich wieder gefangen, wichtig. Wichtig, wichtig. Maus dort noch, Orient Solar gewonnen. Yannick 4-2, Billa 4-2, Benny 4-2, auch geil. Belex leider raus. Da hast du ein bisschen weh. Trop ist noch drin. Fabian Kuh raus. Ja. Reim zockt noch. Dennis ist 2-4 droppt. Checke. Bei Dennis war es heute leider gar nicht. Aber Flo, wie gesagt, komplett insane. Ich bin sehr gespannt. Was der da so kocht.
Play. How other people play. Having someone to look up to is really good. I look up, of course, to my brother because he's really good at the game, and I want to learn from him how he plays so well. Now I'll be having the same numbers as my brother on international wins, and I believe we will keep this up on this competition between ourselves because we can just keep on winning and maybe even try the World Championship once. For being my second year in seniors, winning Worlds will be incredible.
Ohne es zu sehen, weiß ich leider nicht.
Great
I'm
day
sorry.
of Pokemon action here at EUIC. Some of our trainers have started locking up their spots here in day 2 of the competition, being one step closer to trying to make their way to Championship Sunday. I'm Sierra, again out on the floor, this time to give you a quick update on a couple of your favorites and how they're doing throughout the competition. Luca Terabelli was someone who, I mean, we all know at this point, but you got to see him showcased on stream earlier, still sitting at a 6-0 record with that Miraidon. So congratulations, Luca. Great stuff. We're talking about people that have won stuff. Gavin Michaels, known for a lot of wins, most notably, at least in my memory, OCIC with Rain. 6-0 currently with Kyogre. James Evan was someone who we talked about earlier, and he's also at 6-0 Calyrex Shadow Rider. So we're getting a real mix of all these different restricted Pokemon out here, really showcasing that in this meta, maybe a couple of the pieces that you have on your team are pretty similar. You know, you have your Shifu, your Incineroar, but really showcasing that any of these restricted Pokemon can and will make a run throughout the competition. Joseph Agarte also on broadcast earlier with Miraidon, 6-0, and not the only Miraidon player as well. It has been one of those restricteds we've seen a little bit more of, and we also have Luca Chiranchi with Miraidon and Gennaro Alteo as well. So a lot of Miraidon out there on the field that are securing the spots in day 2. So if you have a bad Miraidon matchup, be careful in day 2 of that competition. A couple more of the notable players, Kyle Livinghouse, Calyrex Shadow Rider as well at 6-0, Stefan Mott, Kyogre 6-0. Currently, Mao Harada and Davide Moralgia are currently playing both at a 5-0 record, so after that one, we'll get their day 2 spot. As for a couple of other notables, Shohei Kimura and Wolf Glick, of course, world champions here, both 5-1, so one win away from getting their spot in day 2. We're going to be having a couple more matches today to get that all locked up, so don't go anywhere. A lot of great battles soon.
Thank you, Sierra, for giving us a little bit of a rundown on how the rest of the competition out on the floor is going down. That's the thing, we get to pick some amazing stream matches.
Weil ich mir jetzt noch schnell einen Kaffee in Chat.
Out there, so it's nice to be able to get a bit of a
Noch einen kleinen Coffee.
Nice, wouldn't it? But we've only got 3 days here at EUIC. We've got to get through them somehow. And yeah, you definitely want to be the fly on the wall for some of these matches going on, but there is only 8 rounds that we get to feature. And of course, we are at that point in the tournament now. We've just finished round 6, or round 6 is just sort of wrapping up and concluding, where we have our players that Sierra was calling out that have made it guaranteed into Day 2 Swiss.
That's got to be such a good feeling. I mean, you still want to do well in the
Nee, aber sowas von gar nicht, Stormy. Hab gerade die Küche aufgeräumt, die Spülmaschine läuft. Ich will heute Abend noch eine Spülmaschine anschmeißen. Beziehungsweise wird nicht ganz für eine Spülmaschine reichen, aber wenn die später fertig ist, dann räume ich die heute Abend aus und dann räume ich sie neu ein, versprochen. Okay.
The matchup that maybe you didn't really want to play till the end of the day, you can sort of wipe the sweat off your brow and just think like, okay, I've got into Day 2, step 1 complete, have that ticked off the list, go into Day 2 feeling a little bit more confident. Of course, there will be a bunch of players that are 8-0 undefeated. They're going to have a best chance overall at making it into our asymmetrical top Swiss rounds in Day 2.
Muss ich tatsächlich gestehen.
But it doesn't guarantee it. There is still everything to play for. You can't take your foot off the gas for a moment.
You also see sometimes these trainers that in kind of the Swiss rounds do phenomenally well. They maybe go undefeated, and then as soon as they hit the knockout rounds, unfortunately, the luck doesn't go their way, or they hit that one matchup they don't want to touch, and then they get knocked out. And we've seen it a couple of times where, you know, undefeated Swiss rounds looking like, hey, they're going to take the title, and then the knockout rounds have something to say about it.
Yeah, and that's, you know, that's the hard bit of this sort of level of competition. I think that speaks to the form of the players that make it all of the way into our asymmetrical top cut. Because if you've gone through 8 rounds of Swiss in Day 1, go into Day 2, play a bunch of Swiss rounds in Day 2, and you're winning consistently, like everybody in that asymmetrical top cut has a good chance. You can't count anyone out of being our international champion, because not only have they brought the right call, not only have they got a comfortable team that they're feeling good with, they're also on form, and form makes a big impact coming into these events.
That's the thing, it's not just the Pokemon, it's also the player at the end of the day, and that's why sometimes you can have literally the same 6 Pokemon and one player will just be better at it than another because of the way that they pilot it and kind of initiate different strategies as they go through. And I think that's one of the lovely things about this game is there's so much variety for so many different trainers, and that's where we get to see not just the same 6 Pokemon all the time, we get to see such a variety. And yes, there are obviously some front runners, ones that are going to be doing better than others.
Aber
it's doing great.
wir haben halt so unterschiedliche Ziele. Die Jungs haben halt hauptsächlich so ihren Competitive-Gedanken und ich sehe mich halt bei was anderem. So mein Ziel ist ja gerade wirklich alle Pokémon-Spiele durchzuspielen. Ich bin wirklich hyper-casual geworden, aber mit Leidenschaft so. Mit richtiger Leidenschaft zu den Games. Ich will, während die anderen
yeah, in London,
ja,
I mean,
wirklich
we might have one little bit of sun later in the year,
während die anderen halt ihre Passion so darin finden, competitive zu spielen und den Leuten das competitive schmackhaft zu machen, liebe ich es, wenn Leute mir sagen, ey, ich habe wegen dir angefangen, wieder die alten Spiele rauszukramen, oder ich zock wegen dir gerade wieder Pokémon Kristall, ich habe gerade meine Silber rausgeholt oder so. Das ist so das, was mir mehr gibt, checkt man. Während wahrscheinlich die anderen so, den anderen Leuten so das competitive schmackhaft machen will ich den Leuten zeigen, wie geil die Pokémon-Games eigentlich sind und das Maximum aus den Pokémon, aus der Story und den Spielen selber rausholen. Und einige Leute auch dazu inspirieren, vielleicht die Pokémon-Spiele, ja, Dinge in den Pokémon-Games zu machen, die man vielleicht manchmal gar nicht so im Blick hat. Aber ich fühle Down ist der Hack-Guy, Team ist der 100% Hardcore-Guy, Reim ist der VGC-Guy, Flo ist der Poké-Rogue Game Show-Guy, Dennis hat's gesehen. Oh scheiße, hatten wir Dings? Ah doch, da ist er doch. Michi ist der Macher-Guy, wirklich so. Junge, sorry, dass du immer noch Dennis so schreibst, ist der Wahnsinn, wirklich. Es ist der Wahnsinn. Dennis ist der... Dennis und sowas. Der macht immer so Leak und Glitches. Also sowas macht Dennis. Dennis Heavy in Pocket? Nein, Heavy nicht. Also ja, der grindet immer die Siege, aber der Pocket grindet der auch nicht genug, um der Pocket Guy zu sein. Da bin ich ja noch mehr der Pocket Guy als Dennis. Aber dass er die Siege grindet, respekt ich. Yippie! Wolfie! Was für ein Geil war Dennis? Leaks und Glitches und sowas macht der. Oh, Wolfie steht 5-1! Junge, ist das dumm. Der verliert und jetzt zeigen die erstmal so seinen Trailer. Also, Wolfie gegen Flo gleich, oder wie? Oh, Reim steht 2-4. Boah, das tut mir echt leid. Es läuft, glaube ich, echt gar nicht für Reim. Wahrscheinlich sein schlechtestes Tournament überhaupt. Wolfie gegen Flo onstage wäre crazy. Das wäre ehrlich crazy. Shohei auch 5-1. Guck mal hier, wie viele 5-1er wir hier drin haben. Shohei, Markus, Flo, Feis, Michael the Bessie, Justin, Markus Silva, Ibrahim, Wolfie. Da sind ja so viele krasse Leute, die jetzt vor ihrem Win-and-In stehen. Das ist wirklich verrückt. Wie ist mit Belex? Ah, Belex 3-3. Stimmt, hatten wir eben schon gesehen. Aber Benny, wie gesagt, noch im Drive drin. Der muss jetzt die Runde noch gewinnen. Die beiden Nielsen-Brüder sind noch hier. Billa 4-2 leider, hat leider verloren. Orient Solar, Selahattin Schum leider auch 4-2. Pusha 4-2. Paar 4-2 haben wir noch. Die Runde ist am Anfang so gekocht. Jetzt leider ein bisschen. Victor! Victor! Mit 6 Wins ist man Day 2, ja. Du spielst 8 Matches und du musst 6 Mal gewinnen. Boah, gute Frage, Ace. Naja, checke Kaminal, checke. Flo hat schon mal gegen Wolfie gewonnen. Ja, Flo ist ja auch ein Maker. Ja, aber Deutschland allgemein hier ist schon not bad. Guck mal, wie viele Leute wir noch drin haben. Die haben wir hier alle noch drin. Das ist schon strong. Guck mal, danach USA. Okay, USA performt besser als wir. Aber USA ist auch crack. Ja, die haben auch ein bisschen mehr Leute natürlich, ne? Wie Spanien. Spanien ist auch keiner, der getopcuttet. Ich glaube, Spanien performt sogar schlechter als wir. Und die haben fast doppelt so viele Teilnehmer. Victor. Du hast jetzt 2 Win-and-Ins, ja. Nee. 9-3. Achso, für Final Bracket. Ah. Nee, ich glaube 11-2 actually. Nee, nicht 11-2, oder? Nee. Nee, 9-2 war das, glaube ich. Ich glaube 9-2. Ich glaube, du darfst, wenn du 6-2 gehst, darfst du am nächsten Tag nichts verlieren. Ich glaube, so war das. Is so willing to break apart the way that the game works at a higher level, and I think he's doing something that nobody else is doing. My starter Pokemon. War das der, den Flo besiegt hat? Sly ist immer out, leider, ja. Junge, Flo, so eine Maschine heute. Flo, so eine Maschine. Nach dem Anfang. Gönn jetzt Flo on Stream. Junge, was eine geile Playmat. Holy shit. Ach du Scheiße. Ah, das ist EYC-Dings, ne? Damn! Das ist insane. Junge, die ist so geil. Allein dafür, fürs Competitor-Kit lohnt sich schon. Flo Story stehe 4-1, weiß auch nicht wie, und da macht er die Schildkröte mit dem Daumen nach oben. 5-1, schnellstes Best of 3 meines Lebens. Das ist verrückt. Das ist verrückt. Ich finde dieses Unboxing Giga-Set, aber ich liebe die Mail-Metall-Karte. Sieht sehr sick aus. Die macht einfach wirklich ASMR ohne Ton. Die Musik auch Giga-Stimmen verschwindend. Das ist eine wilde Aussage. Aber ich checke. Giga-Stimmen verschwindend. Wenn die Stimmen mal wieder zu laut sind, musst du einfach die Musik anmachen, die Giga-Stimmen verschwindend ist. ASMR ohne Ton ist wirklich verrückt. Ist das dieses Pokémon Sleep, von dem alle reden? Ich glaube, wir sind aber so auf der Spur. Man fühlt aber. Stark. Stark.
I hope, trainers, that you did manage to go and get a cup of tea, grab a biscuit.
Apropos, ich hole mir jetzt einen Kaffee.
EUIC. If you've just joined us, of course, I am Ben Kiriakou, and joined here on the desk, of course, by the wonderful, the lovely Lou at Josh Cromie.
This time you gave me the fabulous introduction.
Yeah.
This is teamwork at its finest. Absolutely a masterclass there, Ben. And what a tournament we are having as well. We're now at the stage where a lot of trainers have kind of locked in their day 2 in that undefeated record, so they're going to be feeling confident going through the rest of day 1.
And we've had a lot of great moments on stream already. We've had matches so far that could have been a finals, and we're just getting to the end of day 1. We've still got a couple of Swiss rounds left to go before we'll know who has made it into our day 2 Swiss to fight for the opportunity to get into that top cup bracket. So looking back a little bit on today, Lou, tell me, what's been some of the highlights for you? What's been standing out?
I think I really enjoyed seeing Yosuke's Cornerstone Ogerpon because I forgot that you existed for a moment there, you know, and particularly with all the merchandise around Wellspring Ogerpon here at EUIC, I was just a little bit like surprised to see it, but it actually put on such a formidable show, and unfortunately for Eden, you know, it forced that Kyogre to keep going for the grass terrestrialization, and then it didn't really work out. So it was nice to see the offensive pressure that the maybe lesser picked Ogerpon can actually do on the field. What about yourself? Yeah,
it's a really nice call, actually. Do you know, I'm going to continue your Cornerstone Ogerpon for just a moment, because there was a moment in the round before, I think it was round 5, where we saw Cornerstone Ogerpon actually go for its Terra. And I was like, that never happened.
Yeah, with like the waves, it looks really cool.
You don't get to see it very often. It got a defense boost, which had absolutely no relevance to the match whatsoever, but it was just able to bring that cudgel out and just bonk Calandorus and be able to pick up a one-hit knockout. And that was a really cool moment, doing something that probably wasn't really theorized in the run-up to this event.
Yeah.
But actually, like, in the moment, seeing players make those sort of calls and just be like, hang on a second, don't do this very often, but this is the thing that I need to do right now to win the match.
Exactly, and I am a lover of Ogerpon, and it's been really, really good so far in this tournament. The Hearthflame mask as well, in that match that we saw between Gabriel Agati and Luca Cerabelli, the critical hit coming through from the Ogerpon at the right moment.
Yeah.
Literally, if it didn't do that, it would have been a completely different outcome. Was great to see there.
Yeah, it's like, coming into this event, we've seen so much Ogerpon Hearthflame from a lot of players. Like, the Tangag that were in San Antonio, they were both rocking that Ogerpon Hearthflame, and they were talking a little bit online about how their team was constructed, and it was a little bit different. Like, it was really defensively orientated rather than the more fast, speedy, powerful Ogerpon Hearthflames that we've come to sort of really expect from most teams. And seeing that, using that fire typing a little bit differently, using the ability to follow me as a little bit more of a pivot, get into Trick Room, and it's like, hey, I'm fast and offensive now.
Well, one Pokemon I also really want to see if it's out there is Jumpluff, because Jumpluff has been a Pokemon...
I thought that was going somewhere completely different there, Lou. I really did.
Did you think I was going to say Gastrodon, Ben?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, okay, I fooled ya. Got one over on Ben Kiriakou. It's live.
Well done.
But back to Jumpluff, because it's one of these Pokemon, obviously it won LAIC with Marco Silva, but then it does have this good synergy with Groudon, you know, a team that Joseph Ugarte, I think, really pioneered. And it is, you know, one of our giveaways here, and it's doing well not only in video game, but it's also doing incredibly well over on Pokemon Go. So when it comes to EUIC, I feel like Jumpluff has a lot of pressure to perform.
It's one of those Pokemon that I think if Jumpluff didn't learn Sleep Powder, it wouldn't really be considered in a lot of places. But like Amoonguss, the value of putting Pokemon to sleep scales a lot with the power level of the format. And when you bring in these restricted Pokemon, you're like, hey, if I get a couple of turns when I don't have to take an Astral Barrage or a Glacial Lance, it's like, yeah, I kind of take that. Like that's kind of feels like it's good for me. And so having those abilities to be just really fast, putting that pressure, that status pressure onto your opponent early doors, especially boosted up Chlorophyll ability from the jump bluff, Groudon setting up the sun or Koraidon setting up the sun, and being able to make it super speedy, usually carries a covert cloak, and then if you play defensively, it's just going to turn around and like click the encore button and stop you in your tracks.
I remember catching a shiny one of the jump ups when I was on Cornelia Street, and it was really great to be able to get it.
This is the pink one, right?
Yes, and it's so
Oh, wir haben keine Matchups. Okay. Also, Wolfi spielt gegen Markus Silva. Oh mein Gott. Okay. Ich glaube, wir wissen, welches Stream-Match wir sehen werden. Ja, GG. Ibrahim spielt gegen Alessio Ferrara. Justin Tank spielt gegen Tomoyuki. Michael the Bestie spielt gegen Masahiro Taoka. Fight spielt gegen Ryosuke Kondo. Wirklich über Japaner. Flo spielt gegen Ryan Pony. Kennt man den? Der sagt irgendwas. Marco spielt gegen Ugo Fanin. Scheu spielt gegen Simone Felici. Victor spielt gegen Oscar. Jeder will Wolfi Silver sehen, wirklich so. Okay. Kein Friendly Fire bei den 4-2ern, bitte. Benny spielt gegen Teru Nakajima. Also wirklich ultra viele Japaner, gegen die anderen ran müssen. Das ist wirklich verrückt. Das ist wirklich verrückt. Okay. Also die müssen ja wohl viel Markus Silva zeigen, oder nicht? Also die sind ja dazu verpflichtet. Die müssen ja so einen Vertrag unterschrieben haben, dass sie das zeigen.
Kyogre, again, you know, it recently won the San Juan Regionals with Hunter Braun bringing it, and on that team there was the Roaring Moon variant. Like you say, there's a little bit of debate, so it has this proven consistency and has done well just before this tournament, but at the tournament itself so far, it hasn't quite found its spot.
Well, let's see which trainers have found their spot. We've got a little bit of a preview of the standings going into round 7.
Amerika und Europa.
Honestly,
Wahrscheinlich,
love
oder?
to see this. Josh Bullivant there in 6-0, as well as Kyle Livinghouse, Jamie Keane, Luca Chianti, and Mao Harada. I could keep going, but I'm going to let you do a few more.
I mean, Jojo
all these 6-0s.
I think like
I didn't quite realize they kept going when I started this and ran out of air.
There's quite a few players playing this weekend, Lou. I don't know.
Okay. Math is not my strong point. We established this.
We did establish. And do you know what? Fair play. I can't say any more for myself. But yeah, we've got so many 6-0 players, all 16 of our players here.
Vielleicht Ronaldo gegen Messi noch größer? Nee, selbst die nicht. Zeigen die ihnen 6-0 Matchup? Nee, 6-0 Matchups zeigen die nicht mehr. Alle, die schon Top-Cut sind, zeigen die nicht mehr. Die zeigen nur Win-Ins ab jetzt nur noch.
A player from the UK that's been playing quite a while. I played quite a lot of these restricted formats over the years. Has been one of those sort of more consistent team builders, playing in the background a little bit. Most notably, I mentioned this earlier on stream, Jamie and Nils Dunlop, our previous EUIC champion, were working together on the team that Nils was able to win the European International Champions with last season. So a little bit of a shout out there to Jamie and seeing his team building prowess really pay off.
Yeah, and he's been a veteran in the competition, has been playing for so many years as well, so it's great to be able to see this good result coming through. I want to talk as well about Stefan Mott there. I know Stefan has had some incredible runs throughout previous tournaments, but I believe at the moment it's actually undefeated in games, hasn't dropped a single game during this 6-0 victory.
That's incredible. I mean, the level of competition here is absolutely fierce. And to be able to get 6-0 is one thing, but to be 12-0 in games is definitely another thing.
Yeah, definitely a player to watch. And in the next round as well, there are going to be so many incredible matchups. We can, of course, only bring you one. We're going to be bringing you, oh my goodness, man, it's going to be Justin Tang versus Tomoyuki. This is a good one.
And of course, we've got all of our 6-0s playing as well in our
Es ergibt keinen Sinn. Ergibt gar keinen Sinn.
Davide Carrera, Wolf Glick versus Marco Silva at 5-1.
Ergibt keinen Sinn. Vielleicht haben die Angst, dass sie sich auf die Fresse boxen. Spaß. Würden die natürlich nicht. Die haben Angst vor Schlägerei.
Was it Wolfie Con Perish was coined? That was the storyline that was so strong at Toronto, I believe it was. Just amazing to be able to see that they're facing down again against each other.
Das
also,
ist so
Gavin
verrückt.
Michaels and Gavin Michaels, an international champion at Oceania, a previous couple of seasons ago, running that kind of rain team. It was the Palafin that was able to Pala win for him in that match. And Stefan Mott, again, we were just talking about having an incredible tournament so far as a regional champion as well himself.
Versing up against Gavin Michaels, who's Oceania International Championship from a few years ago. Yeah, I mean, these notable matches are absolutely insane. But we can only feature one, and it is our winning in versus Justin and Tomoyuki.
Yeah, honestly, I'm so excited to be able to watch Justin Tang battle. He's just come off a fantastic win at the San Antonio Regional Championships, his third regional title. And we were talking earlier, I can't remember if it was with you or with Charlie. It was one of the distinguished gentlemen I get the pleasure of casting with this weekend.
Well, toodaloo.
Oh, well, there we go. But he had won his first and second regionals almost back to back. Very, very early doors for him as a, rookie trainer, let's say. And now that he's kind of had a few more years of experience, you can see that he was a little bit nervous that he wasn't getting that win again. And he wanted to kind of prove that he had that consistency, and to be able to get it at such a stacked tournament and such a unique regulation, I think was incredible to see. You could see how much it meant to him against one of his, good pals, his testing partner with the same team as well. Like, you couldn't make it up.
And it could have been either of them that got the win. I mean, they worked together. That is like, it's the nicest place to meet your friend. Right?
Yes.
If you're going to meet your friend, you want to meet them in the finals. And, that's kind of bittersweet in many respects, but at least you know that one of the Tangs is going to win. And you're going to be happy for yourself if you win, but you're going to be happy for your friend if they win.
I think it was Wolf Glick said something along those lines where he kind of said your friends' wins feel like your wins as well. And their losses, you feel their losses too, because you've gone through this team building together and you know the practice and the effort and the passion that it takes to get to that final. So yes, even you might lose, but you're so happy for your friend that they've got that victory, and you can still celebrate that moment.
Exactly. And that is the nice thing about that validation, not just being able to win.
Was ich mir eher vorstellen könnte, ist in so späten Runden, also ein von den beiden werden wir ja morgen, also wird ja morgen safe drin sein, maybe sogar beide. Und ich glaube, da denken die sich manchmal so, ja, okay, wenn wir jetzt zwei haben, wo einer safe morgen on Stream sein könnte, in so einer späten Runde, ich glaube, wir chillen da eher so. Denkt ihr?
And you've got to kind of figure those things out on the fly. The preparation that you put into a regional championships is slightly different to what you put into an international.
And I want to know if Justin is going to rock with those same six that he won the regional with. I mean, it was a very interesting team, Calyrex, Ice Rider, kind of running that hybrid variant. You had the Roaring Moon with Tailwind, then obviously you have Trick Human Utility with the Amoonguss on there as well to provide that support. So it kind of gave him so many flexible options, and I wonder if you're going to stick with that team. I mean, it clearly works in this regulation.
You know what? I think in our players to watch, we've seen Justin Tang.
Yeah.
Justin Tang's
team. Yeah.
Tang's team?
Justin's team.
Justin's team. And it is that same archetype that he's running this weekend. But that's not to say that it's exactly the same composition.
Some little changes could have been made.
Little bits of tweaks, a little bit of changes. And I think that's one of the really exciting things about how the metagame develops over time. Because even when you look at Luca Ceribelli's world's winning team, he's running the same Pokemon, but there is some little changes here and there under the hood that make a difference to how it's played. And especially with Luca Ceribelli losing against his own team and then deciding to bring it this weekend. I think that's like one of the best reasons to keep running that tried and tested thing.
Well, clearly it's good, right? Not only did you win worlds with it, but then it's also giving you a hard time. So it's a little bit like, okay, this is the team that's going to be there, and who better to pilot it than me?
Absolutely. I'm really looking forward to seeing how these trainers are going to pit themselves
against
each other, because one more win is all either of these trainers need to guarantee their spot into Day 2 Swiss.
Mein Pixel.
But it's not just guaranteeing your spot in Day 2.
Ich kann mir vorstellen, dass Michi Summer Center zockt, aber sicher bin ich mir nicht.
You do want to make that Day 2 Swiss just that little bit easier to get towards our asymmetrical top cut. So these are, even though you'd probably say Justin or Tomoyuki would be likely to win one of their next 2 matches. It's not guaranteed. So the player that isn't able to make it through with a win this round has got to play on the bubble.
Habe ich nicht drauf geachtet. Habe ich auf die... Ja, stimmt. True. Ja, true. Ich erinnere mich. Ja, zockt Summer. Summer Center.
But you want to be doing everything that you can to be putting yourselves in the best possible situation.
Exactly, and Tomoyuki, again, another veteran of the competition, was able to top 4 the World Championships in 2017. So again, has years of wisdom, years of experience on Justin Tang when it comes to competitive Pokemon. In 2022, was also able to get World's top
Summer
32.
Center.
So there's a lot of consistency when it comes to the world stage, the international stage for Tomoyuki as well. So that's something that Justin has to contend with when it kind of comes to getting into the mindset of the
Kein Meme on Blüch.
It's worth noting, of course, that our Japanese players
Sag mal, was ein Center.
the European International Championships have a slightly different qualification circuit than we do
Sag mal,
over
Zentner.
in EU or NA or in Latin America. They have a slightly different system, and so when
Nancy Rain,
Japanese players
das ist
compete,
ja
a
schon
lot of the
fast
times
10
because
Jahre
they're
her.
qualified in their own region, then they play on the international stage, sometimes for the first time in the season against all of our players, and they've got to pit what they've been doing in their own region up against the rest of the players out there. So coming to these international events early and playing in a different circuit with a different set of rules, with a slightly different set of
Am 10.10 zum Summer Center 10.
you get a lot more practice going into something like the World Championships.
Zum 10 Summer Center, 10 Zentner Zucker zum Zoo.
So I think it's a great experience for them, and also great for us that we get to see how the Japanese meta game. It's usually something that we look at, right?
it's very interesting.
Let's get some ideas. They're great team builders. Quite amusing on our players to watch there. We had some players featured from the APAC region. That were running European teams.
Ehrlich, so einfach gewinnen.
Sometimes, you know,
sometimes that's
nice.
the way.
But like, it's really nice to see how these sort of meta games really collide coming in here.
But I think you make a valid point as well about getting the experience on the international stage, because particularly when you've got trainers that you haven't battled against, and maybe there's different styles and archetypes that you can prep against all you want. It's so different when you're sitting down against an opponent after a long day of competition. So I think that makes a very, very valid observation that if you can get that experience, not only battling in a format that, you know, might be similar to the World Championship format, and being able to test yourselves and your skills against all these other veterans from around the globe, it can give you that advantage if you qualify for Worlds and then are obviously able to compete.
And of course, you can just get ideas as well.
That's so true.
Turbo warm.
Playing in these, even if it's just a local competition or a regional competition or an international, it doesn't matter. You're gonna
Chat, falls euch der Stream übrigens gefällt und ihr habt noch kein Follow da gelassen, lasst auf jeden Fall Follow da. Wir schauen morgen ebenfalls Day 2 und übermorgen das Finale.
We're going to be taking home some inspiration from Justin and Tomoyuki here. They're sitting down on the stage, getting ready to get into Swiss Round 7 here at EUIC.
And our fantastic judging team have been able to find a little bit of some conversation amongst these trainers. And Justin, you know, he's bringing the same team. He's excited, but Tomoyuki says he's particularly excited to be able to play against Justin. And I feel like when, you know, you've seen someone very recently in this format win, maybe someone that you've taken a little bit of inspiration from before, it's always nice to play against these veterans, because particularly if you can beat them, that's always something that no one can take away from you. And also, if you don't get the victory, it's still a fantastic experience to play against a champion.
Das war Dankeschön für Ray, Dankeschön für deinen Resub. Vielen Dank. Danke schön. Sehr appreciated. Möchtest du am Rad drehen? Letzte Europameisterschaft ist Michi. Ich weiß gar nicht, wie viel der Michi geworden ist. Bei EUIC. Kam er jetzt Podcast? Rauke, danke auch an dich für deinen Resub. Möchtest du am Rad gehen? Na klar. Na klar. Na sicher. Scheiße, Timo. Reim ist auf jeden Fall raus. Flo steht 5-1, hat sein Win and In. Okay, wir geben Rocco schon mal seinen Spinnerinski. Wir machen aus 3 Minuten für Rocco. 1 Minute 30. Michi steht auf 5-1. Möchtest du Spin, Ray? Oder sagst du einfach straight up 3 Minuten auf den Timer? Oder spinnen wir ein paar Mal?
If it's still running the same as Justin's San Antonio team is a little bit more on the defensive side, so maybe able to take things like surging more effectively and be able to horn leech back up.
Spin. Alright, wir machen für dich aus 3 Minuten 6 Minuten. Jetzt kannst du entscheiden, sollen wir weiterdrehen oder nicht. Chance auf 12 Minuten oder, wenn halbiert wird, der Grundeinsatz, also die 3 Minuten, dann 1,30. Noch ein Spin oder gehen wir raus? Mit den 6 Minuten. Okay, wir machen aus 6 Minuten 12 Minuten. Jetzt kannst du 24 Minuten machen oder auf 1,30 droppen. Oder wir packen 12 Minuten auf den Timer. Passt so, alright. Banger, stark. Wir nehmen die 12 Minuten. Ich habe Champions League Auslosung Action nicht gesehen. Bitte sag mir nicht, dass Leverkusen gegen Bayern ist. Oh mein Gott. Ach du Scheiße. Gut. Das ist natürlich wild. Dortmund gegen die. PSG Liverpool auch wild. Atletico gegen Real ist verrückt.
I also love just the synergy of Chi-Yu and Fluttermane. It is a tried and tested
combination,
but particularly with the choice scarf on
okay, wir sagen's nicht.
it
Sehr
can
gut.
apply so much offensive pressure very early on. Whether it's a snarl to lower some of the special attackers' offensive pressure or just purely an overheat to really put that Calyrex.
Phase gegen Benfica war auch schon in der Tabellenphase, ja.
It can be so formidable and the Fluttermane can follow up
Bin gespannt.
with something like a Moonblast here.
Ja, aber deutsche Teams rausschmeißen immer Kacke der Champions League, also Champions League. Klar, wir haben zwei, also ein Team kommt safe ins Halbfinale, Viertelfinale. Aber imagine, wir hätten Leverkusen, Bayern und Dortmund im Halbfinale. Viertelfinale.
Yeah.
So you can make sure you're boosting whatever damage is most appropriate for you, depending on the situation.
Yes, and you see the shadow ball as well on there. That's kind of dropped off in the past, but on Zamazenta teams, it's so important because sometimes Zamazenta forces a Ghost Terror on the other side, and you need that shadow ball to get some fast offensive coverage. But doesn't look like we're going to have to worry about that too much in this match. But speaking of fast and offensive, we have got some phenomenal on the field. It's going to be that Ogopon with the Calyrex Ice Rider against the Chi-Pao and the Zamazenta. Both restricteds are in play.
So a lot of offensive pressure coming out early doors from Tomoyuki, trying to take advantage of the body press that it's boosted up by the Dauntless Shield defense boost on Zamazenta, and Chen-Pao getting it sort of ruined on the field. Of course, neither Pokemon on Tomoyuki's side is going to worry too much about the damage that the Calyrex is going to be able to do this turn. But the Ogopon, of course, if it is trained defensively, like Justin's San Antonio team, is going to be able to take a hit really well.
Yeah, Chi-Pao, you know, playing a dangerous game right now because the Calyrex and the Ogopon can also benefit from that sort of ruined defense drop that is in play. That's going to be able to help out their physical attacks, but not today for the Ogopon. It's going to be able to go for that spiky shield, play a little bit defensively, as the Ice Core Crash will come through. This will connect now onto the Fairy type Calyrex. Is going to take a little bit more damage than usual, but critically that Fairy Terror type helping out the body press, doing not a lot of damage.
Oh yeah, GG.
Okay, that's the
Direkt rein in Game 2 Chat.
Wow.
And this is one of the adaptations that we're seeing a little bit after Justin was able to win San Antonio, is that this Zamazenta is playing Heavy Slam, where a lot of them have been opting to change to a Behemoth Bash because of Terra Fairy Calyrex Ice Rider, where Heavy Slam doesn't do much damage because Calyrex Ice Rider is a pretty heavy Pokemon. But Behemoth Bash does a lot more to it. So Justin really taking advantage of that in turn 1 and using the Terra Fairy on Calyrex to his advantage. But Body Press just doing a little bit too much damage, or more than Justin probably wanted.
The Ogopon here able to draw in all these single target attacks, able to take the crunch from this Chi-Pao, and the follow-up coming through. This is going to be able to get the knockout. That's unfortunate here for Justin. I think you want to keep your Ogopon in play because it can apply so much damage with a Fire-type Ivy Cudgel. Calyrex, however, is able to get that Trick Room off, and I feel like, yes, you have lost your Ogopon, but it was worth the risk to be able to get your Trick Room in. This is where now Amoonguss can come into play, Urshifu as well. If it is built that more defensively and slower, bulkier type, then it could shine in this Trick Room environment.
And it gives the Zamazenta a little bit of a room to pause, because if you go for the Terra to a Glacial Lance. So there's some decisions for both of these trainers to run with, but it's definitely fair to say that Tomoyuki has got the better end of this early game. A little bit with that flinch, but also putting on that offensive pressure right from the get-go.
Yeah, the Calyrex getting out of there just doesn't want to leave itself vulnerable, and Amoonguss, definitely the #1 Trick Room Pokemon, is now in play. Chien-Pao, very speedy, wants to make sure that its Focus Sash is able to stay intact as well. Adapts
oh my god, strong!
We've seen that before.
I think we have. And also this Amoonguss is carrying the...
Michi hat gerade sein Win-It-In, Flo hat sein Win-It-In, Kusha steht 4-2, Benny steht 4-2, Belex, Dennis und Reim sind leider schon raus.
But then swapping it out into Amoonguss, baiting that, getting the Rocky Helmet, chip damage onto the Surging Strikes if it goes that way, but also covering for that water-type coverage with the Terra Dragon.
Really nice getting the taunt down onto that Amoonguss. The Terra Dragon coming through, even though there was the Calyrex on the field, you might think, oh, dangerous, but the White Guard able to cover from an Glacial Lances and also would have enabled that Amoonguss to come in without taking damage, but couldn't stop it from taking the taunt.
Now this Amoonguss actually is a little bit dangerous in this scenario. It can go for a Sludge Bomb, and Sludge Bomb damage is really going to add up over time because the Urshifu isn't going to be able to do loads of damage with its only Water-type coverage against the now Dragon-type Zamazenta. And yeah, okay, Justin's going to be able to put it to sleep if he wants to go for that. But unless you have some good offensive pressure on the field in that Calyrex, you kind of need to be worried that Zamazenta's going to have a lot of time to have its nap and then wake up when you least want it to.
And Tomoyuki as well has a couple of decisions to make here. The Zamazenta is going to go to sleep. I was wondering if you maybe wanted to try and protect and stall out some more of the Trick Room turns, but instead Urshifu and the Amoonguss just really zoning in on that restricted Pokemon. As you can see, however, the Surging Strike's really not doing too much damage. That Dragon typing and also just the fact that it is a defensive Pokemon anyway is really helping out here. But it has gone to sleep. It is going to be taking a little bit of a nap here. The Amoonguss on the opposing side for Tomoyuki, though, has the utility to try and get that Sludge Bomb off.
And it did quite a lot of damage. I think like 3 Sludge Bombs especially, it's got a pretty good chance to go for a poison as well. So if a second Sludge Bomb was able to get the poison onto the Urshifu, then that could make a little bit of a difference here. And also the Calyrex is a Terra Fairy. It's not a safe switch in. That Sludge Bomb is actually looking really dangerous for sort of pinning Amoonguss and Urshifu onto the field. If Tomoyuki is able to target that Sludge Bomb properly, if Justin is thinking to bring in the Calyrex to put pressure onto the sleeping Zamazenta and gets a Sludge Bomb to the face, it's not going to be a nice feeling for Justin.
I think you've identified it though. The Calyrex needs to be on the field now because it can apply super effective damage to both these Pokemon. It can deal with the Amoonguss, which the other Pokemon really cannot do without having to take Rocky Helmet damage as the Urshifu. And at the same time, you want to deal damage to that Dragon type while it is asleep. It can't Wide Guard. Beautiful Pollen Puff play here to give it a little bit more HP to keep it on the field. But the Sludge Bomb comes through. That's going to negate that Pollen Puff
damage.
And also, it's going to wake up here. The Heavy Slam's going to come through into the Amoonguss, however. That would have been almost nice to see it go into the Fairy type, but I guess the weight isn't as instrumental here.
And Amoonguss shakes off the taunt now, so the Calyrex is on the field. It's kind of
White
going
Guard
as quickly as it can for Justin. You know, props for him to get the Amoonguss going for the Pollen Puff, and that maybe speaks to the training of Justin and Tomoyuki's Amoonguss. We'll have to see if the speed orders of those Pokemon change as we go through to see if it's a little bit of a speed tie situation there.
Schwierig.
You know, when you see that much damage from Sludge Bomb on an Amoonguss to a Calyrex, I mean, it does give you room to think.
Yes, and the Calyrex now in a position where it does want to try and get damage off, but Wide Guard is back on the board. That Zamazenta has woken up, so if it wants to get damage safely and consistently, it's going to have to go for the high horsepower instead.
White Guard.
The Pollen Puff on that slow Amoonguss on Justin Tank's
Das wird ja unendlich scheppern.
Calyrex the HP it needs once again.
Ah, no, mein.
But instead of the poison, it's going to be the Spore coming through. This time the Calyrex cannot evade.
And it goes to sleep there, of course, because the Amoonguss did go for the Pollen Puff. There isn't any chance that this Zamazenta is going to fall asleep. And this
Jetzt müsste halt Dings aufwachen, ne?
Heavy Slam into the Amoonguss puts it in KO range for another one. And I wouldn't be worried at all if I was Tomoyuki here about the Amoonguss being the main damage-dealing choice against that.
Nee, leider gar nicht, Jürgens. Maybe next round.
Can just go ahead next
Aber hoffentlich nicht. Die sollen alle direkt jetzt den Win-and-In schaffen.
on Tomoyuki's side, while the Sludge Bomb is dealing the damage that you need, as soon as Tomoyuki is able to pick up the knockout on Justin's Amoonguss, there isn't going to be any HP recovery possible for the Calyrex, and so it causes quite a difficult endgame for Justin here.
And the Trick Room has expired as well.
Wach auf, wach auf, wach auf. Wach auf, wach auf, wach auf. Wach auf. Wach auf. Oh mein Gott! Okay, hold on. Hold on. Vielleicht haben wir hier noch einen Gain. Das Problem ist, Heavy Slam killt ihn, glaube ich, trotzdem. Ne? Aber er könnte halt einfach denken, was er da für Wildcard geht. Er muss jetzt halt gucken, geht er mit Glacial Lance rein oder nimmt der Amoonguss raus und geht für
managed to get the
Rage Powder.
Needs both onto the Amoonguss, but more importantly onto the Zamazenta, I think. Putting it in range where a couple of surging strikes might be enough.
Ich habe aktuell leider gar kein Interesse am Competitive. Ich schaue es mir gerne an.
Zamazenta has been on the field right since the start of the
Aber ich habe gar kein
game,
Interesse.
still has that defense boost.
I was about to say, if you're Justin, you need to get rid of the opposing Amoonguss ASAP, or else it's going to switch out and use its Regenerator ability, and that's exactly what it's done here now. It can pop into the back because there are all 4 remaining Pokemon on Tomoyuki's side. Xianpao's going to join the field. That's going to lower the defenses as well, make him more vulnerable to these physical attacks. And Amoonguss gets felt on Justin's side, leaving him with his 2 remaining Pokemon on this Calyrex and the Urshifu. No Wide Guard coming through, of course, so this will enable the Glacial Lance to pick up the KO.
Da sind wir in der nächsten Eck. Da habe ich nichts zu sagen.
Force Justin into the last 2 Pokemon
Doch gar nicht schuld, nee. Aber Press ist leider auch schon raus.
Something that Justin
Press war leider sehr früh schon raus.
Players that we've seen playing Calyrex have been doing quite a lot this weekend already. Just don't hit the Trick Room button. Glacial Lance is going to do the work that you need it to. Calyrex is going to be able to hang on to because it's such a bulky Pokemon.
Viele haben noch Chancen, ja,
and
ja.
the
Paar
extra
sind noch
value
drin.
that you get
Paar
from
sind raus,
just
paar sind noch
going
drin.
for the attack, breaking the Chien-Pao Focus Sash and putting it a little bit closer, maybe into Aqua Jet ranges.
That's
that could
true,
be
yeah.
something that could be important in this end game. Of course, the Amoonguss now coming in back here has got that little bit more HP. And because the Calyrex is a fairy type, Tomoyuki can't rely on that Crunch or Sucker Punch to be able to do damage to it. It's got to rely on Chien-Pao's Icicle Crash, which 1, isn't 100% accurate, but 2, possibly isn't even in range, this Calyrex, of an Icicle Crash knocking it out.
But that Amoonguss as well is forcing both these Pokemon to go on the offensive. You need to go for that Glacial Lance to deal with the Amoonguss, otherwise it's simply going to put you to sleep. Urshifu wants to go for those Surging Strikes, but it cannot go into the Amoonguss thanks to the Rocky Helmet, so it's kind of left to deal with the opposing Chien-Pao. The Amoonguss actually protects here. I feel like it knows it's not going to be the target of the Urshifu, so doesn't have to worry about Unseen Fist, as the Icicle Crash was going down into the Fairy Calyrex there. So a really nice defensive play, allowing the Urshifu to actually try and go for the taunt here. So again, a great defensive play on Tomoyuki's side. The protects were really well played here, Ben.
Okay.
Yeah,
definitely. I was wondering whether or not Urshifu was going to risk going for a Surging Strikes, but that Rage Powder was just so telegraphed here. But I think Tomoyuki was doing a really nice thing there, trying to set up the Calyrex for something else to be able to knock it out, because there is no redirectors, there's no fake outs left, and of course Tomoyuki does have 1 more Pokemon in the back that he can take advantage of, and that's what Amoonguss is going to be switching on into.
Yeah, Amoonguss once again just using this Regenerator ability to give it more longevity in this game. As the Chi-Yu joins the field, the 4th and final Pokemon, and
hätte wieder mit Urshifu einfach angreifen können.
And center, the Icicle Crash will connect this time onto that Calyrex. Not enough to be able to get the knockout, however, and the taunt will now find its mark onto the Chi-Yu. It's a fantastic adjustment from Tomoyuki. This is Choice Scarf, so it doesn't even have any status moves to go for, as the Glacial Lance will follow up. This will be able to get the knockout of Chien-Pao, and actually does a huge amount of damage to the Chi-Yu as well.
Boah, das wird jetzt...
Getting a chilling nay boost as well.
Na, aber nee, der kann ja einfach Heatwave Rage Powder drücken und hat verloren wahrscheinlich, oder? Justin. Ich weiß halt nicht, wie er jetzt noch mit Protect so umgehen kann, aber es könnte schwer werden.
Justin was not budging from using that taunt, because if that move goes wrong, then you can be in all sorts of trouble against an Amoonguss. If you go for a Surging Strikes and you get Rage Powdered, then your Urshifu is taking a lot of recoil damage for not a lot of gain there. And then the Chi-Yu in the back is probably in a pretty good situation. Now Chi-Yu coming in is going to put a lot of pressure on, and Amoonguss comes in without any taunt pressure whatsoever, so it can just redirect this first attack, redirect an Aqua Jet, redirect a Surging Strikes, redirect a taunt, while Chi-Yu is going to try to get the knockout. I think the key here is that if the Calyrex is able to protect itself this turn, then a taunt can go off this turn. Chiyu's going to struggle to knock out the Urshifu, and then an Aquajet can take out the Chiyu.
There's no redirection coming through there. It's just going to be the Heat Wave connecting down onto the Urshifu, not doing a huge amount of damage. The taunt is able to find its mark onto the
Wait. Hätte wieder Yu einfach töten können. Der Sludge Bomb, oh mein Gott. Das war ballsy.
Yeah, really bold play, actually. Like I was thinking the Aquajet's so obvious into that opposing Chiyu that you kind of have to go for the redirection. But this Amoonguss is not messing around. It's been really the offensive variant this tournament. You know, it's taken those taunts, going for these sludge bombs. So game 1 is going to go to Tomoyuki and that Amoonguss.
It takes a really strong trainer to have the dedication, especially when you're going up against a trainer that you know is so good. To be able to make that call in an end game, it's like, well, if the Aquajet goes off and the redirection happens, that's pretty bad for Justin. But if the taunt goes off and the Aquajet doesn't happen and the redirection doesn't happen, instead the Sludge Bomb happens, well, yeah, that's really bad for Justin there. And vice versa, Tomoyuki can get that completely wrong and find himself in all sorts of trouble. So yeah, that end game was so close, and it really does come down to those mind games.
And I really like the way Chiyu was kind of left right until the end, and it came in as that kind of classic end game sweeper, applying pressure with the Heat Wave for the double damage onto the opposing side. It wasn't dealing a significant amount, but the fact that it had that pressure and the support utility that Amoonguss was able to give it just meant Tomoyuki was able to close that
Rage Powder drücken können, aber Justin hätte auch die ganze Zeit Surging Strikes drücken können. Und wäre jedes Mal, ich habe ja 3-mal nicht Surging Strikes gedrückt, und hätte er jedes Mal in einer dieser Rounds Surging Strikes gedrückt, hätte er, glaube ich, in Winning Position gewesen. Denn ich übersehe irgendwas, aber ich glaube, maybe schon.
Just being able to get his Calyrex woken up. Not that Justin was, saying, wake up, Calyrex, but he was able to, the Calyrex was able to wake up a little bit early.
Der Taunt war ihm zu wichtig. Ja, ich check's aber hundertprozentig.
It could have been a completely different match.
Auf einen Rage Powder Taunt drücken ist halt eigentlich ein No-Brainer, ne? Normalerweise.
And I'm just wondering, how does Tomoyuki consistently try to put pressure onto that fairy type Calyrex Ice Rider?
I like the Zamazenta for this play, in the sense that you've got that heavy slam, you can apply some decent damage, and it's not so much about the Calyrex. So the Zamazenta, yes, the body presses aren't going to do anything if it becomes a fairy type, that's fair. But what I like about the Zamazenta is it can pick off some of the other Pokemon as well. That's kind of where, the end of your sentence there caught me off guard. But it's really where I think it can apply a lot of pressure with those body presses, particularly as body presses damage obviously increases the more defensive capabilities you've got. If you're able to get that kind of really positioned, I think it's going to be nice to get some clean KOs. But Chiyu, for me, is going to be the Pokemon to take it.
Well, it's going to be coming out on the field, turn 1, but we got a switch up here as well from Justin Tang, bringing that Roaring Moon mode, going for the more fast and offensive option that he has available to him. Of course, the Roaring Moon is part Dark type, and part Dragon type, so while it's feeling pretty good against a Chiyu, it's not going to enjoy staring down a Zamazenta with the ability to go for a body press.
But I like the pressure that you can start going for a Tailwind and switching up.
Junge, OBM, bist du gerade da?
Trick Room was a bit detrimental for Justin because it allowed the opposing Amoonguss to also play quite strongly in that board state. So this way you're kind of taking away that strength of Amoonguss and you can decide the speed terms.
Yeah, I like that call out actually. It could be. I think the question for me is whether or not Tomoyuki wants to attack down into this Roaring Moon, trying to sort of trade the Tailwind for a knockout and sort of play the game from there. I mean, wisely starting off this turn by bringing the Chiyu back out in favor of the Amoonguss, and just not having it sitting in front of an Urshifu Rapid Strike.
It is going to be a Terrestrialization on that Roaring Moon. It's turning into the Flying type, which I think is the most popular Terra type that Roaring Moon has. It gives you that extra same type attack bonus to something like an Acrobatics, particularly once your booster energy has been consumed. It just allows you to deal so much damage and is a fantastic way to deal with Amoonguss if it does find its way back into the match. Terrestrialization apiece, though, however, Ben, is going to be that Dragon Zamazenta once again.
I know you like it when we get sparkly on the field.
Oh,
here,
yeah.
And we're getting double sparkly here with Zamazenta. Aquajet going into the Amoonguss, and of course it's going to take a little bit of chip damage from that rocky helmet. So Urshifu's kind of got a bruised hand right now as Roaring Moon goes for an acrobatics. It's the double up into that slot, just covering the Amoonguss, switch in, and Regenerator is going to be a big deal, but that's a lot of damage to get down onto the Amoonguss.
Yeah, I really like that play. If the Chiyu had stayed in, the Aquajet would have done a significant chunk of damage, and the follow-up by Acrobatics, I think, would have got the KO. And even though the Amoonguss came into play, it really came in and suffered a lot of damage. And Justin's in a position where he hasn't lost either Pokemon yet.
But I think this damage onto the Urshifu could actually be really critical to Tomoyuki's game plan. Once this Urshifu is taken care of, that Chi-Yu is looking much, much better. And with the Roaring Moon already going for its terrestrialization, it could be a case that if Calyrex is in the back, the heat waves and the overheats are looking really, really strong for that Chi-Yu.
Yes, and I think that's nice that it's in the back, snug and safe away for maybe the endgame situation. If, for example, that Roaring Moon had gone for the Tailwind, then you don't want your Choice Scarf Pokemon to be outplayed. Aquajet will come through, do a little bit of chip onto that opposing Zamazenta, maybe covering for a potential switch in here, as the knockoff will be able to get the KO onto that Amoonguss. And this is a sigh of relief for Justin. The Amoonguss was really a thorn in his side the whole way through game one, and now it is gone. You don't have to contend with it.
And no redirection as well is a really big deal. Heavy Slam going into the Roaring Moon. This is where Behemoth Bash would be doing significantly more damage, because Roaring Moon is a heavier Pokemon as well. And of course, Heavy Slam is determined in its power based on the relative weight of the two Pokemon.
And with these Titans on the field, that weight can sometimes be a bit too easily distributed for Tomoyuki's liking here. But at least there's still some significant damage, putting Roaring Moon into maybe the KO range of something coming in from the back. Even something like that Chi-Yu, you know, it is now a flying type. Chi-Yu bringing the Beads of Ruin ability onto the field can use that to its advantage.
But the Chen Pao could also use...
There's a better option.
Yeah, take it a little bit more to the advantage. I mean, you have to worry
ich
a little
liebe
bit
Roaring
about
Moon auch
sort of
wirklich, der ist so
ability,
cool.
helping the two physical attackers on Justin's side. But I think the ability to go just straight up with a Sucker Punch and put some pressure on with Zamazenta is really critical in this situation. And because the Roaring Moon is no longer a Dark type, it no longer resists a Sucker Punch, and probably with that Heavy Slam is in KO range right now.
Yes, the Roaring Moon maybe has to consider if it wants to go for a status effect here, like the Tailwind, so that it doesn't have to contend with that Sucker Punch. Urshifu's certainly not wanting to play around with it, so goes for the Detect, but of course it's going to fail here, the Sucker Punch, because Roaring Moon did go for that Tailwind. So regardless of the target here, no offensive pressure coming through from Justin's side, therefore Sucker Punch will fail. Body Press is, very surprisingly going to be able to get the knockout here, despite not being very effective.
Sword of Ruin playing a big factor in
Hätte ich auch nicht gedacht, dass es killt.
Yeah, sometimes Body Press comes out and like, that just did too much damage.
Yes, absolutely savage, but it's great to see in a way, because Justin did what he wanted to do with that Roaring Moon, got the Tailwind up. This is going to help out the Urshifu, and Amoonguss being on the field with that redirection to stop Sucker Punch
Nee,
from getting
Greifdame mag ich normales NT immer noch deutlich lieber. Deutlich lieber. Ja, ich checke Iron Vein auch.
The fact that Justin is running Mystic Water on the Urshifu does make it likely that Urshifu's Surging Strikes is going to be able to pick up the KO in
Daim hat den Fisch heute mies gehatet.
Surging Chen Paos are trained just very slightly defensively, just to change that damage calculation
Moon am
on
Anfang
Surging
nicht
Strikes
same.
and not
Ich
be
den
able
Draft
to pick
gespielt
up
und
the
mochte den
knockout.
noch weniger.
This is where
Mittlerweile habe ich den Pfeil gefunden als Mann. Ich feiere den allgemein. Also ich mochte am Anfang feiere ich ihn okay, aber mittlerweile mag ich ihn richtig gerne.
Well, let's see the pressure that the Amoonguss has to bear first of all. It's drawing in all those attacks, forces the Sucker Punch to fail. Justin looking relieved at that here as the
Iron Button mag
will
ich
come
auch
through
sehr.
Is indeed going to be close. Looks like a bulky Chi-Power, but as you mentioned, the Mystic Water might be able to pay off, but it is going to come right down to the wire. That third critical hit, able to get the knockout. Justin very happy with how this turn is played out, regardless of what the Zamazenta wants to do.
And the Amoonguss, having gone for a Rage Powder, redirected that Sucker Punch. A call there, Justin popping off a little bit, making that call correctly. Heavy Slam, though, doing a good amount of damage into the Amoonguss. And it will come down to this Chi-Yu and Zamazenta, but Zamazenta's got a bit of an uphill battle because the Chi-Yu is carrying a Choice Scarf. The Zamazenta's already used the Terra option for Tomoyuki. So Justin's Urshifu is going to be outspeeding
Was wir heute noch gemacht? Wir schauen auf jeden Fall das Regional noch und dann gucken wir mal, wie spät es ist. habe heute auch früher angefangen.
The question is what's that last Pokemon in the back? Because Amoonguss is not
so.
known
Ja, ich
for
mochte den
doing
nicht,
loads of
aber
damage to
irgendwann taten mir meine
Zamazenta.
Augen nicht mehr weh,
Zamazenta
so
is now
weh,
resisting the
nicht
two
mehr so
water-type
weh
moves
und habe
on
es so lange gestartet, dass ich es mochte. Das ist verrückt.
Yeah, like the Pokemon in the back is going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting.
Scheiße, ja, guck so, trotzdem ein geiles Shiny. Seltenes Shiny.
The capability to protect being that choice Pokemon. And then if the Amoonguss maybe puts the Zamazenta to sleep, then even if it is a bit of an uphill climb, you will be able to just keep whittling away at that Zamazenta and just remove it from the game. Amoonguss even has the capability to even switch out, reset itself with the Regenerator ability, just to keep maybe putting that Zamazenta to sleep.
Nein.
Pollen Puff as capability onto just inside of the field as well.
Yes.
Well, here is the KO coming out from this Chi-Yu. Easy knockout there. Heavy slam into the Amoonguss, but we already saw it did less than 50%, so maybe a critical hit could have helped Tomiyuki out in this situation, but it wasn't to be. Amoonguss hanging on and going for the Spore, so now Zamazenta has its guaranteed turn of sleep.
And this is not going to do a lot, these Surging Strikes, but there's a cheeky Pokemon in the back there in the form of that Landorus Incarnate that's going to be able to hit the opposing Zamazenta on the special attacking side of things. You know, being able to hit with something like the Earth Power, Sunset Storm, Sludge Bomb, any of these attacks really are just going to be able to hit it on the side that it's not so defensively bulky in.
Surging Strikes
Für wen sind wir?
Zamazenta.
Für Justin Tank.
Yeah, okay, it's kind of tickling the Zamazenta there, a little bit of a free turn pet there going on. Good job, Zamazenta, being able to shrug that off, of course. It's going to take its guaranteed turn of sleep, and now it has the opportunity to wake up. Tailwind petering out could be a little bit of a deal here, but unless the Zamazenta is able to wake up, attack into the Landorus and maybe try to get a critical hit, the Landorus boosted by the Life Orb, boosted by the Sheer Force, Earth Power into that.
Okay, wir haben Sebastian Ernst. Ich weiß nicht, wer er ist, aber er ist auf jeden Fall Top-Cut. Dennis Coleman hat leider verloren.
Switching out that Amoonguss and bringing the Landorus in because you needed that offensive pressure. You said so yourself, Ben. Amoonguss is not known for it. So this was a perfect way for Justin to clean up Game 2 and force a Game 3. I love to see this coming through. Justin had a little bit of a derailment in that Game 1. It was very difficult for him to kind of come back from the Icicle Crash. Flinch, that's it. I was like, oh, I'm going to get the word order messed up here. And he was able to do it really, really well, actually bringing Tomiyuki very close in that Game 1. In Game 2, it felt like he was really in command. I loved the switch up of that Roaring Moon, the fact that you had the acrobatics pressure, and then most critically, the Tailwind pressure that then was utilized at the perfect time, going down, bringing
Benny ist leider raus.
The one thing that we didn't call out in that match is that Roaring Moon came over the restricted Pokemon in Calyrex.
Benny leider raus.
That's a really valid point.
Right?
It's so big, I just kind of thought it was a restricted for a second there.
You know, it's
leider
a
raus.
strong Pokemon, like, don't get me wrong. And I think that's a bold decision to be able to choose, especially when Roaring Moon kind of struggles a little bit against Zamazenta.
Yeah.
Good against the other Pokemon on the team, and we saw how effective that was in the early game where the Acrobatics, Terra Flying went into the Amoonguss and kind of put Tomiyuki under that early pressure. And Justin was able to kind of steamroll from there. You called it out in the game, Lou. Trade the Roaring Moon for a Tailwind and then play from there.
I think it's actually very logical when
Dankeschön.
you think about the Calyrex not
Ich sag so, Commentary ist auch was mir sehr liegt. Könnte ich mir auch vorstellen. Wenn es so deutsches Commentary oder so geben würde, wäre ich da unendlich gerne am Start. Da hätte ich auch gar kein Problem, mich damit dann voll auseinanderzusetzen, mich zu entfalten. Aber ja, aktuell findet halt nichts wirklich statt, wo ich das nutzen könnte. Aber ich liebe Commentary. Commentary würde ich mich auf jeden Fall big sehen. Aber auf Englisch nicht so, auf Deutsch. Aber Dankeschön.
Pretty high up in the usage charts for day one at EUIC, so it's definitely something that a lot of trainers will have a lot of experience playing against.
Commentary,
But again, it's the value of putting a Pokemon to sleep is so determined by what Pokemon you're putting to sleep, and that Zamazenta was on Tomiyuki's side, like, it went to sleep for a little while too long, and wasn't able to put the damage on the board that it really wanted to.
But it wasn't like Game 1 where it woke up quite quickly, you know?
Yeah,
in
exactly.
Game 2, it's been a long day and it's got a long set to go through, but now that we're in Game 3, it's really about getting that last little bit of energy and putting it on the line, because you want to keep your rank on
here we go.
Chien-Pao and Zamazenta.
Okay, Game 3, let's go.
The Landorus and the Ogerpon. I love to see the Ogerpon here. It
Damn,
applies so much
komplett
pressure with the
anderes
Fiery
Matchup
Ivy Cudgel
diesmal.
into the Chien-Pao. into the Amoonguss, and unless it turns into that Dragon Zamazenta, it's also going to be a threat.
But I think the mind game here of whether or not the Earth Power or the Sandsear Storm is locked into here is also a big deal, because this Ogerpon, we know from San Antonio, has been more defensively orientated, able to redirect attacks with the Follow Me. And that gives Landorus quite a lot of free reign, where Chien-Pao and Zamazenta, neither of them have any spread damage. So a Follow Me can be really detrimental to Tomoyuki, where Landorus is able to, instead of coming in the end game and being able to Earth Power the Zamazenta, well, hey, you know what? Why don't I just do it turn one?
Yeah, if you can get that damage on early doors, then the game really is yours to start rolling through. And we're going to see Terrestrializations happen early on as well. This is something that's been very consistent throughout this set, particularly on this Zamazenta, wanting to drop its typing, turning into the Dragon typing, and as you said, it really is a critical play to be making in this match.
All right, let's see if we're going to see a wide guard. Are we going to see a Sandsear Storm or an Earth Power Lu? Let's see. We're going to see a Protect here coming in from the Chien-Pao and stopping it from taking any damage. There's the Follow Me from the Ogerpon, redirecting any attacks away from that Landorus, most notably the Ice-type damage from the Chien-Pao. Body press, not enough to pick up the KO, but it's no wide guard and a Sandsear Storm coming out here.
Bam!
Yes, able to use the Landorus to not be in fear of that wide guard and get some decent damage down onto the opposing Zamazenta. You obviously still have to contend with the wide guard going into the next turn. This Landorus is a Lifeful variant, so it does have the flexibility to switch up its moves. It could always try and go for something like the Earth Power now. But the critical thing is that Focus Sash is still intact on that Chien-Pao, though. It didn't want to play those games in that turn 1, and I wouldn't be surprised to see it maybe leave the field in this turn 2.
I see, like, you see these situations turn after turn after turn. You still got the Follow Me in play. The Chien-Pao is the fastest Pokemon on the field, so the Ogerpon is still protecting the Landorus from the most important coverage move that Chien-Pao is going to be going for in that Icicle Crash. But then the Zamazenta is not going to be able to pick up a KO on Landorus here. So do you go all in on the no wide guard like Tomoyuki's doing this turn, or do you try and switch things up?
Well, the Icicle Crash will get the KO on the Ogerpon that really has been playing that more bulky, supportive choice here, as the Body Press will now find its mark down onto the Landorus. It is a flying type, though, so it's not going to be very effective, but it's still significant. The critical hit definitely putting a spanner in the works here, as the Landorus will break that Focus Sash with the Earth Power. But I feel like it would have been a nice situation to go for that Sandsear Storm. You would have got the same result on the Chien-Pao with breaking the Sash, but also still started getting more damage onto that Zamazenta.
You know, I actually like this breaking the Sash and guaranteeing it with the Earth Power. I think the critical hit actually throws a little bit of a spanner in Justin's game plan, because the Body Press looks like it would have done less than 50% to the Landorus. Landorus doesn't take any recoil from Life Orb because of the sheer force ability, and so you break the Focus Sash, you have Roaring Moon, and we got a sneak preview that Urshifu is in the back. Both of those are able to deal with a Chien-Pao and its Focus Sash pretty effectively, and this allows Landorus to play a little bit differently, or would have allowed it if it was at more than 50% health. Because of the critical hit, Landorus is now potentially in Sucker Punch KO range, which might make it a little bit more difficult for Justin to be able to play into. And it could have had the opportunity to go for an Earth Power into that Zamazenta and knock it out.
The Roaring Moon's in a bit of a dicey position here as well, because it may want to go for its Terrestrialization, but then it's still going to be weak to Ice-type attacks. I think Justin's pretty happy to see the Chien-Pao leave the field here if he has indeed made that adjustment here. Instead, we're going to see the Amoonguss, the difficult Pokemon that he's had to contend with, join the field, and now you have to maybe play around the redirection that is going to come down on Tomoyuki's side. The Roaring Moon is going to become that flying variant, just reduce some of the damage it can take from one of those Body Presses, but we saw in the previous games that it will still do a significant chunk, and it's not going to be safe from taking them repeatedly.
And it's a Protect from the Landorus, so just trying to get things going with a Roaring Moon on Justin's side, get that Acrobatics down, target that into Chien-Pao.
Das schmeckt.
Great move here. Critical hit as well. These players going tit for tat. Roaring Moon, of course, taking a little bit of Rocky Helmet chip, but the most important thing is that Amoonguss is gone down.
Landorus.
That is exactly the play that this Roaring Moon needed to make. Fantastic adjustment there from Justin, being able to get rid of that Amoonguss as soon as it joined the field. You no longer have to contend with that redirection, potential spores, and the Terrestrialization meant that the Body Slam wasn't, the Body Press wasn't going to be able to get the KO on your Roaring Moon. It cannot take a second one, though, judging by these calculations. So if you want to hit that Tailwind button, you've got to try and hit it fast. If Chien-Pao joins the field, then both these Pokemon on Justin's side are threatened by that Chien-Pao. I feel like even though you got the KO on the Amoonguss, that's great. The Chien-Pao is still in play, and that's detrimental for Justin.
But the Chien-Pao can only target one Pokemon at a time, and I think both of these trainers have got to identify both what's the most likely thing to target or what's the most important thing to target, and then say, well, hang on a second, I don't really want to target that slot because it's kind of telegraphed. But I like this. The Flutter Mane coming in, getting its booster energy speed boost, so meeting Roaring Moon at the top end of the speed tiers. Flutter Mane is naturally capable of being faster than Roaring Moon, so there is no tailwind on just inside, and an Icy Wind can slow that Roaring Moon down to a place where it can get body pressed again. But most notably, this Landorus, because the Roaring Moon has gone for its Terror, cannot go for its Terror itself, and so an Icy Wind would easily knock it out, being quad super effective against that Landorus slot.
Yeah, I think it heard you, Ben. So it's going for the Protect here. It doesn't want to have to take that potential Icy Wind coming its way. And that's exactly what the Flutter Mane has locked into. It's very sensible, so you can lower the speed and allow the Zamazenta to have the advantage going into the next turn. It will still connect on that Roaring Moon, making sure that even though it was already the faster, it definitely is establishing its dominance here against the Roaring Moon that can retaliate with this Acrobatics. It is going to find its mark onto that Flutter Mane. It's not going to be able to get the knockout, however, so Flutter Mane will be here in the next turn to Icy Wind again into that opposing Landorus.
I did wonder if that was going to be a tailwind for Justin trying to set up that speed control where the Flutter Mane isn't able to go for it. You can then put yourself in a position where you can go for a Sandsear Storm, but Justin getting some damage off onto the Flutter Mane really could prove quite detrimental to his game plan, and I think Tomoyuki's got an opportunity to take advantage of this position, go for another Icy Wind. The Roaring Moon, if it switches out, switches back in, another Icy Wind will make sure that it's going to be slower than the Zamazenta on Tomoyuki's side. And so it looks like Tomoyuki's won the sort of speed interaction as long as those Icy Winds connect.
I think you almost did need to play the speed game that Tomoyuki is playing and go for the Tailwind because these Icy Winds are going to come through. The Moonblast, however, is the choice from this Flutter Mane. Doesn't even have to contend with the Landorus.
Don't even risk it.
Exactly. Let's just get this Roaring Moon out of play in case it wants to get that Tailwind up. You know you have the speed advantage, and now you lock that in going into these next couple of turns. The Heavy Slam's going to come through. It will connect down onto the opposing Landorus and get the knockout, and it looks like Tomoyuki has gained so much momentum in this set. The Flutter Mane has really
sein Landorus Plushie.
And just going for that guaranteed damage is really a testament to the caliber of trainer that Tomoyuki is.
Wenn
all
sein
of that
Plushie
experience
umschmeißt, dann
coming
weiß man,
into
ist
the
over.
floor and being able to allow him to see
Dann ist
those
over.
guaranteed game plans that really do pressure what we know is an Urshifu in the back, and it will be Tomoyuki taking the win over Justin Tang and guaranteeing day 2 at EUIC.
I love the adaptation that Tomoyuki made for that game through bringing the Flutter Mane and bringing it in again in the late game. The same way that Chi-Yu was brought in the late game, was able to just have so much momentum and using that Icy Wind to control the speed. And, you know, Justin, maybe in hindsight, that Tailwind could have been beneficial for him, but he still had to contend with the Moonblast and the Icy Winds coming through afterwards.
Do you know what? I really love seeing this. Yeah. Tomoyuki was really pleased to be able to play up against Justin Tang and seeing them have a little chat after the match and both of them smiling away. They had a good game. It was a close game. They both made some really critical calls in the moment and both showed why they deserve to be here at the top tables here at EUIC.
And honestly, kudos to Justin in games 2 and 3. Obviously in game 2 it really worked out for him and was the perfect play, but then I think in game 3 not only benching it but then bringing that Ogerpon into play, and Ogerpon at the beginning of the game did some good stuff with the redirection, but I actually feel like it needed to also be the offensive pressure that you'd lost from the Calyrex, for example. You needed it to be able to be in a position to go for the Ivy Cudgels, and Tomoyuki, I think, reading into that and just removing it from the field was a really nice strategy from him.
Definitely that early game was a lot of pressure was put onto that Ogerpon to redirect because Landorus is a little bit less defensively orientated. It's not able to take those big hits, and instead it's the one that you want to be using to put damage onto the field. But this Roaring Moon definitely did a lot of work in the match. It put a lot of pressure. It was able to knock out the Amoonguss. It was able to put some damage onto the Flutter Mane. Maybe in another game, it could have been able to set up a Tailwind and set up this Landorus a little bit. But of course, that wasn't to be this time around.
Yes, but it was a thriller of a match to be able to watch, and I feel like a lot of the games I've had the pleasure of witnessing have gone to this Game 3 scenario. Not only does that mean more Pokemon action, but I think it really does highlight the caliber of play from these trainers. Even if they lose Game 1, the information that they glean from that match, they're able to utilize and adapt accordingly, and even though it didn't work out for Justin so much in this match, I think it was still an excellent highlight for trainers at home to see how adaptations can be successful.
And also, I think for watching Tomoyuki play that set. I think it's a real lesson in how to stand your ground when you're maybe in a difficult position, or even if you're not. It's like, I don't have to do anything fancy here. And I think that's the story of Zamazenta that certainly I've seen today, is that you don't have to do anything fancy. You just have to play consistently. Every turn, you're putting that little bit of extra damage on the board. You're putting a little bit more pressure on your opponent. You're using that Chien-Pao's sort of ruin to really make up the damage from the Zamazenta. And it's such a difficult Pokemon to remove quickly. I think a lot of these Zamazenta players are really figuring out that actually just leave it turn one.
Yeah, it'll stay there.
It'll stay there for the whole. And of course, we have to call out that the Dauntless Shield ability has changed in recent memory. And now if you switch it out and switch it back in, you don't get that defense boost. And that's bad defensively and offensively for the body press damage.
Yeah, the synergy kind of drops then. So if you are leading it, as you said, you kind of want to commit to it on the field, and it has the longevity and defensive space to be able to do that. I think one thing that in this match does come through that you just mentioned was about the little bits of damage. Yeah. Even like with the Urshifu using those surging strikes, just kind of whittled away at the opposing Pokemon, and the heavy slams coming through as well, just always put them in KO range. It was good. It was
very good. And you know what? Let's go over to the stage and hear a little bit more from Tomoyuki, because that was a fantastic match. Sierra, take it away.
Hello, thank you guys. I'm here with Tomoyuki after a wonderful match on stream. Congratulations on the win. You're now day 2 of the competition. How are you feeling?
今 D2 に進出しましたが、どういう気持ちになりますか？
とても最高の気分です。本当にこのために来てよかったなと思ってます。
So he feels the greatest, the best right now.
Love to hear that. Love to hear that. And you told our staff beforehand that you're really excited to play up against Justin. I'd love to hear as to why.
Alle Sonic Games kacke.
さっきはスタッフさんとお伝えしましたが、ジャスティンさんにお相手してめっちゃ期待していまして、どういう気持ちでしょうか？
リージョナルの配信を見て、とても強いプレイヤー、とても強い構築ということを知っていたので、対戦できるのをとても楽しみにしていました。
So he said that Justin is a very good opponent. He has won many regionals, and he's really honored to play against him.
Jeez.
I mean, you're also a great trainer. We've gotten to see a lot of great stuff from you. And we've gotten to see, even in some of these online tournaments, some strong results with one Pokemon that keeps changing. We get to see the Rillaboom change to a Moltres to a Raging Bolt. So I'd love to know what you are working on with this team, and if you think this is the best version of the team for the event.
この前の自主大会の時にチームにパーティーに一つのポケモンがいつも変わっていまして、ファイやタケルライコなどを使っていましたが、なぜ今回はこちらのパーティーにたどり着いたんでしょうか？
グラドン構築や会話構築に対してより強く出られるタケルライコを採用しました。
He said that he tried many different kind of compositions and found that this is the best for him.
I mean, it's definitely been working out great so far. Now you're in day 2. How are you feeling about the rest of the competition, trying to make it to top 4 to Sunday?
今、デイ出進出になりましたが、明日の試合に関してはどういう考えなんでしょうか？
Wir sind der Japaner. Europameisterschaft ist so der Begriff, den wir nutzen, damit ihr das besser versteht. Eigentlich heißt es Turnier European International Championship. Es gibt kein Turnier, wo nicht Leute von überall dran teilnehmen können. Flo hat leider sein Win-in verloren, Chat. Aber hat nächste Runde noch einen Versuch. Und wir können immer noch On-Stream-Match von Flo sehen, aber der muss jetzt gewinnen. Lukas steht 7-0, Feis steht 6-1, Schaue steht 6-1. Kusha auch 5-2. Kusha hat auch sein Win-in. Kusha hat auch noch die Kurve bekommen. Aurelien Solar ist raus. Aurelien Zoll, der League-Champ. Victor ist raus. Victor. Aber Flo kann immer noch gewinnen.
maybe when I was like 7 or 8 on the Game Boy, you know, Fire Red, Leaf Green, that's the first games, and then start from there.
Der ist ja 4 oder so, Was für Feuerrot, Blatt Grün, der ist ja 4 Jahre alt.
Knoxville. In the competitive scene, I look a lot to Aaron Zhang. He's just a great content creator, and I think he's just a great face for the community, and he's one of the reasons why I got into VGC. Really, really great guy. Flying after today, the Salamence, so that'd be kind of cool with all the bird types. My favorite Pokemon is Pancham. I always bring him to every event, and he's just kind of there. It's just kind of my persona. So yeah, there he is.
Sweet.
My favorite part of Pokemon events is meeting new people, and just playing just like new players and just anyone I haven't faced before. Just, it gets like a strong challenge, and it's always great to just meet new people overall.
Blatt Grün war auch mein erstes Game. Hast du auch 4?
Protein bars. I usually have one on me all the time. They're just very convenient, and they're easy to eat. And my Team Rocket? I am not Team Rocket.
Okay. Punkt. Ich war auch mal 4. Mit 4. Same.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. This was the first World Championships held in the Alola region with Pokemon Sun and Moon. Our classic battle took place in the top 4 match between Tomoyuki Yoshimura and Ryota Atsubo. Japan was guaranteed to have a representative in the finals, but who would come out on top? Tomoyuki had experience playing in multiple world championships, and this time around he made the right call on the meta. With Ultra Beast on his team like Nihilego to deal with the Tapu Pokemon running rampant in the format, and Buzzwole to handle Snorlax teams, Tomoyuki was in a prime spot to claim the championship title. But Ryota was not to be outdone. As the reigning Japanese national champion,
da habe ich mich noch mit den wichtigen Dingen des Lebens beschäftigt, wie zum Beispiel kommen die Löcher in den Käse oder schlafen Kühe in den Heubällen auf der Weide. Kommen die Löcher in die Kühe auf der Weide. Mein Pokémon-Werdegang sowieso ganz wild, von Blatt Grün zu Perl zu Omega Bean zu Let's Go zu Gen 8 und ab da jedes Game. Das ist wirklich verrückt. Das weißt du, das freut mich.
And Ryota would need a heroic effort out of Celesteela to win this set. In a game that lasted over 30 minutes, Celesteela showed just how unstoppable
Real, Kaminari, real? Hä?
Das hat viel mehr History. To keep his championship hopes alive, not only did he have to win game 2, but he needed to do it fast. There wasn't enough time left in the round to play another slow game against Ryota, so Tomoyuki would need to be on the offensive. But sometimes the best offense is a good defense, and Assault Vest Salamence was just bulky enough to keep him in the game.
That is a big boy Salamence, taking a Choice Specs boosted Moonblast from a Tapu Fini of all things. And I know it's not known for its really big special attack, but it's
Jetzt kommt die letzte Runde, ja. Also gleich. Die anderen spielen ja noch. Warte, wie viele Leute spielen noch? Ja, ein paar Games sind noch. Vor allem Michael the Bestie spielt noch. Bibi auch. Und Wolfie gegen Markus Silver auch noch.
3 untimed turns are to be played, and whoever has more Pokemon remaining at the end of the 3rd turn will be the victor.
Time was just called in the round. We are a couple of seconds out, so this is turn 0 in the game. And in this turn 0, Metagross taking so much damage, but after the Intimidate, it's not enough.
Nee, gleich ist letzte Runde. Mittlerweile gibt es noch 8 Runden. Die haben das gekürzt.
Top 4 of the World Championships. Only 3 turns stood between these trainers and their destiny. What would ensue could be considered the most intense +3 turns in VGC history. A climactic 50-minute set came down to these final turns, and only one of these worthy trainers would be victorious. Celesteela wasn't the only Ultra Beast to show up big in this match. While the fighting type Buzzwole faced off against a fairy type and a flying type, Tomoyuki made an incredible read with his Z move to try to make Buzzwole the hero of this story.
All out pummeling from your boy Buzzwole. It's not your boy Guzma like it is in the trading card game. In this case, it's a Buzzwole. It's going to be dealing some pretty sizable damage. It would like to get that on Celesteela, I think. A Pokemon that sometimes people try and bust through the defensive of with all of these fists.
But instead, the Crocodile is going to get knocked out by this all-out pummeling, leaving Ryota down with just
Ich feiere Alolan Raichu auch sehr, aber ich mag Raichu allgemein sehr gerne. Also ich sag, Pika juckt mich wirklich nicht, aber ich hate den auch nicht, aber Raichu ist ein Banger-Pokémon.
Going into turn 3, Ryota could see his hopes of victory slipping away. This was Celesteela's last chance to launch Ryota into the annals.
Ah, das ist doch hier Tomoyuki Yoshimura, das war doch der von gerade, oder?
So close coming down to the wire, but Buzzwole doing what it does best with the Z move. No, it protects from Tomoyuki. Instead, Sludge Bomb into that Tapu Fini. Not going to knock it out. Instead, Moonblast into the Buzzwole for the knockout. Ryota's clawing his way back. He still has a chance. The Heavy Slam from the Celesteela into the Nihilego. Will it knock out without the Intimidate?
A critical hit! It does it in the last second!
Ryota gets into the finals thanks to a critical hit from his Celesteela in the final turn of this game.
Das ist einfach 2017, das ist 8 Jahre her.
And they crit from his trusty Celesteela. Ryota won an unbelievable set against Tomoyuki and would go on to leave Anaheim as the VGC 2017 Masters Division World Champion. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
8 Jahre. Aber Michael the Bestie ist im Topcard! Woohoo! Michael the Bestie! Was jetzt, Tommy?
Welcome to the Pokémon World Championship 2024!
Das ist wirklich verrückt. Das ist tatsächlich verrückt. Ein weirder Funfact, aber auch ein verrückter Funfact. Ich respekte.
Come together and celebrate Pokémon!
Ich glaube, die Worlds sind für die nächsten 3 Jahre schon angekündigt. 2 oder 3 Jahre. Auf jeden Fall sind die nächsten 2 Jahre, glaube ich, Amerika. Vielleicht sogar die nächsten 3, ich weiß nicht mehr genau. Okay, wir haben Ergebnisse, Chat. Wolfie hat gegen Markus Silva gewonnen. Flo steht 5-2, Kusha steht 5-2. Leider auch echt einige rausgeflogen. Also 5-2 von unseren Leuten, die jetzt Chance haben, ist Markus Statter, Yannick Koch, Kusha, Flo und Ibrahim. Ibrahim hat leider auch verloren. Die haben jetzt die Chance auf Top Cut.
And it's so difficult as well, isn't it? When you get to this late stage of the event and
Wird interesting. Wird sehr, sehr interesting. Aber Michael the Bestie ist auch wichtig, dass der jetzt noch sein 7-1 holt für morgen einen leichteren Path. Ja, Stormy haben wir auch gedacht. Gibt es die Möglichkeit, dass sie einander spielen? Ja, also Ibrahim könnte zum Beispiel Flo erwischen. Oder Kusha könnte auch gegen Flo rankommen. Das könnte passieren. Und die Siegfried-Statue ist so cool.
And it gives them that extra pressure they can react to, and it gives them more momentum. Some trainers, it's completely the other way. They take that one loss and they're like, I'm already out the competition. They check out a little early, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I've definitely been on both sides of that fence.
So wirklich wildeste Storyline die ganze Zeit. Fast so wild wie Song Battle gestern.
You get to top cut, it's like, oh, sorry, yeah, not going any further. But then also those times where you do go back against the wall, and it's like, well, you've either got to bring it or go.
Ja, safe, safe. Erstens das und zweitens, Flo war schon so häufig so kurz vor einem Top-Cut und hat immer kurz vorher leider nicht geschafft. Es wäre so verdient.
Well, especially too to be one of those storied trainers that's able to be taking down the competition to get that title of international champion. It is intense. So we'll have the opportunity to talk about a couple of those players that maybe did have to play back up against the wall the entire day a little bit later, but they still have another round to play. They're not out of the woods yet. But we're going to talk about some notable players that have already secured their spot in day 2 of the competition. Trainers that you know that you'll be seeing here tomorrow. So let's kick off the list. Let's get started with this, because, yeah, if you can get those 6 wins early, you're good. You're set, so.
And there's also trainers that we haven't been able to feature so
far today. Ja.
This record, so it's nice to be able to highlight them.
100%. And first off, I wanted
Zum
to
Deutschen schon mal Day 2. Keine schlechte Quote, ja. Da ist aber noch mehr drin. Ja, ich denke doch. Bacayaro. Baka.
But I love here, Ben, the differences in these teams, like the little nuanced ones, and where you see the similarities, such as
Rio, was geht?
Yeah, I mean, it's like Iron Hands is a clear partner because of the boost that he gets from its Quark Drive, paired with Miraidon setting up the electric terrain. But then what you do with the other 4 Pokemon is definitely up for
mit seiner Switch.
Luca Cherrybelly taking the run back of the 2024 World Championship winning team that he piloted all the way to the end of the World Championships. Joe also running back his Worlds team that didn't go so well for him, but he's kind of figured out exactly how he wants to play it and is confident in that team archetype. And Grant there just taking a little bit of inspiration, of course, with the Miraidon and the Iron Hands, but then doing something a little bit different with it. And I love seeing that Entei there to be able to put a lot of pressure on the board, but also that Grimmsnarl for the extra support that it offers too.
I also like the utility of prankster Pokemon across these 3 teams. You know, Luca running that Wintercott, able to have some priority speed control with something like the Tailwind, and Joseph and Grant opting more for Pokemon like the Grimmsnarl that still has that prankster ability, but maybe it's more the speed control option with the Thunder Wave to slow things down on the
opposing side. Spielt auf 5 Leute.
Got a shout out as well, the Ditto on Joseph's side. I really like that. It's a tech that's been so nice in a single restricted format to be able to try and copy another Pokemon. And hey, if you're in a Miraidon mirror, you might even have 2 Miraidons on your team.
Yeah, I was talking to Joe a little bit earlier today, and he was talking about how it's his Calyrex Shadow answer, where he has that Volcarona, it goes for a Quiver Dance, it gets itself set up, forces the Calyrex to go for a nasty plot, and then hey look, here's the Ditto going to be copying them and putting pressure back onto them instead.
Yeah, it is
mal schneller spielen.
There's a reason why Ditto made it onto multiple.
Merkt ihr, wir sind nicht keine Teams, alle Miraidon-Gamer, ne? Miraidon, Iron Hands, Urshifu. Bei allen 3 gleich. Das ist schon verrückt. Verrückt. Das wird eigentlich schon, ne?
I'm throwing it out there early, right?
I'm okay with that. I think Ben Point stands over here. There is a couple of other people. I mean, at 7-0, Luca Chianchi also with this Miraidon, paired with like the Chien Pao and other things, and then Kazuki Mia as well. And there's a lot of players. Unfortunately, we can't talk about everyone because we do have a show to keep going on with, but a couple of those notables heading into that. But next restricted and our next group of players to be talking about here. Calyrex Shadow Rider. The first time we had Regulation G, Calyrex Shadow Rider was like the nightmare fuel. Everyone's like, oh my goodness, this horse is so strong, it's so fast, it's so crazy. Yeah, to all the above. And
kein Miraidon. Da sind die Koronospas gelandet.
Again, seeing Calyrex Shadow Rider being run slightly different, it's probably one of the more balanced restricteds at the top of the sort of power level. Calyrex Shadow Rider, like, on the face of it, is really difficult to be able to go up against if you don't have a specific answer. But then, of course, the other 5 Pokemon really do make a difference to how
Hey, warte. Leute, Klicker, ganz Tag auf Runde 2 für Only Shiny Counters bei 80.000, heute nur ein Shiny gehabt und das war Radplatz. Auf welchem Level das denn Schleppen mag? Safe, Shank, safe. Wir starten Montag zu 100% mit Stadium 2. Holt schon, das ist verrückt. Nee, Juju haben wir eben auch schon gesehen. Ting Lu hat man eine Zeit lang gezockt mit Geofisur. Aber Chongjian, die Schnecke, zockt man nicht wirklich.
You have got some really unique Pokemon choices. You've got that classic combination of the Dragonite with the Chi-Empower as well. That really is just a dream partnership with the synergy of maybe a Choice Band on that Dragonite and then the Sword of Ruin ability lowering the defenses for the Weezing. What is the Weezing doing there, Ben?
I mean, it's turning off abilities. That's what it's doing. That's what it's really there for. But I think that's really important to note, the interaction between neutralizing Gas and Calyrex Shadow Rider, where Calyrex maintains its ability, it maintains that Grim Neigh. So if you can turn off your opponent's abilities like Miraidon when you go up against it, no electric terrain, going up and boosting up the Miraidon with its Hadron Engine ability. And instead, now that turns into a little bit more...
Ja, du hast Shiny Slugma.
So there's a lot of different applications.
Bisschen ironisch.
And got to give
Aber checke.
as well to Davide Carrera as well as Maddie Morgan locking in their day 2 slots as well with this Calyrex Shadow Rider. We're slowly but surely getting these results in, but awesome to see a little bit more of that representation, and I'd love to see how it's just so built across the board. Now, for a restricted Pokemon and 3 more trainers, this is a restricted
Dabei hast du gar nicht so viele Shinies. Ich habe viel mehr als du, glaube ich.
It has been a menace for a while, and it's interesting to see in this format how, I mean, it's obviously still really strong. Look at this representation here. But sometimes feels like it doesn't quite stack up as much against the other restricteds, but it's still so violent and can catch people off guard.
Ja, ich habe auch einige Duplikate. Ich habe den hier doppelt. Ich habe den hier doppelt. Ich habe den, nee, nicht den. Ich habe auf jeden Fall Knuddelluft doppelt. Was Verrücktes. Kangama habe ich doppelt. 66, das ist strong. Das ist strong. Aber ich habe ein paar geile Shinies. Ich feiere so Carbo, Scarbo und Ponita feiere ich. Pachirisu und Zerpaiser. Und Spiky ihr Pichu finde ich auch übergeil. Pachirisu und Zerpaiser habe ich heute gehittet. Nicht schlecht. Ja, ich denke doch. Nein, das stimmt nicht, Stormy. Nachts habe ich Angestellte, die für mich arbeiten. Also in-game. 140 Shiny defeated. Wo kann man das sehen? Kann Legis Shiny sein? Ja.
I mean, you're talking about like which one do you know for the rain? They just faced against in this current round, and Gavin won. So he's reigning supreme over here. Sorry,
we got the puns all weekend, everybody.
I like that. Who needs the Britishisms when we have our play on words over here? Like, I enjoy that.
The rain is kind of a British.
About statistics.
Oh, I guess. But
we like the rain over here.
I grew up West Coast Canada. You want to talk about rain? Let's talk about the West Coast.
We talk about snow. We talk about snow for Canada, right?
Are you not talking about the VGC player that we just saw? Also doing awesome. Okay, more players to be watched. That was a US trio there. Like, US has been showing up, but so has Italy.
Ich habe defeated Shiny Pokémon 52.
If I could just put Italy, and they said no. And I feel like I got robbed because they
Und Shinies gebrütet habe ich 8.
And it's really interesting too when you get
Flo leider verloren. Michael the Bestie ist weiter. Aber Kusha hat sich auch wieder hochgekämpft. Also Kusha, Ibrahim und also Kusha, Ibrahim und Flo haben jetzt Chance auf Win-It-In.
Big finishes that maybe it could have had by this stage, and I think it's one of those Pokemon that, unlike Calyrex,
Wie hast du 140 defeated, wenn du nur 116 encountered hast? Wie funktioniert denn das?
Right off the bat, you either have to have a choice specs or you get the Carmine boosts going before you can really put a lot of damage or pressure on your opponent's team. And
vielleicht irgendein Story-Pokémon, was du defeated hast. Gyarados oder nicht? Nee, Gyarados kann man nur einmal encountern. Jägerrecht ist leider komplett raus. Aber ich habe auch... Ach so, nee. Also warte, ich habe auch 40 encountered und 52 defeated. Kann ja auch nicht sein.
I guess I gotta get on board. Like it's doing well. It's doing well. Yeah, and I'm super proud to see it doing well. As you've mentioned, you know, the way that Team Italy have got this composition has maybe finally enabled it to have that success. Because a lot of trainers really struggle with the Carmine and the substitute. Yes, in the occasional.
Ja, aber dann hättest du ja mehr encountered.
In a best of 3 and the longevity throughout an entire tournament is very difficult to do. And you know, depending on how the supportive
defeated ist ja mehr als encountered. Das ergibt ja gar keinen Sinn. Ich habe ja auch 40 encountered und 52 defeated. Ja, wie Battlefront, die habe ich auch schon überlegt, aber in Battlefront gibt es, glaube ich, keine Shinies, oder?
One of those restricted that was missing was that Calyrex Ice Rider, and a couple of really strong players here that are piloting that. Notably as well, Joji Aida at that 7-0 record with that as well. Yosuke Takayanagi, who we got to broadcast earlier as well at that Ice Rider. So both undefeated, like the horse be horsing.
It certainly is, and you can see as well. There's only 9 trainers remaining undefeated at this point in the tournament. They've got to be feeling so confident going into day 2. Some other notable names on here as well.
Oh, weiß nicht, ob die auch Shinies haben können. Habe ich noch nie gesehen. Wahrscheinlich bei mir dann auch, als ich auf K war. Das kann sein. Ja, okay, das kann sein.
And using that Calyrex Shadow Rider as well, and having a little bit of a different composition with Dondozo Tatsugiri backing it up as well. I really want to see how Josh has been running that this weekend, because it looks like he's made a few little tweaks to that regular composition that we've seen to give him a little bit more of an advantage, and that's clearly paying off for him.
Oh, definitely. I mean, someone on the list too.
Ja, okay, ich checke nach
the opportunity to really talk about throughout
ja, wird wahrscheinlich das sein.
We almost did. It was so close.
Ich habe bisher erst ein Shiny bei den Bären gefangen.
I know it's definitely someone that we've been keeping our eye on throughout the day, and with that last match up against Marco, nonetheless.
Das fühle ich, Stormy. Das finde ich. Es gibt, das macht jemand über die Smash-Community. Das finde ich richtig geil, wenn es jemand machen würde. Bin ich 100% bei dir. Es gibt so viele Leute, die ich gerne mehr auf dem Schirm hätte. Kenn ich halt nicht. Okay, wir haben die Pairings, Chat. Michael de Beste spielt gegen Juan Manuel Odriozola.
It was actually a 0-0 win in game 1 for Wolfie, where there were 4 Pokémon on the field.
Oh, warte, Ibrahim ist doch 6-1. Sie hatten einen Fehler eingetragen. Ibrahim ist Top-Cut. Let's go! Ibrahim ist doch 6-1, Chat. Let's freaking go. Okay, also. Flo spielt gegen Ozan Kaplan. Und Kusha spielt gegen David Carrasco. Oh, ich glaube, der war gut. Ich glaube, der war gut. Oh Gott, Yannick spielt gegen Dennis Coleman. Ein Deutscher kommt weiter.
No, some stories like you're like, nah, this is it's scripted at this point, but I mean, we have one more match of the day. We're getting super close, and we're not done with the action quite yet. But I have to ask, but we are waiting for that last round to be finishing up. What's everyone's favorite moment of the day then so far?
It's a really good question. I mean, I love a game 3 situation. And the fact that so many games behind the desk, we've been able to have those players.
Jo, was für ein sicker Name. Victor spielt gegen Autumn Shahabdin. Das ist ein übelst sicker Name. Was ein übelst sicker Name. Victor. Victor.
And being able to see that end game come through with the Okapon, the Half-Flame Okapon,
Banger Name.
hit, I mean, that's just something that keeps you
Aber ja, Ibrahim, Ibi ist Top-Cut, sehr geil. Ich hoffe, Ibi gewinnt gegen Carry die Ortona. Einfach Carry. Victor, Victory Hero.
And Tomoyuki was saying like how excited they were to be able to play against Justin. Then being able to have this really close.
Gönnen Florian Harloff gegen Ozan Kaplan. Jeder will das sehen. Achso, ja, nicht Top Cut. Ich meine, ja, ich sage immer Top Cut, aber ich meine natürlich DQ. Ich meine natürlich nicht Top Cut. Gönnen Florian Harloff. Oder Kusha. Oder Victor. Victor. Kusha on Stream muss irgendwann kommen, Chat. Kusha hat gesagt, er wird sich niemals im Internet zeigen, außer er spielt irgendwann mal on Stream. Wir hätten so viele neue Möglichkeiten für Content, wenn Kusha jetzt on Stream wäre. Real talk. Real talk.
It's one of my favorite things that I love about the community, and I'll cheat a little. My favorite moment of the day, because there's too many great broadcast moments to name, and also it's been a long day and my brain is fried. But I love being able to walk across like the venue and talk to all these people,
Kusha ist nicht
whether it's
Junago.
someone who has been attending events
Kusha
for a
ist
bit,
Kusha.
whether it's people who are competing at, I'm just competing for fun, or it's their first event. Being able to see why everyone loves to come to these events, all the different
War
things
früher
that are
Hydronic.
going on, I think it's just
Hallo
wonderful. So it
Tim.
really just shows that it's not
Victor.
just competitive. We love the competitive. Do not get me wrong. I love that. But there's so much here for absolutely everyone. It warms my heart.
Jolago ist schon draußen. Das ist Benjamin.
You can see all these different trainers coming together for different reasons, but they all share that love of Pokemon, and that's what
Nee,
unites
Benjamin
everybody
Mayara.
in this room, and it's really beautiful to see.
Definitely. I mean, that's what this whole competitive scene is all about, really. It's the community at the heart of everything. And yeah, there's a competition going on. We all love it. We all are interested in what's going on. We especially behind the desk, we get to tell those trainers' stories and watch them succeed and do really, really well. But everybody's here for a good
Wenn
time, and I
ich
think
main würde,
everybody is so
kann ich dir easy
enjoying
sagen.
the international stage.
Erstens, um dich zu triggern, und zweitens, weil ich den früheren Tekken gemaint habe. Ich würde Yoshimitsu main. Und der hat Yoshi im Namen. Yes. Guter Hydronic. Yoshimitsu, ehrlich geil, ne? Den habe ich früher gemaint. Hä? Warum sehen wir Wolfie? Warte mal. Warte mal. Nee, das ergibt gar keinen Sinn. Hä, das ergibt gar keinen Sinn. Warum, hä? Haben die doch 9 Matches? Nee, oder?
Day 2 already, but they're fighting for that Day 2 record, so they've got a better Day 2 for
Haben die doch 9
getting
Runden?
into our asymmetrical top cut.
Which is a really good point, because of course we've been focusing on these players we will get to see again, but that is only the first step. Once you show up here tomorrow, I mean, you got more matches to win, and if you're all of a sudden leaving here with 2 losses, that room for error tomorrow.
Es kann echt sein, dass sie 9 Runden haben, XG-Chat. Nee, aber da hätten die doch eben kein 5-1-Match gezeigt. Oder? Ja, nee, ist schon durch. Hä, es ergibt gar keinen Sinn. Warum zeigen die kein Win-It-In-Match?
Pressure comes off a tiny little bit. You have more breathing room, let's say.
Yeah, you whittle down to those trainers that have been doing the best, and it's something that I like to talk about. Like,
Ist ja Überarsch.
of trainers going in, we know all of the trainers that could definitely do well.
Ergibt ja gar keinen Sinn.
It's about the call that they've made for their teams. It's how they're feeling. If they're playing positive Pokemon, if they're
Ergibt ja legit gar keinen Sinn.
on the preparation for EUIC, that really makes the difference. When we whittle all the trainers down to Day 2, just the players that have made it, like, they're all on form. Nothing's easy.
Nee, Viewers Choice haben wir
Nothing is
mitbekommen.
for free out here, that is for sure. There's
Nee, die zeigen jetzt den Match Stormy, also die zeigen jetzt Wolfie, aber Wolfie ist schon Top-Cut. Normalerweise zeigen die immer Matches, die Also Leute, die Top-Card kommen können. Das ergibt gar keinen Sinn. Die haben selber gerade gesagt, es geht einfach nur darum, ob die Person jetzt ein einfacheres Pathing für morgen hat. Ergibt legit zero Sinn. Ist wirklich so. Es ergibt keinen Sinn. Ja, wir warten aber natürlich trotzdem noch. Weil natürlich schauen wollen, was passiert. Wir schauen natürlich trotzdem ein bisschen wohlfühlen, ne? Das wäre jetzt auch nicht verkehrt.
It's always so exciting, isn't it, when a trainer comes onto the broadcast and there isn't so many achievements on their list.
Ja, mit Wolfie und Stream gar kein Plan. Ja, ich checke Forky, das kann sein. Ja, ich denke doch. Gut möglich. Bei Wolfie eine Runde sehen, gar kein Ding, ne, fühle ich, aber trotzdem, ja.
And I love too to see like
the differences in everyone's
backgrounds for that.
Because
Just
like
like Tang was that breakout star. There was a lot of Pokemon that he had played, just never in official competitions, right? So like the experience is there, but in a very different way. And you can really see that come to life. And there's a lot of people that maybe are playing at Paddle Spot or only just playing in these online competitions. And to be able to see them come out for an event and be able to pop off is crazy. And it's always nice too, because then you can see like the veterans take on this new wave of talent, but then also how this new talent is going up against these people that they've maybe watched for years. Because like if I had to sit down going up against some of these trainers that I've seen, I wouldn't be able to cope, honestly. I'm already in nervous wreck playing, and I'm sitting down across Wolf Flick. Yeah, nope, absolutely, I can't.
Straight away.
Sign the slip.
I mean, those stories, we had at AUIC last year, right? There was Tim Edwards coming up into second place against Nils Donlop.
Ich liebe das E-Tracking auch.
David and Goliath storyline, where you had such a veteran competition and then someone who was newer to the scene. And I have to say, it was a phenomenal match at the end of the day, and it's really nice to see these breakout performances go the distance.
Ich gehe kurz picken, um was Neues zu trinken. Und dann schauen wir uns Wolfie an. Ich hab Bock.
Way through all of these stages of competition. Day 1 is not free whatsoever. Day 2 is even harder. Then you get into those knockout rounds, and it doesn't matter what has happened before. Once you're in that knockout stage, if you lose any of your matches, that's it. You're out of the competition. All of the pressure is on, and you've got to just do everything that you can to put yourself in the best situation. One of the things I like to say to people is like, it's just 4 Pokemon. It doesn't matter who's behind them necessarily. You got to knock out 4 Pokemon at the end of the day. Yeah. Now that's easier said than done, don't get me wrong. Yeah. But you know, it does really come down to that. Yeah.
I always like that you just have to win a match of Pokemon. You won a match of Pokemon before.
Just win.
Yeah, just simply win a match of Pokemon. You can do that. But there is some winning out there, out on the field right now as we're gearing up for our final round of Swiss for the day. And of course, our final round on stage. As for now, it's going to be a good one. So this is your opportunity. Get some popcorn, get a snack, be back here. Quick break before round 8.
I'ma tell you about the come up, how I learned the game. Every challenge that I faced, how I earned the name. Nobody said that it was easy going for the gold. You gotta take risks, you gotta be bold. But I'm here to run the race, yeah, I'm here to go far. Here to take names, here to be a star. And when I finally make it, I'll be at the top. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking. Where legends are alive, I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side, I'll be walking. Where everyone can see, I'll be walking. That I'm the best to ever be. Forging my path, just a matter of time. You better get yours, cause you ain't getting mine. Learned every lesson in the hardest way, but that's the path that I chose, that's the hero's way. Yeah, they said I couldn't do it, but I proved them wrong. At the top of the mountain, right where I belong. And now I finally made it, yeah, I'm at the end. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking. Where legends are alive, I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side, I'll be walking. Where everyone can see, I'll be walking. That I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road walking, where everyone can see I'll be walking. That I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high. Make 'em stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be a legend. I'll be a legend. Now I'm finally home here on Victory Road. Victory Road. I'll be a legend.
Lee, what kind of a dog Pokemon is Dax Bun?
Why have you opened with this?
Purebred. Welcome back, trainers. Charlie Merriman on the desk with Lee Provost. We're going to keep that merriment straight going away. You know that we're featuring Wolfglick. You know we're featuring Gennaro here. We asked the trainers for some thoughts heading into this final Swiss round of day one. And Gennaro telling us that Torkoal is the best Pokemon in the world. Wolf, what did he say, Lee?
Oh, well, let's Wolfcon perish.
Wolfie-con perish. Iconic! And it's been working so well for Wolf so far in the tournament. And there they are, getting on stage and ready. There is the Perish Trap combination that Wolf is so famous for. Screamtail, Gothitelle, Koraidon, the restricted, into Gennaro's Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Yeah, I love the Koraidon build here from Wolf, and it's so classic to some of the Pokemon that he's really great with. You know, that Screamtail, we've seen him have success with that before. The Gothitelle as well, you know, with that trap element. One of the things that we know Wolf for is being able to really pilot that particular mode better than pretty much anyone else, and doing so well coming into this tournament. It's going to be a tough matchup because when you look on paper at the teams, there are ways for Gennaro to really take advantage of the things that Wolf is going to try and do, but we'll cover everything first. We've got the Koraidon, Amoonguss, Incineroar, the Screamtail, Gothitelle, and that Fluttermane.
Fascinating to see the Life Orb on the Koraidon is not an item that we commonly see. It's going to be dealing a little bit of recoil damage for every hit that Wolf lands into Gennaro's team. But there it is, Screamtail also with the Encore and Disable as well as the Parasong. It can't deal any damage to Gennaro's team. So if Wolf is left in a situation where it's just the Screamtail on the field versus Gennaro's team, the Wolf loses.
Yeah, that's the thing, and I in particular, really susceptible to things like Taunt that can really start to shut that down. Otherwise, it is one of those Pokemon that can make the difference between Perish working effectively and not at all. Just because of that booster energy, it's going to be very fast. It's going to have that instant speed boost whenever it enters the field, especially that it's got the kind of backup for when the sun's not present, the booster energy activate. If the sun is present, then the photosynthesis ability will just act on its own and you'll get that free speed boost anywhere, which is a really nice complementing factor there. Gennaro's team, we've got the Calyrex Shadow Rider, we've got the Clefairy, Chi-Yu, Urshifu, Rapid Strike, Rillaboom, and the Tornadus.
Of course, Clefairy on Gennaro's side doing exactly the same thing as Screamtail on Wolf's in terms of not running any damaging moves there. Wolf, a seasoned trainer, we're very familiar with Wolf. Gennaro, first ever day 2. So we have a 10-time regional champion against a player who's really just making their stamp in the metagame, in competitive video game as a whole, right here at EUIC 2025.
Yeah, it's great to be a part and witness these new players when they come in and they get this one of their first really big finishes, especially in such a big field here this weekend at the European Championships. The things that I'd like to point out, the Tornadus could be a big player here. Not only has it got Rain Dance, it's going to be able to use that Prankster ability to get rid of the sun straight away on that Koraidon, make it difficult for the momentum swing from that Pokemon in particular, but the Taunt. Now you look over to Wolf's side of the field and there's the Amoonguss there, it has got a Mental Herb, so it does have that alleviation from the Taunt at least turn 1, but like we've already outlined, that Screamtail going to be very susceptible to the Taunt. And not only that, you've got the Tailwind there, the ability to put all of your Pokemon way ahead of anything that Wolf's trying to do, and that could be the difference in this match in particular. Even if the sun's up, Chi-Yu's going to love the sun. If the rain's up, Urshifu going to like that. And then you've got all of these little issues here on Gennaro's side, and then you've got to worry about that Shadow Rider Calyrex, which is so dangerous, especially if it gets a nasty plot set up.
and it's running Draining Kiss, double super effective into Koraidon. And if it's boosted by those nasty plots, as you say, Lee, healing back, dealing more damage. Let's go, trainers! It's Swiss Round 8 of our European International Championships 2025. Wolfglick versus Gennaro Matteo. Make some noise for your trainers on stage. Let's go out with a bang!
We got Gennaro leading off with the Tornadus and the Calyrex Shadow Rider, and Wolf leading off with the more passive lead of that Incineroar and the Amoonguss. You've got the active Fake Out. You can't go for it into that Tornadus though because of that Covert Cloak item there, and obviously because of the Ghost typing, the Calyrex is going to be unaffected. The Amoonguss has got that Mental Herb, so it isn't going to be affected by the taunt this turn from the Tornadus if that is what's chosen. So it is an active threat with that Spore, something that Gennaro has to be worried about, has to be prepared for, because both of these targets right now, the Calyrex and the Tornadus, are two targets that do not want to be put to sleep.
Wolf's Incineroar does not have access to a dark type move here. It's just the Flare Blitz. So the Calyrex, safer than it would be in the face of an Incineroar ordinarily. It's time to terror already, trainers. The Amoonguss going from a grass and poison type to a dark. So even if it is taunted by the Tornadus, it's not going to work. Terra Dark, of course, that is going to be immune to Prankster boosted moves. Calyrex on Gennaro's side, keeping itself safe.
Yeah, the Protect there just to stay safe this turn. The Rain Dance coming out from the Tornadus, maybe suspecting a switch out to the Koraidon, bringing that onto the field, so trying to catch that out. Wolf not going for that. He is going to go straight for that parting shot into the Tornado slot. There's no Protect there, so you can go for it safely there to pivot out and probably get something in. Can the Koraidon come in onto the field now? Is it the right time? Probably not. Looking at maybe that Fluttermane here in the back and come in pressure, hovering over that Koraidon though. If that does come in, it's going to get rid of the rain, and it is going to provide a little bit of pressure onto that Tornadus and maybe eat up a turn to allow a switch out, but it is the Fluttermane overall. Better option. Wolf feels coming into this turn, and the Spore, is it into the Tornadus? It's not. It is into the Calyrex.
So we have a little bit of an indication here. Fluttermane does have access to Shadow Ball, as you might be able to see in that brief glimpse there. So that's one way Wolf can cover this Calyrex without the knockoff on the Incineroar. Calyrex really pressured in this situation. Takes double super effective damage from Shadow Ball.
Yeah, and the one thing that you do have to worry about as well is the Fluttermane on Wolf's side does have that Focus Sash, so he's going to be able to take an Astral Barrage. And again, the Amoonguss going for that Trastalization into the Dark Tower. Takes not very effective damage from the Astral Barrage. It gets rid of the weakness from the Twin Storm as well, so it's staying in a pretty comfortable position. Doesn't need the Mental Herb to get around the taunt like we've already outlined, because of the Dark typing. The Prankster ability is not going to have any effect at all. Now, on the back of this threat from Wolf's side of the field, we are seeing Trastalization from the Calyrex. It is going to be into that Fairy type.
Fairy type, but is it going to be enough? Calyrex is not the bulkiest of Pokemon. Well, not time to find out in this turn. Fluttermane is just going to keep itself safe.
Ibrahim und mich sind durch.
Boosted by the Terra Fairy. Now super effective
Flo und Kusha haben noch eine Chance.
Just going to be enough for the one-hit KO with a critical hit.
That is a huge critical hit and a massive knockout for Gennaro there, taking down one of the key cornerstones of Wolf's strategy here, and now has that alleviation from the Spore. Not only that, that Grimnir ability activating, getting a +1 to that special attack.
Now, both of these trainers at 6 and 1, they've guaranteed their spot in day 2. But you want to have as many wins as you possibly can to give yourself the best chances of getting into our top cut midway through tomorrow here. So everything on the line. We're just in game 1, of course. Best of 3 set here, but it's time for Wolf's Restricted to hit the field. Rain, rain, go away, come again another day. Turn on that sun with your Koraidon.
Yeah, and it's a nice way to get it, but the problem is that Tornadus on the opposite side of the field is able to just set that Rain Dance up straight away and get rid of that boost, get rid of the Orichalcum boost from the Koraidon, and it's going to be in a really awkward position where it's not going to have the damage output that you would need. It needs to rely on the Sun to be able to utilize things like that Flare Blitz. Close combat's not going to be effective into the Calyrex, and definitely not into that Tornadus either. So if the Rain Dance does come out, it's going to make things a little bit difficult. The Fluttermane also goes, it loses that Photosynthesis ability as well, and is going to be susceptible to those Astral Barrages, despite the Focus Sash that we know it has got access to.
Yeah, we'll be able to take at least 1 attack and hang on with 1 HP. Here comes Incineroar once more. Intimidate not mattering at all in this situation. You got 2 special attackers in front of you on the field. There it is. Tornadus deciding no, time to switch that rain back on. The weather war in Swiss Round 8 of EUIC. You love to see it.
Yeah, and you can kind of see what Wolf's maybe trying to do here with the Koraidon. It's kind of almost not doing anything, but by bringing the Koraidon onto the field and getting that Sun active, you're taking up the slot of what that Tornadus has to do. It's almost forced to go for the rain dance here. And now this next turn, you could potentially see Wolf putting on pressure again by almost pressuring a switch to the Koraidon, because if the Koraidon comes in and you don't rain dance, the photosynthesis ability will activate on the Fluttermane, and that Shadow Ball will then be able to pick up the Calyrex. So it's really one of those mind games where do you commit to it, or do you utilize something like the Incineroar here, go for a Flare Blitz? It's very risky if you do think that Gennaro is going to heavily go for that rain dance.
Yeah, Tornadus can just click that button freely. It's something that Wolf is going to want to get rid of as soon as they possibly can. Then just having the ability to just click that as opposed to having to switch out and switch back in, really limiting Wolf's options here.
Yeah, and the Fluttermane in this position as well, without that photosynthesis boost, this is really now on the sash, a sitting duck. And obviously if the rain does stay up in the field and you don't see a switch at all, Bleak Windstorm is 100% accurate.
Protect coming out from the Calyrex, scouting out in the face of Wolf's Pokemon. Fake out, targeting down that sort of course. Now it's not going to be invulnerable to a Fake Out. It's no longer a part Ghost type Pokemon. Just a Tailwind coming out here so that Calyrex can be the fastest horse in the stable. Moonblast connects out as well, so really well protected from Gennaro, calling that double up.
Yeah, and a really nice play overall with that Tailwind, not opting for the rain dance, because I think the Tailwind just supersedes your Calyrex to the point where even if the Sun comes back onto the field, the Calyrex is still going to be the fastest thing, even after that photosynthesis boost on the Fluttermane is activated. So you are naturally just putting yourself in a position now where you can Astral Barrage, Bleak Windstorm, and pretty reliably even pick up a double up onto that Incineroar, not only that Fluttermane, but it has protected here, Charlie.
Spread moves so crucial in this game, but not going for it, just the Draining Kiss. Wolf's Incineroar is down here, and nice bit of recovery on that Calyrex. It's brought it right back up into the green, and Wolf down 2 Pokemon, just Koraidon and Fluttermane. And the thing is, whilst that Tornadus is still around, can just go for that rain dance, but Koraidon, once it hits the field, that's it. Cannot reset this Sun.
Once it's in, it's locked, and you would think that Gennaro has kind of won that weather war now because of this, and losing that Amoonguss so early on in this match and the manner that it happened was really detrimental to Wolf, and everything started to kind of fall apart from there. You've got to give a lot of credit to Gennaro for taking the opportunity when it was presented to them, but utilizing the Tornadus in this way and the Calyrex terrestrializing it as well to utilize that Draining Kiss, a really good way to disrupt everything on Wolf's side of the field and making it very difficult for any sort of momentum swing from that side of the field.
Yeah, and with the Koraidon, it's not like you're locked into whichever move you choose here. You do have the Life Orb, as we said before, not the most common item here, so Wolf does have the luxury of switching that out, but there it is. That's the rain coming right out. Fluttermane no longer with its photosynthesis. Another Astral Barrage connecting down is going to be enough to pick up both of the Pokemon over on Wolf's side of the field, thanks to the boost. And that's that. A very swift, very decisive Game 1 win to Gennaro with all 4 Pokemon remaining. The underdog coming out on top of the top Wolf.
Yeah, just so powerful, that Calyrex with the Life Orb as well. You cannot underestimate it. And with that support from the Tornadus, I think a really clever lead from Gennaro, I think, going into this match and identifying that these 2 Pokemon could be the most disruptive against maybe what we'll see from Wolf, and it came off to a T. It got rid of the Amoonguss maybe a little bit easier. Whether or not it survived, you would imagine it's probably been trained to survive the Draining Kiss. It's not the highest base power move. It was boosted by terrestrialization. It did have the Life Orb. Super effective. So, you know, you would think it would be able to survive, but it going down there regardless of the situation just made it so impossible and tenable for Wolf to kind of make any sort of comeback there.
It's fantastic to see Gennaro looking so calm on stage in the face of a veteran player like Wolf, and let's hope Gennaro can keep this confidence up. There it is, the super effective Draining Kiss into Dark Amoonguss with the critical hit there. Wonder how crucial that critical hit would have been, but you know, that Amoonguss did go for its terrestrialization very early in that game. Didn't end up benefiting Wolf that much.
No, it didn't really at all. And I think in the moment it felt like the right thing to do, because you get rid of the taunt, you get rid of that flying weakness that you have, and you also have the resistance to the Astral Barrage, which felt at the time like maybe an option we'd see from the Calyrex, but Gennaro not going in feet first, taking their time with their decision making there, and it's going to be difficult because I think that's the on the forefront of Wolf's mind. How can I get rid of this Tornadus? Because if once I get rid of the Tornadus, I don't need to worry about my Sun being reset. I don't need to worry about the speed control, and I don't need to worry about these taunts. But that's the big thing. Fluttermane is one of the options that he's come out with. This
checke Ruffy.
Is it going to be enough?
Ich glaube, der kann fast jedes Restricted in dieses Team reinballern.
Wolf's Paw. Well, looking like considering the Terra Normal here on the Amoonguss, really nice because that would provide an immunity to Calyrex's Astral Barrages here.
Yeah, the Terra Normal on the Fluttermane, like you say, I think it plays a nice part in being able to sit in front of this Calyrex a little bit longer and maybe start getting that damage onto the Tornadus, and maybe that is what we're going to see. We're going to see a turn 1 Terastallization. Charlie, you called it. It is a Terastallization. It is going to get the Jewel on its crown, and it is going to be a normal type, taking away that Astral Barrage weakness.
Yeah, absolutely massive Terra type, especially with the Focus Sash for this Fluttermane here. Calyrex doesn't like the look of that Fluttermane one bit, so Wolf kind of already on a front foot here. Amoonguss taunted, but just going to eat through that mental herb here, but it does mean Amoonguss is susceptible to taunt on successive turns. So is the Fluttermane going to be able to pull something off here and knock out this Tornadus? Not boosted at all, the Moonblast just brings it down low, but no, it's going to be the Amoonguss able to get that Spore off. Crucial turn 1 Locky in that Spore, because on a successive
war klar,
turn,
dass es passiert, ne?
Yeah, much better turn here for Wolf and a really good identification to say,
Sir, der Beste.
Well,
Kein
Tornadus
Problem
is my
für mich.
target. I need to get rid of it. You've shut it down now with that Spore, so it's going to have a guaranteed sleep turn this next time around, and your Fluttermane in a great position to start pressuring that Calyrex on the opposite side of the field. Now, is it going to have to be forced into Terastallizing itself to get around the Shadow Ball threat? That's the big question. We are seeing the Tornadus leave the field.
That's really interesting
Sir
because
Michael's
the
the
Tornadus
best
hasn't
Lord.
burned any turns of sleep yet. It would have to sit on the field like a sitting duck for a while in order to do that. Just another Moonblast, please, served up from Wolf right into the Clefairy, a Pokemon you want to deal with sooner rather than later. So bulky with that Eviolite held item boosting its defenses. Astral Barrage, nothing to the Fluttermane. Amoonguss, it brings it down to about half of its HP here. Decent, you can see the dividends that life all pays.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Ja,
This
sieht
ball
schon
coming out,
deutlich
gonna put
besser
it to
aus.
sleep now. And the Amoonguss now in that position where Wolf's pretty free to switch it out, activate that Regenerator ability if you would like to, and then just pressure with the Shadow Ball. You don't really need to worry about the Clefairy on the opposite side of the field like we highlighted at the start of the match. It doesn't have any attacking moves, so it can support the Calyrex. You can pull in those single target attacks, but I mean, you don't mind the attacks going on to the Clefairy, because once that's gone, you lose that Friend Guard, and then the Calyrex is also having to take a turn of sleep right now. Crydon coming onto the field, activating the Sun, the Tornadus.
Nö, das Match ist komplett egal, das ist einfach nur Fanservice. Das Match juckt gar nicht, sind beide schon Day 2. Das ist nur Fanservice von Pokémon Company. Das ist kompletter Quatsch, dieses Match eigentlich.
Time for Responding Terror over on Gennaro's side
Das
of
haben
the
die
field.
legit noch nie
Will
gemacht.
be Calyrex once more going for that Terra Fairy just to give it some longevity, try and eke out these turns so it can wake up before it just goes down without achieving anything.
Yeah, the Protect coming out from the Clefairy here. Doesn't want to contend with any damage, wants to stay around on the field for as long as possible. Shadow Ball now coming out into the Calyrex. Not going to be super effective, so a nice Terastallization from Gennaro. Taking that pretty comfortably, but it takes its guaranteed sleep turn. It has a possibility the next time round of waking up, but that Photosynthesis is activated on the Fluttermane. The one thing that you do have beside your Calyrex to protect it a little bit better is that Follow Me alongside the Friend Guard, which gives you that defensive boost.
Yeah, and Caridon will be retreating, riding back to its trainer around the Velodrome for Incineroar, hitting the field once more, providing an active Fake Out that's going to be effective into both Pokemon. Now Calyrex is no longer a Ghost type. The Intimidate, of course, not mattering in this situation. There's the Follow Me once more, redirecting the attention. Clefairy loves the spotlight that's glistening, that disco ball above its head in the sun. The Moonblast not quite enough to KO like we saw before, but there it is. The Calyrex is going to be staying asleep. That's a guaranteed Fake Out into that slot, unless it wakes up and then goes for a Protect.
Yeah, and the Clefairy now in that awkward position where it will go down to anything coming out. A Fake Out into that slot, it will go down to it. A Moonblast, of course, but the Calyrex does wake up. Is it going to go for a Protect? Yes, that's
it is. But it's going to be locked into that. That's the thing. That's what we mean by the lock there, trainers. At least you know it's not going to attack. It will just be the double Protect here, though. Heading into the next turn, you burn the option for Fake Out on this one. Just a bit of scouting out so we can see what Wolf was thinking. A Moonblast into the Calyrex there, and Flare Blitz easily enough would have been to KO that Clefairy. If the Calyrex is looking pretty good for Wolf in that situation.
Yeah, definitely, and I think the wake up definitely helps Gennaro out. And if you're Wolf in this situation, do you want to leave your Incineroar on the field now? I think it's a bit of a target for the Draining Kiss to allow that Calyrex to get a little bit of health back, and you want to kind of prevent that. Maybe bringing in something like the Amoonguss now. You've had that regeneration.
Ja, stimmt schon, Fiber, stimmt schon. Ich verstehe es auch. Also das Match, was sie jetzt haben, ist für morgen ja auch wichtig, ne? So ist ja nicht. Hab ich doch nicht Justin, nee. Gar nicht so. Aber Flo steht, ist gerade sein Win-in.
Gennaro, of course, still has all 4 Pokemon remaining as well, but let's not forget that Tornadus is losing in the back train, having not burned any turns of sleep. There's the Moonblast, picking up the Clefairy. It goes for a Hail Mary, last helping hand in order to boost up this Calyrex's damage output. And it is going to be the Terra boosted, Life Orb boosted, Draining Kiss into the Incineroar slot. Still Incineroar takes on just above half HP, and Calyrex looks like there. It's back up to full.
Yeah, but without those Grimnir boosts, it's not able to do as much damage. The Flare Blitz, I really like this play. The Sun's still active on the field. Now that Redirector has gone in the
Ich schwöre, ich habe in letzter Zeit so viele Flare Blitz Burns gesehen, das ist verrückt.
But still, even without it, not in a great position, and I love the play of the Flare Blitz. The Sun's still active. There's no way to remove it. So taking advantage of the Incineroar while it was in play to get that Flare Blitz onto the Calyrex was a great choice. And now the Chi-Yu coming out, obviously one of those Pokemon that Gennaro has that can take advantage of this weather that isn't their own.
Das ist einfach nur ein Online-Name.
Tornadoes, once it switches in, you do have the threat of just clicking at the Rain Dance there. So Wolf, knowing that the Koraidon in the back is so crucial to reset that. Chi-Yu, yes, it's dishing out massive damage, but this Fluttermane has taken no damage so far. It's still got its Focus Sash intact. It can hang on the field through at least one attack.
Yeah, the Beads of Ruin here as well play a kind of a big part because they are boosting that Draining Kiss, which could keep that Calyrex a little bit more healthy. It may be enough to get the Incineroar now. And the problem is as well, I think if you're the Calyrex and you go for the Protect here, it leaves the Chi-Yu kind of open to go for an attack which could maybe deal with that Fluttermane that's be such detriment to Gennaro's game plan.
Whatever it chooses here will be locked into until it switches off the field with those choice specs. Just going to be protecting all around. We don't often see Protect on Incineroar, but Wolf certainly has that option in their arsenal. Heat Wave, spread move in the sun, huge damage. Of course, you do have the chance to get a burn as well, so potentially Gennaro giving Wolf a taste of their own medicine on a successive turn with the burn that landed onto the Calyrex. Speaking of which, it's going to take a little bit of that burn chip right now.
Yeah, and the sun fading away, so not going to be as powerful a Heat Wave this next time round, but the
ja, glaube ich auch, Domi, aber ich glaube, Flo heißt schon wirklich lange so. Aber kann auch sein, das weiß ich nicht, ob das was mit Watson, weil Watson ja auch eine Zecke ist.
Draining Kiss, which is going to be boosted up, but Gennaro not wanting to risk it, taking it out of the fray, out of harm's way.
Yeah, here comes the Tornadoes. Gotta burn these sleep turns on the Tornadoes. It's so low as well, but the Moonblast just going right into that slot. That is a huge opening for Wolf here, trainers. That is the weather setter gone. Gennaro down to 2 Pokemon and the Chi-Yu locked into the Heat Wave, which the Koraidon is going to be dodging, though it will be boosted by the sun. Incineroar dodges Heat Wave there. Focus Sash well and truly broken. Parting shot so nice onto the Chi-Yu. Threading a fake out onto the next turn. Lovely jubbly.
Yeah, really nice play there from Wolf to identify that. Just go for that Moonblast into the slot. I've got my Focus Sash. If I lose the Fluttermane, if I take a Draining Kiss, if I take a Heat Wave into this Pokemon, at least I'm going to get some return and pick up the knockout onto the Calyrex. In turn, it worked out to be the Tornadus, which I don't think is a bad thing because that could be a little bit problematic later on in this game. Now you've got that parting shot onto the Chi-Yu. The question is, do you want to put your Koraidon in now? You do. But the problem is the Draining Kiss is still an issue, so you've got to really
muss so Move auswählen, trinkt erstmal so mit im Game.
Before you're able to activate the Koraidon.
Chill.
Take a Draining Kiss with how super effective it is. It's the best typing. It's going to be enough to pick up the knockout onto it.
This is where the mind games start to come in. Wolf could even go for some kind of bait. You switch in the Koraidon here, but then you switch it out for the Amoonguss in the back potentially. And Gennaro just has to play that guessing game as to getting into Wolf's head. There it is, Fluttermane getting its speed boost once more, and the Calyrex hitting the field for Gennaro.
Yeah, it's very dangerous, even switching the Koraidon out here because of the Chi-Yu.
Und ich werde sie auch komplett ausnutzen.
Anything into that slot will pick up the knockout. It's just you've got to get rid of it before you can get this Koraidon working, because if you don't, like we say, the Draining Kiss into that slot is very risky, and we know that Chiyu has to attack it. It has got that choice item. It has to lock into that Heat Wave every turn. It is going to be boosted even though it's -1. Beats Ruin still active on the field, so we'll be doing enough to pick up that Fluttermane.
Wolf's Amoonguss does have access to Sludge Bomb here, so if it can get that off, it can secure the Calyrex, but no, it's not going to come down to that. There it is. Speed booster, Moonblast right into that Calyrex. No Protect coming out. That's going to be the Calyrex down. Breathing room for Wolf right now. Close combat, super effective into the Chiyu. We love to see it, trainers. We're heading to a game 3, our final Swiss round on day 1 of the European International Championships.
Just what we wanted, a comeback
So,
to
jetzt
take
kann ich ja
us
mein
to
Wasser
a tie. Who is going to be moving on victorious after this round 8? Who knows? But it is really starting to heat up here, and I love that end game turn where, you know, I'm not going to play any mind games. I'm just going to go for the attack. If I lose a Fluttermane here, we'll kind of have it. Wolf probably had a game plan, even if the Fluttermane goes down there. But the Koraidon not protecting either, just going straight for the close combat. So yeah.
Yeah, I think when you're Wolf, you know, known for that Perish Trap strategy, but of course Ghost types immune to the Shadow Tag onto the Gothitelle, so risky to bring when the opponent's restricted is a Calyrex Shadow Rider. Fluttermane's Terra Normal was so crucial in this game. Let's not forget how many turns that Fluttermane stuck around on the field for, meant that the Astral Barrage is just doing absolutely no damage.
Yeah, that's the big thing here, and I think the Terra Normal causes Gennaro quite a few issues. You might need to lean in a bit more to that Chiyu, which we only saw in the latter parts of that game, where you've not got super effective damage into it, but you've got good consistent damage, especially if the sun is active on the field for that photosynthesis. You can kind of use that against Wolf in a lot of ways, where you can get those big, powerful fire-type attacks into the Fluttermane. The big thing that you need to really keep in mind is breaking that focus dash on that Pokemon, because once that is broken, then the Fluttermane becomes a lot more vulnerable in that situation.
Lee, I'm going to put you on the spot here. Call it. Who's going to win this game 3?
Normally it's like who is going to what Pokemon adjustments are we going to see? Who is going to win?
You can talk us through that as well, but you know, Swiss round A, let's up the ante here, Lee. My money is on Wolf, I think. Gennaro is the newcomer here, would be absolutely huge if they claim this, but they've guaranteed their spot in day 2 anyway.
It's such a tough game for Wolf, and I think certain things have to fall into place. It'll all depend on the adjustments both players make going into it, and there are some adjustments from Gennaro. Wolf is the more established player, but we'll see who comes out on top. This is what makes it so exciting coming into these closing rounds of the Swiss.
Well evaded, Lee. That's the photosynthesis boost to the speed onto the Fluttermane there, and that's the Orichalcum Pulse activating onto Koraidon 2. We've got these really useful information about speed tiers here, trainers. The order in which the abilities go off is an indication as to how fast they each are and when they will be acting in a turn.
Yeah, it does, and this is quite an interesting lead from Gennaro in particular, because the Rillaboom provides an interesting support line where you can go for the fake out. It's pretty risky, but you can go for the fake out into the Fluttermane and click the Astral Barrage button at the same time, because if you see that terrestrialization from the Fluttermane, you catch it with the fake out and you get your Astral Barrage into the partnering slot. You don't get any damage into the Fluttermane, but you prevent it from being effective in the match. Now, it is really risky, because if you just see a switch up here, or maybe even the Koraidon left alone here, and you know, that is the risk. The Rillaboom could be the target to go down, but more
Michi hat leider verloren, Chat.
Under the sun, the
Michi startet morgen mit 6-2 rein. Ist jetzt nicht turbo geil, aber ist auch nicht turbo schlimm. Aber könnte geiler sein.
Vulnerable here unless it does go for its protect just to scout out, which would be really nice information for Wolf. Okay, thank goodness.
Der darf halt morgen, also der hat halt morgen 3 Matches und der muss halt alle 3 gewinnen. Ich glaube, der zockt Samazenta. Ja, hat man schon gesehen. Ja, aber der hat morgen 3 Matches in Day 2 und der muss alle 3 gewinnen.
Gennaro not going for the attack, going for that nasty block, boosting its special attack by 2 stages, becoming a huge threat now in front of this Koraidon. And now both Pokemon on Wolf's side of the field are slower essentially than that Calyrex. There is no speed control here to alleviate that. Now you can't really terrestrialize with your Amoonguss to get around the Draining Kiss threat, because you go to the Dark Terror and you
Doch, der kann immer noch Präsident der Vereinigten werden. Die 3 zocken noch.
for the Koraidon. Maybe you have to go for the Terastallization in Koraidon and hope that you survive an Astral Barrage, but it's going to be unlikely. A +2 with the Life Orb boost, you think, I don't know. Wolf will know better than anyone if that Amoonguss can survive a +2 Astral Barrage, but I think you've got to get that Koraidon off the field as soon as possible. But what do you switch it into? The Incineroar feels like the better choice here, but then you're in an awkward position. All the work to do for Wolfie. A great play from Gennaro to pile this pressure on.
Absolutely huge turn, trainers. Whatever else you're doing, get your attention on this stream. Saddle your horses, hop on your motorbikes. Let's see what happens in this decisive game. Going to be the Flare Blitz going on before the Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Damn!
Into Gennaro. Wow, okay then. That is something we
Das war ein mächtiger Flare
Did not
Blitz.
see that coming one little bit. The Koraidon outspeeding the Calyrex, picking up the knockout. That is a key moment in this battle. And hitting until this game 3, masterfully done by Wolf.
Das war ein starker Flare Blitz.
In what was a great position. Doesn't look so great going into the rest of this game 3.
Das sollte Wolf hier haben.
Laughs in the face of a Woodhammer, double resisting it. Spore calling a switch out from that Rillaboom, perhaps, of course, immune being a grass type. Not only is that the restricted option gone for Gennaro, that is the Terra option down and out as well.
Yeah, now the Koraidon Terrifier in the face of a Rillaboom having a great time. Going to be able to pick up a knockout, pressure a knockout into that
Luca
slot. The Amoonguss not
ist
really
8-0 gegangen. Also der aktuelle Weltmeister. Knackiges 8-0. Markus Silva hat auch seinen Win-It-In gewonnen.
So it doesn't get a boost to its speed. Now you need to rely on something like the Tornadus that's coming onto the field. It is going to be susceptible to that Spore. You haven't got 100% accurate Bleak Wind Storm here. So the Amoonguss becomes a real threat with that Spore to shut down the Tornadus. And it gives you a little bit of room with the Koraidon to kind of get rid of another target in that Rillaboom.
Tornadus, Terra Dark is going to be taking neutral damage from a Sun-boosted Flare Blitz, whichever way you cut it, but of course it can go for the Rain Dance to switch off that Sun on the field. But still, big Life Orb Flare Blitz from the Koraidon would be dealing respectable damage, and every little bit of chip here, that Chandelier
Markus Statter leider nicht Top-Cut gekommen.
Okay, deals about a third
leider sein Win-It-In verloren. Beide Win-It-In-Matches am Ende verloren.
Takes it a lot better under the rain, and the Spawn now coming out, and it will be shutting down that Tornadus. So now the rain is not going to be an option to reset, although it is a bit clunky to get your Sun activated on the field again. You need to switch the Koraidon out, get it back in, and that gives Tornadus a little bit of room to maybe wake up. The one plus that you do have is that Amoonguss, like you've already outlined with that Sludge Bomb. It is going to be hitting super effective into
Ibrahim
like
leider auch 6-2.
Easily target
okay.
something like the Tornadus just to
Trotzdem
whittle that down.
Top-Cut.
The Rillaboom can't easily switch in either because it's going to take big damage from it. So you're kind of locked in this scenario where you need to try and get that Tornadus
Der hat
away.
sein Win-It-In ja schon gehabt, aber leider trotzdem 6-2. Nicht so geil.
Clefairy is just going to be scanning out on this turn, not wanting to take a Sludge Bomb. It won
Darf
a little
morgen
bit.
auch nichts
Tornadus
verlieren.
burning its mandatory turn of sleep here. It could wake up on the next one. Sludge Bomb though targeting down into Gennaro's Tornadus instead. No poison to speak of. Tornadus not put on a timer, of course, because it is already asleep. Only one status condition applies at any one time.
Yeah, now you've got the Fluttermane onto the field, you've got the Sun in the back, you're kind of having that mind game once again, the Tornadus. Do I go for a Rain Dance, expecting maybe a switch in here from either the Amoonguss or the Fluttermane?
Day 2 kommst du, wenn du mindestens 6 Siege hast an Tag 1 und Tag 2 brauchst du mindestens 9 Siege, um Top-Cut zu kommen. Top-Cut kommen nur die Leute, die Minimum 9 Siege aus 11 Matches holen.
There's the Moonblast, and just that in itself is going to be enough. That means a super effective Sludge Bomb is.
Und du nimmst morgen quasi deine Standings mit in Kushas leider raus. Kusha! Okay, jetzt ist Flo die letzte Passion, Chat. Flo ist die letzte Passion. Komm schon, Flo, komm schon. Komm schon. Michi ist schon durch, aber Michi ist leider nicht 7-1, sondern 6-2 gegangen. Ibrahim leider auch anstatt 7-1, 6-2 gegangen. Aber sind beide Day 2. Kusha leider raus, jetzt fehlt nur noch... Jetzt fehlt nur noch Dings. Jetzt fehlt nur noch Flowbird. Und den haben wir hier. Den haben wir hier. Aber der zockt noch. Ja. Aber Luca ist wie gesagt 8-0 gegangen. Gerne, Case, gerne. Naja, ich werde wahrscheinlich gleich noch ein bisschen Poké-Clicker spielen. Ich will noch ein bisschen Progress machen. Wir hängen jetzt die ganze Zeit schon Gen 4 rum. Ich würde heute gerne Gen 4 finishen, damit ich für morgen die, ich muss nämlich auch wegen Darkrai und Cresselia und so weiter die Mondphasen und so weiter abwarten. Ja, Ibrahim leider 6-2, Michi 6-2, Feist 6-2. Justin Tank auch noch sein Win-It-In gewonnen. Janik Koch auch sein Win-It-In gewonnen. Es ist nur noch Flo, Chat. Es ist nur noch Flo. Flo ist der Einzige, der noch gelb ist. Ja, Stormy. Schon wieder Pokéclicker. Es ist nur Flo. Es sind schon noch einige Matches offen, aber Flo fehlt noch. Ja, ein paar Matches fehlen halt noch, ne? Die spielen alle noch. Reim immer noch 4-4 gegangen. Okay, immerhin. Immerhin. Komm schon, Flo, komm schon. Es ist nur noch Flo, der Rest ist alles durch. Es ist nur noch Flo. Day 2 haben wir Ibrahim, Michael the Bestie, Feis, Janik Koch, also Leitos ist es. Reim ist leider heute sehr krass untergegangen. Reim ist heute leider sehr krass untergegangen. Aber Flo hat gerade noch die Chance. Flo ist die letzte Bastion. Flo ist die letzte Bastion. Die müssen auf jeden Fall, Nestflo, ja. Die müssen auf jeden Fall gerade in Game 3 sein. Vor allem ist Flo mit einem 0-1 reingestartet, ne? Das hier war Flo's Pathing. Ich glaube, der war in... Bei einem Regional war er, glaube ich. Also Luca. Aber er ist trotzdem crazy. Vor allem die, gegen die Flo verloren hat, sind sogar Day 2 gekommen. Sogar gegen Aaron Trailer, der auch Day 2 gekommen ist, hat er auch gewonnen. Also die Gegner von Flo waren eigentlich richtig, richtig gut. Komm schon, Flo, komm schon! Das Krasse ist ja, dass Flo sich eigentlich eine VGC-Pause genommen hat. Und das ist ja das erste Mal, dass er dieses Jahr wirklich VGC spielt. Und der ist ein Game vor Win-It-In. Während EUIC bei einem richtig krassen Tournament. Mit krassen Gegnern. Das ist halt so verrückt. Also es ist jetzt nicht so, dass Flo irgendwie... Ah, Flo hat es leider nicht geschafft. So sad. So sad. So sad. Oh, 7. Das heißt, morgen für uns Michi und Ibrahim anfeuern. Also morgen Michi und Ibrahim anfeuern. Okay. Ibrahim leider hier die 2 Loses und Michi hier die 2 Loses. Wer ist Ibrahim eigentlich Online-Name? Ibrahim. Die Jungs haben während ihrer VGC-Reise Ibrahim kennengelernt und der ist so Teil deren Gruppe geworden. Ich habe ihn auch schon kennengelernt. Und der ist super süß. Ultra korrekter Typ. Safe, guter Run für Flo. Richtig, richtig gut. Aber es ist dieses verdammte Win-and-In. Es ist wirklich, Flo schafft diese Win-and-In-Matches einfach nicht. Es ist jedes Mal dasselbe leider. Was macht ein Shohei da eigentlich? Was sieht der für eine Show, hey? Checkt ihr, Chat? Geht Shohei noch 6-7-1, 6-2? Ja, okay, Troy geht actually 7-1. Das ist verrückt. Halt's Maul, Mann. Hallo, Solid! Das war ja ein Banger. Troy geht also auch morgen mit 7-1 rein. Wild. Wild, wild. Es ist aber so verrückt, wie consistent Michi ist, ne? Also Wolfie auch, Michi auch, Shohei auch. Das sind alles drei, Luca auch. Das sind alles so Leute, die so unendlich consistent ist. Das ist verrückt. So verrückt. Wirklich so. Wirklich so. Okay, Chat. Alright. Das war's für heute mit der Pokémon Europameisterschaft. Wir zocken jetzt heute noch ein bisschen Poké-Clicker.